Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Friday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We've got conference title games coming up this weekend. We've got Texans news. We've got Astros news as well. Some big stuff going on, man. Possibly. We'll see. How you doing, Seth C. Payne?
I'm good. I'm excited for this weekend. I'm excited to watch football, in which I really only have one rooting interest, which is that I want the Chiefs to go down in flames.
Yes.
Maybe forever. I'd like them to, maybe this will be the unceremonious end to an otherwise respectable legacy. But I would like them to end up a haphazard mess.
I don't need a three-peat, man. I don't need a three-peat, and I don't need a three-peat with this team at all.
Yeah.
Not.
I don't even want a 3-point win by them in the conference championship. I want Josh Allen to score 79 touchdowns.
I know.
And I will be satisfied with nothing less.
I've thought about that. I'm like, is this going to be one of those games where like the Bills get a 14-0 lead in the second quarter, and I'm not going to settle for anything but them pouring it on. And then the Chiefs find a way to win it in the fourth quarter, and I'll be like, oh, what was I thinking? Well, why was I tempting the gods like that of getting greedy?
The most gratifying thing would be because it would shut up a lot of the. I'm so tired of talking to and listening about the officials. I would love it if like the Chiefs had 17 penalties for 400 yards.
Yeah.
And just give me something. Call back a kickoff return for a touchdown, something like that.
Okay, the second thing there is I think I've done the same thing you have the last few days, which is look at a lot of these people that are citing numbers of penalties, penalty yards, number of penalties with the Chiefs, and how much more their opponent has had throughout the playoffs over the last several games, whatever the case may be. To me, it's not the number of penalties or the penalty yards. That's not because it could very well be that the Chiefs are a pretty well coached team that doesn't draw a lot of penalties. You know that
would stand to reason. Yes,
they're a good team and they don't get penalized as much. So I've kind of put that aside. Now there is a possibility that there's some favoritism with those numbers as well. But putting that aside, to me, and this is what it was with the Texans game, it's the nature of the penalty and the timing of the penalties. It's one or two a game that you go, what? Like, for example, early in the season when they played the Bengals and there was that sketchy pass interference call at the end of the game that kept their drive alive, and they go down and they win the game. You know, like it's to me, it's not for like the Texans game. The Texans had 8 penalties for 86 yards. The Chiefs had like 3 for 19 yards, whatever it was. It was very lopsided. The Texans deserve to have a lot of those penalties. Like they were. It's the two that were on Mahomes that are the killers. It's not the quantity of the penalties. That's not where the favoritism shows up. The favoritism shows up almost always specifically with something having to do with Patrick Mahomes. Mm-hmm. Either harm on him or a play that he's somehow involved with.
And, I guess one of the reasons that maybe it doesn't bother me as much as it does other people is that I've seen this before where you've got a quarterback who's a high notoriety quarterback who also whines and complains a lot, and it was in Peyton Manning. And it just has a cumulative effect on the officials, I think, that they know that Pat Mahomes or Peyton Manning or whomever else of these guys is going to be an annoying little gnat in their ear, and it affects them. Not to mention whatever human element there is to it being, ooh, it's Pat Mahomes, or it's Peyton Manning. So should I be bothered by it more? Perhaps, but I also think that that's just an element of human nature, and it's almost to the victor go the spoils. All right, if you're that good, then you start to influence people that way, and just try to get on that level, or also just bludgeon him for it, which I'm cool with.
Yeah,
the Texans are gaining a reputation for violence, and I'm here for it.
They've accounted for. I saw this number. I know you saw it too. There have been $12 million in fines or salaries lost due to suspension this year. $12 million around the league. The Texans account for $3.1 million of the 12. 25%.
So about 25%.
25% now. 25%. Now, what should be pointed out is of that $3.1 million, like $2.1 million of that is Danico Autry's lost salary due to his PED suspension.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But so if you normalize it a little bit, if you get rid of the outliers, I wonder how much it is. We'd have to go and do that.
You just get rid of that one because that's obviously a huge one. That's still over $1 million out of $12 million out of the other $10 million around the league.
Yeah.
So
it's over 10%.
It's 10% of the rest. Yeah.
It's pretty heavily weighted towards the Texans.
Sounds to me like they're trying to keep a franchise down. Is what I
like
see.
I like it. I'm going to publicize that. I think they should put it on their jerseys. It'll be like the whistling arrows of the Mongols, Sean.
Yes.
Villagers and stupid sheep herders will fear us and know we're coming.
Damn right.
Because this is the heavily fined and punished Texans. We've got, what's the word? Recidivism.
Recidivism. Well, it probably, in all honesty, I haven't gone and looked at the nature of all the fines. I would imagine this is a byproduct of Swarm, probably. Is it?
Oh, sure.
He got a lot of late hits and a lot of unsportsmanlike stuff going on.
Look, and listen, D'Amico doesn't shy away from bringing guys in who have a reputation for violence.
No.
Kareem Jackson was on the team last year. After he's had his run-ins.
Yeah.
Was it Neville Hewitt was suspended last year?
No. Denzel Perryman.
That's right.
Yeah.
Denzel Perryman.
Yeah.
Sorry to Neville Hewitt. Although he will be suspended next year when we name him our goon.
When we goon him out. Yes.
He's our hockey goon.
Yes.
On any given Sunday, if we need a goon, we're going to send him in.
If you missed yesterday's show, that was a big topic on the show yesterday. Yeah.
D'Amico doesn't shy away. Listen. He's not going to shut down his church during a cold spell or a hurricane. He's going to invite everybody in.
Yes.
He does not discriminate. Everybody is welcome, including the most violent among you.
Especially the most violent among you.
It's an incredible display of Christian charity.
I agree.
That D'Amico has all of these violent offenders on his team. He should be lauded for it.
He should. He's preemptively forgiven them for all their violence. I forgive you. Come on,
and
violent
I'll forgive you many times in the future.
Again and again and again, I'm going to forgive you for your violence.
I'm a patient man.
Yes. I open up Twitter this morning when I get in. These coaching searches are hilarious. The very first tweet is a Schefter tweet. And if you missed it yesterday, Liam Cohen, who we were rejoicing over rejecting the Jacksonville Jaguars a couple of days ago and laughing that Trent Baalke was still their GM. Well, as many of you know, they fired Trent Baalke. And this we didn't know yesterday during the show. This came out yesterday afternoon. Liam Cohen almost immediately went running back to the Jags.
Right. It was as simple as that.
After agreeing to a huge raise to stay with the Bucs, verbally agreeing because he never signed the deal. After verbally agreeing to a huge raise to stay the OC of the Bucs, they fire Trent Baalke, the Jags do, and Liam Cohen goes running back through the meadows, back from Tampa to Jacksonville, saying yes, 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 and he's going to be the coach now of the Jags. Schefter tweets this morning, Seth, and this matters to Texan fans because to me, this is the biggest threat in the division is somebody getting Trevor Lawrence right. As one person said about the two-day saga that saw the Jags lose their GM, the Bucs lose their OC, and Liam Cohen accept two jobs, one that made him the NFL's highest-paid coordinator and another to become Jacksonville's head coach. Quote, I've never seen anything like this in my life, end quote.
Liam Cohen, people say they've never seen anything like this. I was a little disappointed in NFL writers because I read a couple articles about the whole scenario, and apparently there was some people in Tampa that wanted to go ahead and fire Todd Bowles so they could retain Liam Cohen, without a mention of Dirk Cutter. The last time they pulled these shenanigans, they didn't want to lose Dirk Cutter, so they fired. I can't remember who the coach was at the time.
It was Lovie Smith.
That's right. And the elogue is Dirk Cutter is currently the quarterback's coach at Boise State. It didn't work out all that great.
It didn't.
Yeah. So the guy, I wouldn't panic too much if I were a Bucs fan. As a Texans fan, yeah, I'm a little bit. I would have preferred that the Jaguars brought in a defensive-minded guy who maybe had no aptitude whatsoever for the quarterbacks. I would have preferred that. The ideal scenario would have been Robert Saleh took the job, but Trent Baalke stayed as GM.
Yeah.
Because that would have been exactly what was going on with the Jets. You got a head coach who I think is a really good head coach potentially, but no control over the quarterback situation. So that won't be the case. But yeah, the intrigue of it is, all right, can this guy get the most out of Trevor Lawrence and turn him into whatever? I mean, Trevor Lawrence is so different than Baker Mayfield in so many ways. But can you get a little something like that?
Yeah. I mean, this is, Dave Canales is the guy who got a head coaching job based off of revamping rehabilitating Baker a year ago. And ultimately, Canales, the head coach in Carolina, for those who don't know, by the end of the year, Bryce Young looked like a competent NFL quarterback. That may end up working out in Carolina with Canales and Bryce Young. I
was. Can I claim triumph? I believe we're in another one of those scenarios where somehow, I don't know how this works out, but somehow there are specific scenarios where I'm the very level-headed one in this relationship. Yeah. When you thought that, that's it, Bryce Young's done, might be done forever, and I tend to say, pump your brakes a little bit. These things have a way of surprising us all, and we'll see, because he is still, after all, a number 1 overall pick. Yeah. And he does have untapped potential. We don't know what the ceiling is, but he has untapped potential.
Yeah, I don't know if I said done forever, but I know I said done in Carolina for sure.
You said he was going to be living under a bridge by February
You're
of this year.
attributing more fake quotes to me than ever before.
You did. You said that he'd be at a Starbucks. They'd be kicking him out of a Starbucks, and he'd be like, "No, I used to be a pro football player. I swear."
I might have said that actually. Yeah. I definitely made fun of his voice for sure. All right, Payne and Pendergast. We're off and running here on a Friday. Not technically a football Friday, sponsored as such, but we're going to talk a lot of football today. We got an AFC and NFC title game coming up. There's news with the Texans.
Football and everybody's favorite left fielder.
Yeah. Let's get to that. Let's get to that in the next segment because we mentioned the Astros. If you missed it, Alex Bregman talks reportedly on again with Alex Bregman. I'm not as concerned about the contract with Bregman as I am concerned about something Seth just alluded to. The ripple effect and moving parts of whatever this puzzle ends up looking like if Bregman comes back. Whoa, doctor. Somebody wants Breggy back really, really bad. We'll talk about that coming up next. But first, I got to tell you guys about West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land. I love West Point Lincoln and
American flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so Alex Bregman's free agency journey is something we've touched on several times as it's dragged on here, and it would appear
not much of a journey. He's kind of got the MapQuest directions printed out, but he's out of printer ink.
Yeah, he lost 2 pages. It's 3 pages of directions, and he lost the last 2 of them. So Bregman, it's been quiet. I don't know how quiet it's been behind the scenes, but it's certainly been quiet publicly for Alex Bregman. If the $200 million deal he sought was out there with the team that he wanted to go to, he would be on the Red Sox or the Tigers or some other team right now. I think that's safe to say.
You know what he needed? He needed, like in that scene from Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? When they're in the movie theater and John Turturro is saying, "Do not seek the treasure. Do not seek the treasure." He needs somebody like that.
I've never seen that
somebody
movie.
in his ear. What's that?
I've never seen that movie.
You don't like Coen Brothers movies, so don't bother. So, there's a scene where a convict is trying to warn a couple other convicts not to go looking for this buried treasure. That's what Altuve should have told him.
Yeah.
Just don't go seeking the treasure. Just accept this deal, please. I desperately want you here.
Haven't
to
seen
the point where I'm promising to do crazy things.
Haven't seen the movie, but I like the analogy. Yes, that's exactly what's going on. And so now conversations, this is according to Chandler Rome of The Athletic is what I'm looking at right here. Conversations between the Astros and free agent third baseman Alex Bregman have resumed within recent days, according to 3 league sources, reigniting some hope of a reunion between the franchise and one of its cornerstones. That possibility seemed dead in December when Dana Brown said talks between the two sides had stalled, and then the Astros pivoted and spent $60 million on first baseman Christian Walker. This is after they had traded Kyle Tucker for, among others, Isaac Paredes to play third base for the team next year. So for the last several weeks, the Astros, the seats are all taken on the infield, right? Like if we're going third to first, Paredes, Pena, Altuve, Walker, seats taken.
It's a lot. You know, it's funny. As you were just giving that tidy little summary, it occurred to me, man, that is a lot. That's a lot of big stuff, which obviously we all know and we followed. But to just sum it all up in 30 seconds like that, that's a lot of change that very much signaled to me and a lot of others at least, okay, they've moved on. Like you've traded away Tucker for one, which is the biggest indicator yet that, all right, we're going to be operating a little bit differently now. You signed a replacement for Alex Bregman. You've got the other corner infielder position hemmed up, and that was going to be the end of it. I thought that was all right. That's too bad. I feel I'll miss Alex Bregman, but that's the sum total of it all.
And I started to feel like as we watch Bregman's market get stale, it would appear, think to myself like, wow, you may have overshot on 6 years, 156. Like if you like the Astros, I think the last thing they anticipated was them being the high offer in all this, and we don't know for sure that that's the case. But because it could be Bregman got a better offer, but it's a team he didn't want to go to, that kind of thing.
I do think that, look, the Astros remain one of the best teams in the league at the analytical side of things, and a lot of the contracts now, they're driven by the analytics by most of the teams in the league. And I wonder if maybe the Astros did really feel like, you know what, this is a generous offer. We're not budging off of it.
Well, so to continue, this is what Chandler Rome says. A lack of clarity in Bregman's market, which we just kind of talked about there across the past month, may have allowed the Astros back into the fray. According to 3 sources, unrest within the Astros clubhouse about the possibility of Bregman's departure and Brown declaring the negotiations stalled also contributed in part to Houston circling back. I'm going to tell you right now, I read that as Jose Altuve is still in Jim Crane's ear about all this, because Jose Altuve, well, we may have the audio later in the show. We got to go back and find it if we can. But we remember Altuve at the very end of the season was very vocal, uncharacteristically vocal about Bregman and his contract situation. Altuve had never said a word, to my knowledge, at least nothing to the extent of how emphatic he was with Bregman. Never said anything to that degree about Springer, Cole, Correa, Verlander twice. Never. Bregman, he did an entire interview where it was an interview. It was just a normal press session. He answered 7 or 8 questions, and 5 of them were about Bregman with strong opinions on bringing him back. I have to believe that Altuve is a big part of this because Bob Nightingale was on with Patrick Creighton last night, listening to that on my way home last night, and it was a really good interview. And that's my biggest question about this, Seth. The money, because Chandler reports that it sounds like it would still be the $156 million over 6 years that Bregman would get in all this, which, okay, I mean, that feels like it might be a little pricey now based on how Bregman's free agency has gone, but maybe Crane doesn't want to disrespect him by saying, oh, you didn't take it the first time. Now it's now it's 105 over 4 years or something like that.
Right, yeah, that's, yeah.
It's just money. I don't care about the money part of it. I do because Crane manages to that competitive balance tax, but the money's the money. That's Crane's problem more than anything else. The baseball part of it is what is intriguing to me, and Nightingale talked about this. It would seem like a lot of the spaces are full on this team right now to get Bregman back in. Like, one of these guys is going to have to move to the outfield. How do they align defensively?
Well, Paredes has played a number of games at second base. I want to say over 50 games at second base in his career. So the easy thing would be move Paredes to second base, move Jose Altuve to left field. Someone's got to play left field. And you can mix and match, too. Like, okay, yeah, maybe Paredes there sometimes, Altuve there other times. That sort of thing, where they can kind of bounce around. But it makes no sense to move Bregman out of the third base position because it's Gold Glover.
Okay. So this starts – so Paredes to second base would mean Altuve to left field.
Because somebody's got to play left field. That's the judge.
left field for the Astros is now what first base was to Billy Beane in Moneyball. Like, here's a glove.
I don't like the way you casually said that. Like, somebody's got to play left base or left field.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, and here's the thing. This is where I feel like Altuve is one of the main voices behind the quote-unquote unrest in the clubhouse over this. And I don't think it's hard to connect the dots. I mean, again, Altuve was very outspoken about Bregman when this was a topic back in November and December. According to Bob Nightingale, Altuve is willing to move to left field to make this happen.
This is how much he wants Bregman back. He's willing to switch positions. And, he's starting to get up there in age a little bit. The defensive metrics, weren't kind to him the last couple of years. Hey, so why not? Hey, Robin Yount won an MVP at shortstop and center field.
Okay. Because Robin Yount was good at both of those.
Yeah, why not? Just do it. Whatever. Yeah. It's now, as far as the last couple of years, he had a -1 run value 2 years ago. It was last year where really it just looked like, oh, wow, man, he's not getting to a lot of these balls.
Yeah.
And where I could see, all right, he doesn't look like your standard left fielder. Immediately I started just having all these visions of I've just got no appetite for watching Altuve in his declining years not being tall enough to get to some of those balls in left fielder, especially left center.
Yeah,
I don't.
Let's start with he doesn't look like the standard anything. He's 5'6".
Right. Which we have to remember.
Yeah.
Right. Like, okay, it really is. Because as I was thinking that, you're thinking specifically of the instances where you're like, oh, okay, he's not going to be able to launch up in that left center nook and make some of those catches. But lots of guys can't make catches regardless of what their height is.
Sure.
I don't want to fall victim to that. Like, well, you want to have a first baseman who's really tall and can do the splits.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's more nuanced than that.
Yeah.
I think that if Altuve is genuinely declining as a defensive player and last year wasn't just a glitch, he can make up for some of that reduced reaction time and speed more easily in left field, I think, than he can at second base. Like, the reaction time isn't going to hurt him as much.
Yeah.
Now, there's a learning curve. It's just like seeing the bat come off the ball, thousands of times over the course of a baseball career. It means something, but I think he could handle that. So I'm not opposed to it.
No, okay. I mean, I kind of am. My unpopular opinion is, I would just, especially if it's $156 million over 6. This is where I will circle back to the money. I care more in the short term about what it does to the team defensively. Oh, let's move Paredes. Paredes has played 53 games at second base. Let's stick him there. Altuve's never played outfield, but it's just left field. It's not center or right.
I did not appreciate his tone of voice at all.
Let's stick him out there. This feels like you're doing a lot to accommodate a guy who went out on the market and found out his market wasn't all that it was cracked up to be. And that is where the 6 years, 156, like, okay, if we're going to make all these accommodations, then maybe Alex Bregman needs to make an accommodation as well, and realize, if there needs to be a give and a take. Alex Bregman can't just walk back in my opinion, and take the Astros offer that's the highest one on the board. If they already told him, hey, man, we're going to move on, we've got to make some decisions here. And look, some of this is if the Astros hadn't made the horrible decision to sign Jose Abreu and extend Rafael Montero, this becomes a much easier conversation, and maybe that factors into them being willing to pay Bregman. Is that, okay, we're going to have to bite the bullet this year because we've got those bad contracts, but once they're off the books, Alex Bregman slides very neatly into those, into that slot right there. Once we don't have 35 million in bad contracts on the books anymore, we can withstand having Bregman on the books. I don't know, man. There's just something about it to me where they clearly moved on. He's still sitting out there. It's very tempting to have him on the team because he's an excellent baseball player. But I feel like there needs to be a little bit of a give and a take if all of a sudden we're having to move all these puzzle pieces around. And now all of a sudden you've got two guys that are playing uncomfortable positions to accommodate Bregman. You know what I mean?
Who did he mention as the second? Did he mention Biggio as the second baseman that had played in the outfield, or did he mention somebody else?
Well, he mentioned Robin Yount at the end. Robin Yount won an MVP at shortstop and center field for the Brewers.
The difference was, I thought he had said Biggio. Maybe that's just where my mind was going. The difference with Biggio is he had played outfield at various times in his career, so it's not he could go back and forth. Yeah. His final season when he was 41, he was a catcher for one game. For one inning. I don't remember that. Yeah.
That feels like,
it's listed in the stats as a catcher for one game. I'd
have to see it. If I had to bet, I would bet that game was like in September where they're trying to do one of those. He played.
It was a ceremonial.
That feels like something like that. Here's Bob Nightingale, one more. Altuve will do anything to bring Bregman back.
So you're saying, this is Altuve wants Bregman back so bad Altuve is willing to shift positions?
Correct.
See, that's...
And he'll do anything to have him back. I'm sure he'd play second base some too, but they can, Predis has never played the outfield. So, we'll see. Maybe mix and match and might be a spring training decision. But Predis has at least played second base. He's never played left field before.
I think the whole thing's fascinating for one thing. I'm not angry about it or anything. I've got my opinion on it. I don't know that I would do it. But if you just take the names off of it, take the names out of it. Just say that, hey, this baseball team over here is willing to sign a third baseman and move their penciled-in third baseman to second and move their second baseman to left field just to accommodate him. Yeah. I would be like, well, that's insane. That's stupid. Why would they do that? But then you apply the names to it, especially as an Astros fan where you know all these guys. Right. And I think that does speak to Bregman's leadership. That these are the accommodations they're willing to make. That I think it speaks to how important, Bregman, you bring it up all the time with Hunter Brown and him sitting down with, he rescued Hunter Brown last year. You know what I mean? There is a level to Bregman's leadership, anecdotally, that we hear about that it does make it an interesting debate. I don't think I would do it, but if they do it, I'm here for it. That kind of thing.
It feels like a Rudy type situation where Altuve's walking in and
it's jersey. He does.
He's laying his jersey on the table. Or he's like a union agitator back in the day, where all of a sudden one of your most trusted employees, all of a sudden he's decided to unionize, and Jim Creighton is thinking I like this guy, but I know how to bust up a union. I don't know. Creighton's in a dicey situation here. There's a part of me that if I'm in Creighton's shoes, the thing I might want to say, but I'm going to bite my tongue is, hey, listen, Jose, We've already made the exception to the way we usually operate, and it was for you.
Yeah.
We've kind of already did that. Now you're asking for more, and I frankly, I feel like you're being a little bit ungrateful. That's Crane talking, not me.
Right,
okay?
Right. I'm just picturing.
Aggregators.
Right. That'd be funny. Crane's we've already made the exception. You're familiar with him, and he just pulls out a mirror and holds it up in front of Jose Altuve.
Badass.
Yeah, that would be good.
Crane strikes me as the kind of guy that carries a mirror underneath his desk.
Someday when they make the Moneyball version of the Astros, they do a movie about the Astros, that's what it'll get.
I wonder, or he might say like, all right, Jose, well, just let's take your contract and modify it. And
you want him so bad.
Yeah, if you want him so bad, then I'm going to need you to bleed a little bit too. If you're asking me to bleed, then let's just go ahead and modify your contract to accommodate Bregman.
Texts are rolling in. Are we forgetting Jose has no arm? Yeah, there's that.
Oh yeah, there's that.
That's what I'm saying, man. Like, this is...
Yes, I am forgetting that.
Yeah, that's...
because I didn't even get past the actual fielding part.
Right.
To envision Jose trying to gun somebody down at third base. Right.
Oh. Think of how nervous we were when Jordan started playing left field. And then there were those times where Jordan threw some rockets from left field. And you're like, oh, yeah. That's not going to happen with Jose Altuve.
I could see. Okay, so Altuve leaves Crane's office, and then a little bit later, a couple of the pitchers sneak in. They're like, "Hey, Jim.
Hey,
hey, we love Altuve. We sure do. But just in case you forgot." I'm like, let's really think this through before we move Altuve to left field.
That's so funny. Crane's thinking of making this deal, and all of a sudden he gets a message from his secretary that like Fromber and Hunter Brown and Spencer Arrighetti all want to go golfing with him. That's where you do it. You do it on the golf course, like sitting on the golf cart, and you're like, so, like on the 13th hole after like 7 beers, you're like, we're really serious about this Altuve thing in left field, Jim. You know, that's how you do it. Okay, now we're starting to get. Hey, y'all, why can't they just move Bregman to shortstop and then put Jeremy Pena in left field? Because you've got 2 guys who won Gold Gloves at those positions in the last 2 years, and you're moving them around to accommodate. Like, no. Why? So you can keep Altuve to play bad second base? Like, and Bregman's not a shortstop.
You're making a lot of
anymore.
Accommodations for something that's already a little. It's one thing if you bend outside the norm or go outside the box, but it feels like, you're making a lot of accommodations on the salary side of things, the luxury tax side of things, not to mention Ryan Presley is an obstacle to any of this.
We didn't mention that. You're right.
Because Ryan Presley hasn't as of yet basically signed off on his no trade clause.
Yeah, they got to get Presley off the books reportedly to make this happen. He makes $14 million. Now they're deep into talks with the Cubs, and Nightingale talked about that. We'll get to that later in their show. Nightingale seems to think that is going to happen. But you're right. They're kind of connected. All right. So just to put a bow on this, Seth, if Presley waives his no trade clause and they can make the opportunity presents itself, Bregman's ready to come back. I am a no on this. Are you a yes or a no on this?
I'm a no.
Okay.
I just the opportunity passed, man.
Yeah.
Like the opportunity passed, you got to let it go, Jose. Sorry, you got to let it go. Yep. The opportunity is gone.
Yep.
There's the organization's moving forward, and you can blame Bregman for it.
Yep.
Don't blame Crane.
Yep.
If there were reports that other teams are interested, possibly, maybe, Mike could, in Alex Bregman. No, Bregman passed on it.
Right.
It's not on Crane. Right. It's on Bregman. It just is.
Payne and Pendergast. We stand on no to Bregman. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Let's get to headlines. Big headlines with the Texans yesterday, both in the front office as well as on the field when it comes to postseason accolades. We will get to that. The NFL coaching carousel as well. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, you should start.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Headlines. We just got done talking about Alex Bregman, the possibility of him returning to the Astros. Chandler Rome has a big piece on that on The Athletic. Bob Nightingale, USA Today, has been all over that as well. He was on with Patrick Creighton last night on Area 45, and good conversation. If you want to use the Odyssey app to rewind and go listen to it or listen on the podcast, highly recommend we do that. But if you're just waking up and you're wondering, what are you talking about? You're just getting in your car. Reportedly, talks have resurrected between Alex Bregman and the Astros. Bregman's free agency market has been unclear, I think is the word, Chandler Rome, or it's been sketchy. But the 6-year, $156 million offer that the Astros made to Bregman apparently is still on the table. It would require a ton of moving parts defensively now that they've signed Christian Walker to play first base, traded for Isaac Paredes to play third base. It might include Jose Altuve moving to left field. Altuve appears to be, I would guess Altuve is very much behind this because Chandler also cites unrest in the clubhouse over Bregman possibly leaving, still existing. Here was Jose Altuve. This was back in early October after the Astros got bounced from the postseason by the Detroit Tigers, saying Alex Bregman has earned a big contract.
He means a lot. He gave a lot to this organization, so now it's time for us to, as a team, as an organization, to pay him back and make him stay here.
Okay, so make him stay here. We had some fun with that back in October. Those are fun days.
Make him stay.
Make him stay here. One more from Altuve. He said, this is from October the 2nd, told Bregman Altuve thought Bregman would be back next year.
After I said everything that I said about him and the kind of player and person he is, will be, like I said, heartbroken. And I'm just putting on my mind that I'm going to play with him next year. I told him as soon as the game was over that he's coming back, and now it's time to make it happen.
All right, I would love to know, Seth, what the communication pattern has been like with Altuve and Jim Crane, Altuve and Dana Brown.
Yeah.
Altuve and the team in general. Like, was there a point where Altuve kind of backed off of his stance where it looked like, okay, we're trading for Paredes, we're signing Christian Walker, Bregman's still out there trying to go find his $200 million pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, and if it kind of amped back up again in the last couple weeks, how much Bregman had to do with that, realizing maybe his market is not what he thought it would be, that kind of thing.
Right. Yeah, that Altuve maybe realized it was what it was, and then now circumstances have changed. Given that Bregman is still out there, that we're coming up on spring training very quickly, and that okay, there might be an avenue to open this case back up. It's a cold case. That's what Altuve did. He's working on a cold case file. Yeah. He's like, hold on a second. You know what? We gotta look at this with fresh eyes, and let's reevaluate the situation.
Yes.
Hypothetically, I have no idea. Like they mentioned unrest in the clubhouse. We just know that Altuve's been the most vocal and most prominent member to express that unrest previously.
I found a follicle of Bregman's hair floating around third base at Minute Maid Park.
Yeah, the DNA testing has improved.
Yeah.
Whatever. We didn't have these resources before.
Yeah. You and I are both anti this move just based on the amount of churn it would the number of misplaced defensive players, especially Altuve in left field. It feels like they're making a lot of accommodations for a guy who was maybe looking to leave.
This doesn't have to be any more complicated than the basic timeline, which is the Astros made an offer to Bregman to try to keep him to stay. They stretched beyond any contract they had previously offered to anybody. A lot of people at the time thought that it was an insult or it was an underestimation of his value. So Bregman said no. Bregman is the one who said no here. You have to remember that. Bregman said no. Because of that, the Astros made a bunch of moves.
Yeah.
And they adjusted to the absence of Alex Bregman. You don't all of a sudden change your strategy based on the fact that things have changed for Bregman. Bregman's the one who said no. Bregman moved on. If Bregman hasn't received other offers yet, that same offer that was on the table, or might still be on the table, it's not the environment is not the same as when the Astros made it. The Astros made that offer before they made all these other moves.
Yeah.
Then they made a bunch of other moves subsequently when the offer was rejected. No, Bregman is shutting this. Bregman shut this down.
Yeah.
Bregman, and I won't be mad at Crane one bit, because if Bregman is now open to coming back and accepting an offer that he rejected, in which sent the organization down a long path of lots of aggressive moves, no, it's done.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Jose.
Yep.
The case is closed.
Okay. Yes, it is. It is the case is cold for a reason. Yes. Boy, the text page is very split on this. A lot of people saying, I've been saying they should have moved on from Bregman and Altuve a long time ago, and then there's people that think we're idiots for not wanting Bregman back. I get it. It's a fascinating topic. It really is. I don't think there is a 100% right answer on this one. It's really good. We'll talk about it more later in the show. Let's get to the other headlines. Headlines with the Texans. Greg Grissom, president of the team, and the Texans amicably, using the Texans' words in the press release, part ways yesterday. So the Texans will be in the market for a new president. Greg Grissom, of course, ran the business side of the operation. So it's, as far as our audience goes, I think the sports talk audience, if it were somebody in Greg's position on the football side of things, this would be like a massive thing. Greg's done a ton of great things for the team through the years, not just as president of the team. But he was in business development for the team for a number of years. Look, he was the president of the team at a very difficult time to take over business operations for this team. They were at the bottom of the barrel as far as NFL teams go. So he did a lot of really good things. Cal McNair cited those things. It does. The press release certainly paints a picture that these are two sides that are parting ways with good thoughts on one another.
I could see this being a situation where they had either different visions or different ways they wanted to operate on the business side of things. And this is where, for anybody who's listening who's personally affected by this, it's a very small group of people that are that have sponsorship deals with the Texans or corporate suites or whatever it might be. So, and it does have an effect. I think, if anything, between both Jamie Roots and Greg Grissom, I would put on their resume. Well, obviously Jamie, but Greg Grissom, I would put on his resume that one of the biggest criticisms of the Texans over the past couple decades has been that they're really good at making money. At times people thought that Bob McNair he makes a lot of money. That's all he cares about, which I disagreed with. But they've done a really good job on the business side of things. Given their lack of Super Bowl success, or conference championship or divisional round playoff success, they're one of the higher valued teams in sports.
To illustrate the degree of difficulty of the job Greg Grissom took over when he became president of the team, there was an offseason where Greg spearheaded a movement to lower the price of tickets, and somehow there was a big segment of the fan base that got angry about that. They got angry about, because the list just shows what kind of trash the team is right now. They're the only NFL team that's lowering tickets. I'm like, are you kidding me? I mean, that is the reason the prices are going lower, because the product hasn't been as good. But most NFL teams, best case, keep it the same, if not increase prices, just because, hey, it's more expensive to run these multi-billion-dollar operations. So, whatever Greg does next, he'll be great at. I'm sure that he's got several ideas for what the next chapter is going to look like, and I think we all wish him well in that.
Yeah, he's been there from the very beginning. I knew him as a player, and when I came back to Houston over a decade ago, it was cool. He was a champion in my corner.
Yes.
He tried to get me to come to the Texans, and I said, Greg, I love you, I love Vandermeer, but I'm sorry. I have to go on my own path.
After your playing career was over, you mean?
When I came back to Houston, was getting into media.
Oh,
I
got you.
I didn't have a full-time job when I got here.
Got you.
I was just dipping and dabbing all over the place.
Yeah. You liked your Twitter feed, right?
He liked my dirty Twitter feed, which I had to. Once I took a corporate job, I had to tamp things down a little bit.
Hey, real quick, a couple other news and notes. Danielle Hunter is headed to the Pro Bowl. We'll talk about that a little later in the show. There's an angle on the Pro Bowl I want to hit later on in the show. But Danielle Hunter, I don't know who backed out, which defensive end backed out. Somebody backed out. Danielle Hunter was the first alternate, so he's on his way to Orlando for the Pro Bowl games. And Liam Cohen is the new head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars. We'll get into that in the next segment, or sometime in the 7 o'clock hour. The coaching carousel is getting very, very interesting. The Cowboys, this Brian Schottenheimer thing has legs. Shotty might get the job, Seth.
Oh, Shotty?
Dallas, the old Shotty.
Old Shots?
I don't know if you heard, his players call him Shotty.
Right.
Ryan
Which
Schottenheimer.
is somehow not just a simpler way to say a long name. It's a term of endearment, apparently.
Apparently it's a reason to give him the head coaching job in Dallas.
They don't call him Shot Face.
No. They don't call him Shotty for nothing.
They don't call him Piece of Shot. They call publicly.
Shoddy.
They call him Shoddy.
Shoddy. All right, into the
They
seventh.
don't call him Big Old Pile of Shot.
Nope, Shoddy. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Who is America rooting for to win the Super Bowl? Who are we rooting for to win the Super Bowl? We got to lay out our emotional investment in these AFC and NFC title games coming up. But America has spoken via geo-tracking. We will tell you who they're rooting for coming up next.
I feel like America is on.
Content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Next line is spicy, man. A lot of people wanting to move Bregman to shortstop. We know he played shortstop at LSU. We know he came into baseball, professional baseball as a shortstop, and then flipped over to third base. We appreciate everybody educating us on that. Thank you.
Well, I know, and I don't want to, I don't like looking up stats on air because I tend to screw them up, so I'll let you do this. Can you see if he was 31 years old when he was at LSU?
Hang on a second. Let me look that up right now. Alex Bregman, Wikipedia. He was not.
Okay.
He's 31 years. He's 30 years old right now as we speak.
Yeah.
So he was not 31 when he was at LSU. And that's
the idea of, I think it is one of our listeners pointed out earlier. I get so fixated on the idea of Altuve is a fielder in left field that I forget the most important element, which is his arm. He doesn't have an arm that can manage the ball in the infield.
Yeah.
Again, I'm not good at math. Is the distance from left field to home plate, is that further than the distance from second base to first?
You're making me look up a lot of stuff. Hang on. I'm looking at an overhead view of a normal baseball diamond here. It looks much further from left field to throw the baseball than second base to first base.
I'm not Euclides, okay? I don't expect me to know this stuff right off the top of my head.
Yeah, I guess just for the point you're making about Bregman is Bregman's going to be 31 when the season starts. He turns 31 on March 30th. He's at an age, first of all, he hasn't played shortstop in forever, but he's at an age that guys get moved from shortstop to something else more likely than guys getting moved from their Gold Glove position last year. That's the thing that's crazy to me is like the people like just move him to shortstop. I'm like, Pena's a year removed from being a Gold Glove shortstop, and I know Pena had way more errors this year than he had the year before when he actually, when he won the Gold Glove his rookie year. So he's a couple seasons removed now. But you can't watch Jeremy Pena every day and say he's not a good short. He's a really good shortstop. His errors are the kind like James Harden used to make, turning the ball over. Like there's nothing about Pena's range or his arm strength where I go, got to move this guy.
There's something about his consistency last year that was just off and weird. Yes. He was still making the incredible plays, but then he had just all these curious, really bad plays.
Yes.
So whatever, I feel like that's still a guy who's still a young player trying to figure some things out. I'm not worried about it.
Yep. So we'll talk more about that. But for those wondering what it is we're talking about, Chandler Rome has a piece in The Athletic. Bob Nightingale of USA Today, too, was on the station with Patrick Creighton last night. And it looks like Alex Bregman and the Astros are talking again. So we'll see what happens with that. And if it happens, what accommodations are made to make sure you get the best 9 on the field every day or as many days as possible.
Honestly, for me, it boils down to just my gut feeling. The more I thought through all of this is that Bregman said no. No, Bregman shut this down. There is no appealing to Crane or anybody else. Bregman was offered a deal, which reportedly is still on the table, but who knows. He was offered a deal. Bregman said no. The Astros moved on and made a bunch of moves without figuring they're not going to have to pay that deal. Bregman said no to all of this already.
Yep. So you got to keep, if you're listening to this show and you're weighing in on this, and we appreciate both sides of the argument, we're going to circle back to this a little later in the show. I promise. We're going to get into football right now, but you need to know 2 things about the show you're interacting with. 2 things. 1, it's the best in the world, and 2, it's the pettiest in the world.
They're so petty.
If there ever were a show that would be like, you said no, sorry, even if it's what's best for the team, it would be Payne and Pendergast.
This is like some girl coming back to you groveling after she ditched you for a dude The dude turned out to be a scumbag, like everybody knew he was. Yeah. And she comes back, and you're like, nah, sorry. I appreciate that you're trying to salvage your self-esteem or something, but that's your daddy issues talking. I'm not responsible for your daddy issues.
That's
okay,
right. That's right. All right. So who is America rooting for to win the Super Bowl? According to one of these maps that takes geotag data off of Twitter and fan hashtags, which is definitely the most reliable way to measure how America feels about anything. And I do feel like this matches the feel test of people we interact with and just shows we watch, radio you listen to, and so forth. Buffalo is the overwhelming favorite for America right now. If you have a rooting interest, Buffalo, 33 states, including the state of Texas, are rooting for the Buffalo Bills to not only beat the Kansas City Chiefs, Seth, but go on to fulfill their destiny that they couldn't fulfill back in the early 90s when they went to 4 straight Super Bowls and won 0 of them. America wants Buffalo, 33 states worth, 2/3 of the country want Buffalo to win the Super Bowl. Does that feel like accurate?
I think in a lot of ways. I mean, especially when you start to look at the age range of people out there. Anybody who's older than a certain age knows and remembers that, okay, look, Washington has had a rough stretch here, to be sure, but they also had their glory days where they won multiple Super Bowls. The Chiefs, everybody's sick of the Chiefs.
Everybody.
And Mahomes'
except for 4 states, but yes.
Right. Eagles, they've had their moment in the sun also. Yeah. The Bills are the lovable losers. Yep. And they've been very, very close, but never attained it. Became incredibly close to the point where that's well known in lore. Okay, 4 straight Super Bowls, couldn't win one of them. I think that it's easy to root for the underdog.
Yeah,
and they've been the underdog these last few years too. As much as people hate the Chiefs, or increasingly hate the Chiefs have been the team that the Bills just can't get past, and Josh Allen just can't get past. So this is the moment where they can have their glory. They can finally get over the hump. Then we can start hating the Bills over the course of the next few
they
years.
win a couple, and then we'll hate them. That's how the cycle goes. The hope is that someday everybody hates the Texans. That's the big hope here, is that we want to be hated.
I wish Chiefs fans would get that into their stupid, thick skulls.
Right.
Like, embrace the hate.
Yes.
You're going to be hated.
It's part
Stop
of it.
trying to argue against all the hate and embrace it, you dullards.
And arguing against it is only going to make us hate you more. You know what I mean? Like, you just stop chirping, man. Just be.
It makes it fun because they do have bragging rights, but you realize you can still get under their skin.
There's a recipe to get under their skin, and it's bringing up the officials. They hate that. They hate that. So 33 states, including Texas, are rooting for Buffalo. I'm curious how much of the Texas stuff is very current with Houston, and because this is all geo-track data and fan hashtags from presumably the last couple of weeks, like recent time here. How much of the love for Buffalo? My love for Buffalo has everything to do with. It has way more to do with Kansas City than the lovable loser part for me. I know a lot of people are into the lovable loser thing. I'm more about I'm tired of the Chiefs. I'm tired of I'm tired of Patrick Mahomes and his cornball act. And by the way, real quick, Seth, we're going to do 5 reasons I hate you today at the suggestion of a texter yesterday. It was a great suggestion because people love 5 reasons I hate you. We learned that in the focus groups that we had. We're going to do a Patrick Mahomes 5 reasons I hate you, but weigh in on the text page because I've got a few, but I'm willing to allow you guys to contribute. So text in. We'll do it at the normal time, 8:25, but 5 reasons I hate you, Patrick Mahomes, 713-572-4610.
So the Bills versus the Chiefs. The thing that the easiest thing for us to do is think about, okay, how did the Chiefs beat the Texans, and are the Bills better equipped to counteract that?
Yeah.
I think offensively they are, for one, because ultimately the Texans were done in by the Chiefs blitzing in the fourth quarter, and the Bills are just better, like every other team in the NFL. The Bills are better equipped in attack.
Put any team name in there.
But Josh Allen also is better equipped to just shredding it. If a team wants to blitz Josh Allen and he decides to run, yes, CJ made progress in those regards, but this is Josh Allen can totally do that. If you want to play man, Josh Allen is going to kill you with that. I think that Bills offense, as they were all season, they're a much better offense than the Texans offense. I feel better about that in Kansas City because Kansas City, we've seen that. The Texans, despite the final score and everything else, I don't think in either of those games I felt like, ooh, it's just too hard to play in Kansas City.
Right.
I think it might have been the deciding factor in the game because the defense isn't as good on the road as they are at home.
Yeah.
But it didn't feel like, oh, wow, that's such a hard place to play.
Nope.
Not at all.
Two things that I thought would factor into that game a week ago that I'm 100% with you, Seth, the home field advantage and the weather. There was never a point in that game where I'm like, well, the weather's just too cold for the Texans. They were throwing the ball, they were moving the ball. I'm with you. I'm with you 100% on that.
The other thing I'd be worried about if I were a Bills fan is that the Bills are about the same as the Texans when it comes to defending tight ends. So as we saw with the Bills, or with the Texans playing the Chiefs, sure, they shut everybody down except one Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
So, and Travis Kelce is much different in the playoffs than he is otherwise. The where the Bills would be different, I think, is that they're not nearly as poor at tackling as the Texans are. Yeah. Texans had 119 missed tackles on the season. The Bills had 95. They're not awesome tacklers. They're about right around 11th or 12th best in the league in terms of missed tackles, but it shouldn't be as glaring as it was with the Texans.
It's going to be hard for the Bills to do worse covering Kelce than the Texans did last week. The Texans were awful.
Yeah.
It wasn't just 7 catches. It was that there was nobody on the screen with Travis Kelce.
Do I trust Matt Milano or Azeez Al-Shire more in coverage? I'd trust Matt Milano.
Yeah, 100%. No disrespect, Azeez. So 33 states want Buffalo to win. 10 states want Washington to win the Super Bowl. I would say if Buffalo weren't still in the mix, I would think Washington might be America's darling just because of how tortured that fan base has been through the Daniel Snyder era. The states that want Washington to win are all of New England, all 6 of those states, then all the states kind of hovering in that mid-Atlantic area, Virginia, Maryland, and West Virginia, and then randomly, well, not really randomly, I think there's a reason, but Louisiana is rooting for Washington, and that's obviously Jaden Daniels going to LSU. Yeah. So 10 states want Washington, 4 states want Kansas City, Missouri, Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, so that little pocket of cornfields there in the middle of the country. And then Philadelphia is the least loved. 3 states, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Delaware doesn't even really count as a state. There's 10 people there. So that's how America.
Who does Delaware root for? I guess
the Philly teams. Delaware's all Philly. Delaware is basically a suburb of Philadelphia.
They're a suburb of Philadelphia.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. They're
I think that with Washington, I kind of side with CJ. I like Jaden Daniels, and for all of the same reasons that you root for the underdog with the Bills, I think you root for Washington in that they are beleaguered. The Eagles have had their day in the sun very, very recently.
Yep.
And I like the fact that Washington has seemingly gotten on track. Doesn't affect me because it's an NFC team by and large. But I like what Jaden Daniels has done. I like that Cliff Kingsbury proved me wrong for this season at least.
For this season.
We'll see what happens next year. But, yeah, he very much proved me wrong this season. And a lot of the things that, the things that the Texans have struggled against, Washington is really good against the blitz.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels has answers. He has options. He gets rid of the ball quickly to an open receiver when somebody blitzes. Mm-hmm. All these things that Bobby Slowik wasn't able to engineer with the Texans, Washington's very good at that. So if Vic Fangio, the defensive coordinator for the Eagles, he blitzed a lot more last week than he typically does. I don't think they can do that versus Washington.
Yeah.
So they've got a little bit of an advantage there over last week.
This game gets real interesting because it's an interdivision matchup. They played each other twice this year, including in week 16. They played, and that was the game where Washington beat Philly 36-33, and Jaden Daniels staged a huge comeback. I think he threw 5 touchdown passes in that game. The other game they played against each other was in week 11, and the Eagles won that one at home 26-18. So they've each won on their home field. The most recent one was at Washington, was at Jaden Daniels' huge performance. I think they scored a touchdown on the very – Washington won more games scoring in the last 5 seconds of games this year than any team I've ever seen. My feeling on that game, Seth, on the Philadelphia-Washington game, and this is not an X's and O's take. This is just I've seen this before. It just feels to me like in that game this week, Washington is the team getting all the attention. If I had a dime for every Jaden Daniels greatest rookie season piece that I've seen or read this week, they're getting a ton of love. I think it's feeding into it that we're only a month removed from them actually beating the Eagles, so we've seen it with our own eyes. This feels like one of those things where a young team with a young quarterback, granted Dan Quinn is a seasoned head coach, but they're getting so much love that this thing just comes crashing down on the road in a hostile environment this weekend. You know, that's my feeling on it. Like I am definitely taking the Eagles to cover the 6 in this game.
Man, I'll tell you what, the shots of Jaden Daniels sitting on the bench during that game, and they were joking about it on the broadcast. He looked so at peace. He did not look like he had a worry in the world. That dude is calm, cool, and collected. Yeah. So I don't look at him as your typical rookie necessarily. But you're right. Yeah, playing in Philly. I mean, Washington. It's going to be a fun one. This is going to be a fun one.
Both games are going to be great, and I think the big question in the Philly game is the health of Jalen Hurts.
Well, in the health of not the health, but the presence of Gardner Johnson, because Gardner Johnson got ejected early in the third quarter in that game, then they had some big coverage lapses after that. That's a lot of the big chunk. You look at the stats, and it's kind of like the Texans defense this year. You look at Philadelphia at the end of the game, they had given up like 400 yards or somewhere thereabouts. But most of it came on 3 plays, 3 huge chunk plays. With C.J. Gardner-Johnson in there, I don't think it's going to be as much of an issue.
It's going to be fun, man. The early game is the NFC title game. That starts at 2. The late game is Kansas City and Buffalo. That starts at 5:30. You can hear both games. If you're driving around, you're not able to be in front of a TV. We will be carrying both of those games here on Sports Radio 610. So that should be
fun.
Good
for us.
Yeah, it is good for us.
So providing it as a service to the people of Houston.
Indeed.
Do we even make money on it? I don't even know.
No.
I just know that we do it. They said that's what they said. They said, like, I don't even care. The people of Houston need to hear these games.
We're basically a utility. We're like, it's electricity, water, pro football.
They make good
on the
money.
Radio. Yeah, for sure. Tom Brady weighed in. If there's a reason behind the skewing of the states that we just went through and Kansas City being so far down the list of teams that America wants to win the Super Bowl. Certainly some of it is just Super Bowl fatigue, but I think a lot of it has to do with Patrick Mahomes and the perception or reality that he uses the rules to his advantage. Tom Brady, quarterback, I would mention here, he took up for defensive players when he was on with Colin Cowherd this week.
When quarterbacks become running backs and they're out of the pocket, they should lose their protection. And we are, in essence, we're trying to protect the quarterbacks, but coaches are calling more quarterback runs than ever in the history of the game. So who's protecting the quarterback? We're trying to say the referees should do it. I believe if you're an offensive player and you can't protect yourself, or you're a defensive player and you can't protect yourself, if you're a D lineman and you're engaged in a block, no one can come and clip you, that's a chop block. That's well known. Everyone agrees with that. If you're defending your own block, they got to get you on the ground somehow. If you're running with the ball, you should protect yourself. If you don't want to get hit, you can go down. You can run out of bounds. But you can't, in essence, have the defensive player come in at half speed and then you run over the defensive player because he's afraid of getting a penalty. And I think it's just a disservice to the game. It's something that I would hope that people would really address and say, not that anyone's trying to take advantage of the rules, but they've just gone to a point where it does impact the quality of the game.
Okay, I was with Brady till the end. Like, you don't have to soft shoe it, Tom. Like, they are guys that are taking advantage of the rules.
It feels like, you know what it feels like? For Mahomes to defend himself by saying, I'm just using the rule book the way it's written. It feels like if there were some super rich dude who's saying, we exploit tax loopholes to not pay any taxes at all. Mm-hmm. That's all we're doing. You're like, okay, I don't like that. All right, it does, just because you can do it doesn't make me feel like I want to be A-okay with you. Like, hey, no, we basically keep zero money in America, and we just exploit all these potential rules, so we don't pay taxes like you all. That's all.
That's it.
That's all.
That's all it is. That's
all it is.
Yeah,
exploiting a loophole, which is what Mahomes and other quarterbacks will do is they exploit the rule book, which is, I think Brady and I would probably agree. The answer really needs to be in the offseason, the competition committee has to do something about this. It's bad for the game. It's bad for the safety of quarterbacks. If Mahomes wasn't exploiting the rule book, then he would be in no danger when he got hit by Henry To'oTo'o.
Right.
He wouldn't have put himself in that situation.
He wouldn't have done it in the first place. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Where some of these stupid dullard, a stupid dullard Chiefs fan tried to yell at me and say that it was because he was looking to pass. I'm like, what part of the basic rules of football do you not
5
understand?
yards past the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, how dumb are they in Missouri?
Oh my God.
I feel like they might even be dumber than Tennesseans, which is a hard thing to do. I almost want to congratulate them.
Yeah.
You have to be willfully ignorant to be that dumb.
I will say, I went to a Chiefs game, and I really enjoyed the people I interacted with. I think you were talking
because they were stupid. They looked up to you. Can you read this for me, sir?
What are you talking about? They were nice.
Sir, could you read this for me? But can you read the warning on my pack of cigarettes for me, please?
I got treated well at that tailgate. I'm not going to let you cut off the head of the golden goose if I ever decide to go back there. That's Seth Payne talking, Missouri, if you're listening. I enjoyed myself in Kansas City.
I didn't give you a false quote. I gave false quotes to Missourians.
Yeah.
Something they're very fond of doing in elections and whatnot, those Missourians.
Yep. Brady, I think the basic thing Brady is saying there and all that is, hey, man, like, once you're out of the pocket, treat the quarterback like you treat everybody else. To me, that's the solution, is make it reviewable, all the, the head stuff, the head trauma. And when Patrick Mahomes starts tippy-toeing out of the pocket, he's a running back now.
I think that on the Brady side of things, too, when you look at it from his perspective, Tom Brady was not a threat with his legs. I think there's probably a part of it where he's sick and tired through the years of seeing guys run past the line of scrimmage and like, all right, listen, can we respect the pocket passer a little bit? Can we, can we maybe? Well, he does. He complains about the lack of higher level functioning on quarterbacks in the pocket these days. There probably is a part of him that's like, man, the real beauty in the game is on being that pocket quarterback who can carve people up with his arm, and that the more you incentivize them to run, the more you're moving away from that part of the game.
Yeah. Here's as long as we're getting petty about Mahomes, here's Rob Gronkowski on with Kay Adams getting petty about Mahomes.
To Philly for this game.
I also know how the Bills can win. How? When they sack Patrick Mahomes, just touch him. Don't do anything more, Don't throw him too hard down on the ground.
Whatever do you mean?
You might get a penalty.
I like that last part. the laugh at the.
He's got a cackle, but it's not an evil cackle.
No, it's a
very unique cackle.
It's a meathead cackle, is what it is.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely. It's behind a pyramid of empty beer cans cackle. It's 100% that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a pyramid of cans in the pale moonlight type of cackle.
In the pale moonlight. Okay, text message. See, now I would expect this from a Missourian or a Tennessean or an Indianian, but not a Payne and Pendergast listener. Jaden Daniels has played the Eagles twice already. The Eagles are in trouble. Okay. I mean, Vic Fangio has faced Jaden Daniels twice now, too. So we're saying that there's a distinct advantage to Jaden Daniels and the Commanders having faced the Eagles twice, as opposed to the Eagles now having faced him and seen him twice, with veteran defensive coordinator and assistant coach of the year nominee Vic Fangio pushing the buttons defensively for the Eagles.
Yeah, I've never gone for the hard to beat the same team 3 times in a year, because I think, for one, statistically it probably bears out that you're less likely to win 3 in the NFL, where it's more of a crapshoot.
But they split this year is the thing. He's played them twice, is what the texter said.
Yeah, so the Eagles have that same advantage or disadvantage, whatever it might be. Plus, look, if the Eagles had won both games, the best team I was ever on in 1999, we were 14-2.
Yep.
The only team, we ended up 14-3 or whatever we were when you include the playoffs.
Yeah.
15-3. but the only team we lost to was the Titans all year long. Yep. The Titans were the only team we lost to in the '99 season. So you're not gonna get me with it's hard to beat a team a third time or the third time you face them.
Seth lived it,
especially because it goes for both ways. It cuts both ways.
Yep. LOL, the text message. LOL, Brady is like, please don't break my record. But he is 100% in the right on this topic, the texter says.
Yeah, and that's where I tend to veer towards is that look, you can have whichever theories you want about why you think they get beneficial treatment or they don't. In my mind, it's simply that Mahomes, in very specific situations that don't show up on the penalty stats and everything, he's really good at exploiting the current rule as it's enforced. Mm-hmm. And that the way it's enforced and the way it's written, for the one NFL rules advisor to go on and say that the calls were called correctly, I tend to agree with him just because it's bogus the way they call and enforce those rules. It's physiologically impossible for the defenders to abide by that QB feet first slide rule and the way it's enforced. It's impossible. And Mahomes exploits it. And it's bogus, but they've got to take care of it in the offseason because it's bad. It's bad for the game. It's not good. The NFL can just say, well, no, these are stupid conspiracy theories all they want. If you have a policy that has almost every fan base in the nation trying to believe or create or buy into a theory, a conspiracy theory, then maybe you might want to change the thing that's leading to that kind of speculation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good point. It's a really good point. Text message. This goes back to the Altuve, Bregman, for those just getting in their cars or just getting up or whatever. And we'll circle back to this at 8 o'clock in more detail. But the Astros are reportedly talking to Alex Bregman again about bringing him back, which by definition would set into motion all sorts of position changes. It would have to accommodate Bregman coming back and playing third base, including the possibility of Altuve playing left field, which I chuckle at every time I hear that. I'm like, this feels like a disaster. But good point.
For arm reasons alone, for reasons of arm strength alone.
Yeah. Texter, this is a good one. Can you imagine the relentless heckling Altuve would get in left field on the road?
Oh, yeah.
I hadn't thought about that. Yeah, hey,
he seems pretty immune to it.
He does.
Maybe it's good. Maybe it'd be good for him.
Yeah, some other texter said that Altuve wants to bring Bregman back so he doesn't have to take the full brunt of all the booing on the road. And I'm like,
I know, don't leave me on the last one.
Yeah, and I'm like, God, I hope you're being sarcastic. Because the reality is, you're right. Like, Altuve doesn't seem to be really affected by the boo. At Yankee Stadium, the booing is like rocket fuel for him. Like, they boo him, and then he hits a home run every time, it feels like.
And he gets every game, it seems, on the road or every series on the road, he talks to some youngster from the opposing fan base and they wins at least one family over. I don't think it bothers him that much anymore. At least he's built such calluses around it.
I agree.
That it doesn't. Maybe it forces him deeper into that silo of focus.
Yep.
And that's why he does so well against the Yankees. Who knows?
As a Missouri transplant, a texter says, I've been here for 26 years. Seth, I apologize for my people. Go Texans.
Listen, like Sean alluded to, hey, maybe one day the Texans fan base will be the one that's irrationally sensitive about, why do you not respect my greatness?
Okay.
Respect my greatness.
How do you think?
Respect it.
Does how we handle the being better than everybody else scandal give us a blueprint to how we hope to one day handle the Texans being hated? Or was that a special situation because there was actual cheating going on?
I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Sean. But
well, baseball said there was cheating. You're accused of cheating.
There's lots of people doing whatever. I think that, it's a special scenario.
Yeah.
I do think generally, if people are accusing you of something you didn't do, and you also are like sitting on the throne at the time, I would think you follow that old adage, a lion does not concern himself with the opinion of the sheep.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I would do. I mean, if I were a self-respecting Missourian, that's the way I would handle it. But apparently, there are very few of those in existence.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'll point to why Mark Twain fled Missouri, all the way to Connecticut
for the hard scrabble streets of Hartford, Connecticut.
He's like, I got to get the hell away from this place. These people are idiots.
I would not have recommended Hartford, but, more to each their own. Mark.
So if Altuve would remain the last position player, the last non-pitcher from the 2017 scandal.
Yes.
If McCullers comes back, then he would be. I feel like the average baseball fan is too dumb to even think about McCullers' presence or on the team at the time.
Or even knows who he is at this point. He hasn't pitched in forever.
Right, yeah. So, but we can't anticipate that McCullers is going to be out there a whole bunch. It kind of does leave Altuve, as far as offensive players, from that era. It leaves Altuve standing all alone now.
So do we feel bad for him for that, or is it like, hey, man, heavy is the head that wears the crown? Sorry.
Yeah.
You didn't use the garbage cans either.
Yeah.
You know? So Mahomes is so soft when he runs, he drops down right in front of the defender and gets the calls. That's a text message. Exactly. That's a
sarcastic?
Reason. That's a 5 reasons I hate you right there is what that was.
Okay.
Yeah,
I didn't know if that was a sarcastic comment, though. I wonder if he's saying he's so soft. If he's so soft, then why is he okay with taking the contact?
Yeah.
I don't know if you or I called him soft is the thing.
No. So. I think that's a response to me asking for Mahomes' 5 reasons I hate you an hour from now. Yeah.
What's the area code on that text?
It is 713.
Okay, gotcha.
713. Yep. Payne and Pendergast with you. We brought up these numbers earlier. As long as we're talking about Mahomes and fines and dirty hits and things like that, the persecution of the Texans, man. Like this may be the equivalent of the sign stealing scandal for Texan fans. Like, hey, the NFL has it in for the Texans. Why do I know that? Because of the $12 million that the NFL's collected in fines and suspension money this year. Guys don't get paid for suspensions. I wonder, does that money go to the league too? Because it got added into this Spot Rack page I went to for whatever reason.
The fines from suspensions?
No, not the fines. Like the money, the salary they lose on suspensions.
No, that just doesn't get spent.
It doesn't get spent.
That's just, you just don't get. Yeah, I saw somebody that had commented on this said that the league made $12 million in fines. And no, they don't make anything. And the money from fines goes to charities, and the money that guys lose on their from guarantees or what have you, that just doesn't, or from suspensions, that just doesn't get spent.
So the players have lost $12 million in fines this year throughout the league. The league hasn't gotten all that money because whether it's losing paychecks and fines for this stuff. Anyways, of the $12 million, $3 million is attributed to the Texans. $3 million. Now, $2 million of that is Danico Autry's salary he lost, but that's still $1 million worth of fine and lost paychecks in suspensions.
Which, as you pointed out, if you remove Danico Autry from the total database, it's $1 million out of $10 million in fines and suspensions, right?
It's still very disproportionate.
That's still only, 3 times more than the average? That's not bad. 3 times more than the average doesn't sound nearly as bad as...
I never realized. So when I saw this number, I thought the same thing you did, Seth. When I saw the same tweet that was kind of conflating fines and suspensions as far as how much the league got out of it.
Yeah.
So I went to the Spot Rack to double-check the overall numbers, and the overall numbers are right. Like, players have lost $12 million this year in either fines or missed paychecks because they were suspended.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how many fines were dished out every week that we never hear about. Like, the Texans, there were seven Texans that were fined in that Week 16 game against Kansas City for different things. 7! And I don't know, like, I didn't come out of that game thinking there should be one. Like, there was no talking point the Monday after that game or in the postgame show about, boy, so-and-so's really going to – now, there was after the playoff game because there were 2 hits that got called unnecessary rough. Oh, no, there was the Derek Barnett where the hand swiped the side of Mahomes' helmet. He got fined for that. What the hell?
Yeah, especially when it's incidental. That's the one that's they need to let that go. Persecution,
I say,
of these poor Texans. I do. Were you able to filter out how many of the fines were for things that are violent in nature? Unsportsmanlike or unnecessary roughness or what have you?
Oh, okay. I'm on the page right now. It gives. You can do
Nico got fined for his in the playoff game. In the first playoff game, he got fined for making the gun gesture.
He did. It was called an obscene gesture by the league.
I would call that violent. Since they choose to assume that he's shooting a shotgun and not a water cannon, then hey, that's your filter, bro.
They called it. There were 3 Texans that got fined in the playoff game against the Chargers. That would be Week 19. Azeez Al-Shire, fine, impermissible use of the helmet. Okay. I didn't even know that he got called for it. Nico Collins, fine, obscene gesture. Joe Mixon, fine, unsportsmanlike conduct. I don't know what that would have been in the Chargers game. But these are not like 11 grand. Like all of a sudden, like you get a letter, like you've been fined $11,000. I don't care if you make $9 million a year. $11,000 is a lot of money, man.
D'Amico should have known about making the shotgun gesture. But the whole thing is, when they do the shotgun gesture, he does it more like he's skeet shooting. It was raised at a 45-degree angle. It wasn't like he was taking aim at anybody specifically. Right. Is there no room for nuance in the way that we do these gestures? It wasn't a throat slash or anything like that. It was like he was shooting skeet.
It is.
Are we that soft now? Come on, America.
Remember when Will Anderson ran onto the field to celebrate Derek Barnett's touchdown against Tennessee in street clothes?
Yeah.
He got fined for that, $14,069.
For loitering, basically, for being in a place that he wasn't supposed to be.
It says celebration, but yes, it was loitering. It should have been loitering.
It was like, you know what? It was like he got fined for skating in a public park where he wasn't supposed to skateboard.
Dude, It's crazy, man. I got lost in this page yesterday. I'm like, he got fined. I don't even remember this. He got fined for that. 7 guys fined in that Kansas City regular season.
Well, the NFL, they announced the fines on Saturday afternoon when they hope that people are otherwise absorbed with college football or mowing the lawn or something else.
News cycle. Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. It's Friday. Thank you. It's Friday. Doesn't feel like a Friday, but it's Friday.
Hey, Ben, did it seem in the first hour like Sean was kind of tired of my crap? It hasn't seemed like it this. I felt like you were tired of my crap in the first hour. Yeah.
No, not overly so.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Not any more than usual.
Not any.
I thought maybe I had drank too much coffee or something.
No.
Oh,
I'm being serious.
Good.
No, not at all. Not at all.
I read that wrong then.
No, okay. No. Not today, at least. No, I'm just kidding.
Not any more so than usual. That's fine.
Yeah. No, you're
Status
good.
quo.
You're good. Status quo. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. 6 NBA teams got an A for their midseason report card. Guess which one was one of them, baby? And another Rockets-Texans parallel that is a good one for Rocket fans. We'll have that for you coming up next. Prize Picks, a week.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, good to be with you. A lot of people asking, hey, Sean, can you look up the number of times the Chiefs have been fined this year for various things? So now this is where we're getting to like the next level of conspiracy. Is it not only is the league out to hand the Chiefs a Super Bowl and make sure Patrick Mahomes gets all the calls, but they're also looking to empty every other team's players' pockets other than the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm trying to look it up, but the website that I'm on has been filtering and sorting for the better part of 90 seconds, and I don't think they want to tell me. Yeah,
this morning when you brought up those stats, I didn't know if you had fact-checked it yet or not, so I went to SpotTrack to do it, and it was I did my cardio, came back, and it was still loading.
Oh, okay.
This is how they get you on the premium, Sean.
Yeah.
This is how they get you.
Boy,
that was when I went and did a purge a couple years ago. I realized, like, wow, I was paying like $117 a month for some website that I used once just so I could get the premium stats.
Yeah. I've got a few of those.
It was a free trial.
I've got a few of those going right now where I'm like, oh yeah, but there's like one thing I use it for, and it's like, how much is this? Well, yeah. I could go on and on.
There's something that we probably shouldn't even be talking about on the radio anyway.
Yeah, probably not.
I would sooner talk hardcore pornography than like super deep analytical crap. Well, it'd be better for business.
It's funny you say that. Jimmy Shapiro did send odds out for the AVN Awards for the AVN Awards last week.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that would be the adult video industry's Academy Awards.
Oh, that's okay. That's news to me.
It is. Right. I did chuckle at all the names, like for Male Performer of the Year. None of them are their real names, but they're all some sort of phallic name. Yeah, Those are funny. I'm not going to read them on the air because the kids are in the car. What I am going to do is tell you that the Rockets were one of 6 teams on ESPN.com's midseason report card to garner an A. An A. Our basketball team is up to an A grade at midseason, and they graded the teams not so much based on how good they are, period. They based them on how good they are versus what the expectations were at the beginning of the year. For example, the Detroit Pistons, who did beat the Rockets the other night but are hovering around 500, much better than everybody thought they would be. They were projected to have like 20-something wins. They're on pace to be over 500 this year. They're on pace for like 45 wins. They got an A because they're way better than people thought they would be. So the 6 teams that got an A were the Houston Rockets, the Cleveland Cavaliers, who were the best team in basketball when the Rockets beat them the other night, the Detroit Pistons, the Clippers, who the Rockets have had good success against this year, the Memphis Grizzlies, who the Rockets have had good success against this year, and the Oklahoma City Thunder, who the Rockets have beaten one time, and they got blown out by OKC as well. But that's lofty company, man. It's nice. This is going to be nice, Seth, after the Super Bowl is over. There'd always been that gap right there from like the beginning of February until the Astros got going, where, probably got more into March Madness in some years than I have recently because there was really nothing to speak of about our pro basketball team. This is fun.
But even when the Rockets were at their peak of the last decade, it was still, we got to that point where, okay, yes, they're going to win a bunch of games in the regular season, but we'll wait and see what happens with Harden in the playoffs and everything else. It was a waiting game.
Yep.
Whereas with this year, the entire season will be an examination of just how good they are. Can they keep this up? Are they going to improve this? Is Jalen Green going to continue on this trajectory? It's a lot more intriguing than when you could almost just pencil them in as one of the top 3 teams in the West, and it was just a matter of how they'll perform in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And this is a different style of team, too, than those James Harden-led teams were. I think it makes it a lot more fun. There's a novelty and an intrigue to this team this year that we didn't have even in the Rockets' best days.
Yeah, well, they're top 10 offensively and defensively in efficiency right now. They're not a good shooting team, but they're incredible on the glass. Like, they get a ton of opportunities. They're scrappy, I think, the Rockets actually were a good defensive team in a couple of those Harden years where the team was really, like that year they won 65 games. You don't win 65 games without being a good defensive team. You've got to be a good defensive team. But it's the way this team plays defense. Like, Trevor Ariza would have fit in perfect on this team. He was a dog, like Trevor Ariza was. They were more, that team was good defensively. They were more about defensive efficiency than just like the physicality, the scrappiness. It's a young team, too. Like, they fight. It's a style of basketball that's really easy to get behind.
I was watching a high school basketball game last night, Sean, and I was going to text you, but I was too wrapped up in the action because I wanted you to understand why I might be emotionally drained this morning. The score 2 minutes into the second quarter was 2-0, and it was not because of blisteringly vicious defense. It was a rough watch, man. And as I got to thinking about many other things while watching this game, I was like, man, it's nice to watch the Rockets where it's genuinely good defense that's causing. Now, yes, the shooting could be better, but it's a fun team to watch. It's not general incompetence that's keeping the games lower.
Is there a rule in your district that requires the players to play blindfolded for the first quarter of the game?
It wasn't I was watching a relative on a stream.
Oh, gotcha.
But I was trying to pay attention, and it was my relative was not productive, but it's because they were packing the paint against her. She was just she had three. Nobody else could shoot.
That sucks.
There's her, and then there's a point guard that can shoot, but was not shooting well at all, just missing wide open threes all the time.
She's the best player on the team. It sounds like she's the head of the snake.
It's not a very good team.
I mean, it may be a janky snake.
She's more of a volleyball player, and she plays basketball for the hell of it, right? But yeah, so she's not good enough to overcome. Yeah, it wasn't like she was going to overpower the defenders. Yeah, it was tough, man. It was tough.
Think about the age we live in.
They won, though. They won. They got down to by the end of the first half, they were down 12-4, and they came back and won. The point guard started hitting threes.
Honestly, like proportionally, like if it were a regular scoring basketball game, it's like being down like 40-14 at the half.
It was no, dude. In the second quarter, I was just cheering for both teams.
Yeah,
I just anybody please score. Please, for the love of God,
entertain me.
Points. I have attentional difficulties.
Just picturing one of the kids scoring a bucket and turning to the camera. Are you not entertained? And Seth going, no, I am not entertained in the slightest.
Even the team, our team. They were trying to do a good job. They were moving the ball around the perimeter, but they were doing it very methodically, so it wasn't even having an effect, which I was happy about because I'm like, okay, at least they're using the whole shot clock. Fine. Yeah. Yes, please. Just keep it. Just anything to keep that ball inbounds, please.
That's hilarious. Hey, real quick, the Rockets-Texans parallel that I teased coming into this segment, and we've brought this up before. There's so many parallels with those two teams going back the last 4 years, from the arc of the rebuild to, I think, the vibe of the head coaches they hired. D'Amico and Ime Udoka, I think, are cut from similar cloths. I think there's differences between the two, but I think definitely how they skewed defensively, the two of them, how good they are at coaching it, all of those things. I also think one of the parallels is they're going to lead both of these teams to great success the next several years. Similar to the Texans, though, one of the themes of the Texans is, boy, they've really restored that home field advantage at NRG Stadium. Maybe it wasn't reflected in the record. They were 5-3 at home, but, boy, you watch them. And the defense at home, even in a couple of the losses, really, really good. The Rockets are 9-1 at home. I'll credit Ben Dubose with this stat on Twitter. The Rockets are 9-1 at home against top 10 teams in the NBA by record. Yeah. They lost to the Celtics. Other than that, 1-0 against the Thunder, 2-0 against the Grizzlies and the Clippers, and then 1-0 against the Lakers, Cavs, Knicks, and Pacers. This is not a phony 2 seed that they are midway through the season. Whereas last year when Jalen Green and the team had that big march where they were able to kind of climb back towards finishing 500, but it was against the dregs of the league. Now, 7-game series is going to be different, as opposed to 1 game in January in the regular season. But 9-1 at home against top 10 teams is a big enough sample for me within a season where I go, all right, I'll be disappointed if this team doesn't have home court advantage in the first round of the plaplayoffs. If they're not a top 4 seed,
big difference, right?
Yep.
Well, they got off to that ridiculous stretch early in the season at home too. They were really good at home early on. That stacked the deck immediately.
Yep. So that's good, man. I love that parallel with the Texans. All right, let's circle back to the Bregman news because this text line very polarized on this. Alex Bregman is re-engaged with talks to come back to the Astros. How big a role is Altuve playing in this? And where does Ryan Presley fit into all of this? We will dive into that coming up next. I can promise you this.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I don't want to get to the idea of thinking about last game with Bregman. Like I said 2 weeks ago, I'm pretty confident that he's going to be our third baseman next year. We have to. We're not going to be the same organization without him. So in my mind, there's not a chance that this is the last game.
I wonder, that was Jose Altuve back on October the 2nd. We're going to go through some of the Altuve cuts from back then. He did a press conference where there were 7 answers. This is after the season's over. That might have even been in the clubhouse after the loss to Detroit. There were seven cuts, and 5 of them are about Alex Bregman for Jose Altuve.
It's very much on Jose's mind.
Yeah, and this is, Seth, this is long before Altuve would even have an inkling that they'd be trading Kyle Tucker in the offseason. It could very well be that it's a combination of losing Tucker, or at least trading away Tucker. At least they got something back for Kyle Tucker, and the possibility of losing Alex Bregman that would lead to what Chandler Rome called in his article yesterday, unrest in the clubhouse. According to 3 sources, there is unrest within the Astros clubhouse about the possibility of Alex Bregman's departure and Dana Brown declaring the negotiations stalled back in December. In part, those are the reasons why Houston and Alex Bregman, if you haven't heard this news, are circling back with one another, it sounds like. Talks have started back up to possibly bring Bregman back in the, I guess I say in the wake of, but in the current situation where his free agency market appears to not be as robust as he or Scott Boras thought it was.
So here are the two parts of it that intrigue me. And I don't know how many people listening feel the same way. There's a gut reaction part of me that says, all right, Bregman said no. He thought that there were greener financial pastures elsewhere. The Astros moved on, made a bunch of moves that they had to make in reaction to Bregman saying no. And now it's not as simple as just, oh, okay, you want to come back? Well, cool. We did all this other stuff, but we'll bend over backwards to give you that same deal. There's a part of me that just wants to say, no, Bregman said no. He's partly the reason for all the moves the Astros made, and it's not the same environment financially to just bring him back onto the squad, especially when you start talking about theoretically moving Altuve to left field or whatever else it might be.
Yep.
On the other side of it is like, okay, let's try not to be petty for a moment, Seth, and say if Bregman had never been on this team and the Astros made the moves they made in the offseason because they had a hole at third base, and you do all that, you trade away Tucker, you've got your first baseman, you've got your third baseman, but then all of a sudden this free agent, Alex Bregman, who you've admired from afar, but he's never been on the team. But you find out that, oh, we've got an opportunity to bring him in.
He's available, yeah.
Kind of like the Texans did with Daniil Hunter. They had signed Danico Autry, but then they found out that Daniil Hunter was also available, and they had room to bring him in.
Yeah.
That was on a 2-year deal.
Yep.
So if I set aside my pettiness, what's the deal that makes sense if you're pretending that Alex Bregman had never played on this team before?
Yeah.
But that he has all these leadership traits and everything else like that.
Yeah.
I don't feel like the original deal is the deal that makes sense. I feel like some kind of modified or a shorter-term deal is something where you can say, all right, this is outside of what we had planned on, but it does make sense. We're going to bring an extra really good bat and a leader in the clubhouse in that we can give some. I just don't feel like it's a 6-year deal that makes sense.
No, well, unless Jim Crane is his stated position on this is we're now going to be one of these teams that operates over the competitive balance tax.
Yeah.
That we're now one of these teams that I'm happy to pay the tax. I want to win another World Series. We've got some guys who are aging. We want to win one more with Jose Altuve, that kind of thing. That sort of. We got this core nucleus, and we don't know how long it's going to be together. We want to win. But I'm with you. It would be totally out of character for the Astros to do that for sure.
Yeah.
And yet even last year, though, I felt like the Josh Hader deal came out of nowhere. Like, oh, competitive balance tax, oh, luxury tax, this and that. And then a month before the season, 5 years, $95 million for a closer.
Yeah. No, and it's not like the Astros are cheap. They're generally they've got one of the higher payrolls in baseball, which financially, they're a mid-market team.
Yeah.
That, disregard the size of the market and everything. They're a mid-market team the way they operate. Creighton spends kind of above his weight class in a lot of ways.
Yep.
It's not like he's cheap at all.
Yep.
But it would be an aggressive move financially.
Yeah, I'm just trying
And the other part of that, Sean, real quick, is just that I do recognize that the appeal to Bregman is partly that, he has played on the team.
Mm-hmm.
That you can't completely do that little thought exercise and ignore the presence in the clubhouse and all of that.
Yeah, which is next level with Alex Bregman. Like, it's not, a lot of times you just pay lip service to it because the guy's been here. But Bregman's level of leadership is well documented, that it's the impact far beyond just leading by example and being one of the older guys on the team. Like, he legitimately takes an interest in everybody on the team, and I think he sees baseball. Alex Bregman sees baseball in a way where I could see Alex Bregman easily being a manager when he's done playing baseball, and I wouldn't say that about a majority of the players in baseball. What I'm doing right now, Seth, on this piece of paper in front of me here, because I think you and I have the same trepidation about this deal, and a lot of it's rooted in just the complete upheaval it would cause, seemingly, to this team defensively. It would involve moving Paredes to second base, possibly. Bob Nightingale of USA Today last night on Area 45 said Jose Altuve has volunteered to move to left field if need be, which feels disastrous, maybe hyperbolic, but it doesn't feel great. But then there's the flip side where I'm jotting down in front of me what the lineup would look like if they moved forward with this plan. And, boy, I'm telling you right now, when you start putting the everyday lineup together, it feels a little more. Do you want me to read to you what I think the everyday lineup would look like? Yes. This 1 through 9. Put aside all the defensive stuff. These 9 hitters in a row on the team. I've got Altuve batting leadoff. Pretty good.
What position is he playing?
It's no position. Put defense aside. Right. I'm just talking about the offense because you and I are down on the defensive effect of this. But I want to look at both sides of it. If they were to bring Bregman back, you would have a lineup. By the way, I jot it down. Altuve batting leadoff, Alex Bregman batting second, Yordan Alvarez batting third, Yainer Diaz batting cleanup, Christian Walker batting fifth, Isaac Paredes batting sixth, Jeremy Pena in the 7 hole, Chas McCormick, and then Jake Myers. So obviously the bottom of that order is not great.
Right.
Pena is what he is. Pena's like a 720 OPS guy at this point. That's who he's going to be. He'll hit some big home runs. He's not a and he'll leg out a lot of hits for you too. Like, he's a guy who hits the ball on the ground. Like, he's not going to ground into a lot of double plays. I think the whole thing with that, like, can Chas recapture this is a topic independent of Bregman, I think, because of where this outfield is now. Can Chas recapture what he was 2 years ago? Like, 2 years ago, he was like a 20 home run, 60, 70 RBI guy. Like, he was a solid everyday outfielder. Yeah. He was not that at all last year, So can Chas recapture some of what he was, I think, is – if that's going to be your lineup, that's the variable between a really good lineup and potentially a really, really good lineup.
I think this is the other thing. When you talk about, okay, can this guy recapture this or that, Pena had a rough year as a shortstop, and I tend to think that was more him still being a young player. He still makes the incredibly impressive plays pretty routinely. It's just he had way more errors and bad errors than he had previously. So I think that's ironing some things out. But in terms of just getting better this year than they were last year, because I know you were skeptical of moving Bregman over to shortstop. Yeah. It's not that simple. But it's not like Bregman would be a horrible shortstop. It's like he might not be as good at shortstop as he would be at third base. He's 31 years old, everybody. Yes, we know that he played shortstop at LSU. Mm-hmm. But just moving Bregman to shortstop and Pena to left field, that still gives you the problem of where do you put Altuve, I suppose, because then you're moving Paredes to second base. I don't know if there's a way to manage it that I feel good about defensively. And yet when I read that lineup, I'm like, that's a pretty sporty lineup, man. Like Chas McCormick in 2023, just to put some context to this other than me just saying, hey, if he can recapture the magic, he played 115 games, and he had an 842 OPS. Yeah. He had 22 home runs and 70 RBIs in 115 games.
he had a 3.6 wins above replacement. That's really good. Like, there were articles coming into 2024 that listed Chas McCormick as one of the top 10 or 15 corner outfielders. And I know he played some center field. Jake played center field, whatever. Like, and Chas just had a horrible 576 OP. Like, he fell off the map.
Yeah.
So it's like there is a lot of, and Dana Brown has stated publicly, like, Dana Brown feels, whether he's being truthful or not, he feels that Chas McCormick from 2023 is still in there somewhere.
Yeah. As far as I know, and I appreciate what you're doing there, like with trying to ignore the defense. I just feel like it's impossible to ignore. It's kind of like ignoring that Bregman's got this history with the team.
Yeah.
I try to do that, but you realize you just can't really ignore it because that would be part of the pull of bringing him back here. Like the undefinable leadership traits that people gush about. It's just really hard to ignore that. So it's really hard for me to ignore exactly how it all looks defensively when you go, that lineup sounds great.
Yeah.
And with or without Chas making a resurgence or whatnot. We're spoiled by the day back in the day when the Astros basically had two good lineups. They had like a second leadoff hitter, a second cleanup.
Right.
They had all these things.
Yeah.
You had your top four guys, and then you had another top four guys.
Yeah.
Those days are gone.
Yep.
But that sounds like a great lineup. But how does it all fit and work? Well, you're also trying to,
You're solving your outfield offensive problem. You bring Bregman's bat back into the lineup, and it gives you another really good bat in the lineup. So people will go, okay, well, what are we going to do in the outfield? You're solving your offensive problem in the outfield by pushing Altuve out there, by making your outfield defensively possibly significantly worse.
Yeah, and I guess that's where it's moving. I guess moving Pena to left field, when moving Pena to left field is the thing that makes the most sense, it makes me realize, like, no, none of it makes sense. None of it makes sense.
Yeah, I don't want to move. I know Pena won the Gold Glove his rookie year. He hasn't won one since. I still think he's a Gold Glove or not, a very, very talented defender. I just have a hard time moving guys off of positions where they've proven to be elite defender. Like, why? Move Bregman to shortstop. Bregman was the best defensive third baseman in baseball last year.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, so I don't want to ignore that side of the diamond, so to speak. Like, it is a janky ass solution that you're coming up with defensively to pigeonhole Alex Bregman back into this clubhouse.
Yeah, it just feels like you're just trying way too hard.
At retail prices, by the way.
And again, just to come back to, hey, Bregman's got all these great leadership traits. Awesome. You know who said no? Bregman.
Yeah.
And Bregman's crawling back now, reportedly, because the offers aren't out there.
Yep.
When Bregman is the one that stiff-armed you, despite all his great leadership traits and everything, because he thought there was more money out there. And it looks like the more money is not out there, that now all of a sudden he gets to take a mulligan on pulling away. I don't think that's even being petty. It's just the harsh reality of the situation.
Yeah.
Your wife leaves you, you got remarried, and you've got a new life. You moved to Oklahoma, took your 144 acres they gave you, and you got a new life. And then all of a sudden, the little trollop comes riding out on a stagecoach and wants you to accept her back.
Trollop.
Yeah.
Strumpet. Trollop, strumpet, whatever she is. Yes.
I'm watching The Dirty Black Bag on Netflix.
What is that?
Ooh. It's good.
It's
about a bounty hunter that finds himself in a pickle in this devastated mining town in I don't think they ever say which state it is. Basically on the frontier back in the day.
Yeah.
And there's a farmer who's still trying to make a go of it. Lots of violence, lots of amorality, all that immorality, all that stuff that makes for a good Western.
Is it a series or a movie? It's a series.
I think it's a limited series.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which I'm trying to stick with limited series anymore.
That's good.
I can't sit around waiting 24 months for the next season to come out.
Yeah, just a one season.
It's too long.
One arc. I just need one arc. That's all I need.
That's why the American Primeval was really good too.
Since you brought it up on this show, I've heard so many people talking about how good it is.
Now, and I would imagine the Mormons aren't too happy about it. But I'm not Mormon, so I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, I mean,
I told you it is the best. It's the best historical drama yet ever done on why Jazz fans are the way they are.
Yeah.
Because it's in Utah and the settling of Utah and the wars between the government and the Mormons and the Native Americans and all that. And it gets bloody and ugly. It's rough.
If you're part of a group, just know eventually there's going to be a Netflix series made about your group of people. Just deal with it.
And there'll probably be a lot of inaccuracies in your eyes about it.
Yeah, just deal with it. A text message. This goes back to you and I talking about the Texans being the most frequently fined team in all of the NFL. The guy says on the text page, the ref should just call the penalty on the field. Personal foul, number 51, unnecessary roughness, and that'll go along with a $14,069 fine. They should announce the fines on the field. I'm here for that.
Give him a summary judgment.
Right there. That's our judicial.
Just based on how it feels in the moment. Yeah.
Yes. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, you wanted it. We're going to give it to you. 5 reasons I hate you. Patrick Mahomes. There's no more Texans opponents. They don't play anybody. They lost. So we'll do a Patrick Mahomes edition. I've got one more reason that I'm open to the audience sending in. So we've got a break here. If you want to send in a reason you hate Patrick Mahomes, if it's good enough, it'll make it into the 5. I'll probably read a few extras as well if they're good. 713-572-4610. We will do 5 reasons I hate you. Patrick Mahomes coming up next.
Parkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, the Texans season is over, but, with this show being A, the best in the world, and B, the pettiest in the world, we'll still do 5 reasons I hate you, even though there's no Texans football, right, Seth? We'll.
Oh, no, there's reasons for hate. They abound.
Every day.
Every day. A lot of times people wonder, like, what am I going to hate today? As if you can't just open up your social media app.
Yes.
Come on.
Yeah. So if you're having trouble, conjuring up that hate, if you got a little hate constipation going on right now, we're here. We're the laxative that you need. We'll let the hate flow. 5 reasons I hate you, as requested by listeners this week, Patrick Mahomes edition, in honor of the AFC title game in Kansas City this week. And now the first 2 are texts that came in that I liked. And some of these are things that have been mentioned before. We just did a Chiefs one a week ago. But I think we're pretty good with this Mahomes here. So here we go. Reason number 5. This is a text from 8500. It's a combo text, actually, from 8500 and 8538. 8500 says, I hate Mahomes because he is deceptively fast with a dad bod. And adds 8538. He hates his zesty walk.
Is his zesty walk the one that he does when he has a supposed sprained ankle?
No.
Or is it,
his zesty walk is the one that he does when he's walking back to the huddle with, like, real fast, choppy little steps, and he's doing this thing with his fingers saying, give me the play, give me the play.
Oh, yeah, the little
give me the play.
He kind of got his, like, belly stuck out
belly
like a toddler.
stuck out, and he takes
steps.
steps.
Toddlers have that distended belly that they kind of, they're almost like proud of it.
Distended is what he is. And he's doing little fingers next to the head, waving them. Andy, I need to play. I need to play. Give me the play. I'm with you. I hate the way he moves. I am with you.
Zesty walk.
His zesty walk.
I hate his hurried up. I've got an ankle sprain, but it makes it look like I've got to poop real bad.
That's a good one.
He does that walk,
too.
Oh, I'm sure that's all you remember. I've got a sprained ankle. I'm courageous. Look at my ankle. No, put me in, Andy. I'm going in.
The worst. All right, so that's reason number 5. His deceptively fast running style with a dad bod, and his zesty walk just made me laugh because it is.
Yeah, that's not a sassy walk. It's not anything. It's a zesty walk.
It's a zesty walk. Good job, Texter.
I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that there was such a thing as a zesty walk until that listener pointed it out so accurately.
I didn't either. I know the season's over, but next year, whoever texted that in, please show up at the pregame so we can acknowledge you at the pregame next year for one of the Texans games.
He walks like he's wearing a pair of white New Balances and he's got a gigantic fanny pack on at Disney World.
100%.
He's And he's an annoying Disney World dad.
He just looked at his Disney World app and saw that the line for Pirates of the Caribbean just went from 20 to 25 minutes. It's like, we got to get there. Let's go. It's going to be 45 minutes by the time we get there, all right? All right, so that's reason number 5. Reason number 4, also from a texter, 3087. Mahomes has no comedic value in his State Farm commercials. I hate him. That's a direct quote from the texter.
All he is, he serves as a guy that makes Jake from State Farm seem even more likable than he already is.
Right.
And Jake from State Farm is incredibly likable.
He's lovely. I love the guy.
He's one of the best athletes out there. I almost consider him an athlete because I see so much of him on Sundays.
It's true.
He's my most likable athlete, Jake from State Farm.
And Mahomes is at the other end of the spectrum trying to drag him down. He can't.
Right.
Jake is carrying Patrick Mahomes in those
And just like Pat Mahomes has had to rely upon his entire career, he's got Andy Reid there to make him look better.
Yeah.
They had to bring in Andy Reid.
Yes.
They were probably early on, they were testing these things in front of an audience, and they're like, boy, people are not entertained by this at all.
No.
And then they showed him a picture of like, hey, how would you respond to this big fat guy? And people that weren't even sports fans were like, that guy looks likable.
Yes.
Can you play into that part of it?
Yeah. Make him say things like fumblerooski-doo.
Yeah.
I love that. And I would add not just State Farm, but Head and Shoulders, T-Mobile. Am I missing some here?
Is there an athlete that's more annoying in commercials than him?
No. And unfortunately, there's no athlete who's in more commercials than him right now. The only one who's in more commercials, it feels like, is his not quite as annoying teammate, Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce used to be more annoying. He's gotten less annoying, I think, through the years.
Is there? I think it's Mountain Dew. I'm not sure if it's Mountain Dew or some energy drink or something. There's a guy that has like a big fur coat on and a beard, and I thought he looks a lot like Travis Kelce.
Okay.
And he's got kind of the same goofy attitude. And I almost feel like they're trying to glom onto Travis Kelce somehow. So I was trying to decide whether to like that guy or hate that guy because he reminded me so much of Travis Kelce.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one. I'm not sure. Mahomes is the Disney dad that gets the handicap pass for his fake sprained ankle. That's on the text page.
There's going to be footage of Mahomes walking into a Walmart, he parks his Maybach in the handicap park, and then he limps into the store. Oh, I gotta get my printer paper.
Guy can go back into an NFL game, but he can't wait in line to get on the Peter Pan ride. Oh my God! All right, so that's number 4. God, these are good. Number 3. And we got this in a form or fashion from a few people, but I had this one in here already. His act has spawned a generation of kids who have gotten that annoying floppy haircut and try to act like Mahomes. And where I came in on this was he spawned maybe the most annoying college football player ever, Dylan Raiola of Nebraska. If there were no Patrick Mahomes, there would be no Dylan Raiola of Nebraska, annoyingly and really creepily acting like Patrick Mahomes. Go find it on YouTube. If you haven't watched any Nebraska football this year, I get it. This kid is weird.
It would be if I were an NFL scout, he would get a huge markdown for this whole act that he does.
Huge.
He's like an Elvis impersonator. Like, what kind of cheesy BS is this? What the hell are you doing? Well, go out and make your own way in this world. What are you doing, glomming onto Elvis like this?
He's an Elvis impersonator. That's right.
And that's likewise. Elvis impersonators, I feel, have had a detrimental effect on the legacy of Elvis.
Yeah.
Because if anything, you start to associate the Elvis impersonators in your mind as almost synonymous with Elvis himself.
Well, and they impersonate the worst version of Elvis, which was the drugged-up, fat version that died on the
because
toilet.
most of them are fat, so they're like, oh, okay, I'll do that version of him.
Yeah.
I can't do all the moves of a younger. I can't be shaking my leg as well as a young Elvis.
Yeah.
So they do the fat Elvis,
Yeah, because young Elvis, man, was a stud. He was. You know,
watching that latest documentary that's on Netflix about him. Tell you what, I had a thought or two. I was like, Brandy, I got to take some time and think about things.
Yeah,
not quite sure what I even really am into anymore.
Did you leave the room? Did you leave the room, Brandy? All right, let's get the last 2 in here.
And then I saw a look at Priscilla in her 20s. I'm like, all right, I'm back on.
I'm back on, yeah.
Get back on in here, Brandy.
Yeah. Priscilla had it going on. Number 2, Patrick Mahomes. This is 5 Reasons I Hate You Mahomes edition, if you guys are just jumping into the segment now. Number 2, this is he sounds like Kermit the Frog. I know it's very basic. Everybody knows that. But it's super annoying, and it's a big part of what makes him corny. Here is Mahomes discussing sounding like Kermit the Frog.
I've heard it since I was in like 7th grade. So, but it's something that I've kind of embraced. And the guys, Kelce, Tyreek, and those guys throw some shots at me, but don't worry, I throw shots back.
Hello, this is Kermit the Frog, and I am here today to offer to you the first in a series of lectures about the different ways that people can feel.
What kind of dim-witted classmates did he have that it took him until 7th grade to realize that?
It's 5 Reasons I Hate Patrick Mahomes classmates.
Was he homeschooled until 7th grade?
May have been. I don't know.
If they weren't bringing it up, maybe it wasn't until his voice. What if it wasn't until his voice started to change?
Can you imagine?
He can.
And it never, that, like, people are, like, writing it off for, like, the first few months, like, his voice is changing. And he gets to be, like, 17 years old, like, no, this is it. This is what it's going to sound like.
Do the Bobby Brady song. When it's time to change,
Peter Brady,
yeah. But do it when Mahomes is realizing that his voice was turning into a bad version of.
When it's time to change, when it's time to change, Judy Harden, what's she gonna be? Sha la 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 la, sha la 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 la. Sha la 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 la. Why's everybody looking at me with a Kermit the Frog puppet? So he sounds like Kermit. We hate that about him. All right, last one. The wussy-ish stuff. This is what you all hate him for. This is the easy one. The sliding, the faking, the running back into danger, as Seth says, and then giving himself up to draw a 15-yard penalty.
Well, not to mention how dramatic he is about his injuries.
Yeah.
Lots of guys play with sprained ankles.
Drama
you know what
queen.
they don't do? They don't scream to the heavens on the sideline every time they have one, and then go back in so it can look extra courageous.
Yeah.
This is the high school overactor.
Yes.
He's in a musical and he's ruining it with his overacting. I just want to watch Oklahoma. Okay. I don't need you to be acting. I don't need you to be acting like you're trying to win a damn Emmy here.
Right.
And whatever they win for musicals.
And I don't want you singing Surrey with the fringe on top, Kermit, okay?
Yeah.
Dicks and frogs and ducks and geese that'll scurry.
Is that an Oklahoma
That's
song?
an Oklahoma song. Yeah. I think I accidentally said a bad word there, Ben. I meant to say ducks, and I said something else there.
It's okay if you said it in an Oklahoma
accent.
true.
That's true. So the wussy-ish stuff. I'll remind you that I bravely, courageously went on Kansas City radio and discussed this exact thing on Monday this week.
The gall that Patrick Mahomes has to abuse the rules the way that he does, I can understand where players after the game, where you're right after the game, testosterone-laden atmosphere. It's a high testosterone zone. Emotions are running high. The game just ended 10 minutes ago. The stuff that Mahomes does to me, Carrington, is disgusting. That he does where he's got a pass out of bounds and he decides to tippy-toe back inside, slide down so he can draw an illegal, an unnecessary roughness penalty. The flop out of bounds. Like, I get it. Like, you guys have 3 Super Bowls with Patrick Mahomes. I rooted for James Harden and defended him for years in Houston, so I kind of know the territory that we're in right now. You guys got the titles at least to show for it, but the level of bargaining that has to go on with a fan of a player that flops is tough. And I'm sure there's a ton of Kansas City fans right now listening to me say this, we don't really care. We win with the guy. We love the guy. And that's all well and good. I think it's wussy-ish stuff that Patrick Mahomes does, and I hope they legislate it the hell out of the game.
You're welcome, everybody. You're welcome.
Did you look at any of the, I'm guessing, extreme hatred you got on Twitter after that from your appearance in Kansas City?
I didn't. I've started to ignore my replies on Twitter a little bit more, or just not ignore them. But I don't go back and check them a lot.
And I try to examine them and that's a time suck.
It's a time consuming thing.
You end up getting, and God forbid you get into an argument with somebody, because then you got to be striking out appointments on your calendar. The only one that I found after a really quick search was, I just heard Sean T. Pendergast go on a rant about how he doesn't like Mahomes flopping to get calls from officials, but I'm almost positive he doesn't say bleep when you see it done by guys like Allen and Burrow. If you're going to whine, please make sure you're consistent. I like there that he's accusing you of something that he has no knowledge of whether you do or do not, and then demands that you change your ways despite him actually not having a clue about what your ways are.
Yeah.
This is the idiocy you should expect from Missourians,
yes.
damn it. That's why I've long lobbied to remove them from the union.
How random would that be? Just this one state in the middle of in the center of the country. Our country's a donut now.
The movement for Missouri independence is led by a sports radio host in Houston.
Get out!
It's the independent state, isn't it? Isn't Missouri the independent state?
Dude, yeah, and then we could issue an embargo against them.
Hang on.
And just leave them there to die. Oh, it'd be awesome. It'd be awesome.
You know
who would be the first guy out? Dressed up as a woman, they evacuate the women and children. Mahomes would have a big old long lustrous blonde wig. They're like, I'm too important to the people for me to starve to death. They got to get me out.
I know there's an Independence, Missouri. I don't know if it's the Independence state, though. I'm not sure.
Seems like every single one of those states early on thought that they were going to be like, you know what? We'll be our own country.
No, you're the easiest ones to annex. You're landlocked. You're trapped. You're trapped.
I think I could see that. Yeah. There'd be a part of me, especially back, before the telegraph and everything. You're like, there's no way in hell they're going to be. They're not going to be able to maintain control over us. All
right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Danielle Hunter is on his way to the Pro Bowl. I actually have a take on this. I have a little bit of trepidation that the Pro Bowl is not going to be as productive for the Texans this year as it might have been last year. And I will tell you why coming up next.
The Drive with from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, it is the Missouri is the show me state, as several people texting in who are either very good at trivia, are from the state of Missouri, or who have frisky Wikipedia fingers and are looking to rightfully correct me. It's the show me state, Missouri.
Weren't you? Didn't you do like a Midwest tour this summer?
Yeah, we did. We went up to Minnesota through the Midwest, and then over through the Dakotas and back down through Colorado and New Mexico. Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
that is a trip.
It's a big loop.
You managed to skirt Missouri.
We on that trip we did. Yes, we've been there before.
Sounds like by their state slogan, sounds like they'd lift that skirt right up for you.
They would show them,
Show me state.
Hey, show me, baby.
Yeah,
let's go.
You gotta remember they came up with that in the days before even the Nickelodeon. It was they had to pay women to show them. There's a lift up your skirt, lady.
Mm-hmm. That's how they named the state.
I got a hay penny for you.
That's what's on their license plates now. Show me. It's the show me.
You got to remember, like the vast majority of women in Missouri are the descendants of women who worked in brothels on the frontier.
Yep.
So it makes sense.
Yes, it's exactly right, and that's what you want to put on a license plate. That's what you're proud of. Yeah.
Yep.
So Danielle Hunter is headed to the Pro Bowl. That's good for him. That's great. He had a great year. He deserves it. I am certainly not going to be the person here to say Danielle Hunter doesn't deserve to go to the Pro Bowl, because he's a frightening individual, but he really does deserve to go. Now, I think he and Will Anderson were the first two alternates for the defensive end position, and I think for purposes of improving the 2025 Texans from their version in 2024, no disrespect to Danielle Hunter, I think I would rather send Will Anderson to the Pro Bowl, because the Pro Bowl has just become, according to the guys we sent last year, like C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, it's just become a cesspool of tampering and people that and people that want to come to the Texans now. Remember Will in his press conference back in July was like, man, I had all these guys coming up to me talking about playing for the Texans, and I was telling them, it ain't for everybody, man. It ain't for everybody. But I feel like
the way he meant that, it was like you got to be special to play here.
Yeah.
It sounds like when you see it, it sounds like it's like it ain't for everybody,
no,
like a bad thing. It was a good thing.
You have to swarm. You've got to have a special work ethic and relentless mindset to come here.
It's almost like recruiting for the Marines,
right?
Yeah. Like all these other branches, they're kind of like, hey, you can go see Luxembourg. Or the Marines is like, your life is gonna suck. Are you man enough?
But your family will be proud of you. That's no disrespect to Danielle Hunter, but he's very soft-spoken. I don't feel like he's going to get the same recruiting work done that Will Anderson would have gotten done at the Pro Bowl. I
don't know. I think that with Danielle, though, this is what Danielle has, is what you really want is veteran players who have been around and they've seen and they've talked to other guys. You want a veteran player who says, man, it's just different here. It's kind of like, you know what players say about the Astros.
Yeah.
And you hear from other players around the league about, wow, pitchers especially, how much they can develop you and what they can do for you.
Yeah.
For Danielle Hunter, especially when he's talking to defensive tackles. Wow, man, I don't know. Defensive tackles come here and they just seem to they have the best years of their career.
Yeah.
And then they go on to make even more money. I think that the sales pitch that Danielle has, it might not be as over-the-top enthusiastic, but it comes from a solid foundation of experience where he can speak about the environment and scheme and all of that.
All right, that's my project for the weekend, Seth. I'm going to go through the Pro Bowl rosters and figure out who are the players we most want the Texans that are there to tamper with.
We want to poach.
Yeah, we want to poach from another team. Now, Joe Mixon is headed to the Pro Bowl, and he's ready to recruit, it sounds like. He was talking in open locker room on Monday about how much he enjoys recruiting and how Nick Caserio might have something up his sleeve.
First off, I'm going to say I'm a great recruiter. But another thing on top of that is I'm not here to sell no dream. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, whether, going to the Pro Bowl or if I was just at the crib and, free agency started, whatever the case it is, man, when it comes down to it, definitely going to do whatever we can to obviously improve the team. When it comes down to it, I just try to do whatever I can to help my teammates, help our team win and become successful. I mean, that's why I do this, and that's why I love the game of football, man. That's why I play this. So definitely look forward to that recruiting aspect, having fans, very excited and engaged to obviously who we're basically additions to the team. And I know for a fact that Nick got something cooked up right now. So definitely all excited for it, and fireworks will be here real soon.
Okay, so this is where your experience in sales can come in handy, because the thing I liked about that when Joe Mixon said, I'm not trying to sell him a dream, is that, would you guys call that prospecting? When you're not just trying to get leads, you're trying to be sure that the leads are good leads, that, okay, we don't want to sell a product to somebody that's going to end up realizing, like, okay, they can't afford it, or it's not actually for them, or what have you.
Yeah.
So you want to identify the right prospects, right?
Qualified prospects.
Qualifying them. That's what it is, right?
Qualified prospects. Yep.
So it's qualifying. So
Yes.
he'll tell them about it, but he's going to qualify those prospects.
Right.
He's not going to he doesn't want somebody that's just sold a dream of winning a Super Bowl and thinks it's an easy pass.
It's a
he wants
cakewalk.
people to know what they're getting into.
Are they swarmy? He wants to know how they fit in. Do you fit in with the culture that is being built here with the Houston Texans?
When my brother was a rugby coach at Life University, he was the head rugby coach there. It was it's a unique situation in rugby where it's a chiropractic college in Atlanta.
Okay.
And they have a very specific number of courses of study. You don't have to be a chiropractor, but it's all physiology and stuff related to that. And he said, yeah, you had to be really careful about because they would give scholarships for rugby, which is, there's not that many schools that offer scholarships for rugby. So there's a lot of kids that are going to jump at the chance to get a rugby scholarship.
Yep.
But you got to be sure that the kid actually is going to want to stay there and wants one of those courses of study.
Yep.
So with Joe Mixon, I feel like, he's like, I want you here, but you gotta pass certain. You got to be the right kind of guy.
Okay, now let me ask you this, because the Texans, they've got 5 guys going to the Pro Bowl. One of them is Laramie Tunsil. How good do you think Laramie Tunsil would be at qualifying prospects for swarminess?
Look, Laramie and I are in an interesting time in our relationship. Okay. Now, Laramie's not even aware that he and I have a relationship, but I have a relationship with Laramie, which is I'm reevaluating my relationship with Laramie. Okay. And I need some time. I need to go back over and review some things. But I do feel like Laramie made a change in the way he operated, and I think maybe how bought in he is on the swarm culture. I think he really, and it was good. He hit rock bottom when he was on pace to obliterate the record for number of false starts in a season.
Yes.
That was rock bottom for him.
Yep.
That was the equivalent of an alcoholic, like losing his house and his family and everything else.
You're
like
right.
that.
Yeah.
And I did. It was like a come to Jesus moment, I think. He cleaned up the penalties, but he also looked much more committed to doing things right in every aspect of the game, not just pass protection. And in the sense that's not like that's a change that you can make immediately. It's not like all of a sudden he's going to be one of the best run blockers in the league. But I think he made strides toward that end. So I'm open. I'm open to the change.
Okay.
If Laramie's open to traveling this path with me, and maybe we'll need counseling or something.
Yeah.
But I think I can get to the point where I can accept him. All right.
I feel like Laramie, we would send him out to go recruit swarmy people, and he'd walk through the door with Kadarius Toney.
He's asking me. His qualifying is seeing how many Instagram followers they have.
He'd walk in the building with Deshaun Watson.
I gotta tell you,
he's back.
Yeah. It's like me when I talk to social media agencies. Like, listen, we like your content, but until you have a million followers, you're not really for us.
That's
Laramie. I see Laramie saying that to a player, yeah.
To the Pro Bowlers.
Yeah.
He's got his phone out. What's your handle again? Oh, God. 15,000? That's like radio host.
Do you even know SEO?
Right.
What the hell, man? What?
Oh, that's great. That is great. All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Coaching carousel. Bad news, I think, possibly in the AFC South. The Cowboys coaching search is maybe the greatest thing going right now, if you're not a Cowboys fan. We'll have that for you coming up here in the 9 o'clock hour next. West Point, Lincoln. Katy Freeway, exit Kirk.
52 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so one of the stranger coaching search culminations happened within the last 24 hours. Liam Cohen was the OC of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He interviewed for the Jacksonville Jaguars job, pulled his name out of the running a couple days ago, and then that same afternoon that he pulled his name out of the running, the Jags, some would say finally, fired their GM, Trent Baalke. He is no longer the GM of the football team. His presence there drove away, reportedly, many a candidate through the years and through this job search. He's not well-liked around the league, but he's managed to hang on as a GM probably several years longer than he should have, in not one but two places now, San Francisco and in Jacksonville. So once Trent Baalke was fired, Liam Cohen re-engaged with the Jags. Now, we should point out that when Liam Cohen pulled his name out of the hat the first time, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers welcomed him back with open arms as the OC with a huge raise, a new contract.
Yeah.
He never signed that contract, though. Instead, Baalke gets fired. Cohen re-engages with the Jags, and now all the reports are he has told everybody involved, the Bucs and the Jags, that he is taking that job. Liam Cohen.
He did a double Josh McDaniels. Josh McDaniels had accepted the head coaching job in Indianapolis.
Yep.
But then Belichick said, no, baby, I miss you. I need you. I never realized how much I loved you before. And he went back. Liam Cohen went one step further and said, okay, I'll come back. Oh, no, you know what? Actually, I'm going back to that. Boy, what a love triangle.
Yeah, man.
An intrastate love triangle.
Intrastate, but they never play each other, because it's NFC, AFC type stuff. It'd be more fun if that happened, like if he did that with a team in the division, like if he did that with the Saints or something like that with their job opening. Then there'd be some ill will. But yeah, so
it's like a Stone Temple Pilots song.
Okay,
the Interstate Love song.
Interstate Love song.
This is Intrastate Love Triangle, set to the tune of Interstate Love Song.
What's your as a Texans fan, or somebody who roots for the Texans, covers the Texans? How good a move? What are you feeling about the Jags right now? Are they still an afterthought, or are you concerned that Liam Cohen might unlock a version of Trevor Lawrence that makes this team a threat?
Well, I'm curious now because Baker Mayfield's done some really good things now with two different offensive coordinators, and I wonder if maybe both of those guys, both what's his face in Carolina, the
Canales.
Head coach, Canales was the first guy who ended up getting the job in Carolina, and now Liam Cohen, is a year where Baker Mayfield has a good year. And he gets a job in Jacksonville to try to see if he can work the same magic with Trevor Lawrence. I think sometimes we are guilty of too casually dismissing how promising Baker Mayfield was before his horrible shoulder injury. And that at the root of it all, Cleveland probably really made a mistake letting him go. That if he could have kept on and developed with the same coach, who knows what version of Baker Mayfield you would have had in Cleveland. So I think that those guys are. I think it's maybe more about Baker Mayfield than it is those coordinators.
Yeah.
So that's where I'm not as worried. Like I don't look at Liam Cohen as a guy that like, oh wow, look at him. He's a brilliant young offensive mind, and now he's going to be working with Trevor Lawrence. And I'm still also not convinced that Trevor Lawrence has all that high of a ceiling. So no, I'm not overly worried about this. I think that it might just be more of the same for the next couple of years because they can't walk away from Trevor Lawrence anytime soon. If they do, it's going to be really, really hard.
Yeah, this is the first year that Liam Cohen has been on the radar as some sort of offensive genius. Like he spent the better part of the last decade yo-yoing back and forth from the Rams to Kentucky. Literally. He got to the NFL as an assistant wide receivers coach in 2018. That was the Rams team that made the Super Bowl and lost to the Patriots. Then he was an assistant quarterbacks coach there in 2020. So he hadn't even gotten to position coach yet when he went to Kentucky to be their OC for a year. He goes back to the Rams in 2022 to be the OC on a team where Sean McVay calls the plays.
Yeah.
Then he goes back to Kentucky to be the OC again. Like he went Rams, Kentucky for a 4-year period. And then he gets to Tampa Bay, and granted, coordinated a fantastic offense statistically this year. But this is the first time he's ever popped up. Like Ben Johnson's been on the radar for a few years now in Detroit. This is the first time. So I'm not overly concerned about it. I think it could be a good hire. If I'm a Jacksonville Jaguars fan, I'll roll with it. If I'm a Jags fan, I'm not pissed about this hire or anything like that, but I'm not through the moon. This ain't hiring Jim Harbaugh to be your head. You hire Jim Harbaugh, you're back in the playoffs imminently.
I think the one thing that really, and I think Texans fans can appreciate this, I think the one thing that's been kind of lost in the shuffle, and I'm sorry, what was Liam? How long was Liam in with the Rams?
He was there for 3 years, then went to Kentucky for a year, back to the Rams for a year, back to Kentucky, and then back to Tampa. So total of 4 years in 2 stints.
So without getting overly X's and O's about this, there's been a lot of discussion this year about whether, the Kyle Shanahan tree and scheme and system has lost some of its luster. And yeah, I could argue that it has, but for reasons that are different than people are talking about. It's that, for one, the Rams they've kind of moved a long ways away from a lot of the stuff that Kyle Shanahan does, or that Gary Kubiak or what have you. And it's that people really, when they talk about outside zone run-based systems, people really underestimate how vitally important it is to have a really good offensive line coach. Because it's not as simple as just, hey, you run these plays, and that sets up the play action, and there you go. It's really, really hard to execute the scheme properly. So it's kind of like saying, hey, calculus is a really valuable tool. Everybody should be using it. It's hard. Yeah. It's really, really hard, And I think that's a big part of it, is that there is no magical playbook that is going to, unleash hell on all of your opponents. The root of it all, you got to have really good execution. Gary Kubiak would tell you, going back to, I told you, I used to quiz Gary about this when he first came here, because I'd always been fascinated with how good they were in Denver. And the thing that he would always stress is it's reps. It's reps. You just got to get really, really good at making everything look the same. And once you lose any of that, and a lot of it starts with your offensive line, then it becomes a bad system. Then it becomes because then you're predictable, and guys, you're not only are you not fooling people, but people are really able to game your offense. So that's at the root of it all. It just is a matter of, man, can they coach football? Mm-hmm. So with Liam Cohen, yes, he's shown an ability to be an offensive coordinator that overperforms or outperforms expectations with a guy like Baker Mayfield, and yet with some really good wide receivers also. And he's got at least one really good wide receiver in Jacksonville. I'll be nervous about it when he shows me reason to be nervous about it.
Yeah, I'd be excited if I were Brian Thomas Jr. for sure. This may be a more high-flying offense that he already succeeded last year with the Jags with whatever Doug Peterson was running. The one thing you brought up about Trevor Lawrence frequently whenever we talk about him is that he's a first-read guy. That's it.
Yeah.
Is that something that transcends system? If you're a first-read guy, is there just a ceiling? It doesn't matter who you bring in as the head coach. That's something that's tough thing to coach out of a guy?
Yeah, it's just defenses get a bead on where he wants to go with the ball. You take that away, and then he's not as good a quarterback.
Yeah.
Now, the big experiment is with Tua Tagovailoa, because Tua gets rid of the ball very, very quickly. What he's really good at, and that I think people underestimate sometimes, is the decisions he makes in the RPO game.
Mm-hmm.
It puts defenses into a bind. And it also helps that he's got Tyreek Hill.
Sure.
But he gets rid of the ball very quickly. But it's not like he's doing it idiotically. A lot of times it's just that with these RPOs, you're able to work through your first 3 reads in the progression instantly. Mm-hmm. And it's just you put a defender in a bind, and you make that decision, and you get rid of the ball with timing and rhythm. Tua's really, really good at that. And that's not easy to do.
No.
We've seen this. Oh, who was the quarterback a few years ago? Out of, was it Ole Miss? I can't remember. Anyway, he had all the athletic traits and everything, but he just wasn't a good decision maker in the option game. And it's he could do everything athletically with it, but he just was not quick enough with it.
If it was Ole Miss, it would have been Matt Corral.
It wasn't Ole Miss. It
yeah.
was it's a really obvious one, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. So Tua's really good at that part of it, and he does throw with touch and accuracy and everything in that shorter area. But we don't really know, okay, what's the ceiling on all that right now?
Yeah.
And whether if they have Tyreek Hill, who is yet again upset with his situation after just having gotten a new contract this year.
And the rumor is that they might trade him to New England. Like if they were 8-9, the Dolphins were this year, and Tyreek, after the season was over, made it sound like he was playing for the Titans. It was the first time I haven't made the playoffs in my career. I'm out. Like, oh, boy, there's a guy who's never going to let go of the rope, huh?
I wonder if the argument up there is, hey, look, we saw Belichick make it work with Randy Moss. So Vrabel, kind of same attitude as Belichick. He can make it work with Tyreek Hill. I think that's a vast insult to Randy Moss's just level of, for one, is just his football IQ. And that, a lot of things people got upset at Randy Moss about weren't necessarily directly football related. I guess you could say the same thing about Tyreek Hill. You know what? I just talked myself into it.
Into Tyreek
I think Vrabel can be the guy
that
gets the absolute most out of Tyreek Hill.
I feel like that's a marriage. Oh, that's a ticking time bomb right there. Tyreek Hill with Mike Vrabel.
I don't know. I think that, you know what? Tyreek might respect that Vrabel keeps it real.
Yeah.
And that's an undervalued element of a head coach. If he's blunt but he keeps it real versus if he's blunt but he pumps smoke up your butt, that's a whole different deal.
In a vacuum, they're very similar, the two players. The difference, Randy Moss was going on to a team quarterbacked by Tom Brady, who had won 3 Super Bowls within the last few years. Yeah. Tyreek is going to a team that's picking, I think, 4th in the draft this year, something like that.
I can't even remember which tennis brat they have as their quarterback right now.
Drake May, who looks like a tennis brat. I don't know that he is, but he looks like one.
He grew on me. I think I like Drake May.
I think they like him up there, too. Hey, the odds board is out. There's 3 openings still left. Cowboys, Raiders, Saints. Odds-on favorite and the most fun non-favorite for each of these. I've got the odds-on favorite for the Cowboys as of yesterday was Kellen Moore at -275. Brian Schottenheimer you could get at 2-1 yesterday. Schottenheimer sounds like on all the talk shows, he sounds like the favorite right now, that they're just going to promote from within, which has got to be supremely depressing for Cowboy fans. Like you move on from Mike McCarthy. Who are you going to – well, you're the Cowboys. You're going to make a big hire, right? Nope. We're promoting our offensive coordinator that no team has even come close to hiring for a head coaching job, ever.
Remember all the chatter about, for years and years and years, Florio was guilty of this probably the most, pumping up the notion that Sean Payton was going to go to the Cowboys.
Oh, yeah.
And they had their chance. They could have done it. I mean, the Cowboys for years now have been kind of like in the position where everybody watching can see that the car is about to go down an icy hill, and everybody but the driver knows it. So like everybody else is like, pump the brakes, and the driver's just like, oh, it's beautiful. Oh, this cold weather brings blue skies with it, and that's Jerry Jones. So you can see they were on a crash collision course with getting rid of Mike McCarthy, and yet nope. Jerry's just like, well, we'll see how this all works out.
Sliding down the hill with big band music playing on the radio. Honeysuckle jump.
Shapoopy, the girl is hard to get.
Is this honeysuckle jump? Turn that up.
They had their. But if they wanted Sean Payton, they would have gone after Sean Payton.
Right.
Jerry cannot handle having anybody that's going to disrupt the status quo, which is, I want to be able to invite all kinds of fanfare, hoopla, drama, everything, as long as it makes me a buck. And I need a coach that's going to stand by and not try to stop that. Because that's what ultimately, I mean, it gets boring to talk about, but that's what it's been ever since he got rid of Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson didn't want the hoopla, and Jerry Jones did.
Yep.
So, Sean Payton, I can damn sure assure you, did not want the hoopla either.
Most fun non-favorite for that job on the odds board is easily Deion Sanders at 5-1, who's also the most fun non-favorite for the Raiders job as well. He's 10-1. Pete Carroll is now better than even money. He's -150. Pete Carroll to be the Raiders' next head coach. How about that?
I'm pulling for Pete Carroll.
Age 73, I think he is
I like
right
that
now.
he's quirky.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of quirk. That's my freak. That's what I freak on.
Your kink is the quirk.
Yeah. I like that he's quirky. I do think Deion. That's where I think Deion's a perfect fit for the Cowboys, not because he's an ex-Cowboy or anything like that, but just because I think he might be the one guy that feels like, yeah, Jerry wants a lot of hoopla. I'm cool with it, and I can manage it. And I think as much as he tries to, talk the game that he doesn't want to deal with professionals, and he's dealing with professionals right now, literally.
Oh, yeah.
It's not just that you don't have to talk your way around college athletes being professionals anymore. They are literally professionals.
They have agents. They get paid.
Yeah.
Yep.
And if anything, in the NFL, it's more regulated.
Mm-hmm.
So it's easier to tamp down some of the hoopla in the NFL these days than it is in college football. So I think he'd be the perfect fit there. Does he work as a coach or not? I don't know, but I think he could actually. Coach football while also managing Jerry Jones in a way that a lot of these other guys.
He's hired a good staff at Colorado too, man. They've done a good job. They did a good job there.
Oh no, and I'm saying that I'm actually pretty optimistic about him as a coach in general.
Yeah,
but with the Cowboys, that doesn't seem to be that. No. With the Cowboys, it doesn't seem to matter whether they think he's going to be a good coach or not. They want him to be somebody competent that will do as he's told, and that's the rub.
Yep.
Deion will not. Deion's going to draw a hard line at some point, and I think that scares the hell out of Jerry.
Last opening is the Saints. The favorite to get the Saints job, according to the odds makers, is Joe Brady, the current OC of Buffalo. I tell you, sometimes with some of these jobs, the longer they stay open, the more I think, well, they're just waiting for XYZ team to lose in the playoffs, and the Saints might be one of them. Joe Brady, he's beloved in Louisiana because of his 1 year coaching quarterbacks. He coached Joe Burrow to a Heisman Trophy at LSU, so they love him. He's largely credited with that, even though he wasn't the OC for that LSU team. He was a quarterbacks coach. The fun non-favorite for that one for me is Anthony Weaver at 5-1, who was reportedly flying to New Orleans yesterday to interview for that opening. I would love to see – I like Anthony Weaver a lot. I would love to see him get a head coaching job.
Joe Brady and Anthony Weaver he's a more understated Mike Vrabel. I think it's there's the intangibles and everything else, but also – if you think about what happened in Miami with their defense over the course of the couple years that Vic Fangio was there, a lot of the players seemed to grade against a lot of the things that Fangio wanted to do, where in Philadelphia he's had more buy-in. With Anthony, I think Anthony's got a higher emotional intelligence to him. He's a former player that can really relate to players, but he's also got a really good mind. So I think that's the ability of him to basically, like a Dan Campbell or a Mike Tomlin or whatever else, the calling card isn't as much the ability to be a good coordinator on either side of the ball. It's the sum total of, all right, this is a leader of men.
Yeah, totally.
And I think Anthony Weaver has a lot of those traits.
Yeah, I do too. I hope he gets that job. That would be really cool. Unrest in the Astros clubhouse.
Did I say Matt Campbell? I meant Dan Campbell.
I heard a Campbell. Yeah,
okay.
You meant Dan Campbell. Yeah, I didn't hear which one you said. Unrest in the Astros clubhouse over what? We will tell you coming up next.
We're bringing the best sports talk in.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So conversations between the Astros and Alex Bregman have resumed recently, according to Chandler Rome of The Athletic, according to 3 league sources that have shared that with him, reigniting hope of a reunion between the franchise and one of its cornerstone players from this golden era of Astros baseball. It seemed dead about a month ago, back when Dana Brown, during the meetings, the GM meetings, said that both sides, the talks between the two sides had stalled. Since then, the Astros have gone on and given a 3-year, $60 million deal to Christian Walker to upgrade first base. Of course, they made the trade they traded Kyle Tucker for Isaac Paredes and a couple other players. Paredes, the most important one for this discussion, because he currently sits as the Astros' starting third baseman if the season were to start tomorrow, let's say. A lack of clarity in Bregman's market across the past month, this is Chandler Rome talking here, may have allowed the Astros back into the fray, according to 3 sources. Unrest within the Astros clubhouse about the possibility of Bregman's departure also contributed in part to Houston circling back. I think that's interesting phrasing where he says at the end there, Houston circling back. Like, I wonder, that seems to imply that this is being initiated by the Astros. That Houston's circling back to Bregman. I don't know if that's the actuality or he's just kind of talking
or if it's just
in
that
generalities.
They're examining it. That's the hard thing with a lot of these things when they get, by the time that passes through filters into being written into an article, is like, all right, teams have discussions about stuff all the time, the vast majority of which doesn't pan out. So, are they circling back and exploring it and maybe seeing what Bregman might be open to, or are they just flat out saying, like, yep, come back in for that 6-year contract?
It is a big key to this story, though, Seth, because as you've pointed out today, like, there is an element of like, hey, man, you rejected our best deal and decided to go hit the market, and we had to move on from you. If we're kind of taking a relationship analogy, there's I think it's perfectly justifiable for the team to feel like, well, no, like, we had this deal here. Who's approaching who, I think, is material in this, if you start to think about it. Like, if the Astros are the ones contacting Bregman, then they have some grand vision of what this could look like. If this is Bregman feeling like his market dried up and he's coming back tail between his legs like Dirk Diggler at the end of Boogie Nights, hey, Jack, I'd like to be back.
Is that what was between his legs?
Well, a tail on the front. Anyways, so I do think that's, I don't know if it ultimately affects the relationship one way or another. It affects my assessment of the whole thing. Like, if Bregman is coming back feeling like my market dried up and I want to come back here versus the Astros going like, all right, well, Bregman's just sitting there right now. Let's at least start talking again. I almost feel like it's the Astros circling back to Bregman, and they still have that deal in hand, that there's a better chance of it happening.
When also, though, what is actually driving it? Is it purely baseball that's driving it, or is it because Altuve and or others are expressing either disappointment or that they're putting pressure on him, whatever it might be? Like, I'd be curious to know what Dana Brown really feels in his baseball mind about it, compared to also recognizing and understanding, all right, look, the players – it's great to have a clubhouse full of players that genuinely care about the team and that want the right chemistry and all of that, and we've got to acknowledge that. So let's explore this because maybe there's a solution that can work out. I know it was reported that the deal is still on the table, but I just don't know. It makes more sense to me that maybe they're open to discussing a different workaround. Or maybe you can come to an agreement that makes sense for both sides, whether it's length of contract or whatever else it might be. It just doesn't seem likely that the exact same deal is still on the table, but perhaps it is.
Well, and Chandler's reporting that the deal, the 6 years, $156 million, is still on the table. I'll be honest, that was the most surprising thing about the story to me. I wasn't surprised about the talk of having to move this guy to this position and Altuve to left field and this and that, because that's just math. Like, barring trading Paredes or somebody else.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
Yeah, which is, I mean, we've had a few texters say, well, what if they traded Paredes, who was an all-star last year? What if they moved him to get an outfielder? And then, which is that's, I guess, a possibility. But now you're getting more teams involved. You got Now it takes 3 or 4 to tango instead of just 2 to tango, you know?
But it is, and if we started to talk about the various possibilities, then we could do 12 hours on that. I think that's certainly a possibility, and that maybe now where, boy, there seems to be a little bit of time to operate, because I know we're coming up on spring training, but that mega deal doesn't seem to be coming to Bregman. So if they can find a willing suitor or a willing partner in a 3-team trade scenario, maybe that's out there.
Yeah.
But I almost, since what you're doing is something that's pretty far outside the box, and it does have to, you're kind of like trying to reclaim something you wanted to do in step 1 of the process.
Yep.
You moved past step 1 onto steps 2, 3, and 4, but now you're also going to try to back and complete step 1 that is an unchecked box. Maybe it really almost has to include a third team.
Maybe,
I don't know.
Maybe. Now, if it is indeed the Astros circling back to Bregman, I feel as certain as you possibly can, without having actually talked to anybody involved, that Jose Altuve is somehow involved. If it's the Astros, that Jose Altuve, and if there's unrest in the clubhouse, as Chandler Rome frames that, because if we go back to October 2nd, we remember that this is how Jose Altuve felt about Bregman and the big contract that he has earned.
He means a lot. He gave a lot to this organization, so now it's time for us to, as a team, as an organization, to pay him back and make him stay here.
I mean, again, as strong an opinion as you're going to get on Jose Altuve about anybody leaving in free agency.
Make him stay here.
Make him stay here.
Money whip him.
Right. One more from Altuve. He told Bregman that Altuve told Bregman he thought that Bregman would be back with the team next season after that game ended against Detroit.
After I said everything that I said about him and the kind of player and person he is, will be, like I said, heartbroken. And just putting on my mind that I'm going to play with him next year. I told him as soon as the game was over that he's coming back, and now it's time to make it happen.
All right, so he's like Altuve at that point on October 2nd. He's trying to will it into existence. You're watching your favorite guy shoot 2 free throws, and you're trying to do that mind thing where you're controlling the ball to go through the hoop. That's Altuve trying to control the whole Bregman thing. So we've got those cuts from Altuve. So we know.
And then he went and he fired Reggie Jackson.
That's right. Hey, Reggie. Are you someone who's someone Bregman? You're gone.
He meant everybody who wants Alex Bregman back, step forward.
Yep.
All right, anybody who didn't step forward, you're fired.
You're fired.
Yeah.
So we know that's how Altuve felt back in October. We have every reason to believe those feelings have not changed about Bregman. Bob Nightingale was on Area 45 last night. And when Patrick Creighton asked him about how they kind of rejigger the defensive, formation to call, I guess we'll call it for the Astros, like how their lineup defensively, I mean, this creates a lot of churn. Altuve said he would be willing to move to left field.
This is how much he wants Bregman back. He's willing to switch positions. And, he's starting to get up there in age a little bit. The defensive metrics, weren't kind to him the last couple of years. Hey, so why not? Hey, Robin Yount won an MVP at shortstop and center field.
So Altuve, I mean, again, Bob Nightingale, super plugged in. He's not saying like this is like me, Seth, and some texters out here with our spare piece of paper, like, okay, well, we move this guy here and this guy there. He's saying Altuve has said he's willing to make this position change to keep Alex Bregman on the team.
And that's, again, I wonder, okay, if you had to guess, who suggested that? Was it the Astros saying, all right, Jose, would you be willing to move to left field if we did this? Or do you think it's Altuve saying, hey, guys, I'll do whatever it takes. I'll play left field if that's what you need?
Yeah, if I had to guess, and it's purely a guess, it's Altuve. Altuve seemed, and if I'm hearing about unrest in the clubhouse, I'm guessing Altuve is part of it, seems desperate to bring Bregman back. Whatever it takes. He really likes Alex Bregman and likes what he brings to that clubhouse.
I didn't like how Nightingale just so casually said, like, hey, whatever, somebody's got to play left field. Look at Robin Yount. Okay, Yount was an all-star at shortstop when he was 27 years old in 1983.
Yep.
He played outfield 2 years later when he was 29 years old. It wasn't like – it was different than moving an aging guy to left field and when his skills were diminishing. And not to mention, I mean, as multiple people have noted, it's one thing to be a left fielder. It's another to be a left fielder who does have to throw the ball back into the infield.
Yeah.
It's kind of a big deal.
Yeah.
And Altuve can't manage throwing the ball around the infield. So I don't know.
This is where I wonder, too, Seth, if we're just talking about left field, and we're totally spitballing now. And I can't believe I'm saying this because Yordan Alvarez, I think, is underrated defensively. I think he's better defensively than we thought he would be.
Yeah.
But I do wonder if they were to move Altuve to left field, if now all of a sudden it becomes a DH left field sort of platoon situation with you, where Altuve, he's going to play left field. He's going to do it 60 games a year, and we're going to DH him. We're going to DH him 80 games a year or whatever. And maybe he still does play a little bit of second base. If there's injuries or on off days for certain guys.
Right, we know. I mean, they'll rotate. Yeah, the Astros will rotate position players around pretty aggressively.
Yeah.
And they're open to that. So that's another part of the dynamic that maybe we're thinking about it. We definitely are thinking about it a little too rigidly.
Yeah.
That it wouldn't be like Altuve's necessarily your everyday left fielder.
It's not the same lineup 162 games. There's flexibility built in. My whole thing is like, okay, is Alex Bregman worth you sailing past the competitive balance tax even more? That's a Jim Crane question. Like if it's going to – but it matters because if you're up there past the competitive balance tax, unless Jim Crane all of a sudden has this, stated new view of the world where that doesn't matter to them anymore, then being there is that signing Bregman is going to – it's one of the things it's going to do. It's going to reduce your flexibility at trade deadline time to bring in a big name that puts you over the top. That's going to be more money, that kind of thing.
I mean, that's the one part of the dynamic, too, that's changed since they realized they were out on Bregman is also – all right, they were able to successfully trade Tucker. So if Tucker were still on the roster and they were thinking about, paying him or something or wondering whether they should or what they'll do next year, then that makes it a lot tougher to bring Bregman back. But maybe that actually is part of what makes them feel now that reassessing the situation, we don't have to worry about paying Tucker in the future, that it kind of opens the door to overpaying for or paying longer than they want to for Alex Bregman.
Someone says just move Bregman to left field. Again, he's the best defensive third baseman in baseball. Like that's the thing about that's what's so imperfect. And that's why I think Seth and I have such trepidation about it, is that all these moves you're talking about, there are extremes. You're either talking about moving Bregman or Pena, elite defenders at their position, to a position they're not elite at, or you're talking about moving guys to positions they never play or hardly ever play, and we don't know if they're even mediocre defensively at those positions, or both of those things.
Why don't they just have Hunter Brown play left field? It's so simple.
You're paying Bregman $26 million a year because he's an elite defensive player at a premium position, not to stick him in left field where the other alternative is just to stick somebody out there. They play Yordan Alvarez in left field. It's because it's one of the easier positions for him to go play when he's not DHing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and almost there's that part of it. It's okay. You're going to remove opportunities for Yordan to just go play left field.
Right.
There are ricochet effects. There's a cascade of things that happen that take guys out of their best position, and it gives you we got to DH Yordan today because we got to have it's trying so hard to put a square peg into a round hole, where the vast majority of the time that doesn't end up being the right thing. If you're like bending over backwards to do something that's atypical, you got to be really sure that you're actually giving yourself an advantage in doing so.
All right, final segment coming up. Let's give our predictions here in the next segment on what we think happens in these AFC and NFC title games this week, and some keys, what we think happens. We'll do that coming up next. I'll tell you what's going to happen about 30 minutes from now. I'll be pulling
Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Got some breaking news we'll get to. I just got to address this text because there's probably other people that may have misheard as well. Text message, Bregman is not the best third baseman in baseball, Sean. I didn't say he was. I said he was the best defensive third baseman. He won the Gold Glove. So I'll take that side of the argument, and you can take the other side, and we can argue defensive, but you're bringing up something I didn't say, okay? So that's all. That's all I got to say about that. Pete Carroll is the new head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders, Seth. How about this? Okay, is this a sign that the Raiders are cheap or that Pete Carroll is old? You know how most deals for head coaches are, I think the typical deal is 5 years. Remember that was a big deal with the Texans? Like, DeMeco Ryans, because the Texans are so dysfunctional, was able to get a 6th year out of them.
Yeah.
Right?
Don't they know doesn't he know they're going to fire him 1 year into it? Right, yeah. Hiring DeMeco is the exact same thing as hiring
David Culley.
David Culley, yeah.
Pete Carroll signing a 3-year deal with a team option for the 4th to become the head coach of the Raiders.
Yeah. I would bet that's something that he's probably feeling too. Yeah, like he doesn't care. He's just
he's signing the deal, so yeah.
Well, no. I mean, I wonder how hard the negotiation was or anything, or if he might have actually wanted a shorter term deal.
Maybe.
Because he doesn't have time for this, you know. Yeah.
Well, he doesn't have leverage. He's not Ben Johnson. Like Ben Johnson could have had his pick of job. He's not DeMeco from 2 years ago. Like it's Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll strikes me as a guy who loves football, loves being around the guys, loves the energy. The question is, I guess my question would be, does he make it to that 4th-year team option with this Raiders team? This is a bad Raiders team with no solution at quarterback, nor are they in position to get one of the top quarterbacks in this draft without trading up. They could trade up, of course.
He's 73. He'll turn 74 in September. Okay. What does he strike you as? If you had to, if you tried to forget all that and looked at him and just, had to guess his age and you didn't know anything about his past or anything, how old do you think Pete Carroll is?
63.
Yeah. He's an incredibly young 73-year-old.
He's energetic. He's fit. Yeah. He's sharp. He's likable.
Yeah. He still seems as mentally sharp as ever.
Yeah.
So I don't worry about it as much. I could totally see him being like a Marv Levy. Like he seems way younger than Marv Levy did as he was coaching into his 70s.
Yep.
Andy Reid is 66.
Yeah.
And yet he's not in the same type of physical shape as Pete Carroll, but I feel like he has an energy where you don't quite feel like he's 66 years old.
He doesn't feel like a guy. He does not feel. Andy Reid doesn't feel like a guy that football is the weight of the world on his shoulders like some coaches do.
Yeah.
Andy Reid feels like he's long for it, as long as he stays in good enough shape to keep doing it.
Here are the next two oldest coaches in the NFL, and this is the one where this doesn't seem right either. These guys seem younger than this.
Okay.
But I don't know if that's just because I realize those guys can't possibly be old because that means I'm old. So John Harbaugh, 61.
Okay. He seems younger than 61. Definitely seems younger.
This one's going to blow your mind.
Really?
And you probably know it already if you think about it. But I won't give you time to think about it. Todd Bowles, 60.
Oh, he's 60?
Yeah.
The only thing about Todd Bowles is he's been around a while. But that's the only thing. Yeah, no, he doesn't seem 60 years old. He doesn't seem 60 years old.
Harbaugh seems older than John, but he's 60. Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh's 60. That feels about right, even though he's very, very youthful.
You could tell me.
Maybe it's because he's so kooky. He seems like a kooky old man.
Yeah, I was going to say Jim has – I'll tell you what. Jim Harbaugh seems way more 73 years old than Pete Carroll does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just the oddity of the weird things he says. He is looking older and older these days. Like you look at Jim Harbaugh when he – got to Michigan as the head coach in 2015. Like it's been 10 years. And you can tell it's been a rough 10 years. Those college jobs, I feel like, age guys harder than the NFL does. Like where you're basically the mayor of a small college town and everybody's pulling you 8 trillion different directions. And the fans are way more maniacal at Michigan and a big college than they are for most NFL teams.
Well, it is. And the environment is that it's almost like being in a cult. You're surrounded by nothing but you're living and working amidst all of your fans all the time, walking past them on campus and everything. Yeah, it's just a different environment.
Yep.
I do think, though, too, that it's just I think people were criticizing or wondering. They were wondering why Belichick was still trying to prove something. And why is he doing this? I do think there's starting to be a change in people's understanding and realizing, like, oh, you know what? Working until you die isn't the worst thing in the world.
How do you
Doesn't
like
matter how
your
much
job?
money you have. Yeah, people, if you like your job, it's not enough. Because there was just such a push to sell the dream of a retirement and living and retiring and everything for so long that or somewhere along the way people started to realize, like, wait a second. I don't know. A lot of my friends that are retired are kind of miserable being retired.
Yeah.
I like my job. I'm going to keep doing my job if somebody will have me doing it.
Absolutely. Yeah, if you like doing it, go do it. And by the way, if you like doing it and you can go make another $10 million a year for your
that helps.
For your heirs, yeah, for sure.
Well, I mean, there's so many retired people now just want at least a part-time job.
Right.
It's just nice to
Stay
have
busy.
And feeling productive.
Yep.
It's fun to feel productive.
Absolutely.
I've heard.
I hope to become one of those people someday. Those productive.
I'm gonna keep working until I actually someday feel productive.
Very jealous of the productive people. All right, hey, real quick, Seth. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula jumping into the studio here. We'll talk to those guys in a minute. I am going Philly-Buffalo this weekend.
I am going Buffalo with full-throated passion, and I expect them to win. Stop smirking. And I want to go full bore into Washington, but I just can't. I can't. And maybe it's just because it's in Philadelphia, but I don't trust Washington's defense versus that Philadelphia offense. I'm not sure I trust Philadelphia's defense right this moment, and I think Jaden Daniels is going to play wet. I think I've seen a little too much casual dismissal of Jaden Daniels as well. Well, he's a rookie quarterback in this environment. I heard he was a rookie quarterback last week, too.
In Detroit, yeah, which is a raucous environment. So we've seen Jaden Daniels do it. My feeling on that game, my feeling on the Buffalo game is just I need Kansas City knocked off the perch. I think Josh Allen's going to have a really good game because even when they've lost to the Chiefs, he's by and large had really good games. So I think they're going to score points. Can the Chiefs score points to keep up with them? We'll see. The Washington thing for me, you know this, Seth, but I feel like as I've watched this week play out, this has nothing to do with X's and O's. As I've watched this week play out and I see the myriad of articles about how amazing Jaden Daniels is, he's the best rookie ever. They're the story. The Eagles are not the story with this game this week. It doesn't seem like Washington has been the story. This feels like one of those games that, I mean, the Eagles have played in games like this before. This group was in a Super Bowl 2 years ago. This feels like one of those learning experiences where Michael Jordan had to get slapped in the mouth by the Pistons a few times before he would eventually go on to win every NBA Finals he ever participated in. So I'm taking the Eagles. I'm laying the points. And I think the Bills are a 2-point underdog last I looked. I'm going money line on the Bills. I'm picking the Bills to win the game. John Lopez, Reggie Atatula are both here.
What up?
Yeah. I'm excited for these games this weekend.
I am as well.
It's time, baby.
Yeah. This is one of those weekends that people view as one of the best, if not the best weekend of the NFL season. So right there with you.
It's great. Starts at 2 o'clock, so you got time to go get a little brunch on.
And then ends nice early enough that where you got a little bit of time to wind down. It's perfect.
Yeah. You've got a normal length halftime. You don't have some field that the NFL every year brings in where there's a full documentary written about how much time and energy they spent growing this grass, which ends up sucking.
That's right.
And creating a bad playing service every single year.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about that in the Super Bowl and I guess they won't have to worry about it this year because it's indoors.
Yeah.
But still, the championship games are the best.
It'll be fun, man. It'll be a whole lot of fun. Now, you guys, I was talking to you during the break, have a tremendous question today for your show.
Should we unleash rather the question?
Yes, I need Seth to hear this question. The spirit behind it, Seth, is the Jose Altuve, Alex Bregman dynamic where Jose just can't let go of this guy. Can't let go of Alex. Can't quit him. So your question of the day is
what's the most sentimental item you just can't, you never could let go of?
Dragging it around with you everywhere you go.
I've got one that already has disgusted Reggie, but I think it's actually very
it's nasty,
endearing.
Yeah, it's
no, it's not. I guarantee you, it's not.
Okay, is that a tease?
That's a
saving
tease.
That for the
That's right.
show?
Yes.
Yeah.
John's got a blankie that he's had for
kind of
not far off.
Oh, really?
Not far off.
And that would actually be more endearing than the one that he actually has.
Can I tell you guys a quick story?
Please.
About Kyle Brady used to be tight end for the Jaguars, who was an awesome guy. And when we were in Jacksonville playing for Tom Coughlin, Tom Coughlin played at Syracuse. He was a wide receiver on the same squad as Jim Brown.
Mm-hmm.
So Kyle Brady used to do an impression of Tom Coughlin, which was hilarious. And a lot of times he'd get up on the plane for away games, and before we'd take off, he would stand up in the aisle and do a Tom Coughlin impression, like a pep talk for us. And then one day he stood in the aisle. He said, "Fellas, I've never showed this to anybody else, but the situation demands it. We're going up to play Pittsburgh, and I want you guys to take in the glory of this." And he reaches into his back pocket and he pulls out, "This is Jim Brown's jockstrap. I've carried it with me for the last 30 years, and it's brought me great strength."
Do we know if that actually had the desired effect, or was that one of those ones where you have like Deshaun Jackson in the background watching Jameis eat a W, and everybody's like, "Oh
no, it was funny. No, okay. It was known. It was known that it was.
This is an old reference, but you remember Pete Maravich?
Of course,
his socks.
Yeah, the floppy socks.
Yeah. He had those for 20, 25
Oh, that
years.
was his. Yeah.
Tom Coughlin was his shooting guard.
Back in the day. Back in the day. Well, I told you guys mine. Mine is I have been dragging a box of Sports Illustrateds around with me through at least 10 moves now. Like from the time, and honestly, it probably goes back to when I was in college, because we got Sports Illustrated when I was a kid, all through my teenage years, and it was a sporting goods store in my hometown that had their whole back wall was all Sports Illustrated covers. Yeah. And I'm like, that's the coolest thing ever. I want to do that in my house someday. Here I am at my advanced age.
You're still planning it.
Still planning it. I'm dragging these boxes. I think it might even be 2 boxes. They're big boxes. Yeah. And every time we move, I open the box, and I wind up sitting in, like, say, our storage unit where they are right now.
Like Chevy Chase in Christmas Vacation.
I sit there,
tearing up.
Start thumbing through them. I'm reading old articles. Yeah. The best one was they had an article from, like, 1985 about the explosion in salaries in baseball. And is this sustainable? And
people making 7 figures. What are we doing?
They showed a picture of Mike Schmidt, and next to that was a list. This is on the cover of the 30.
I remember that.
The 30 highest salaries in baseball, and Schmidt was the highest at like 1.9 million.
That's right.
And they're like, can baseball survive? Can the owners survive this salary explosion in baseball?
Lord. And Juan Soto just turned down $760 million. He was like, nah.
Yeah, no, I'm
can't
good.
do that.
I'm good. Yeah.
But Pete Mary, it was a big deal when Babe Ruth made more than the president.
Yeah.
They're like, welcome to capitalism, you commies.
Well, his quote was the best.
Right.
They asked him about it, and he said, "Well, I had a better year."
That's good.
That's actually factual.
Yeah,
that's
good. Yeah, I've been dragging it around. From what I read now, I follow Darren Ravel on Twitter, former friend of the show. He doesn't come on with us anymore, but he's been posting lately about what different old Sports Illustrateds have been going for, like on the memorabilia market, and I'm like, man, I just wanted them to paste them all up on a wall.
Yeah.
Have I kept buried treasure with me all these years? All of a sudden,
I have the cover.
They're not in mint condition. I will say that.
I have SIs from 1973, and I have the cover of Dr. J face to face. I think it was with Havlicek.
Okay.
And it was the ABA NBA
merger.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I wonder what that's worth.
Probably a lot.
Yeah.
I had, okay, this is something that just triggered me. I was at an estate sale in upstate New York like 8 years ago, and I just managed. So this is an area, my wife's hometown. It's close to St. Bonaventure, and back in the 1940s or whenever, St. Bonaventure had a football team. Now it's all basketball there. But so I was looking through this person's house, this old person that had just died, and there was a program from a game in which St. Bonaventure played, it was either Rice or University of Houston, one of the two. And I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. I'm going to grab it, and maybe I'll just give it to the athletic program over there and see if they want it. And, it was like listed at $2 or something. And I went and I set it down near the register, and I went to go find my wife. I came back, and somebody Somebody had grabbed it and bought it out from underneath me. Who the hell wanted that?
Yeah. Yes, that's a very specific want, I would say.
Yeah. Oh, well, I guess
was Dave
Cowens.
Bonaventure.
Yeah.
Maybe some. Yeah.
It was Dave Cowens. I just looked it up. It's worth $17 right now on eBay.
Oh, we can get that back for you.
Oh, it was Dave Cowens?
Oh, really? Oh, it's
yeah.
No, not your
Dr.
program.
J and Dave Cowens.
Yeah. Okay, Dave Cowens.
I thought it was a little weird that Dave Cowens.
The merger.
I thought it was a little weird that Lopez was able to look up a St. Bonaventure and
Right.
No,
program
God, no.
in 15 seconds.
God, no.
And then he bought it? What the hell?
Right,
well, it is where Woj lives now.
It is?
Yeah.
It is.
Woj is up there at the, what is he? The
general
GM
manager,
of Bonaventure.
He's
Yeah.
the GM of their basketball program.
Yeah.
If Woj bought that thing, I'm going to kick his ass.
All right, we're done. We are out of time. Gentlemen, that question is a great question. I can't wait to listen to the show today.
1040.
That's going to be good. That's going to be good. Seth, have a great weekend. Antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and jockstraps to you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Specifically, Jim Brown's jock.
That's right. Yeah. No one else's.
KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 here in Houston. That's what you're listening to. It's an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
That's right. It's a Friday, baby, and the Friday vibes are for real. Let's do this. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Do you also owe Joe Espada an apology like this show does? Yeah, John Lopez, Reginald Atatula.
Hey, don't be speaking for me.
Oh, you're not going. Oh no, you going to apologize.
Hey, I
you
forgot
will
to apologize.
That's right.
I forgot about that wrinkle. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah, I was like, what are you talking about? The door's closed.
That was literally the first thing I thought when I saw the things begin churning yesterday in Astros land. Of course, nothing is official, but we got movement, which is nice because after weeks of being like, all right, we're in this place where let's get this thing to a certain place. We now figured. Now, things kind of started going. And, again, YouTube is up for you, Sports Radio 610 there. Say what's up. We'll see you in there. And then, of course, the Twitch is available as well, 610 Houston there. But things started rolling when all of a sudden we started getting news that, hey, man, the idea of Ryan Presley, right, which seemed to be the next domino for the offseason for the Astros. Ryan Presley, he became a topic of conversation as the Astros and the Cubs seemed to be moving closer to something happening.
Yeah.
Now, we knew that he had not yet waived his no-trade clause, which, of course, is the holdup on everything. But his $14 million in salary, moving that was going to be very huge. And all of a sudden, yesterday, we see there's talks. And I'm like, yeah, you can fix your outfield and be ready to go into this season.
Yeah.
And apparently, maybe that's not exactly what it's for. Because
well, you can fix your outfield, maybe.
That is true. Well, I don't know. That's all something we need to talk about.
Operative word.
But yeah, okay. I'll bring this back to the thing that I started with, right? The idea of Joe Espada. This is Joe Espada. Earlier this week, in fact, was it this weekend, in fact, where
it was earlier this week. It was like Monday.
Earlier this week. Yeah. He was stopped and asked about the possibility of Altuve returning.
Well, he has not signed with anyone, right? So we here still, open. Our arms are still open. The door's still open. There's always a chance, right? But right now, we are still in conversations with not only him, but with other free agent players. So we'll see. We'll see.
And yeah, that was the way that we responded to it yesterday. The idea.
I say he was being political.
Yeah. I was like, what you want him to say, right? Apparently, that was not a lie because we got Bob Nightingale, who in fact jumped on with
good
PC
stuff too, by the way,
on Area 45 last night. Well, you'll hear some of that during this segment, but apparently. There's been a engagement, thank you, of conversation between the Astros and Alex Bregman about maybe having him return. And that felt like that was way out of the door. You have a third baseman in Isaac Paredes, right, that you got in the trade that sent Kyle Tucker to the Cubs. You got a first baseman in Christian Walker, at least for the short term, that you paid for on a 3-year contract to be a first baseman. You don't have a lot of money available, at least up until the luxury tax, and that seems to be the boundary that the Astros have kind of arbitrarily set for themselves. How the hell does this happen? Does that $14 million make it happen? But I just appreciate that there's been an abundance of people talking now, and reporters specifically speaking about this, that there is interest in returning. Lopez, are you willing to apologize to Joe Espada for not believing him?
Well, I will apologize for not believing him that this is happening, because I believe it is. I believe Jose Altuve has made that offer. I believe Ryan Presley, trading him would clear some money, ostensibly for Alex Bregman. I believe that they are talking to Alex Bregman. What I don't believe is that it will actually happen. And let me explain that. We understand who the agent for Alex Bregman is, right?
Scott Boras, correct.
Scott Boras is brilliant, runs Major League Baseball basically, and is really good at his job. And what he could be doing
historically, he's been really good at his job.
Yeah. What he could be doing here is still trying to get another year or a few more $1 million out of the Tigers, Mets, or who was the other one? The Red Sox. I think the Blue Jays are out, but the Red Sox are still in it. And saying, and so let's say they're holding their ground. He's probably saying, all right, we'll go back to the Astros then. And the Astros clearly are trying to figure out a way. I don't doubt that that's true what the Astros are doing. It's absolutely true. What I'm saying is, I think Scott Boras
is trying to extract more value.
He knows how to play teams.
But here's the thing, right? And I don't think you're wrong, right? Having more people in a market creates leverage.
Yeah.
Here's the problem, though. You already had in theory, a couple of teams that could be bidding against each other in the Red Sox and the Tigers.
Yeah, but they got to add that year or that millions of dollars.
Sure. And maybe this is, but here's the thing, and this is where I will lean on Bob Nightingale. First and foremost, this is Nightingale 3 talking about the contract that would be here with Bregman. It is according to Nightingale, it's the same contract.
That contract is still on the table, and I don't think the Astros are going to budge from it. And we'll see. You could get more per year by somebody else. Could someone else give him more in 6 years? I'm not sure about that, or he probably would have already signed it. So I think Alex would like to come back, and I think they'd really like to have him back. So certainly, they re-engaged a couple days ago. Maybe it was yesterday, and said, "Hey, don't give up on this. Let it, almost like let us know if you're about to sign somewhere."
So that is Bob Nightingale, who is a long-time insider in baseball, telling you that the Astros probably aren't budging, and it's probably it's the same contract offer that's there. Mm-hmm. So, if we're talking about negotiation and, hey, we're going to use this against these other teams, that's been on the table. Mm-hmm. That's what's been there. I don't know that this creates new leverage there. This feels like this is really a thing that can happen in him returning, and I don't think can you give me Nightingale 4 here, because this was a good follow-up question by PC. Real capital J journalism here. Is this Astros contract that we're talking about, is this the best offer per year?
Per year. I don't think anybody's topping 6 years or giving him 6 years. Now, is somebody giving him more than, was it 26 a year? Probably. I would think somebody would be, in the $30 million range, right around high 20s or 30. So, it depends. Hey, you want a longer contract or do you want, more money per year?
See, that's what I'm saying. That's my thing. It's like, this is, they might get him. They might be able to keep him. But I also feel like there is always a reason behind what Scott Boras allows out in the media. Keep in mind, these weren't just casual beat writers. These were the national guys that were saying this.
I think Chandler Rome was on it as well.
Well, Chandler Rome, as well. But, the national guys got it, and that's not an accident. That's not an accident that happens. And so I'm not skeptical at all of the possibility. I'm hopeful for the possibility, but I see Scott Boras working.
And here's the thing, right? I feel Bregman heading into his age 31 season. This is the time where you want to hit for your lick, so to say. This is when you want to get that big deal. And so the idea of this maybe not being the best per year, but probably the most years, I think that matters in this, right? Because if you get fewer years with a higher per year, do you then come back around, and are you going to be able to come back to the table and extract more money your next time negotiating? I think that is a dicey proposition. So the idea of getting that 6 years for a solid amount per year is probably more appealing now that you've gone out in the market and seen that, hey, that big 7-8 year for, however many $1 million is actually not there in the same way that you thought. And now this Astros deal becomes more appealing. Now, I think
that absolutely could happen.
So I right now, I look into the camera. Joe Espada. I laughed at you saying that this was open, that you were engaged in, that was always a possibility. I said that, hey, man, you was probably just being political. I apologize for that. Now, let's fully lean into the idea, right, that he could jump in and get into, return to the Astros. Where the hell does he play? Was immediately the question that was asked. And the answer that we got was kind of wild. People started talking about the idea of a position switch, right? And this is where I will return to Bob Nightingale, because it seems like the move would be Bregman stays at third.
Yeah.
That you would take Isaac Paredes, who has played. In fact, you know what? Let's go to this. Nightingale 7 here. I'll let Bob Nightingale tell you. How are we making this all fit?
Well, Paredes has played a number of games at second base. I want to say over 50 games at second base in his career. So the easy thing would be move Paredes to second base, move Jose Altuve to left field. Someone's got to play left field. And you can mix and match, too. Like, okay, have maybe Paredes there sometimes, Altuve there other times, that sort of thing, where they can kind of bounce around. But it makes no sense to move Bregman out of the third base position because it's Gold Glover.
I mean, that's a lot. I want to see
what are we doing?
That is a lot.
Your new left field, your primary left fielder, Jose Altuve,
climbing that wall, baby.
And see that's the reason why I thought Bregman, it was no chance.
Because it didn't seem like there was a place to play. You brought in somebody to play that situation. Somebody said Pena to left field. Jeremy Pena can't play left field.
He's a Gold Glover too, though.
He's a Gold Glover at shortstop. And if you don't have him at shortstop, who do you have at shortstop?
Pena, let's be very clear about this. Pena is not going anywhere from shortstop. Ever.
Nah, he's solid. That's his spot right there.
So scratch that. Scratch that idea. It would have to be Altuve. And then you have to start asking yourself, like, they made the moves as if Bregman was not going to be here.
Correct.
And then Jose Altuve, who obviously, if anybody in that organization has the power to sort of play GM, it is him.
And he's been on the record about how much. In fact, can you give me Jose Altuve 7 here? This was him at the end of the season talking about Alex Bregman.
After I said everything that I said about him and the kind of player and person he is, will be, like I said, heartbroken. And I'm just putting on my mind that I'm going to play with him next year. I told him as soon as the game was over that he's coming back, and now it's time to make it happen.
Told him that he is coming back. He also went as far in that same interview as saying Bregman should never play with another team. And apparently that man is putting his money where his mouth is, because he's talking about, like, willingly. In fact, Nightingale said this, that Altuve was the one who volunteered to go and play left field. And that's all fine and good. Do we feel good about him playing left field? Because that is an Altuve that has already had a decrease at playing second base. Does he have the arm out there? Like, I was looking at Baseball Savant, which is my cheat sheet when it comes to baseball. You get into some of these, these metrics and stuff that evaluate these players. When it comes to fielding arm strength, Jose Altuve, when it comes to percentiles in the league, is in the 7th percentile of the league for arm strength, right? And I understand playing half of your games at now Dyken Park, formerly Minter May Park. That left field is smaller, right? So you're not ranging nearly as much. But when you talk about range, which, he's in the 3rd percentile there as well. Like, this is dicey for having him at left field, but I appreciate that Jose Altuve wants this so much that he's like, I'll go do something that I'm probably not very well equipped to handle and just probably not going to feel all that comfortable in, just to make sure that Bregman remains.
He's going to be 35 years old next season.
That's right.
35, playing a position that he's never played before, that we know of anyway in the major leagues. And with the arm strength, maybe a little. Now it is a smaller home left field.
Correct.
It is. So there he has that going for him. But no, the answer is no.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got the stroke to make this happen.
Hey, yo.
Clearly.
Hey yo. Hey yo.
Clearly, he's got the stroke to make this happen.
The bats are not the problem. I love the bats with this situation.
No, I meant the power to make this. Sort of all the dominoes fall in
I thought
place.
you were like, I was like, Now you add Alex Bregman back with Isaac Paredes, with Christian Wire. I was like, the lineup is gonna be disgusting.
That's a given. I'm talking about the power.
Yes.
To make this happen. But you are a general manager. You are an owner, and are you just getting too sentimental here? What is it?
Maybe, but also when you talk about like outfield, let's say that you're trying to fix the outfield. This is a way to like have some people in the outfield and like have especially with the bats, right? Because defense is something that you felt okay with, like Jake Myers playing defense. Although you want to make sure that stays at a level, right? You feel like you have to. The problem is bats in the outfield, right? And this would get you a bat in the outfield. It'd be a real weird way to do it, but it would get you bats in the outfield, especially when you look at, hey, another one of the baseball news items that happened yesterday is that a dude that we were just talking about with Adam Spillane on Wednesday as a possibility, Jurickson Profar, signed with the Braves. Like we are nearing, fast approaching, in fact, spring training. And I don't know how many really good options you were going to have in the outfield. Not saying that is the reason why any of this is possibly coming to fruition. You just look up and you go, okay, this might answer some questions, maybe not in the most straightforward ways, but in a way that would be a level of answer. And so I kind of like it. Like it's just crazy enough to work. Like that's where I am with this one. Yes, it is just crazy enough to work.
I'm not feeling it. Him being out there, man. I'd rather put Jordan out there and have him DH, Altuve DH,
or mix it up. Something along those lines.
I don't want Altuve out there full time, man.
I mean, Jordan does have a better arm as at this moment.
Hey, you might as well make him a full time left fielder.
But that's the thing,
point,
is like
he's injury prone.
That's the injury factor makes that so that, like, I hear you if we were just talking about in a vacuum. The injury factor makes me go, ooh, I don't know if I like. That was the whole idea, is you want to get him away from having to play left field, and he could just focus on that bat and being the baddest man in the box for whoever comes into Dyke Park, or even when you go on the road. Right, like being that guy. But yeah, man, this is all super intriguing, and I mean, there's more to even get into here. But can we just stop and say I appreciate the idea that maybe you don't actually have to say bye to Alex Bregman.
It's there.
Like that part about it would make me happy.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a possibility. But I'll go back to I don't think it's a probability. I still don't. Little mini confession there.
Call me a sucker. I don't care.
Yeah.
We ride again. Welcome back, Greggy.
Ride again.
Let's do it.
Hey, that salsa staying in town.
Let's go. HEB, keep that stocked, baby. There you go.
That's right.
I apologize to Joe Espada for thinking that he was just talking out of his you-know-what, saying that Bregman could be back. Baby, we're back.
Yeah.
We are so very back. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610 on a Friday. Hope you're having a good one. Although someone did ask on the YouTube, I want to mention this. They said, if you bring back Bregman, then what was the point of trading Kyle Tucker? You were not going to sound Kyle Tucker back, and you needed to extract value. That was the point of trading Kyle Tucker. Now you might ask, what was the point of trading for those very particular dudes? But that's the thing about Isaac Paredes. He be playing everywhere, right? Like he has Nightingale said, 50 games in his career playing at second base. First base was always an option. Is one of the things we were talking about. That was the value. Plus, he could really juice his home runs with that short left field porch. So that was still the idea of that. Look, as you can tell, I'm kind of hyped at the idea. Don't harsh my vibe, Lopez.
I'm not harshing it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. All right, in the loop. Coming up next, longtime Texans executive Greg Grissom they mutually parted ways, him and the team. What might that mean? Let's talk about that next.
Yeah, let's do that. Right now, let's talk about D&M Auto.
us all week long in the exclusive Furniture Hot Seat. You never know what to expect during the most wild week of the radio year. Hear it all the week of the big game on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Biggie, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Friday to you. Hope that you're feeling that Friday mood as you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, and Figgy Fig hanging out with you. Someone said on the text line, guys, if you sign Bregman, do you trade Payne? No,
man,
gosh,
what we doing, man?
God, no.
We want all the baseball cards, man. We ain't trying to give up nothing.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. That one there. So,
everybody signed here, man.
That's right. That is going to be an area of focus now. We are trying
to be the L.A. Dodgers, man.
281 says, J-Lo, don't you always say to sign the best player and figure it out later? Yes, and I agree with that, and I would want this to happen. All I'm saying is, color me a little skeptical that it will.
I just want to see who playing left field, man.
Yeah, well, it's going to be Altuve if it happens.
Some people are like, no, just put Isaac Paredes in left field. I don't know. Actually, I need to go back and check. I don't think that I saw him playing left field for any extended period of time in his career. Yeah, I haven't seen him play left field for like a significant amount at all. He's obviously played second base, and so. But I mean, hey, that's in that part of what spring training is for. Give him a glove and see if he can go do it. So yeah, man, and we're rapidly approaching February when pitchers and catchers will report. It's almost that time, baby. Mm-hmm. It's almost that time. All right, let's talk about the Texans, but not on a like football level. This is actually an above football level because the Texans parted ways with team president Greg Grissom, who had been literally with the club since its inception, not since it started, not since they started playing football. Since its inception.
Yes.
And he had been the team president for, 5 years?
4 years, I believe. He was team president. And keep in mind, first of all, enormous shout-out and congratulations and thank you to Greg Grissom. I mean, this was a guy that before they had a uniform or a logo was involved with the Texans being what they are now. And, literally rose – I don't have all his job titles, but rose through the ranks in that organization – and ultimately became team president and got this organization through all kinds of transitions.
Senior VP of corporate development at one point, led in several endeavors in business, sponsorship development, things of that nature. Mm-hmm. Just all sorts of different business side things for the Texans.
Name a transformation that this organization has had, and Greg Grissom had his hands on it, from uniforms to rebranding the whole H-Town stuff.
Yeah.
Because they were sort of distanced from H-Town.
Yeah, they're really embracing the city, becoming more of a banner for the city.
And Figgy, you've worked with him a lot. I've worked with him a lot. I mean, just
a good dude.
Good dude. Did the work. Obviously rose to the very, very top, and so kudos to him. I do find it interesting, and this is what we're going to talk about, because it was apparently amicable, I think is the word they used.
That is the word that they used. Of course, Cal McNair thanked him for his services, which, of course, is kind of standard fare, but I think sincere in this instance. But I don't know what the catalyst for this move would have been, and that's really what I find to be more interesting, and I imagine what our listeners find more to be more interesting. What is the catalyst for this move? Because again, it's very clear that this is not like bad blood or like something nefarious, and so you do wonder like what ultimately does this, and like what does that mean for the team as a whole, for the steady hand to no longer be there.
Yeah, and one of the things that Greg said, and again, credit to him, classy move, quoted in the release, about wanting to move on and other challenges and things like that. I don't doubt any of that. What I will say is there are still big things that the Texans want to accomplish.
Correct.
Like it's not like he's leaving because there are no more challenges. The old blackjack dealer, palms up, twist your hands, and I'm done. there are still big challenges, specifically. And forget the Astrodome. We can talk about the Astrodome a little bit because I know the Texans.
Here we go.
No. I'm saying forget it. Forget the Astrodome aspect.
By the way, someone said that that's your sentimental thing you can't get rid of is the Astrodome.
Oh, I got a better one than that. Just listen. But just forget that. They want and need, and on NFL terms, I mean, it's a hell of a stadium, but they need a refurbishing, upgrading, et cetera, updating of NRG Park and specifically NRG Stadium.
Correct.
That would be a huge challenge that I feel, knowing Greg as I do, he would embrace, wrap his arms around, and really attack.
Not only that, that's been something that he has been taking lead on trying to engage with the Harris County Sports Authority, Sports and Convention Corporation, whatever. That they are the ones. It's a unique, in fact, dynamic that the Texans have with the county and with NRG Stadium, because most municipalities with the team that is the primary tenant of the building that they've built, they have a relationship where the team is responsible for maintaining and upgrading the building that they have. That is not that's even the relationship. The one that I just described is the same for the Astros with now Dyken Park, and the same with the Rockets for Toyota Center. It is not the dynamic for NRG Stadium and the Texans. And so what has happened is over the course of this 20+ years where you've had NRG Stadium, it's been the county that's been responsible, and that's directly in response to the Astrodome, where that situation was the case, and they felt like the Astrodome fell into disrepair. And so the county, in trying to counteract that, was like, no, we'll have this entity that'll take charge of doing that. But one, did they actually ultimately have the funds to take care of it and do the upgrades that it typically keep up? Yeah. And two, did they just have the will to? Did they have the inspiration and the motivation to? And so I think that has allowed NRG, which is a fine stadium, don't get me wrong, but to and it is it's quickly, weirdly enough, becoming one of the, I guess, older of the stadiums without being the classic stadiums, if that makes sense. And so you found yourself in a place where now the Texans want to have some of those advancements, but the dynamics that currently exist within that have made that tough. And so finding a way to mutually agree with the city and with the county and find a level of, diplomacy within there, for lack of a better word, has been a challenge, clearly. And I do wonder if, now the opportunity, especially as Greg has been actively working on this, if this is now an opportunity to have some new blood and new eyes in the conversation that can maybe push that forward, because that feels like the biggest thing that they're undertaking right now. That's one of the biggest sources of revenue for any team. Yeah, and I think that's what it is. As much as they said amicable, and as much as Greg Grissom said he's leaving to pursue, quote, other opportunities, to me, this is the opportunity everyone wants to pursue. You're president of an NFL team, and it is at a tipping point here, at a crossroads of we've got to upgrade the stadium. We want to update it and make it better for everyone, from the players all the way to the fans and the fan experience. So, and you're right. That goes to the full park, especially, and this is where a lot of sports stadiums and venues are going. Is they're not just the experience in the arena, which is necessary to upgrade, I think, but then also it is the building of the district around it, making an entertainment district around it. And I think everybody understands hey, the tailgate culture has built with the Texans, which is fantastic, but that built out of necessity of, hey, there's not a lot of things here. And I think that that's something that you want to push forward, and that kind of development is something that a lot of these teams you're seeing across the nation have been garnering more money, more revenue from. And I think that the Texans probably would love to have that additional amount of development outside of just the stadium itself, but that area around the entire NRG Park, and then also rodeo included, because they're partial tenants as well, finding a way to have that new step forward, and they're right at the precipice of trying to figure that out. So I think that at least my immediate thought was, I wonder how much of that factors in.
And what I'm saying is this: I believe it was amicable. I could see Greg saying, hey, you guys have been great to me. I've loved it. And I could see the Texans saying, you've been incredibly loyal. We've loved it. But I also feel in that vein, this was an opportunity that, first of all, Greg Grissom has a better relationship with the county than I would guess just about anybody over there.
Probably.
And you're gonna. Greg Grissom has been working on this,
or at least there's a level of familiarity. I don't know what the relationship.
I would guess
is.
harder and more focused than just about anybody over there. So I think it does come down to, hey, thank you. Hey, no, thank you. But we do want someone else in there, maybe with a better experience in stadiums, maybe with new blood, as you put it. So I do believe it was amicable, but I also believe this was an opportunity that Greg probably would have embraced, but it's not going to be him.
You know, sometimes divorce is a good thing.
There you go. There you go.
From 713, Jack is coming back, baby. Don't you dare put that evil on us. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Rebuke that.
That's right.
Rebuke you
Yeah,
in the
exactly.
name of
Go
Jesus.
ahead and bind that. Put the blood of Jesus on there as well. From the 832, tear down the Astrodome, and you have all kinds of room to do whatever the hell you want. And I think that's
all right. Let's go. Let's talk.
No, down. I think that's probably part of like all of this is because again, that is also within the purview of the county, and so I do wonder. Finding ways to get those things done because it's clearly been something that's been tough to get over the goal line in whatever negotiations, whatever conversations. And again, that feels like one of the high business priorities for the Texans in working with the county. And that's immediately where my mind goes in the dynamics within there. And so salute to Greg Grissom on a fantastic career. I guess I want to come back around and say that. And somebody also asked, how old is he? It might just be that he is ready to retire. It's possible. I don't know. But that was
he
not.
Ain't retired.
That was
no, he's not. He said he wasn't.
Okay, because I was like, that was not the tone or the tenor.
That brother got too much pep in his step to retire, man.
Yeah.
Right, and that was not the tone or the tenor of the release that was given by the Texans. So it'll be interesting to see who ultimately takes over that role as team president and what they're capable of doing. Because I think that if I am right, and this has something to do with like stadium redevelopment and even like just the general landscape, that means a lot when it comes to fan experience. For the Texans fans, and that is something that we've talked a lot about with the Texans. So we'll see what that goes. I think that this might be a first domino.
Y'all remember this cartoon called Doug?
Yeah, of course. Of course I remember Doug.
What
I grew up on Doug. What you mean?
Hey, what are you
with Skeeter
doing?
and everything? Yeah, man. Patty mayonnaise.
Apropos of nothing. I was just wondering if you remember
what are
that.
you doing,
just
man?
Come trying to remember if you remember that cartoon.
You're in the loop. That was so indelicate, bro.
Oh, hey, shout out to everybody over there, man. That's right. What you doing?
I don't know.
I'm asking you if you remember a cartoon.
No, you aren't. Because when I started talking about Doug, you ain't give me nothing. See, I always got time to talk about Doug.
Football head.
That's Hey Arnold.
Oh, that was Hey Arnold.
Oh, my
That's right.
God.
I got him.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, let's go
bro.
to break.
What is happening?
Man, let's go to break,
bad.
man.
My bad, people. Sorry about that.
To be fair, that's not really your
the
era.
same vein,
It's
though.
not your era. All right, in the loop right here on Sports Radio. I appreciate the synergy that happened there. In the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to the question of the day. In honor of Altuve just not being able to quit Alex Bregman. He's putting it on. He's standing on business, standing 10 toes down. He said, "I'll go to left field behind keeping Bregman here." What is a sentimental or nostalgic item that you just refuse to quit, that you cannot let go of? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about that next.
The Drive with Stoerner.
price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Exclusive furniture, where low prices live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, let's get into the question of the day. You will know, or if you don't know, I will remind you, because that's probably the way I should handle this. Alex Bregman, because I keep wanting to do Altuve, but Alex Bregman.
Alve.
Right, we're just going to try and put them together.
Yeah.
That's very weird. But it's my fault, so I will take responsibility. But yeah, Alex Bregman, hold that thought. Hold on, my friends, because it's still possible he might return to the Astros. Multiple reports happened yesterday indicating that they've re-engaged conversation. In fact, Bob Nightingale was on our very own airwaves on Area 45 last night. That's one of the reasons why you got to keep it locked right here on Sports Radio 610. Stuff that you can't get anywhere else. And Bob Nightingale talked about the notion of the re-engaging of conversations, the possibility of moving things around, and that Jose Altuve, that time I wanted to say the other one, Jose Altuve volunteered to move from second base, his home for his entirety of his major career here in Houston, to left field in order to accommodate a return of Alex Bregman and a reshifting of the defensive infield, which, by the way, would be a pretty solid defensive infield.
Oh, for the infield would be great.
Like, it'd be a really
Gold
good
Glove
defensive
at third.
infielder.
Obviously, you have a guy at second that would be, it would be great.
Yeah. So, clearly, Altuve refuses to give up.
Can't quit him.
Alex Bregman, and that got us thinking, what is the item or thing for you that is so nostalgic or sentimental that you refuse to quit? 713-572-4610. You are about to be grossed out. Trigger warning.
No, you're
Lopez,
not.
What's your answer?
All right, so I think starting in high school, I got this feather pillow that I just loved, and it was just the right amount of feathers. It was soft. It was cuddly. And so I kept that feather pillow through high school, through college, through the early years of marriage.
Y'all hearing it?
Through the first few years of children.
Are you hearing it?
I had that feather pillow at least 25 years.
You're nasty.
No, well, hold on. It was sentimental and to the point where there was like a brown stain on the actual pillow from all the oils in your face and head and everything.
So you actually uses this
every night.
Oh.
Every night.
That's the thing. Like, you can maybe claim.
No, but here's the thing. I washed it. I would put, at the end, I ended up putting like 3 pillowcases on it just to keep it, kind of fluffy. And
that didn't tell you nothing? That didn't tell you nothing.
But it was about the size.
Not 2, 3.
On each side of the pillow, there was this kind of brownish yellow stain from all the oils that over the course of your life. That was there, but I would clean it.
And what eventually got you to throw it away?
I didn't. My wife threw it away.
Exactly.
For me.
Like I said, you're nasty. You're nasty. Thank you. Thank you. That is correct.
Here's the kicker, though. Not only did she throw it away, I currently have a pillow that I've had, another feather pillow that I like, that I've had for at least 10 years.
You didn't learn your lesson.
You grow attached. I grew attached to this pillow. It was
Get
awesome.
another pillow.
No, it was the perfect pillow.
And you got another pillow that was the perfect pillow, huh?
After a while. Yeah, it took a while, but now I've had it for about 10 years.
Unbelievable.
And my wife is threatening to throw that one away, too.
And God bless her. Honestly, God bless her. 2 PSAs. This is why you need a woman in your life or a significant other, depending on what's happening. But, like, particularly for heterosexual men, it's usually a huge development point in your life of a certain age when that woman comes to your life and gets your wardrobe better, gets you, getting a better haircut. Right, looking like a grown man, and then apparently having you make sure that you change your bedding. And
sometimes when I would fluff up this pillow after I cleaned it, like little bits of feather would start flying around in the air and stuff. And
were the feathers brown too?
I don't remember.
That's a yes. Oh my God! All right, so yeah, sorry. I hope that trigger warning did enough for you because Lopez was. Clean. Go ahead right now if you can. Go get you a new set of pillows. It don't cost that much.
Not me.
Just laying in all that filth,
Look at this.
Filth.
From the 832, I have my feather pillow from high school. I'm 57 years old.
Friend.
My wife calls it a petri dish.
That's right. And let me be your real friend here because apparently no one else is trying to be a friend to you. Get a new pillow. I promise you. They're still good. In fact, they make even better ones now. There's technology and such. Please, for your own sake, so you're not breathing in all that face dust that you've had from decades. Get your new one. I beg and plead. But my answer to the sentimentality is a lot less nasty. In fact, it's very, very not nasty. It is a painting. It is a painting of a little boy sitting on a ledge in the snow playing a saxophone. And it is sentimental to me because my mother purchased it when I was very, very little, saying that it reminded her of me.
All right.
And I ended up actually like playing music. I played percussion and drums and such. And so like I've always loved music. And so she had it on the wall in my childhood house for a long time. And then I went to college and I was like, Mom, can I take this? And she was like, yeah. And so I've literally had it on the wall of every place that I've lived in. And so that one I feel like I'm going to have on the wall of every place
till the day I die.
Is it falling apart?
No, it's in great shape.
Yeah.
And if it started falling apart, I'd get it reframed or what have you. No, that one is going with me till I go.
So things I can't get rid of, man. I was telling y'all earlier, I got a box full of wires and cords and stuff because
you and every other guy.
Yeah, I'm such a nerd because like right now I'm in the process of finishing my studio in the house, and so I just got all these wire cords and cables and all that stuff. And my wife was like, "You need to get rid of. You don't need all of this." I'm like, "But I might need it."
No, you don't.
I don't know.
I might.
When are you going to use a coaxial cable again?
You never know,
Yes,
man.
you do.
might
Yes, you
find
do.
something,
No.
man.
Get rid of that USB-A in
know.
there.
Yeah.
Now I did get rid of some.
That man
of
got a
those.
VGA cable in there, ready to plug in a printer from 1999.
Yeah, no, I got all type of crap in there, but I'm like, I just got to keep it. So now I'm gonna probably put it in the attic just in case.
Yeah.
You never know. I just can't get rid of
Your coaxial cables are more of a waste than my pillow. My pillow serves a purpose.
That's a nasty purpose, though, man.
It's awesome.
And my
Stop bringing that damn pillow
My
up, man.
cables ain't spreading no germs.
Oh,
and
my
stuff,
pillow.
man.
My pillow's not either.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
it is. Some other things that have come in on the text line. In fact, shout out to the 409 former Double-A pitcher. I found out they still have
Beaumont.
I don't think it was Beaumont.
Oh no, I said the 409.
Oh.
It's all around Houston.
Yeah, that's about Beaumont.
Sorry, I was like, I don't think that there's a Beaumont Double-A team. I might have missed something if that was the case, but my bad, I misheard. But however, they said they kept their first home run ball from when they got to pro baseball. That's
awesome.
Yeah, that's got to be crazy. And then also they also said they had their high school game ball when they struck out 17 batters. Yeah. Yeah, that's you got to have that in the man cave in a nice case for sure. Some other things that came in. Let's see. By the way, someone said, Figgy, it's okay to throw away the RCA cables. You can let that one
Hey,
go.
man, you never know, man. I still got the red, the red, white, and yellow cables.
You're
done.
They're done. They're done. Throw them away.
You really don't need those. Somebody from the 713, this is real sentimental, and this is going to be tug at your heartstrings. So, again, trigger warning. I kept my dog's first collars from when they go from puppy to big puppy.
Yeah, I still have I still have Gibson's collar.
Yeah, I still got Stanley.
Yeah.
Where do you keep that? Like, is that
it's hanging by my chair?
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, you got to find a way to display that. So I feel like it's weird to just have that like in the junk drawer. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's hanging
I kind of got his. It's not a junk drawer, but I had a little can for Stanley with his toys and little stuff in there. I just kept it in. I never got rid of it.
That's awesome.
COVID was actually started by J-Lo's pillow.
I would not doubt that.
Yeah, it's all tight. It's Rona on there. It ain't even COVID. It's coronavirus on there, man.
That's right. There's all sorts of. There's a few versions of the flu in there as well. From the 346, they got the first 13 Spawn comics over 20 years, and you can't let them. No, of course, those are collectibles at that point, right? Like that's one of the things we talked about with Sean when we were talking about him with him before the show. He brought up like some SIs that he had from damn near his childhood, just a large collection. At some point, they're really valuable, but even outside of the value, like he talked about, he doesn't display them, but when he moves and has an opportunity to go in there and look at them, you just sit down and sit with them for a few hours and like just kind of reminisce. That's worth the price of toting those things around in my feeling.
Yeah, he's got me thinking about going up to the attic because I still have all my SIs from as far back as I think it was 1973. I got that subscription.
What you gonna do with them?
I don't know. I should frame them because I've got some really cool ones, like really cool ones. Larry
Bring
Bird.
them up here and pass them out.
Pass them out.
That's right, man.
You want one?
You ain't yeah.
I'll see if I can go into the attic next week. This weekend.
Now, when I talked about magazines, I didn't anticipate this one, and that's probably on me. From the 713, they say they got some old Playboys from back in the day.
My brother kept all his. I never was a big collector of that, but when he died, we went through his stuff. He's got stacks and boxes.
I feel like that's
Playboys.
that's a great way of telling like just different eras.
Yeah.
There was a point in time where you had to be a connoisseur of some sorts.
It was a hairy experience.
All right.
Goodness
Come on.
What?
Lord have mercy.
What is wrong with you?
I said it was a hairy experience.
Jesus Christ.
Like,
man.
come on, man. Thankfully, the kids.
Y'all's are the minds that are going in weird places, not mine.
God bless. But yeah, that is something that we don't necessarily have to worry about in the same way. Like, clear my browser history or whatever when I pass. But back in the day, it was just like, hey, so there's a box, right? In the back of the closet. Before they come cleaning, I need you to do something for me. You understand? You hear me? From the 713, can't get rid of my cassette tapes that I keep in my double-sided tape.
See, now those might come back. Albums came back.
I don't even know I don't think they'll come back.
You never know.
I do think that there is a value.
They're trying to make them come back, though, for sure.
Like albums, I had all my albums.
Cassette tapes not coming.
I went to a couple.
You don't know that.
But see, I went to a couple concerts, and it was some artists that was actually selling cassette tapes. They had cassette albums, and I was shocked. But I don't know, man.
Hey, I had all my albums, and now my son has them because he's got. I mean, it's a thing.
I still got some of my DVDs, and I don't have a DVD player
what about VHS? Is that going to come back?
My pop still got a bunch of VHS.
But that's the thing is, I'm also not mad at you keeping some of these things because with everything going digital and seeing the way that like streaming sites are like, hey, we got this movie, and you're like, hey, I would now like to watch that movie, and they're like, actually, that's gone to the ether. You can't find it. Good luck. I'm like, actually, you should probably keep a little bit of physical
I got a DVD, one of my favorite movies, The Warriors.
All right.
Like, I'm never giving that away. I don't know if I'm going to have a DVD player again, but I'm never giving that away, man.
Oh, okay. See, now 713, keep that pillow. Just don't use it. They said their feather pillow is their ex-girlfriend's from when she would stay over. Oh, okay. Maybe don't keep that one. They said when they met their wife over 20 years ago, she started using the pillow and still does. Okay.
But does she know it was your ex's?
Yeah, that's a great way to get her to throw that pillow away.
Oh, man.
Did I ever tell you why I had that pillow?
Yeah.
All right.
Boy, if that pillow could talk.
All right. That's 3. You had 3 of them in this segment.
I didn't do anything.
This brother rolling.
He is wilding on a Friday. It is definitely
It's
a
the
Friday.
first hour, man.
Crazy Friday. That really is.
We got 3 more hours to go.
Oh, my goodness. Somebody said they still got a bag of G.I. Joes. Oh, no. Bring those things out. Let's
Those
have
cool. Yeah.
I will play G.I. Joes with you. I just want to have that childhood moment again. And then, of course, from the 979, with your nonsense, they said it was a sticky situation. 713 said it was a hard experience. All right, y'all. I'm very disappointed in all of you. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Let's keep this going into hour number 2 of the program as we'll go around the NFL, including the newest Raiders coach, the mess that's happening in Jacksonville and what that means for the Texans. Plus, a Texans coach is on the move. We'll talk about all of that next.
How close are the Texans? The Texans play here, an Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here. We were just talking about the sentimental items that you just can't get rid of, as Alex Bregman serves as that for Jose Altuve. That's the news that happened yesterday, maybe the news of today thus far, the idea that Bregman is re-engaging in conversation with the Astros. And you guys kept it going on the text line, 713-572-4610. Somebody said from the 281, their kids are 21, 16, and 13, and they have every handwritten letter they wrote to Santa Claus and every card they've ever given to him.
That's awesome.
That's incredible.
That is
You'd
absolutely
love to see
awesome.
It. Someone else said that they still have their KISS poster, and I'm like, you got to handle that really well.
Ocho said he has the VHS of Coming to America. I said, don't ever get rid of it.
Yeah, don't get rid of it. I was watching that movie the other day. It was on BT.
Don't ever
I just stopped and started watching.
Now, let me ask you if this is gross. The Tooth Fairy gave me all my kids' teeth, and I'm saving them.
It is, but it's not. Like, I feel like for parents, that's one
all
of those weird
teeth.
things that's not weird for them. Like, I'm pretty sure my mom did that for a good while, and I know
that was really
nice
of the Tooth Fairy to give me all those.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel like the kids are also still in school, but whatever, dog. I'll let you cook on that. Let's go around the NFL, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. If you're tired of the hassle of selling your tickets, say goodbye to the stress and let their experts get you the best price. Download Quick Assist from your app store today, and they'll handle the rest. That is QUICKASYST, Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. We start with your Houston Texans. This defensive line was phenomenal this season. What was it, 49 sacks?
Yep.
Is what you ultimately saw. I mean, just an incredible output. And a lot of the credit clearly goes to the talent that you have, but also your defensive line coach, Rod Wright, and then also Nate Ollie, who is the assistant defensive line coach. He was a part of the giving of each of the players nicknames. Remember we learned that a few weeks back?
Yeah.
That helped build kind of the personalities and the character of the guys as they played. And unfortunately, that particular entity will no longer be with your Texans, as Nate Ollie is now going to be the Falcons' head defensive line coach. And obviously a well-earned promotion for him. And, you know, as it goes in the NFL, if somebody on your staff has an opportunity for a upward movement, a promotion, you give them that. I mean, you don't have it. You're obligated.
You cannot
allow them to kind of go for that. And I mean, obviously, I'm sure everybody in that building is happy for him. Like, he clearly was a benefit to that organization and to particularly that room and the vibes that they had. Multiple people. I mean, Matt Burke talked about it. I think Bobby talked about it at one point. D'Amico has talked about how just you walked past that room and you saw the vibe and the jubilation. And of course, that's the type of thing that's cultivated. Obviously, Rod Wright deserves a lot of credit, but also Nate Ollie.
Yeah, and much like the Greg Grissom news, I don't think maybe to a larger extent, obviously, because he was coaching them, but I don't know how much it's going to actually affect like the product on the field when you have these types of players. They've already established, you know, what they are and how they play.
Sure.
The defensive approach is not going to change, but it is something of a obviously an adjustment that you have to make. So little bit of a shucks, but
no, for sure.
But I don't think it's going to necessarily affect this defensive line.
I don't think so as well. But I mean, that means that there's going to be another person in that role who are in that place, and you hope that you keep that same vibe, because that's one of the things that was very great about seeing this team is you see the way that there's cohesion with that defensive line, and that was clearly the strength of your team this year. Salute to Nate Ollie. Go do well in the NFC South now. All right, speaking of the AFC South, though, and the NFC South, right there, crossover there. Yeah, man, that drama got real dramatic yesterday as Trent Baalke was fired the day before, in part because it felt like Liam Cohen was like, hey, I'm going back to the Buccaneers. I will stay in my same job, become the highest paid coordinator, and just avoid the mess that is the Jaguars with Trent Baalke. Well, with Trent Baalke out the way, we were talking about them trying to circle the block, sending that hey, big head text.
Yeah.
Apparently that hey, big head text was responded. Liam Cohen got into some mess. So yesterday he was supposed to sign his deal to become the highest paid coordinator with the Bucs, his extension, or his contract. And the Bucs couldn't find him. They couldn't reach him. Apparently, they could not reach him because he was in Jacksonville talking again to the Jaguars. And ultimately, we got to a place where eventually the Bucs found out about it, or were told about it. And then now Liam Cohen is set to be the new Jacksonville Jaguars head coach. So there's two parts of this. There's the Liam Cohen as Jaguars coach that we'll talk about in a moment, but I want to go back to the mess of it because the messy is hilarious to me. Apparently, supposedly the reason why Liam Cohen didn't have conversation with the Bucs was because one of the stipulations for the sign of the contract that the Bucs were going to give Liam Cohen and all of the money that they were going to give him was that he would not have another meeting with the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Right.
Do you like that? Or who do you side with in that case? Because that then led to Liam Cohen basically ghosting them and seeing, doing the equivalent of all the sitcoms or coming of age films where they climb out the window and go see the person that they're forbidden from seeing in the middle of the night. Do you side with Cohen or do you side with the Bucs?
I don't mind the Bucs doing that, but I absolutely side with Cohen. Let this be a lesson to you kids. If you ever get into a situation where you have this kind of leverage, use it. Use it. I mean, as people often say, there's only 32 of those, man. And he put it on the table. Shad Khan said, "Okay, we'll get rid of him," and now he's the head coach. But from the Tampa perspective, I don't mind them doing that.
I do. I feel like that's kind of skeevy.
No, I think they tried.
I think it's kind of
don't ask, don't get.
That is fair, right?
Yeah.
You got to give it a shot.
But I wouldn't abide by it, and he didn't.
Like it,
they can't be mad at him for ghosting.
Exactly.
Him. Yeah, y'all put that in the contract. I am not signing that contract.
Yeah. I want to wait.
Matter of fact, I'm not even taking y'all calls anymore.
Wasn't there another kind of funny aspect to this? Maybe I have this wrong. Like, at first he was like his kid's thing. His kid had a.
Well, yeah, supposedly, and I did not get the depth of this or really I wasn't able to really track this down, but I did see that, and so take this with a grain of salt. This is what I'm basically saying. That supposedly, in not being able to reach him, maybe the Bucs had gotten the idea that he was taking care of a sick kid.
That's
when
what
he was ultimately going and talking.
My kid
to
was sick.
Hey man,
we've
all been there.
If I had a nickel,
we've all been there. Where you maybe have to stretch the truth, or maybe lie in a circumstance to your boss. It'd be like that sometimes. I ain't mad at him. Don't be listening, Parker. But Liam Cohen now joins the AFC South without the restraints of Trent Baalke. Like once Trent Baalke was fired, that job looked really appealing, and now you get a dude who, by all means, is a very good schemer of the game. Like he's good with the X's and O's. What is your level of concern now, seeing that the Jaguars, with a quarterback that at the very least has some talents, even if we're not sure exactly what he brings to the table, now has Liam Cohen with him, a dude who had that Tampa Bay offense humming?
Well, not only Liam Cohen, his resume is impeccable. Like he has earned this shot. Really, really good at Kentucky if you want to go back to the college days. And then Rams, and I'm trying to remember them all here. But, of course, he's climbed the ranks.
He went Kentucky, Rams 4 years, the OC, back to Kentucky in 2023, then the Bucs last year.
Yeah, so he has earned this opportunity. But my level of concern, yes, to answer the question, it is a little bit more, keep an eye on them. Not just because of Liam Cohen being there, but because of Trent Baalke not being there.
That's right. That's right.
The addition through subtraction. And Cohen now, you talk about a guy that's going to have power. He's going to hire the general manager.
That's right. The general manager will serve at his behest is the way I like to say it.
Yeah.
And I always kind of like that. Well, of course, you got to make sure you're giving the right person that kind of authority. But that creates a level of synergy that I usually think is pretty helpful for an organization. Like you have to have a oneness of thought process. Not saying that you can't have differing opinions and you can't butt heads a little bit in order to have healthy conversation that ultimately leads you to good ideas. But it's nice when you can kind of have an organizational structure where you're not going to have as much infighting and as much kind of pulling in different directions. And it feels like that's what they'll have. The one thing I always want to say with hiring of coaches is that I don't know, I don't think there's a way to determine who is going to be a good head coach. Like, I don't know that there's things that absolutely mean that you will be prepared for the situation. And if you look at it for Liam Cohen, I don't know that he, like the executive portions of this, I don't know. Like, are you going to be able to be a head coach and an offensive play caller, and you kind of need to be a quarterback coach? Because we're all wondering, is Trevor Lawrence going to get back on the path that it felt like he was going to be on when he was at Clemson and then he was a number one pick and had all of that shine? He's clearly off of that path, and you have to steer him back. Like, are you going to be able to do those things on the granular level, but also be a head coach over all of this, and maybe also have input on player personnel?
Well, maybe that's why it benefits you to have the relationship already with whomever's going to be the general manager. We had that here. I mean, Gary Kubiak basically hired Rick Smith.
Yeah.
And it was a lot of people may argue this, but it was for a long time very, very successful and good synergy, as you put it.
From the text line from 346, still the Jags ain't worried. Fair enough, touche.
Mm-hmm.
I can tell you I'm not worried about this. The Las Vegas Raiders have found their new head coach. Their new old head coach, Pete Carroll, is going to be the head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. Obviously, he was the Seahawks head coach from 2010 to 2023, won a championship, not just in the NFL, but also, don't forget, USC. He has had a long run of things, and of course, the Seahawks kind of pushing him into a consultant role in the front office because they wanted to get younger. He obviously still wanted to coach, and here he goes. But man, this doesn't feel like. Why Raiders?
Why Pete? Why Pete? He's going to be 74 when the season begins. And look, hey, shout out to him. Good luck, Godspeed, and all that.
And not only is he 74, he seems to kind of have like some relatively old school ideas in the ways that he goes about, particularly offense. Like, remember when in that period of time where he was like, we need to run the ball more, in a time where it felt like the league was moving towards, hey, we need to have a more integrated pass game and things. I am real interested to see how this goes. But one thing about Pete Carroll, he can't, like the executive portions, just like in the inverse with Liam Cohen. Yeah. I think that he can do those really well. It'll be really incumbent upon, well, of course, first and foremost, if they get a quarterback that they like and they're drafting high enough to where maybe you have something there. But who he gets as coordinators, like who are the people that he will put in some of those places in order to help him with the schematics of it? Because I don't think that he has much of a leg there. But of course, he has the CEO thing.
He is going to be Mr. Las Vegas, though. That's the interesting part. Like when he was in L.A., remember he's jumping off of high dives and all the USC cheerleaders, and then of course he goes to Seattle and he was so popular.
That was down there 20 years ago, though, man. That man 74.
No, but he's Mr. Vegas.
He still knows how to be someone's boss, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Gonna be out there in them Air Monarchs, chewing that gum,
exactly.
Looking like a cartoon character, wearing the same damn thing every week. Shout out to Pete Carroll getting back in the game, right? He's just stuck it out. Yeah. Somebody said trade for Geno. Ooh, I don't think that would be something that you want to do, but hey.
Ooh, the Texans?
No. Why would Raiders?
I was going to say.
That would be unbelievable. Ooh, boy.
Or they could bring Russell Wilson.
The things that I would say. Ooh, I don't know.
Yeah, that's not going to happen
the
either.
Russell Wilson thing, they had a whole dynamic, a whole button of heads. That was the let Russ cook era where literally Pete Carroll was actively forcing Brian Schottenheimer, or was it Schottenheimer at that time? Like, hey, we running the football.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, yeah, no, Russ should probably be throwing his football. But that's neither here nor there. That is in the past. The future is that the Raiders are hiring Pete Carroll as their head coach. Some other things around the NFL. CBS, we're headed into the championship weekend, one of the best, if not the best weekends of football all year long. CBS Sports, who will be broadcasting the AFC Championship game, they have vowed that the Doink Cam is returning, baby. The Doink Cam, where they put the camera in the uprights. You're fond of the Doink Cam?
We need a Doink. I mean, it really doesn't come into play very often, but I could sure use a Doink.
I mean, we've gotten quite a few doinks of late. I mean, most recently, didn't you have Zane Gonzalez bank one in off the upright?
If only we had a Doink Cam. How could you not like that?
I don't know.
It's loud too.
That's always the thing I appreciate.
It's really loud.
It's just, and I never know which field mic or if they even actively mic up the uprights themselves. But I always appreciate that loud boom.
Yeah.
It's a really interesting feel with that. But yeah. That's your NFL news for right now. Oh, and then also Mark Andrews issued a statement about the heavy head that he had after the dropping what would have been a game-tying 2-point conversion for the Ravens, and a lot of sentimentality in there. Obviously, we talked about Bills Mafia raising damn near $100,000 for his charity that he is associated with that helps combat type 1 diabetes. Man, you feel for him because to feel like, hey, I need to go to social media and pen a long letter and put that out.
Took him a while, and he said as much. He's like, I had to kind of just, get his thoughts together. And it was really good, and it was very sincere. Obviously this is football, and I don't know how much it's going to actually help long term, but it was good for him.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. That's around the NFL for this Friday. And speaking of Friday, we've gone through the work week from when on Monday D'Amico Ryan said he was going to take the week. Where are we on the offensive coordinator, or just let me step back. The personnel decisions that the Texans are making, because now you see Liam Cohen's hired. You see that Pete Carroll's hired. Offensive coordinators and other positions are going to start being hired here soon. If you are going to be in that market, you need to be out there. What's the rush, or what's the time? What's taking so long with the Texans? Let's discuss all of that next.
We're bringing the best. Hear it all the week of the big game on Houston Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, it's a Friday. Let's say Football Friday. I mean, in a way.
Kind of.
Kind of. It's a Friday here in Loop on Sports Radio 610. And John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, hanging out with you, feeling the vibes, enjoying ourselves. But I feel like my man over here to my right, John Lopez, is getting a little antsy.
I am. I mean, shouldn't you be?
No, I feel pretty good. I'm good.
How are you, Figgy?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Yeah?
What to be antsy about?
Well, we're good with Texans, just sort of like, I won't say wringing their hands, but
that's heavy.
Let's say weighing their options.
Thoroughly weighing their options.
For a lot longer than most NFL teams do. A lot longer. You know, hell, they call it Black Monday for a reason. You know, the Monday after the end of the NFL regular season, things start to shake. Now, they had things to do after the regular season, but D'Amico Ryans came in and said, yeah, I'm going to take about a week. You know,
that's right.
We'll take this week, I think is what he said.
Correct.
So I think what's going on? I mean, you know, we can speculate all we want. My point is, if you're going to make a move, you should already have all the data and information and have had these discussions. You know, what are you doing, or are you just going to stand pat?
Well, I think that this one is a particularly I don't want to say difficult because that's not the right word, but it's not a cut and dry situation, right? They like Bobby Slowik, right?
I think D'Amico really likes Bobby Slowik.
And on top of that, and I'm not just talking about general emotion. There's a lot of factors involved, including C.J. Stroud, who got up on the podium and talked about how he would like to continue working with Bobby Slowik. I don't think that this is Bobby Slowik is flat out bad, right? There's maybe a question of how much did the system fit here? How much, you know, is the development happening in the way that you want to? Like, it's a little bit more situational. And so, all right, the idea that, okay, you're going to come in and immediately fire him, I don't know that it is something where you go, anything is better than this, I need to fire him. Like, is that the way that you feel about the Bobby Slowik tenure as of right now?
Well, I'm looking at this more from just a human perspective.
No, I hear you, but I think the reason why I'm saying this is, I think that there has to be a full accounting, and I imagine that this team, and not imagine, I am certain that this team threw themselves fully into the playoffs, and once you get to the back half of, okay, now the playoffs are over, now we want to do the evaluation, and not just, should Bobby be here, but what is the alternative if he is not? Because, again, unless you're in a place where, this is just flatly unacceptable, and anything that we go and find is going to be better than what we have right now, I think that ends up in the circumstance where you go, boom, thank you for your job, thank you for doing what you did. You know, we wish you the best in your destiny going forward, and we'll look somewhere else. And then you go find something. But in the place, I think this is a little more nebulous where you're like, all right, we still believe that Bobby can do some things, but let's go ahead and look around and see, are there better options? And I think that is what leads you to a certain amount of time.
I think that's what it is. It seems to me, I feel like it's a little more difficult than what we think. I don't think it's just that one person, like make a decision on this one person. I think you're looking at the person, you're looking at the roster. Wondering if maybe you can turn over the offensive line. It could be all type of stuff, man. I think they're probably having long conversations on who should it be. Should it be the coaching, aka Bobby, or can we flip this roster around and keep Bobby? I think it's a lot of different options.
I totally agree with all that. You know, and we've talked about it. You know, they have to make a decision. Are we going to have wholesale changes on the offensive line? Or we're going to change our offensive coordinator. But my point is, okay, you said this week. That's a long time, first of all, and there are things that you have to consider. And by the way, Bobby Slowik is sitting there going, man, do I need to get my resume ready? Gerard Johnson is already talking that, well, it's being reported that he's a candidate for the Jets offensive coordinator job.
I think that was Albert Breer as soon as Aaron Glenn officially decided that he was going to go to the Jets.
Bill Lazor is the senior offensive assistant who has been an offensive coordinator in the NFL. Is he sitting there going, what do I do? You know? So but
that's kind of the name of the name of the football game, ain't it?
I mean, usually you either know or you absolutely see it coming.
But do it seem like they're kind of leaning more towards the coaching staff if it's taking this long? Because for you saying that, I felt like they would have gave him way more time.
I don't know where he's leaning. I really don't know.
But it seemed like maybe he's probably is staying, and maybe they're doing something else. I don't think they're gonna wait this long.
Ben McDaniel's brother just got an OC job. I mean, there are that's 4 names right there: Slowik, Draw Johnson, Ben McDaniels, Bill Lazor, all on the offensive side. They're sitting there going, "Man, what's going on? Or what do we do here?" And my point is, it normally doesn't take this long.
So are you maybe thinking that I'm trying to read what you're saying, but I also don't want to put words in your mouth, right? So I'm trying to find a balance here. But do you then believe that means that Bobby Slowik returns, a second-year coordinator with a lot of plausible deniability at least when it comes to the offensive line, right? We know that is the foundation of an offense, and the foundation was shaky at best this year. And we also know that there was a shift in the way that they did things, a plan of attack that Bobby Slowik feels very strongly about. So in order to change away from that, there had to be a real tacit acknowledgement that, this is just not the way it needs to be. Do you believe that maybe the organization is willing to go and concede that, okay, if we change the offensive line, we can still wring out good offense? Can we still build up? Because, I mean, look, I understand how you can get to that place while also I have concerns about, all right, the more that you caught please in a way on, okay, but it was this reason, it was this variable, it was that, you could find yourself in a tough place where you look up and you go, actually, this didn't end up being what I wanted it to.
No, my answer is I don't know. Only D'Amico and Nick Caserio and some very high-ranking people kind of know which direction they're leaning. What I will say is, personally, I hope they change the offensive line. I do believe
that's not. I don't think you got to hope. That's a guarantee at this point. Like that feels very.
Well, then that would lean toward maybe Bobby staying. I would guess, given the relationship with D'Amico, which is very close, given the offense that has worked with different types of offensive linemen. So I would say they're leaning that way. But I mean, if they're leaning that way, it kind of needs
Bobby's staying.
It needs to happen. Do they even need to say anything if it's staying?
Maybe they wait. I mean, today Friday. Maybe they waiting on that news dump.
Yeah.
To say after 5 p.m. Hey, he's staying. Everybody's staying.
Well, I mean, I don't know that they would say it explicitly, but I mean,
you would get reports or whatever.
I feel like you would have to,
right?
I feel like you would have to at least that, hey, because at some point you would need to start turning your attention to like building a team, right? And again, we have all acknowledged that there are things that need to shift. I mean, just inherently with any offseason, if you end a season where you did not get to where you were hoping to get to, it felt like, this team got to, and I don't want to make that a season-long arc, but you were close enough, and you were like, you could smell the AFC Championship game, and you didn't get there. You want to get to those places. D'Amico has said that explicitly, that is his goal, is to take this team and this organization to that place that they had not been before, which is the AFC Championship game and hopefully beyond. If you want to do that, you immediately go to work on how do we change this team. And you've had people talk about how there will be changes with this team. And so, the offensive line is the clear place where that was not sufficient and things need to change, likely personnel-wise. By the time you start doing those things, if you have not made some level of changes, I think it would be very abundantly clear. And, of course, there are people that have their ear to the ground that would hear certain things.
They would have it.
You would have to know at some point. But, I am with you. I understand that, hey, man, I would like to know. But I kind of understand the week. Now, if we start getting into next week and we ain't heard anything, that's when I'm getting real concerned. Because, again, there are people being hired. Ben Johnson is there. Liam Cohen now there. People are being put in place, and those other positions are going to start. So even if you, even outside of the courtesy of the guys that you currently have hired, allowing them to find somewhere to be, just the selfish nature of, okay, if you ultimately decide that you were going to make a move, who is going to be out there that you would be able to go and talk to, and you want to make sure that you have the best opportunity.
That's the other side of it. Yeah, that's it. I mean, you do have, to fill those jobs if you fill them. Now, I do think, the Texans have to know, well, they do. This line really wasn't good last year.
No.
Not this past season, 2023. But they kind of did it with, it was all found money. They went, they
actually played better with the found money.
Yeah, exactly. So they have to know the line is probably the answer where you have to change, but that gets a little dicey.
Well, it's one of the answers, right?
Yeah.
I don't think that you can abundantly.
If it's one or the other.
If it's one or the other, but I think that's a false dichotomy. I don't know that it has to be a one or the other. If it was one or the other, sure, but I don't know that because
line and coordinator,
it can be both.
Yeah,
because again, with the scheme, and I understand. Again, I always want to put that disclaimer: the offensive line was a limiting factor. but it felt like there wasn't a lot of variability to what you were doing.
But how much of that, and I'm not trying to defend Bobby, I'm just saying this is why we're having this discussion.
Right.
It seems like, okay, what's going on?
And
something has to happen here.
Right, and even as we are going through this back and forth, you can imagine them going through that back and forth as they try and really, plot the course for what this next season is going to look like. You have to examine all these things, and I appreciate the time and caution being taken. I just want to make sure, and I hope that they don't put themselves in a place where they take too long and they make it more difficult on themselves.
Yeah, see, that's why I feel like stuff will probably, or at least the coaching part will probably stay the same. Because if they was really looking for somebody else outside or looking to make a move, I think they would have been said something.
Well, you would have hoped.
Yeah,
but what if that's why I'm like,
I just don't,
what's going on here?
I just don't see them maybe Monday or Tuesday saying, hey, we decided to move in a different direction from Bobby.
I don't know if I believe that. It might happen. I don't know. I don't know. Like, literally do not know.
We all don't know, but I just don't see them taking that much time and letting all these people move around and stuff and just last minute say,
and you're right, Reggie. Oh, I'm sorry, Figgy, but you're right.
I like hearing that.
Like Bobby there were some blind spots, there were some bad plays, there were some bad calls, there were some bad scripts, there were some bad game plans. I'm not denying that. How much of that, and this is another part of the discussion that they're having, I'm sure, was because they couldn't do those things with offensive linemen that just don't fit, the play calling or the game plan or whatever.
Right. Now, one thing I will ask you, because again, this was something that we talked about, right? DeMeco Ryans being only a second-year coach, and this being a friend of his and one of his first calls, and clearly, when you get that early staff in, there's level sentimentality and being able to fire your friends or people that you're sentimental to. We were just talking about things that you can't get rid of that you're sentimental to.
Yeah.
How much of that factor do you imagine exists in this, and do you trust DeMeco Ryans to not have that sentimentality and really just operate on what is patently best for the team?
I think a lot, and yes. I think that's a big factor. They're tight. They worked together for a long time. It was, as you mentioned, the first call that he made. It's not easy, but I also think he can make that decision.
How confident are you thinking Bobby will be back this coming season?
Percentage-wise?
Oh, yes. Good question.
Percentage-wise? I mean, I don't mean to cop out, but I think it's 50-50.
Yeah.
I think it's 50.
Yeah.
I think it's 50.
Have fun standing on the fence.
I'm sorry.
Leaning on that fence.
You asked.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, and we remain in this place where, man, I am eagerly awaiting what they do here, because I mean, this is going to be huge for what the season looks like going forward and what you're able to do moving on. But coming up next in the loop, let's get. By the way, just want to let you know, coming up in the noon hour, you'll have a chance to win 4 tickets to the Houston Automotive Show, which is happening January 29th through February 2nd at NRG Center. So keep it locked here. But coming up next in What's Poppin', Ichiro, do you think that he has good intentions with wanting to sit down with that person who kept him off his ballot? We'll talk about that and more next.
Billy.
Message and data rates may apply. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank N.A., member FDIC.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' on a Friday here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And I'm going to be very naked with my interest here. I am so excited for tomorrow for some college basketball. University of Houston is going to be in Lawrence, Kansas at Fog Allen Fieldhouse to face off against the Kansas Jayhawks. And this is a huge matchup that I cannot wait to see. A nice challenge in the Big 12 to see if they can take down Hunter Dickinson and KU.
And it's going to be one of many great college football games, college basketball games tomorrow across the board. It's that time of year, man. We're not only bearing down on February. That means
March Madness,
we're getting close,
it's
man.
right around the corner, man.
Yeah, this is tap in time. Like I have to try and tap in during this time of year. So that's one of the things that I'm paying attention to. But also,
we need to go to a game, man.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. Like when I
got to go to a game,
and I didn't realize that. Like I didn't realize where this game was. I just knew it was Houston, Kansas, and I was like, oh, let me check and see if I can get out there. And I was like, oh, it's in Lawrence. Yeah. Boo, boo. Yeah, I got to get out to a Cougars game. But most importantly, I got to tap in, and that's one of the ones you're going to want to tap into Saturday at 6:30. Some other things that are popping. We mentioned this week that Houston Astro is going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame on July 27th.
Is that what it is?
Yes.
Yeah.
I always mix up June and July in my brain, so I was like, which one is that? But Billy Wagner is going in, and the moment that he got the news, I wanted to use audio, but unfortunately, it was just kind of, you heard TV in the background, and then just him softly kind of crying because that moment meant so much, getting in on the 10th time on the ballot. This is part of what Billy Wagner had to say about this moment and getting in.
Being a closer is it's the greatest role because you're only going to play when it matters, and you're going to play a lot if you're on the good teams. And for me, in 16 years, I've played on a ton of great teams, but the players that played behind me were Bagwell and Biggio and Jeff Kent and Lance Berkman and there's too many. The bullpen guys that Jay Powell. And I told him I'd bring his name up because he said that everybody talks about starting pitchers, but the relievers that get you the ball are the ones that don't really get the credit. And I wouldn't be where I'm at today if it wouldn't be for those guys and starters who couldn't finish games.
Just warms your heart. It just warms your heart. I mean, that guy was a stud, man. I couldn't have been more adamant about his Hall of Fame case from year one. That he was on the ballot.
Yeah, there was a lot of why did it take him so long? In fact, should I play this audio? Bob Nightingale on with PC with Patrick Creighton on Area 45 last night. It was a really good listen. He also I thought PC asked a great question to Nightingale: why it took so long to get Billy Wagner in the Hall of Fame? Why 10 times? Not Bob. Why?
Well, I think you just when you throw 900 innings, it's like you'd like to see more innings from a reliever. In the postseason resume, he struggled. He pitched over 10 innings or 14 innings, whatever it was. Wasn't like a long thing or anything like that. But I think that's what took so long. It's tough for relievers, I mean, Trevor Hoffman didn't make it right away either. As great as he was, I want to say he was the third or fourth ballot. So it's tough, and I just think people. Spent too much time worrying about what he did in the postseason. That's, of course, where Rivera, made his name by being so dominant all those years in the postseason.
I mean, you can miss me with all.
I was like, I knew you weren't gonna, you were not gonna try and hear none of that, but I just had to bring it forward.
All of that. He mentioned Hoffman. Wagner was better than Hoffman. I mean, just better.
You're not hearing the postseason kind of argument at all?
Actually, of all the things he said, I get it. And it's mostly because of visibility.
Sure.
The Yankees and the postseason and Mariano, it's like, oh, he's the greatest closer ever. I'm not going to deny any of that because the postseason didn't matter. But look at their other numbers. And Wagner was every bit as good or better.
So I talked about college basketball happening tomorrow evening, U of H. Getting active. There's another big-time Houston basketball game happening at that same time. I hope you maybe go to a sports bar or you got the TV set up like I do because the Rockets get that return trip on the Cavs. They will be up at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse 6:30 is the tip for that one as they face off against that team that now has 7 losses. See if you can add an 8th. This should be really fun.
That would be something.
That would be wild, man.
That would be something.
Right, you'd be in that same territory. A weird thing happened yesterday that the Thunder, who are like widely regarded as one of the best teams, if not the best team in the West, is they lost to the Mavericks for the 3rd time this year. Now, obviously, the Rockets have been one of the teams to beat them, but I think they have 8 losses, if I remember correctly, or 5 of them to other teams, and then 3 to the Mavericks. I would like for this Rockets team to be that for the Cavs, where it's just like they just have that one team that keeps beating them.
It's matchups too, you know.
Sure.
Everybody else talks about it, and it's a very real thing.
So, yeah, but that game is happening as well tomorrow. And then also what's happening tomorrow, Astros are getting Fan Fest going as well at Daikin Park. I believe that's 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. And admission is pretty cheap. I think it's $2.
That's a fun event. We've broadcast from there in the past. We've visited it. It's a lot of fun. And, you know, doesn't hurt that all of a sudden there's a little boost in Astros awareness and excitement. Because,
maybe that's why they did it. They're like, hey.
I'm not saying.
Hey, Bregman coming back, baby. Come through. Come through. Come see the new digs or the new old digs.
Yeah.
We put a new name on it. Come through. We put some paint and some wallpaper. It's good.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's happening
paint
as well.
And wallpaper.
Oh, no, that's how people spruce things up.
What are they
right?
going to wallpaper over at Daikin?
I don't know.
I'm never going to get used to saying that.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah.
It'll happen very quickly. You probably didn't think you would get used to saying Minute Maid.
What's a good nickname for it? Because Minute
Don't
Maid,
do that. I know the first place your mind went. Do not.
The icebox.
What you going to call it?
Yes, the icebox.
Okay.
That's good.
I thought she was going to say something else.
I thought I was
exactly
too.
what I thought he was
I
gonna
thought
say.
I was too. Yeah.
And from the 281 on the text line, fellas, speaking of college basketball, they're excited to see South Carolina LSU women's hoops. Oh, yeah.
Big rivalry.
Yeah, man. Anytime you get to see Malaysia full Wiley hoop, it's a good look. South Carolina is just they play really good basketball.
Yeah.
Let's get into the baseball space. Yesterday was a very baseball-minded space for me with all the Ryan Presley talk, potential trade to the Cubs talk, which that one popped up. Ryan Presley has not waived his trade clause. Of course, he's vested, and so he has that ability as a veteran to decide whether he would like to be traded or not. But it seemed like they have gotten really deep into conversations. I think Nightingale was talking about the idea of depending on what kind of coverage of the money that the Astros would take would depend on what kind of things they got back. Because I immediately heard the Cubs and was like, "Say a Suzuki."
Yeah, well,
say a Suzuki outfielder. Yes.
Yeah.
No, I don't imagine that happens.
I
But
don't know about
the big
that.
thing would be getting off that $14 million for next year. So we'll see if that ultimately anything happens this weekend or today even to further that. Alex Bregman. It was reported that he is re-engaged with the Astros in conversations of maybe returning. With all of that baseball stuff happening, there was also some other baseball stuff, including one news that Ippei Matsu, I don't forgot my man's name. He is the interpreter for Shohei Ohtani,
the former
interpreter. That is correct.
Yeah, Ippei Mitsuhara.
Mitsuhara. There we go. He ended up. We got some new audio leaked of him impersonating Shohei Ohtani on the call with the bank. In case there was anybody wondering if Shohei was doing some things where nah, man, Shohei actually did it, and Ippei is taking the fall. Listen to this, says Ippei, trying to pretend to be the Japanese slugger.
Who am I speaking with? Shohei Ohtani. Thank you. How may I help you? So I tried to log into online banking, and it told me that it's not available to me at this time.
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
We got you.
Yeah. This guy is either a very, very desperate man.
He was desperate.
That had incredible debt that he just didn't know what to do, or a scumbag. Or both.
I was like, ¿por qué no los dos?
Yeah. Or both. That's about as low as you can get.
$40.7 million in gambling debt.
Yeah.
That number still shakes me because I'm like, how did you get to 40 without them breaking your knees?
Once you got to like a couple 100,000, aren't you going, well, maybe I need to check this a little bit?
Well, see, here's the thing, right? When you look at that bank account, you're like, I can get it, right?
Well, that's what
cool.
they do.
But that's the thing.
Yeah.
That is from his perspective. I'm like, what bookie was just seeing the debt rate rack up and not being like, hey, we should probably go do something.
So what
this.
is it now? I'll drive over and pay it off. It's $27 million. Oh.
Right. How do we get to 40?
Let's go ahead and double down then.
And I guess I will ask this as a question. at what number do you go if you are in theory the bookie, right? At what number do you go, I'm cutting you off or I'm doing crazy things to make sure that you start paying me back?
Well, most bookies will tell you they don't let it get high.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they don't.
$40.7
What was the bookie's problem?
Hey,
Right.
Ain't nobody walking around owing me $1,000, man.
Yeah, exactly.
$1,000. I'm like,
And he
yo.
got all five of his toes on each.
I'm
each
walking
foot?
around with a bat.
Yeah, but let's say you're dealing with a millionaire and it's $500,000. $500,000 is like, dude, you got to pay.
Yeah,
You know?
100%.
You got to pay. They go to $40 million.
That's why he was on that phone. Like, yeah, I am. Hey, yes,
I need to get into the bank account.
This is Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
Like, forget the accent. It's Shohei Ohtani.
What, you don't believe me? What, you don't think Shohei talk like this?
Hey, yo, what's good to Shohei Ohtani? What's cracking?
What's good?
It's your man Shohei.
Yep, I'm Japanese.
For some reason, I don't believe you. For some reason, I have my doubts.
Yo, I need that bread, though. Yes, I'm Japanese. Yes.
Oh, man. Speaking of beloved Japanese baseball player, Ichiro Suzuki is also joining Billy Wagner in that Hall of Fame class of 2025. Them, CeCe Sabathia, Dave Parker, and Dick Allen will be the 2025 class. But Ichiro Suzuki, we talked about it. He was not unanimous because one singular voter did not put him in. Do we have the audio of this as well?
I didn't see any audio.
Yeah. Oh, no, I should have gotten the audio. Ichiro Suzuki. He had a very fun interaction about this because in talking about his induction. And do you see the link that we could play here?
I was able to receive many votes from the writers, and I'm grateful for them. But there was one writer that I wasn't able to get a vote from. I would like to invite him over to my house, and we'll have a drink together and a good chat.
Why does that sound like a threat?
Yeah, it's like,
and this is the thing. Maybe the least threatening baseball player you could point to, and not because he can't be threatening, but just because that dude is the goodest of dudes.
Yeah, he's just a great
Ichiro
dude.
Suzuki. I don't know that there is a person that has come into his orbit that has had a negative thing to say about Ichiro.
Right.
It's one of the reasons why he's so beloved, in addition to him being an incredibly good baseball player.
But it still sounds like, hey, we should go outside.
Right, exactly. Hey, come outside. We're not going to jump you.
Hey, come in for dinner. We got you.
We got you. Just come on over.
Big old bodyguard come in, sit him down, strap him to a seat. Yeah, what's up, man? So, why you ain't vote for me, man? Hey, don't worry about them guys in the corner with the gun.
No. You're not talking to them. You're talking to me.
Don't look at them.
Don't look at that guy with the machete right there.
Don't look at them.
I just want to know why you ain't vote for me.
Well, sir.
Somebody said, sounds like Ohtani to me. Screw the Dodgers. Nope. Sounds like Ohtani. Put him away.
That really was Ohtani.
That's right.
That would be a wild twist.
That'd be wild. All right.
No doubt about it.
But yeah, that's what's popping here in the loop on Sports Radio 610 on this Friday. Super excited for the weekend in general. And look, man, I'm Astros hype. Not gonna lie.
Astros hype. I get it. Hey, we got some championship games this weekend.
That's right. We do have some championship games. We'll talk more about those throughout the show as well. But coming up next, all right, so I understand the Alex Bregman may be coming back, the moving Jose Altuve to left field, all of these things are salacious. But assuming that the Astros don't do anything else, just what they have right now is what they have, because we're still waiting to see if Presley, waives his contract or waives his no trade clause or what have you. Assuming they don't do anything else, has this been a successful offseason for the Astros? Let us know what you think. 713-572-4610. We'll get into that and more next.
What is Coach D'Amico most Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep. Happy Friday to you. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula hanging out with you, along with Figgy Fig. Let's see. John Heyman had a dispatch earlier today. Astros and Cubs are believed to showing significant interest in Alex Bregman with the Tigers and Red Sox, amongst others involved. His longtime Astros team, also engaged at the start of winter, want him enough that they may move Paredes to second base and Altuve to left field to accommodate. So that's a recap of where the circumstance stands. Interesting that he said that the Cubs are believed to be showing significant interest still here. Are the Cubs just trying to make themselves Astros North? Kyle Tucker.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
They're the ones who are prominently discussed as possibly being the Ryan Presley destination at this moment. Should Ryan Presley agree to waive his no-trade clause, and then Alex Bregman potentially
why not?
going there as well. Just
at this point,
they're gonna port that up. Just like, hey, give me 3 of them.
Yeah, I'll take all those guys. Who else you got down there?
All right,
want one of those?
Being greedy.
One of those. Two of those. It's like going to the donut shop.
It's a lot. All right, but okay. So there's that, right? There's all of those circumstances that could move around and shake. However, if none of that happens, right? If none of that happens, and it's just added Isaac Paredes in the trade for Kyle Tucker, along with Cam Smith. Don't forget, like that's a nice young talent that possibly will make his debut. I imagine maybe next year.
At some point, yeah.
At some point, you signed Christian Walker to play first base. You kind of solidified those things. Are you okay? Is this a successful offseason in your mind? If all of those things are the case,
I think if they do nothing else, it's been wildly successful, actually, much more successful than I thought it would be. Keep in mind, we're going into the offseason sort of like, Fromber, Kyle Tucker, what are they going to do here? Outfield, pitching, of course, who knows what's going to happen there. And then you just went through it. I mean, some of these players that they brought in, starting with Paredes and then Christian Walker and some of these other additions. It is not, it can't be anything but a successful offseason as it is by itself right now.
Even with the outfield looking the way it is, outside of the funky stuff that we've heard about possibly Altuve playing left field, you would have likely Jake Myers playing center. You'd likely have Chaz McCormick holding down right, and coming off of a tough offensive year, although if he found a way to have some level of bounce back towards or ultimately all the way to the 2023 production, you'd be happy about that. Left field, what are we looking at there? Are you looking at one of these young guys to come up and maybe give you something there in accordance with also maybe having Mauricio Dubon getting some time there? Like that's been one of the concerns there. So that was kind of the way I was like, I'm not sure. I would still want that one more move to feel good about it. But I was interested because Fangraphs, very good baseball reference, they put together their ZiPS projections. Their projections for production this year. They do this headed into every year. And I was kind of impressed with what came down, right? So they were talking about all of the things that changed with this team and how they get here. And when it comes to pitchers, they feel like the Houston's rotation is a real plus. And with the lineup, the Astros have done an impressive job finding new talent to replace. Obviously, you talk about the idea of having Framber Valdez, Hunter Brown, Ronel Blanco kind of holding down the circumstance of the rotation, with also seeing if you can get some added value and added benefit from having Hayden Wisniewski, Spencer Arrighetti, and then maybe if you can get something out of Luis Garcia and Lance McCullers, depending on how they return from injury. Like, they believe that that's a really solid rotation. Back of the bullpen, really solid as well, that they obviously point to Josh Hader, as of right now, Ryan Presley being there, Brian Abreu, Taylor Scott. The lack of the front part of the bullpen, that's one of the things that they point to as an issue. But when it comes to, like, the bats, a lot of good projections there. Outfield projects as average or better, according to ZiPS.
Yeah. Look,
I did not view the outfield as average or better, but according to the projections from Fangraphs, average or better there.
Now, the outfield is the one place where and you should, Astros fans should have a lot of concern left. Mauricio Dubon, you can't count on him as an everyday outfielder. I don't think. Yordan has been injury prone, and you don't want him in the outfield. And then there's Jake Myers and Chaz McCormick. You need something more in the outfield, no question about it. But when you look at the infield, that is a very, very – so I don't necessarily – I'm not going to say they're wrong. They do this for a living.
That was specifically talking about Chaz McCormick and Jake Myers. Like, now the caveats they have there is, if Chaz McCormick doesn't have a bounce back season, which that is not an entirely unlikely situation, right? Jake Myers, unless you see a defensive erosion from him, which again, it's possible, but with all of those things, they go basically average or better, and I think that means a lot, especially if you look at the way that you've reformed your infield here, and ultimately they bring all of this together. And when it comes to the Astros projection, maybe it's not going to match the best teams in the NL, where you got some of them spending crazy money like the Mets and the Dodgers. But right now, they project as the American League's best.
Well, now that's a bit of a surprise.
1 or 2 wins better than the Orioles and Yankees on strength of their spare starting pitching, which Zip sees to be better than the other 2 teams. Can you imagine that?
No, to be honest. But they're in a good spot. I think it's reflective of just how good an offseason they've had. They top to bottom. You mentioned pitching. I'm skeptical about the outfield. I think most Astros fans are. But the infield is going to be able to rip the cover off the ball. I mean, they still have the bats on the infield. They still have the bats up and down the lineup. There's going to be some questions at the bottom of the lineup. That happens with a lot of teams, the questions up and down the lineup. So I could see where they get there from here, but maybe not to that extreme.
Yeah, then that felt like that was kind of a far stretch, but that's what they have with your lineup being, including obviously Yainer Diaz and Yordan Alvarez, Isaac Paredes, Walker, of course Altuve and Pena. They have Trammell in there, and one of the things that I thought interesting when you start talking about kind of the young guys, Trammell obviously getting some time, maybe some Shea Whitcomb, and Mauricio Dubon. One of the young names that you have to kind of keep an eye out for is, your young outfielder, Melton.
Oh, you're talking about, what is it?
Jacob Melton.
Who's
in the minor league. Yeah. Apparently projections isn't really sold on him. And that was one of the things that I know some people were like, yo, watch out for this young cat. He maybe could possibly make his way up and be helpful. Right now, when it comes to projections, not underwhelming prospect with power upside, and not a big plus defensively. Now, of course, projections aren't the end all be all, but I found that to be interesting. That not a lot of love for Melton there, but yeah, man, I found that to be interesting. That hey, man, ultimately projections wise, while I might still feel kind of I was happy about the way they were able to maneuver and turn quickly from the Alex Bregman situation. Outfield, I was still waiting on. Ultimately, projections still see them as one of the best teams in the AL, which I think that was the real question that you were asking. If the possibility of Alex Bregman goes, is that the window closing? Projections say no.
Yeah, no, and I get it, and it's going to be worth seeing, how some of these younger players, Melton maybe in particular, perform in spring training and the spring games. But there's still the whole Alex Bregman thing out there, which would change the outfield even more significantly. I do have a question for you and Figgy.
Cool.
And our listeners.
All right.
And I think we're all on board with the possibility of this happening. It would be certainly worth watching. It would be certainly notable. We made the question of the day about things that you just can't let go of. But here's my question, and I want you to really think about this, and I'll lay out a couple of other things. Is it worth it? Is it worth it?
What worth it?
To bring Alex Bregman back, and let me just kind of lay it out here for a little bit. We want him. We think he's still a stud. I mean, defensively, Gold Glove.
Correct.
Certainly, his numbers are. I mean, his WAR last year was 4.1.
Still very good.
Which is very good.
Absolutely.
His RBI over the last 3 years have gone down. OPS over the last 3 years has gone down. On base percentage over the last 3 years has gone down. OPS plus over the last 3 years has gone down. That's not saying he's not a stud. He's not still a plus player, because
I'm sure somebody's going to text in about the slow starts or whatever. That also
that's a factor as well.
You.
The one thing that has sort of, and we talked about this some last season, that is sort of maybe alarming as a little bit of an exaggeration, but sort of eyebrow raising. His walks are way down. His eye for the strike zone is where he's made his living.
Right.
I mean, his eye for the strike zone, he ultimately gets a good pitch to hit, and we all know what happens when that happens. Plus, I think we need to ask ourselves, is it worth it? Because if you bring him back, you're basically asking two players and getting rid of a third player to switch, to change. You know, like if you bring Alex Bregman back, you're putting Jose Altuve in left field reportedly.
Sure.
You're making
at the very least for a significant amount of time. It seems like I don't imagine that he would be like stuck in left field. I imagine they might.
I don't know.
have him
He's
bounce
aging,
around.
and maybe that's where he wants to sort of camp out. For the remainder of his career. Then you got Isaac Paredes going to second base.
Yeah.
Then you're getting rid of Ryan Presley.
But Paredes has played at second base, and Ryan Presley is
50-something games.
That's right. But I mean, Paredes he has that utility and that versatility where I think that he is comfortable moving around. I don't think that that's going to be as much of an imposition. The real imposition is moving Altuve.
Yeah.
That is clearly the imposition.
And then you're getting rid of Presley.
Well, Presley is something that
now he is a little older.
He's a little older.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the contract that he is under is to be a closer.
Mm-hmm.
They don't view him as a closer.
And he's mad about it. He might want to move on.
And so I don't know. Again, I don't know how much that ends up being an imposition. The real weird thing is just moving Altuve off of second base, and I do wonder, is that something that remains permanent? Because, well, I guess it kind of is. Like, he's up there. But remember, Christian Walker is a relatively short-term deal.
Mm-hmm.
It's 3 years is what you signed him to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could still be in a place where Isaac Paredes, depending on how long you have him or what have you, this is a short-term deal until you have that next guy, and then things can kind of move back around. But yeah, Altuve, honestly, we probably need to have a tough conversation about Altuve aging, because you start talking about Bregman.
Oh, he's going to be 35?
Right. One of the reasons why the idea of moving him to left field is that even some of the things that we talk about, it's tough to move him out to left field.
Mm-hmm.
It's tough to have him at second base if we want to be completely honest. Like the range, the arm at second base is already becoming a problem. So, like, it's sacrilege, but, like, at what point do you need to start having some level of attempt to phase out the impact and the import of Jose Altuve, understanding that his bat still gives you stuff?
Look, nobody here doesn't want it to happen, because I think it'd be very intriguing, very much talked about, and maybe keeps that window open a little longer. What I think we have to ask ourselves is it worth it, because of not just the slightly declining numbers that we've seen over the last 3 years. Alex Bregman's going to be 31. Jose Altuve, I think, is 34. Alex Bregman's going to command, a 5 or 6 year contract. What's the end of that contract going to look like? This is a short-term sort of let's keep the window open type move.
But that feels like that's exactly the type of move you need to be making. Because if you're not keeping the window open, what are you doing?
Some people might fall in line with absolutely it's worth it. We're still in the hunt. You just went through the numbers of they're still considered at the top or near the top of the American League. So, I'm not going to say it's not worth it in the short term, but is it something that is going to work? As you mentioned, Altuve in left field and Paredes moving, and certainly aging Altuve, aging slightly less, but still aging Alex Bregman. 6-year contract. Is the last 2 or 3 years, of that contract going to be sort of just a tip of the cap? A lifetime achievement award, so to speak.
And that's probably why you had such a staunch stick at, 6. We're not going any further. But also, this is where we start talking about the intangibles, the unquantifiable portions of this, of being the flag bearer of the Astros kind of way of having that kind of cultural impact that Alex Bregman clearly has for this team. Right, I think that those things add value as well. Going back to, like, the imposition that you're talking about, when you're talking about that worth it aspect, right? Moving Altuve to left. Fair point made on the YouTube says, we keep saying Isaac hasn't played outfield. Neither has Altuve. They should just move Isaac's ass out there. I think that probably is something that you give a try. You give some level of testing to early on in spring training to see, hey, is this the better option? Understanding that, Altuve has raised his hand, but see if you can find something that works to that degree where he can play left field, and boom, there you go. Maybe you've had your solution there. I don't know, but yeah, man, I think it's still worth it, man. I still think it's
for the short term.
It still feels. And again, the short term consideration is what you're considering right now, right? The long term, I hate to say it like this and be like cavalier. The long term will determine itself, right? Those back end years, I don't even know if it's reasonable to expect you to be in contention after having a window open for 10, 12 years, right? So at that point, you might have to be eating some money and finding ways to kind of retool. But, that's cool. The back end will pay for this front end where you still give yourself an opportunity to be competitive because as long as you have the opportunity, it feels like you have a responsibility to push for it.
Look, there are some people that are taking the other side. Talking about how Bregman, it maybe not. It's not worth it. Several people coming in with that. I don't know. I'd love to see it. Just as a fan, I'd love to see it for sure.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Friday. Somebody said, Cardinals fan here, having your star, boo, first of all, having your star players rapidly decline while under contract kills your team pretty quick. I get it. I get it.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, here we go. We have, you were begging for it, and it seems like the Texans have given you your answer. The Texans have parted ways with Bobby Slowik, according to the Houston Chronicle, and also they have parted ways with Chris Strasser. The Chris Strasser one is the obvious one, but there you go. There's the official answer. We were wondering if they were going to have the gusto to move on from Bobby Slowik, if there was going to be too much familiarity, but it seems like the Texans have made the decision. Boom, Bobby Slowik, no longer the offensive coordinator of this team. All right, so that's clearly the biggest news of the day. We're about to go to confessions, but
no, we're not.
The confession is we need to talk about this. So coming up next in the loop, let's have more conversation about this breaking Texans news. Bobby Slowik, no longer the offensive coordinator of the Texans. We'll do that next.
All right now, let's talk about the Franklin.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610, Houston Texans breaking news.
All right, don't call it a Friday news dump. The Houston Texans have made some personnel changes. Your man, DeMeco Ryans, let you know on Monday that those changes, like they were going to take the week, and they took 4 to 5 business days.
He was accurate.
And on Friday, they let us know that the Houston Texans have parted ways with offensive coordinator Bobby Slowik, offensive line coach Chris Strasser, and assistant offensive line coach Cole Popovich. The big news of the day, Bobby Slowik is indeed out as offensive coordinator of these Houston Texans. And a lot of people on the text line, on the YouTube, on the Twitch, all of those are ways to feed in, have conversations about this. Really surprised. I think that's the prevailing kind of sentiment that I'm seeing first and foremost, is surprised that the Texans actually had that level of urgency, that level of, commitment to being great, that they were like, look, man, that was not sufficient. Thank you, Bobby, for your 2 seasons of work here. However, we want to move in a different direction.
All right, so let's dig into how this happened, what it means, and what it means going forward, especially with personnel on the offensive line. But let's start right here. Long live the king is dead. Long live the king. People immediately are going to be going, all right, who's up? What's the next offensive
next man up? Next man up mentality.
Coordinator going to look like? Be very clear about this. This had to be one of the most, if not the most difficult football decisions that DeMeco Ryans ever made. When I say they were close, they were close. They were close. Bobby Slowik and DeMeco Ryans. So what that tells you is, obviously, they always say it, and it always comes true. This is a business, and he had to make a business decision. And they understand they have a quarterback on a rookie deal. They have very expensive offensive linemen. We'll see about what happens with there.
Yeah.
But they've got very expensive offensive linemen.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I've been looking at. Yeah. Changes clearly need to happen on that offensive line. However, it's not going to be an easy situation. You have expensive offensive linemen that are also not they're not up for those deals to be over within the next year or two. You've got guys that are relatively locked in, which again, you can lay at the footstep or the doorstep rather of Nick Caserio, but that is still the circumstance. In your favorite parlance, it is what it is in that regard. And so you have posited this in some ways in trying to kind of think around the circumstance of the coordinator decision of, is it either the offensive coordinator or the offensive line? And sometimes I don't think it always has to be a binary, but if you were to view it as that right now, they chose. It's easier to move on from the offensive coordinator, offensive coordinator who had an offense that was promising that then regressed in year 2. You saw regression in some ways from your quarterback, and I feel like that probably all came out to this is not sustainable. Plus, you saw them had to change the way that they ran the system. They literally moved away from Bobby's system and saw better results, including with that offensive line where they were able to block up to the second level, and you were actually able to run the football on a Kansas City Chiefs team that admittedly has not been running stopping the run as well in the second part of the season. But again, that was one of the better performances, and I imagine that's got to put in your mind somewhat, well, if we move away from Bobby and we find, or what Bobby wants to do, and we find a little bit of success with the guys that we've put in there, guys that I imagine they evaluated and felt had something, and you find that they're doing better in a different system, I imagine that also probably factors in a little bit.
All right, so as this is happening, immediately 4 things come to mind that I think are important for our listeners to know.
Let's just go stream of consciousness.
Stream of consciousness. This is a personnel passing thoughts, if you will.
Hit the music, Figgy.
With a little bit, no, you don't need to do that. With a little bit of just, not just observation, but just sort of insight on what's happening over there. I can tell you this. Let's start with the decision itself.
Okay.
And I'm not reporting this. This has all the markings of Cal and Hannah. They picked their spots when they're going to go ahead and be intimately involved.
Yeah, we've given them a lot of credit for recognizing when to empower your people to do things.
Yes, that's number 1. Cal and Hannah, they came in, they picked their spot when there were other head coaches that were being rumored and reported to come to Houston, and they picked their spot and said, no,
DeMeco's the man.
They said Meeko.
So you think they have a say-so in this?
I think they have a say-so in this. And that's not like, they hated him or, this or that. Hold on, just real quick.
Okay.
I think they're feeling what I'm talking about. They're feeling this is our time, the whole rookie quarterback thing. We've got money invested, not just in the offensive line, but in the wide receiver position. Nico got a new deal. They want to sign Stephon. They got Joe Mixon.
There's noise.
Got all these guys.
Right.
This is our time. It's time for us to get involved in this type of decision.
Right. There's not just noise, not just from us, right?
Yeah.
Like not just the folks bloviating here on Sports Radio 610, but national outlets looking at this and saying, yo, this is a poorly schemed thing. There's instances where, oh, this is bad, this is whatever.
Yes.
Somebody on the text line very rightfully pointed out, JJ was criticizing blocking with the tight end.
Sure.
In some of those instances in big-time moments where you have a defensive end being picked up by only Dalton Schultz, right? This thing had gotten loud. Like, I think that there was a lot of people talking about this as well. And we know that not that they have rabbit ears per se, but that they're also not completely immune to what is widely being talked about in the NFL world.
Here's another one that just immediately sort of passing thought on this. So I feel like Cal and Hannah, I'm not saying our way or the highway, but I feel they were deeply involved with Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans and had a say in this. I think they picked their spot and they picked this spot.
I could see that. I'm not. Okay.
Yeah. Number two, everybody in that building knows what the relationships really are like with coordinators and players, coordinators and your franchise quarterback. C.J. Stroud has said nothing but good things about Bobby Slowik. I think C.J. Stroud really likes Bobby Slowik. I think there is a level of frustration that they know about. I'm not reporting anything. I think there is a level of frustration that they know about. CJ, and I said this, I think Tuesday, yes, maybe Monday.
You weren't in Tuesday, remember?
Oh, that's right.
That's when you did 5 barrel rolls and you ended up in a ditch.
Must have been Wednesday. I said this week. You can just sense that CJ in year 2, he deserves and has earned the right to have more say in how they're doing things offensively, what he's doing and the adjustments and things they're doing in game plans and in game management. So I'm not saying CJ went in there either and said, oh, he's got to go. No, I think they understand CJ his ass is out there. He's got to have a better sort of back and forth with, it's not my way or the highway. Let's talk about this,
Sure, yeah. Right? Yeah, I mean, CJ, at least he said the right things. If he had any level of different sentiment, I can't speak to that. But he said that, I mean, he basically, not even basically, he pretty outrightly said that he would like to continue working with Bobby Slowik. So I'm wondering, like, what that dynamic is there. But I think there is some fairness to, you would like to see him better integrated into the designs of what is happening here and what makes him most comfortable. Because I think you are, when you have a young quarterback, early on, you're trying to determine, is this our guy? That answer has been settled. He is the guy, and he is capable of doing it. Now, what can we do to best fit what he does? And it felt like, I think it's easy. The layman can look at this Texans team this past season and see it didn't feel like you did enough to fit what he does well, and maybe you need to have something that is tailored better, not just to all of your talent, but specifically to your quarterback.
Number 3 of my 4 passing thoughts that immediately I think are huge here. I still think offensive line decisions, tough decisions, are on the table. And one of the biggest reasons why, Reggie, I can't see D'Amico leaving this offensive system. He played defense for Kubiak, who had this offensive system and benefited from it. He played for Andy Reid, who has a version of this type of system. He went to San Francisco and was defensive coordinator, knows the Shanahan system, brought in Bobby Slowik specifically for this system. I'm not so sure that he's going to say, all right, we're going to go heavy, we're going to go big, we're going to double team the guards and tackles and the defensive tackles and nose guards, and we're just going to change the way. I don't think that's necessarily the case.
And I think that the search might be somewhat similar to, and of course, like with some more accounting for who you have personnel-wise. That's clearly one of the things that burns you is like, hey, making sure you match who you hire to what the job is. I think that that's still going to matter. But I think also some of this is like matching who is out there and who is the best available for what you're trying to do. And I mean, you might find a little synergy with, not that I've done all the digging on all the possible names, but I know that there's been a lot of buzz around Nick Caley, who is one of the guys that was brought up in various things, including the Jet search, right?
Yeah.
He is on Sean McVay's staff, obviously not coordinator and staff, calling things there, but like he's part of the passing game. And that is a dude, that Sean McVay is in that same tree, like that. You're in that same vein. and he's a young, talented dude that is getting a lot of buzz. Like, maybe that's the type of name that you're talking about that can maybe bridge that gap that you're talking about. But also, I mean, if there's another young, talented coordinator out there, you think they would take themselves away from that just to stay with the system? I'm not certain that that's the case. I think that this is going to be a lot more dependent on what is out there available for you. But it's good that they're getting into the market to where now they can have those kind of evaluations of, is this guy, is it just on the system, or is this guy going to fit what we're trying to do, and then get in here and be able to work his magic, or would be able to, execute, as coming back to that word, execute what a vision for this team.
And number 4, we're
not bringing Gary Kubiak as offensive coordinator. Let him rest.
I'm just saying the system, and that ties in with my other big thought here in terms of what has happened and how it might play out, and what happened behind it. They also relieved Chris Strausser, and
Cole Popovich, assistant
Popovich, the assistant offensive line coach. Unless I'm missing something, we have not heard anything on Bill Lazor or Gerard Johnson. Keep an eye on those two guys.
Potential internal hires?
Yeah, keep an eye on those two guys.
That was going to be my next question. Do you think they hire outside, or they keep it in-house?
I think they could obviously do either, but we haven't heard anything on those guys.
No, we have not, and because you can imagine, hey, do you clean the whole staff? And that was not what they did. They cleaned specific parts of the staff. That You're right, that could possibly portend that you're going to have largely the same staff except for problem areas, and hire from within to have some continuity. Going back to the Peyton Manning, what he was talking about young quarterbacks and wanting to keep some level of continuity with what they're doing. Don't smile at me, Show. Don't smile at me. I don't like what you're doing right now. Whatever you're doing right now. I don't even know what he's smiling about.
He wasn't the biggest fan.
But whatever he's smiling at me about, I don't like it. But yeah, the leaving some continuity. Peyton Manning has talked about this. I think he was talking within the terms of Bryce Young, right? And how he didn't want to see continual turnover, because with young guys, you want to have some familiarity and some continuity. That would be a way to have continuity, either between Bill Lazor, who has been an offensive coordinator before,
4 times,
not necessarily to a ton of repute, but I think boom, that is there. And then Gerard Johnson, who is clearly a hot name. He was involved in the hiring cycle last year, and this year you've already see his name come up at the very least with the Jets position, offensive coordinator position.
And I can tell you, Gerard, I think most people know this just from if you've been around this team at all, has a very good relationship with C.J. Stroud, very, very good. So we'll see. I'm not saying either or, but I think it's telling that neither of these guys has been mentioned as being released.
Yeah, and maybe you find a way to keep both of them in somewhat positions of
or maybe
elevation.
They're letting them play out,
right?
Sort of. Yeah.
No, of course, play out. Yeah. I think that's an option. I think as you laid it out, you're very right. I think that is an option, and what you would do if you could find some level of marriage that works there is you would have a great connection with the quarterback, continuity, and a little bit of experience with Bill Lazor. Although the question then that keeps coming back to, which is one that I asked earlier, which is, if you have some experience there, why did it not feel like it was showing up on the field? Like, those are the questions that I think you had for this team. Yes, Bobby takes the brunt of those, of the responsibility for those, but I think that falls for the whole staff in some ways. Like, hey, why are we not seeing some of those things implemented on game day if you do indeed have answers? I don't know, but we'll see. But ultimately, the biggest news of the day, we're starting here, right? We're starting with the fact that today, Friday, January 24th, Bobby Slowik, Cole Popovich, the assistant offensive line coach, and Chris Strausser, the head offensive line coach, were released, were fired, I guess, in an indelicate way of saying it, from this Houston Texans staff. So that is what we're moving on from. Now it's time to cull together a short list or a long list of coaching candidates and go that way of seeing how you can get this offense back to the expectations, the heights that you had hoped when you put together a quote-unquote 5-headed monster. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Somebody said they don't want to see promotions. We'll have plenty of time to talk about that.
Yeah, we will.
We'll take the weekend and really dive in. I imagine in a big way. And next week, I imagine now you're in the coaching cycle, right?
You're on the board.
You are on the board. Houston Texans offensive coordinator is a job. Go ahead and get to Indeed.com or whatever to get you.
Just leave Chip Kelly out of this.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, you being selfish.
Yeah, you damn right I'm being selfish.
You're damn right I am.
I'm trying to take my players and coaches.
What did Chip Kelly do against Michigan? All right, coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions. We'll do it next.
How close are the Texans to reaching the next level?
High. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. Typically, Lopez starts the confessions. He will start the confessions, but I just want to remind you the confessions is happening right now because we had some breaking news here on Sports Radio 610, and that is that Bobby Slowik, Cole Strasser, and Chris Strasser, Cole Popovich. I done made them the same person. Those three gentlemen are no longer. They have been parted ways with. The Texans have parted ways with them. So the offensive coordinator Bobby Slowik, the head offensive line coach Chris Strasser, and then the assistant offensive line coach Cole Popovich, no longer with the Texans as of not more than an hour ago. Probably about 20 minutes ago is when we learned the news. And so, that's the big news of the day when it comes to the Texans.
And we're going to hit this in every which way as we continue today. And, of course, the drive as well is going to continue. This is enormous news. Let's talk about – and we're going to get to confessions here. We're certainly going to give you some. But you talk about a turnaround, a 180. Bobby Slowik had his choice of jobs last year. Like, he had a choice of jobs as a head coach. And now is out and, quite coming at you pretty fast there. In fact, my first confession.
These are my confessions.
I'm actually surprised, man. I really, in my heart of hearts, I didn't think they would do this. I knew there was going to be some changes, but I would have thought they would write it out, make some personnel changes, and do that. But I will say again, this decision, I feel, was just collaborative, and that includes, and when I say everybody, to paraphrase D'Amico Ryans, everybody was in on it. Everybody was in on it.
These are my confessions.
I guess we just gonna do confessions.
No, I got one about Ron the Show coming up that's gonna tick him off.
No, I got more confessions too, but I feel like I at least got to get one off here.
Yeah.
Is when it comes to where they go from here, I got to confess, experience feels like it matters. However, because of just how it felt like the scheme did not match, I could easily still see them getting a young, relatively inexperienced coordinator if that coordinator just demonstrates a schematic advantage. You know what I mean? But I naturally, me personally, I'm like, hey, clearly not having experience, not being able to fully command that room on that side of the football where you have a play calling head coach on the defensive side, I felt like that was a detriment, and that's probably something that's needed on that side of the football.
Yeah, and some people will say, oh, not Gerard, because he doesn't have that. I don't mind that. That's a mini confession within yours. I totally get that.
Right.
I understand it. Now, I would want it, but that's beside the point.
Now, I recognize one of the people that falls in.
I get it.
one of the people that falls in with the description I had is someone like a Doug Peterson, and I don't know if that makes anybody's stand up. But hey, that's I'm sorry. That was you know what?
That's my job.
I'll put a dollar on the buck. I'll put a dollar on the buck for that one. That was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm stopped.
These are my confessions.
Speaking of the whole offensive coordinator thing, I got to confess, I kind of want to see them hire somebody outside the organization right now, man. And that's no disrespect to Gerard Johnson. I think his time is coming soon.
Yeah.
But I think right now, it's win now moment right now.
Yeah.
And I think you need to find somebody that was an offensive coordinator already that knows what they're doing, and let's go. Let's win, man, because I think I want to sit here and say Super Bowl or bust, but they got to get off the toilet, man.
Yeah.
We can't keep trying to get these 1 year or somebody that never called plays before and trying to figure it out, man. Nah, you got CJ going into his third year.
Yeah.
We need to get to an AFC championship, man.
I totally get that, and I don't disagree. I understand it.
These are my confessions.
Now let's tick off Ron the Show Hughley.
Uh-oh.
So this is my confession. First of all, kudos to him for standing strong, and of course I'm cheering for the Bills. But Ron has become one of the bigger reasons I want the Chiefs to lose.
Hey, yo!
It's one of the he represents like everything that we, get irritated about, and he's representing it on our air.
This is what you guys do. I didn't say he didn't. I didn't say that flop. I didn't say he didn't. I'm just telling you, the whole league, all the quarterbacks are selling calls.
And I'm telling you that Pat Mahomes does it more than anybody. We just watched the playoff game.
Cool,
and everybody in America is talking about it.
You're talking about the one there. Yes, we're talking. You keep referencing that one. There are millions of other players doing it. That's fine.
Everybody does it. Everybody. You just can't come to terms with it and just say, hey, he flops.
By the way, in the mixtape, I'm gonna break all this down. There's a lot. It was a lot of stuff to take in from this.
Oh man, it was yesterday. Ron and Clint going at it, and again, I respect and understand backing your squad at all costs. Like people, you just blind faith, blind allegiance.
See, actually, that'll piss off Show more than what you said prior.
No, he is.
He doesn't believe himself to be a blind.
Oh, for sure.
All right,
absolutely.
I'm just letting 100%.
You know. Oh no, he is.
I'm just letting you know.
I appreciate it, but hey, all of a sudden, he's a bigger reason as anything that I want to see the Chiefs lose.
You know me, I'm always down for a good Schadenfreude. So hey, man, I'm good with it.
These are my confessions.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm going to be the dude who brings up baseball. I'm sorry. The baseball juices are flowing for me. What can I say?
It's baseball season.
It's about to be.
It's baseball season.
Here shortly. Hey, man. I know that the Dodgers just won a World Series that, look, not everybody's happy about. I get it. And I had already, I was kind of on that, hey, man, you paid a lot of money, Shohei Ohtani, you better get it done.
Mm-hmm.
He just got it done. And yet and still, I find myself looking with the Sasaki ad and everything. They added Kirby Yates, and I'm like, yeah, you better win it again. I'm sorry, dog.
Oh, for sure.
And it's the same urgency because they might, I can even still see them. You don't end up getting it done. Hey, dog, thanks for showing up. We want to go in a different direction.
Oh,
Would that be unfair?
Right.
Sure. But they might be in Ohio State territory where you're just getting so much talent and you are developing so much talent that you just got to win it, dog. And it's not fair. And I recognize that. It's not fair to Dave Roberts, the manager of the Dodgers. And yet and still, you have so much that if you don't win it, I'm laughing in your face.
Yeah, no, you're right. I mean, a lot of people say Super Bowl or bust or World Series or bust. They are World Series or bust.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
So this happened, I want to say, when I was on vacation, towards the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
I went to the drive-in movie theater, man.
Oh, really?
Which one?
I went to the drive-in. I forgot the name of this one, but this one is, I want to say it was right off of Clinton.
So it's in town?
Yeah, it's actually in town. It was like maybe 12 minutes away from my house.
Mm-hmm.
Went there, and it wasn't bad, man.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't bad. This is my confession. I think I'm a little too old for drive-ins, though, man.
Nah, man. How come?
So we pull up, and I surprised the wifey. She was happy about it. She started packing blankets and snacks and stuff like that. Yeah. And we get there, and she was like, "Oh, let's sit in the trunk because I got
that's what you're supposed to do.
I got the Jeep, and so made a little bed and all that stuff, the kind of chill."
Mm-hmm.
I was not comfortable, man. I was not comfortable.
You wanted one of them reclining seats?
No, I need some cushion, man. Like, that trunk was not comfortable, man. I couldn't really get cozy.
You'll get one of those camping pads. You'll be set, man.
Man.
Why do I have to do all the stuff, all the work?
At this point, I should have went to the movie theater, man.
Right.
And just snuck the snacks and all that stuff in.
That's right.
It is not comfortable, man. I was kind of going to, sit in the front seat and just kind of watch the movie there, but she was like, "Oh no, let's sit in the trunk. Let's open the trunk up."
Well, that's classic, man. That's what you're supposed to do.
It was not comfortable.
Not everything classic is the way that you're supposed to do things. We have modernized. We have innovated for
there
reasons.
Have been inventions that get this.
That's
better.
right,
man. My back was hurting, man. My knee was cracking.
Yeah.
Did you have to go over to the snack stand? Did you have to get out the car and go over to the snack stand?
No. See, we had the snacks with us.
You packed your own popcorn?
We packed everything.
Awesome.
Everything. But
that's how you're supposed to do it.
I had to scoot over towards the back, to try to get the snacks. I'm just like, man, this is not coming. I couldn't even focus on the doggone movie. I'm like, I can't wait till this movie over.
Wait, hold up. From the 713, they have futon pads for trucks. When you say they, what do you mean? Like at the theater?
No. It's got to be like they sell them.
Just period.
Yeah, because I was about to say the last thing I'm trying to use is a rent-a-futon.
I'd rather use John Lopez's pillow, man.
Well, don't get too
nasty
crazy.
Ass pillow.
That's what we call it. That's what we call a callback. That was fantastic. I love that.
I got one more.
These are my confessions.
And it's more of a worry than a confession, and maybe it's both. if this Bregman thing happens, you know, and he comes back to the Astros,
man, Houston sports going crazy on a Friday, brother.
Right
what?
Now. I'm kind of worried that it's going to be sad watching Jose Altuve in left field. I'm a little worried.
Man,
it's kind of
right.
It's kind of sad.
Like a washed up sad?
Like maybe stumbling around here, not making plays.
Like Hakeem on the Raptors?
Yeah. Boy, that but yeah, it's look,
are you?
It's kind of sad watching him a second here.
Well, it is.
I just want to I love Jose Altuve. I want you to understand that about me.
And a new position.
I want you to understand that about me. Please. I do. I love Jose.
I'm worried that I'm going to be going, ooh, don't do that to that man. Don't do that to that man.
I'd rather him be a DH for the rest of his career, man.
He doesn't deserve to be Willie Mays bumbling around out there, you know? And Willie Mays was an outfielder.
But that's something that
he bumbling around in second base, man.
And that's the thing is like it's tough because you have so many DH guys. Like, these are good problems to have if you have all the guys, right? Like, if you have all the bats and you're just figuring out what is the right configuration of the bats. Good problem to have. I get it. But, and then people have talked about, hey, just keep Jordan in left and have Altuve DH. And I'm like, yeah, but that makes me scared, too. Because I don't like Jordan in left field having to do all that with the injury problems, but depending on how bad it looks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm not alone.
No. That's a clear. I immediately when I saw that, I pulled up Baseball Reference and was like, nah, I got to see what this looks like. By the way, Jose Altuve's like even some of his batting like kind of metrics. Like his chase percentage is bad. We know that. His bat speed is in the 15th percentile, which is not very good.
Ooh.
His hard hit balls is in the 11th percentile. Like just the aging in general is a great point. But then I immediately looked up and his arm strength being a 7, and I was like, thankfully in left field you're only really throwing to third and second, right? Because in a short left field, like I was really trying to cope. I was really trying to find the things within myself. But no, you're not wrong. Like that is there. Somebody said move Pena out to left, sign Profar. Oh well, first of all, Profar would play on the outfield. Second of all, he is an Atlanta Braves.
Yeah,
now.
he gone.
Yeah, he is. Why aren't you putting Jordan at first? Because you signed Christian Walker to be a first baseman. I get you. Yeah, I hear you too.
Honestly, they would have probably tried to put Jordan at first at some point last season because they ain't had no first baseman.
Yeah.
Clearly, that's probably won't work out.
Yeah, man. They are finding creative solutions to things, but it's real creative. It's one of those
very
creatives.
creative. That's one way to people kind of soft pedal like, oh, that's an interesting choice.
That interesting is the word.
Choice.
Yes. If you don't know,
those shoes are new for you.
Yeah.
I get that comment all the time with my hair.
Yeah.
Oh, you're interesting.
That's an interesting look.
That's one of my favorite words. It doesn't actually it can mean so many things that it might not actually mean anything.
Jose Altuve in left field. Well, that's a choice.
Definitely.
That's a choice.
Definitely a choice.
Oh,
all right.
Bless his heart.
All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It's a Friday, typically a football Friday. We ain't talked a lot about the football that is coming up. So let's do that. What are the keys to each conference championship game? And maybe a little win because, lose because. We'll do it next.
We're bringing the best sports talk in town to the Big Easy. Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Big breaking news on the day is that the Houston Texans of Sports Radio 610, home of the Texans fame. Houston Texans have parted ways with offensive coordinator Bobby Slowik, offensive line coach Chris Strasser, and assistant offensive line coach Cole Popovich. And so those three gentlemen will no longer be with the team. You ask now, Reggie, what about the rest of the staff? That apparently will be left up until they make a hire, which does lead the possibility that maybe there's some internal hirings, or at the very least, whoever is hired, if it's an external candidate, has the option of keeping certain people. So we'll see what ultimately happens there, and providing additional insight for that will be Jonathan M. Alexander of the Houston Chronicle. You heard him on these airwaves yesterday. We running it back. He will be back. He'll be on with The Drive
and
with Clint and Show at, I believe, about 2:20.
Yeah, at 2:20, Jonathan Alexander.
He's been killing it too, man.
Yeah, he has.
He's been on a roll.
At 3:40, NFL insider James Palmer will join The Drive as well. So they're going to have you covered on this. We've got you covered on it as best we can as we're getting information. I got the bat phone in my hand right now. But what I can tell you is this latest news, this latest twist of source telling DJ Bieniemy, I think he had it first, that the rest of the offensive staff is going to be decided on when they hire a new offensive coordinator.
Correct. About 9 minutes ago.
That means
it's weird to say about and then have an exact number. My bad. 9 minutes ago.
That means that options are open, seemingly, because that means that the rest of the offensive staff has not been told, we're moving on.
Right.
So that means Bill Lazor, perhaps. And I'm going to get to this in a second, real quick, before we get into the
Go for it, dog. You got it.
Go
ahead and cook.
Championship games. I'm cooking, man.
All right. It doesn't work. It doesn't work if you do that, right?
Want to see me cook? No.
Sounds like a threat.
Bill Lazor and Gerard Johnson would be at the top of the list within the staff. Now, Bill Lazor probably, if again, my opinion, is more of a Nick Caserio guy.
Okay.
And Gerard Johnson is more of a D'Amico Ryans guy. So maybe that's the discussion they're having. And the real answer may be none of the above. I could easily see where the Texans collectively say, we need proven, and maybe even we need to change the entire system. I think D'Amico probably would fight that. I think he trusts what this West Coast style offense can do, and he's lived it his entire NFL career.
But Nick wants the Patriots way, man.
He might. That's what I'm saying. I think that is going to be a discussion that they have, and maybe
probably like, damn it, Josh McDaniels off the board.
Hey, Ben McDaniels is in the building.
I did not realize how close you possibly could have been. Oh man,
Ben McDaniels is in the building. So yeah, who knows? I mean, there could be other options that he knows quite well. Clint Kubiak.
That is a name that came up. Man, y'all are throwing all sorts of names. Obviously, there's been a supreme thirst for Chip Kelly has come up. I mentioned Nick Caley has been a name that's come up, from L.A. Someone is talking about, obviously, Gerard Johnson is clearly in-house. There's a lot of things that have come up. Somebody was talking about how they really, really wish that Brian Dable had gotten fired in New York in order to possibly have that.
Yeah.
All right, don't do no mad petition. Stop that. Stop it.
I will say this, and this is 100% true. This isn't just my opinion. Clint Kubiak was going to join this staff. Remember that, Figgy? Like I had talked to some people and understood what was going on. Clint Kubiak was going to come to Houston to be an offensive senior assistant or whatever. He's not very senior to begin with. He's a young guy. And then ended up going to the Saints. So Clint Kubiak, Bill Lazor, Gerard Johnson, names to watch.
Okay. McCown boy. Come in here. He's getting some love as potential offensive coordinator situation.
That's a Nick guy.
All right. Josh McCown, who is the quarterback coach in Minnesota. That is a name. I know that his name also came up with Gerard Johnson for the possibility of joining Andre Glenn in New York. So all those things. Aaron Glenn. Goodness gracious, man. What am I doing?
Hey, salute to Andre Glenn, wherever you are.
If you're an Andre Glenn out there, go ahead and text the line, 713-572-4610. All right, let's get into championship weekend that's happening come Sunday. You got championship games going on between the Commanders and Eagles in the NFC, and of course the Kansas City Chiefs and the Buffalo Bills in the AFC. I got 4 things to watch for in each of those games. Where would you like to start?
I want to go to the NFC first. I think it's very intriguing. The headliner we know is Chiefs and Bills, but I think it's a very intriguing game.
Yeah, so here are the 4 things to watch, and of course some of the things that we're looking at in these games. One, how high can Jaden Daniels' star rise? Clearly, the Commanders go as far as he goes. And that means a lot when you say that for a rookie quarterback, because I think it was Vic Fangio who said this week that he is a rookie quarterback by birth certificate only, right? Like that, he has played well above the expectation a reasonable expectation of a rookie quarterback. He's been cool, calm, collected. Pressure has not been something that you can even really foist upon him, and I think that becomes a huge deal in this game because the Eagles have not done a great job with pressure. In fact, the only team that's really been able to really affect pressure on him and actually bring him down, because that's really the only way that you really make him feel the point of pressure, is the Cowboys, because of the speed that Micah Parsons has. And the Eagles don't quite have that with their pass rush. So that might be something to watch, is Jaden Daniels going to just be able to be comfortable in that space and really dice up in this Cliff Kingsbury offense? It's been really good. I know someone earlier was like, well, go get Cliff Kingsbury. He's an offensive coordinator already.
Yeah.
So there are rules where if there's a lateral move, the the team that has the coach would have to be willing to open that and block
and
that.
They would.
And I feel very strongly that they would.
I feel very strongly too.
But yeah, the idea of Jaden Daniels being the star in this.
And I heard the boys this morning talking about this, and the implication that they were making, and it's not a bad one, is the clock finally going to strike midnight? With Jaden Daniels. And I got to tell you, I don't see that happening.
But
I don't see that happening.
That brother playing smooth.
He's playing great. But also, and this is just kind of one of those things that I kind of hold as a truism.
You would think it would, right?
At some point, a rookie is going to look like a rookie.
Okay, it's getting kind of late.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And the crazy thing, we were saying that last season about C.J. Stroud.
That's right.
We going to get to a point, man, rookie could take his team to the Super Bowl and win it, man.
We might be at that point.
It might not have no rookie mistakes.
The Commanders might lose, but he's going to play his ass off. I can promise you that. And the clock will not strike midnight. They might lose because the Eagles are dang good, but that ain't going to be the reason.
So the second part of this NFC game, Eagles defense seeking to continue their dominance. The number one defense in order. They want to be really good and punch their ticket to the Super Bowl. Eagles have seen a complete turnaround of their unit from last season to this one, going from 30th when it comes to scoring defense and 31st in passing yards allowed. Now they're number one in total defense, second in scoring defense, first in passing yards allowed. And, of course, that lines up in a way that's kind of interesting with this Washington Commanders team. Vic Fangio has done a great job coming in. And, of course, the pass rush with Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, the guys I was talking about, they're going to have a tough time, not necessarily with the offensive line itself, but making sure to bring down Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
This is going to fall a lot on Darius Slay, Quinyon Mitchell, even Cooper DeJean involved there in trying to keep track of Terry McLaurin and Diami Brown. Like if they can keep those things in the secondary, maybe have coverage pressure, and be able to get those guys to Jaden Daniels because there aren't things that are open down the field.
See, that's going to be the story. Like I said, they might beat the Commanders. In fact, they're favored to beat the Commanders. But that's going to be how they do it. If they do have enough success in coverage and certainly finding some semblance of success rushing him.
All right, so here are the big ones. I'm going to pair these two together when it comes down to the big things to watch in this NFC Championship game. The Commanders' leaky run defense facing a big-time running back, and the Eagles' passing game. Which of those do you feel like is most important?
You know which one.
Saquon.
Oh, my God.
Saquon.
You know which one.
Saquon. In fact, the offense, and that I think I pair these together because the Eagles' offense has just been carried by Saquon. It is really a throwback effect because how long has it been since you just had an offense that goes, we are running back heavy, and we are just going to run behind this really good offensive line and this really good running back, and you know what's coming, we know what's coming, you ain't got nothing you can do.
It got A.J. Brown pissed off.
Yeah.
He's like, man, I ain't getting the ball.
Although A.J. Brown and I believe also Amari Cooper have both said this week, interestingly enough, it's just about winning. Like, whatever the targets are, it's all
y'all
good.
In the y'all in the championship round. It's got to be about winning.
That's right.
Be, yeah.
But yeah, man, is this passing game going to show up? Jalen Hurts looks like he will play. He's been practicing this week. Obviously, he has that kind of knee injury that they've been watching out for. But you can run the football, and the Commanders' defense has not been very good against the run. But also, you would still like to be able to throw the football.
Yeah.
And is that going to come along? Because that's been a big question for this Eagles team all the way across the season.
Look, I think it's going to be a question going into the Super Bowl if they win. They're going to get a heavy dose of Saquon. They're going to be 25, 30 carries.
Right. Why make? Are you on?
Yeah. Why not?
Why make it harder than it needs to be?
Yeah. Oh, we got to get him some touches. No, you really don't.
Oh, so you're going to be the old school and the old school quarterback.
It's like, watch their games.
When you throw the football, 3 things can happen, and 2 of them are bad.
God, no, I want to see passing game as much as anybody else, but good Lord, that's Saquon Barkley out there.
And he's been very good. So those are the things that we're watching in that game. How about the AFC Championship game, where I know where a lot of people are rooting under the sound of my voice? The Buffalo Bills going to Arrowhead to face off against the Kansas City Chiefs. Number one, first and foremost, do the Chiefs dare to blitz Josh Allen this time? Remember, both of these games are rematches. Obviously the division matchups that happen between the Eagles and the Commanders, they split them, right? And then now you have this game where that's the one loss the Kansas City Chiefs had was against the Buffalo Bills. And in the first time, the Chiefs really, tried to go and get after Josh Allen, and that's probably a fool's errand when you look at just how big he is. They blitzed at a rate of 35.8%. this season, and they did it at a higher rate, 37.8% against Josh Allen. And Josh Allen had one interception versus pressure in that game, but otherwise he was just out there being a menace.
I got to believe Steve Spagnuolo. This is a true pick your spots kind of thing. It's not going to be like, oh, they're really bringing the pressure today. No, I think it's going to be certain situations, maybe if they get a lead, to try to make him get the ball, rid of the ball quicker, that type thing. You can't win just consistently blitzing him.
No, and I don't think so. It feels like you're just going to have to, force him to make good decisions, which he's done a much better job at. Although, did you see the moment last week where it looked like Josh Allen was like, he was, kind of corralled, and it really looked like he wanted to lateral that football again?
Oh, he said he would. He said the younger me would have.
You saw that lizard brain moment for him. I like to call it a bozo moment, with all due respect, where it's just in that moment you're like, and all of a sudden here he is, like throwing a 40-yard pass down the field to a fullback.
He's like,
you know what I mean?
But the lateral was funny. He's like, yeah, the younger me would have done it. I'm like, yeah, your older you was pretty damn close.
That's right, very, very close. But he didn't, and that's what we call growth. All right, another thing that we're watching in this AFC Championship game: Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs trying to continue their ball control success.
Yeah.
What? I don't know what the word was I just said. That is crazy.
We all believe in you.
Well, some of us do. But yeah, man, they've been good at just kind of controlling the football. They don't turn the football over. In fact, the last time they did that, can you guess? Week 11? Buffalo Bills.
Oh, okay.
Like literally, they were good, really good down the stretch in not turning the football. Remember that stat came up when you played against Kansas City. They've been very good at that. Are they going to be able to maintain that and just kind of keep the ball and not give extra possessions to the opponent? For an offense that has been solid but not necessarily incredible of the Chiefs, I mean, we saw that up close and personal. It took them a while to get it revved up. Just kind of making sure that you don't turn the football over. Do you think they're capable of handling that?
Yeah, I think they are, because I think their game plan is going to be very, very, very much like an underdog at home. A little more on the conservative side. Trying to get keep Travis Kelce going, coming off the Texans' performance that he had. I think Patrick Mahomes is not going to be too crazy. Maybe some Patrick Mahomes runs. I think the Chiefs are going to play it kind of conservative.
By the way, Patrick Mahomes, no rushes in the first time that these two teams matched up. So, maybe him using his legs is something that they might add in. Third thing to watch for in this AFC Championship game: how will the Chiefs defend the Bills' other playmakers? Because that's one thing about the Bills. It's kind of a complete opposite of the Texans when they faced this Chiefs team just a week ago, where the Texans had the one guy as a wide receiver that was one pass catcher really that was going to threaten that Chiefs team. And that was Nico Collins. And luckily for the Chiefs, they got one guy that's going to be a lockdown guy in Trent McDuffie. That's not really how the Bills operate. They are kind of like the Chiefs, what we were talking about with the Chiefs. They have a whole bunch of dudes that they can spread the ball out to, whether it's Amari Cooper, who we'll see if he gets back involved, but Khalil Shakir. They have other guys that they spread the ball out to.
Shakir has come into his own.
He really has.
He really has.
Also, they trust giving the ball and running the ball with James Cook and getting Ray Davis and Ty Johnson involved. Like, they just kind of spread this thing out. And the Chiefs are going to have an interesting chance, and this might be why they don't blitz a lot, because they've got a lot of guys to cover, and you don't necessarily know that one of them is going to be locked in on by Josh Allen. And finally, who else will step up for Kansas City besides Travis Kelce?
All I know is the Bills have got to do everything they can to keep Travis Kelce from getting going.
Yeah.
I mean, the Texans obviously dropped the ball on that big time. And he had his coming out game, so to speak, for the season. He was they cannot let Travis Kelce get going.
Yeah. I think for me personally, I've got Eagles and I've got Bills. I think the Bills can do it, especially because they'll run the ball well. They've been running the ball incredibly. The Chiefs have been kind of so-so on run defense. Plus, remember, one of the things we were hoping that Dalton Schultz can maybe affect, because the Chiefs have not done a great job of defending tight ends. Don't the Bills got a tight end that's pretty good?
They do. A couple of them. I've got Bills and Commanders.
Oh, okay. All right.
Where'd they win last week?
Who? The Commander Tampa?
No, Detroit.
Oh, it's Detroit. That's right.
Yeah,
I went back.
Maybe the toughest place to play in the NFL.
But do they throw batteries in Detroit? That's the question.
Well, that's fair, but I don't think Jaden Daniels is going to be all that shaken up.
We'll see how those things fall to, the fallout is from championship weekend, best weekend of the NFL. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Right now, caller number 4 will win a 4-pack of tickets to the Houston Automotive Show, which is happening January 29th to February 2nd at NRG Center. Caller number 4 right now to 713-572 4610 will get those tickets. And coming up next, it's time to hand it over to Figgy Fig for the mixtape. Fig, what you got?
Man, so we talked about it in the confessions, Ron versus Dirty Red. Well, we about to get more into this.
All right.
Man.
We're going to break it down, the drive fight. It'll come up next.
And speaking of the Houston Auto Show, how about a shout out to them for
sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Fig's in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. Ready for the weekend. And yesterday I was listening to The Drive with Ron Hughley and Clint Stoerner, and big shout out to T-Mill who tried to keep those guys together.
He was laughing his butt
He usually
off.
do a good job keeping these guys together, but I think he had to sit back and just let them box it out a little bit. So yesterday, this was during T-Mill's segment, the Turd segment.
Yeah.
T-Mill's Turds
of the Week.
Turds of the Week, yes.
Said the Turd segment.
I said the Turd segment. So this was during Turds of the Week, and T-Mill decided to give the referees in the Kansas City Chiefs game versus the Texans the silver turd.
Mm-hmm.
And Ron kind of didn't. He kind of didn't like the way this was going. I think he was perfectly fine with it, but I think what kind of ticked Ron off a little bit was Clint pretty much said Patrick Mahomes is the biggest flopper in the NFL.
Yeah, the floppiest man in all the land.
He said he's the biggest flopper. Ron disagreed. He said everybody flops. So you point at one guy, but everybody flops. Mm-hmm. And this is how it started.
You're gonna sit here and try to sell that those two don't flop more than anybody else.
They don't,
and aren't more egregious.
No, the whole league flops.
Where the
James
difference?
Harden, but James Harden flops less than LeBron.
No, but where the difference
is that what you're saying?
On the football
is this a league
side is he's a quarterback.
Is that what you're saying? You know, another thing. Who do you see the most?
I'm saying
who do you see the most?
That's fine. You can say that it's talked about the most.
Medal's getting wild.
But at the end of the day, they're damn sure LeBron. I mean, there ain't no. I mean, I'm a casual fan, and I have no. I like greatness. I like watching it. There is no question when you watch LeBron James, he constantly flops more than anybody that I watch. I watched the whole game last night. I didn't see one guy do it.
The entire league plays.
I disagree.
the entire league. I watch it every night.
Oh no, the entire league is extremely soft. They flop. They do, but nobody does it better than LeBron James.
Now, why this was so funny to me, because if you didn't know, Show is the biggest LeBron fan. He loves LeBron. So not only did you bring up your quarterback for the Chiefs,
he was fighting a two-front war.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. They said, he's just like LeBron James, the biggest flopper in the league.
Yeah.
And
I also don't agree that LeBron James is the biggest flopper in the league, but
he's up there. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, but so this is part 2 of it. And Ron decided to, you know what, I'm gonna bring feelings up in this, man, because clearly he feel like Clint has a feeling. He had feelings about this, and so he used the magic word. Remember that word, feelings?
Yeah, these are your feelings.
Well, I have none.
Well, I'm just your feel. Your feel is I feel like LeBron is the one that does this, or Mahomes does this more than anybody else. It's not actually factual. Everybody does it. Everybody flops. Everybody sells calls. I'm sorry. You're gold.
No, you're good.
You're gold medal. Something
like you pushing Mahomes doesn't flop and does more than others.
Now you just made this. I didn't say
you just made an excuse for Mahomes.
I
flopping.
said the league flops.
No.
I said the whole league flops.
Well, yes, the whole league flops. Okay, the whole
find
league
Josh
flops.
Allen. Go find Josh.
Right, Josh does it too. Josh does it too.
He does it more than anybody.
Josh, you're nuts. You just had a guy. Ron, Pat just apologized for doing it on the sideline and
Clint,
was embarrassed about it.
You're trying. This is what you guys do. I didn't say he didn't. I didn't say
you guys.
I didn't say he didn't.
Oh, you don't get to do that. Press pause. You don't get to do the you guys, Mr. You people. No, I refuse.
This is what you guys do?
No, you don't get to talk to nobody about that, Lopez.
Hey, get a little rough after that, man. Just keep an eye on this.
Quarterbacks are selling calls.
And I'm telling you that Pat Mahomes does it more than anybody. We just watched the playoff game, and everybody in America is talking about it.
You're talking about the one there. Yes, we're talking. You keep referencing that one. There are millions of other players doing it.
Millions?
Everybody does it. Everybody. You just can't come to terms with it and just say, hey, he flops.
I did.
It is what it is.
it is what it is. But yeah, so it got a little chippy there, and this clip, remember that word feelings.
Yeah.
Ron had to bring it back up.
Oh no,
man.
Cool. Listen, you can get into and have what your feel is and what you see.
Feel.
You are. It is your feel. There's no way. Josh Allen flops his word. You get the hell out of here. I know they do. That's what I'm saying. They're adding that Mahomes flops more than anybody else. And I'm telling you, he doesn't. Sure, you think he does?
And your response is, everybody flops. He doesn't. Everybody flops.
He does.
No, he just had to apologize for it.
Yeah, he apologized. Yes, the one play that he did it, that the last play he did it. That does just because Josh hasn't apologized for it doesn't mean he doesn't flop, or just because offensive linemen do it doesn't mean he doesn't flop. It's your feelings. You feel it, and you see him more. It is. You feel like you see Mahomes flop more than anybody else. You do. It's not accurate. Just like you feel the Chiefs get more calls than anybody else. It's not accurate. Just like you feel.
That's like absolutely nuts.
Now, by the way, they totally hijacked Tyler's segment.
Oh yeah,
Tyler didn't sound mad about it.
Oh, they went up against the clock. And
the music was off.
Yeah,
it was like 56 on the clock. It was over.
Tyler was good. When you heard him, he was like, "This is the best turds ever."
Yeah. So they ended the segment, and Clint had his segment coming up at the top of the hour.
Oh no.
Oh, Dirty's.
Dirty's doesn't.
Dirty's doesn't.
And you thought it was over?
No,
absolutely
not. I don't think it's over.
I think I'm gonna take my gloves off with y'all.
Oh no!
Oh come on!
Take them off, man.
Look, I'm being honest.
It's not your fault the team you're a fan of has the benefit of the doubt from the refs. Ultimately,
sure. As I said, you have no data to back that up. You feel that way, and that's fine. But I like, hey, my team's playing next week.
I guess you can go we're going there.
Oh, damn it! That was an uppercut to the crotch.
I really have. I know
enjoy it while on vacation.
And I have.
Something about flopping. You talk about LeBron and Pat got his feelings, didn't it?
Ain't in my feelings. My team playing Sunday.
Oh, again.
That's where he's going.
Again? Crying all week. Yeah. From the top down. Feel like we got the better team.
Yeah. Damn, y'all got so into that debate, I didn't even get my gold turd trophy.
12 points. One day, y'all just going to admit, y'all just weren't good enough.
The problem with that is, and not to be that guy, but
here he goes being that guy.
There is data. There are stats. There is data.
Yeah,
that says they get much better treatment in the postseason.
Yeah, so and this is the last clip right here, and they really start going at it right here. And at the very end, Clint tried to do a Reggie transition. Or what you call those?
Segue?
Segue, yeah. He tried to do a Reggie segue, and it kind of got me cracking up a little bit.
I had no idea that you would sit here straight-faced and say and not just say, hey, they both flop, and they benefit from it. So what? Let's move on.
I didn't. Did I say that? Did I say that?
No.
Did I say that?
No,
Tyler?
you bring other players into the fold instead of just talk about the topic at hand.
Tyler's
that's not the point. The point is very clear. You can't bring anybody else in the conversation. They flop better and more often than anybody else in the game.
And so when you say Clint, they flop more than anyone else, then Clint. The response to that would be, no, they don't. I don't like Others flop just as much as they do.
LeBron James is the best of them all. They all flop. LeBron James flops and benefits from it better, as good as anybody I've ever seen play the game.
And you want them to lose.
I don't. I don't have anything. I don't have any reason for them to lose. I don't care either way it goes.
You don't sound like it.
Oh no, your sensitive ass don't want to hear it that way.
I'm not.
We're talking about flopping, and now all of a sudden we're talking about flopping, and now all of a sudden I don't want Pat to win another championship.
Hold on. But this is my thing too. As you sound like a listener and caller. Your ass is your ass is dead red, screaming and talking loud.
Yeah,
what are your ass sensitive?
I'm having a heated, passionate conversation about it.
So don't call me sensitive. Hell, your ass.
I am sensitive. I am sensitive.
Okay, don't come and say. Don't come and say, hey, Ryan, you being sensitive. Your ass is.
I am dead sensitive.
All you Texans is being sensitive.
All right.
What do you want to talk about?
If you're just now joining us, Dead Red is over here talking about another.
Wait for the segue.
Greg Grissom, Texans team president. Did not mean for that to come out that way, by the way.
Yeah, I was like,
Did you hear that segue?
Oh,
what did he say? That was just a little.
I'm gonna play it again. Hold on.
What do you talk about?
If you're just now joining us, Dead Red is over here talking about another Dead Red.
Oh God,
Greg Grissom. Texans team president did not mean for that to come out there.
Yeah, I hope not. Oh, man.
How did y'all feel about that whole reaction?
I don't know.
Man?
I'm still figuring it out myself. I am, but now I do appreciate that they took the natural the natural kind of art of an argument, right? Because that was an argument. Sometimes conversate. No, that was an argument, which is fine. It was all good, man. That's sports talk. Sports get you to that place sometimes when you have arguments with your boys, people that you love, and all those things. Like, you're arguing the point.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you might find yourself in a little bit of like a rut.
And then all of a sudden,
where we have our ideas, and then all of a sudden, now we're not talking about the point at all.
No, your ass sensitive.
No, you.
Your ass is sensitive.
I'm not. You are.
Now, I got to say, as far as the LeBron James flopping thing, I feel like LeBron have to flop at some point because he's so strong and he wouldn't get a lot of the calls that he do get just for being so strong because he kind of went through that as a rookie. So I kind of understand why somebody like that would flop.
Here's the other point.
I think there's significantly more floppers in the NBA,
Well,
but that's neither here nor there. I don't actually want to get down into that point.
Yeah. Well, here's what I was going to say. Don't even bring up LeBron, as far as I'm concerned. Basketball's a different. I mean, you teach flopping.
Yeah,
you coach flopping.
That's part of the game.
They coach flopping.
Yeah,
football in the NFL, there's not a lot of flopping.
There's just, at the quarterback, it's one of the reasons why people got so damn mad about the Aziz hit is that quarterbacks are getting to a place where they are bending, or not bending, but they're working on the edges of that rule.
Yeah,
of
but it's still not
slide.
a lot. And my favorite thing of all, of this whole conversation about flopping and Patrick Mahomes and other players and all that other stuff, these are the same people. And I hate that term, but it really is.
No, you don't.
These are the same people that are like, soccer, all they do is fake injuries and flop. Well, that's the story in the NFL right now, boys. That's the story in the NFL.
Yeah, I think the main thing, because I do think a lot of people flop more than what we think in the NFL.
Yeah.
But I think the main story is quarterbacks taking advantage of this type of stuff by flopping, getting the 15-yard penalty, extend the drive for people like Patrick Mahomes and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then they're not calling it for other quarterbacks and little stuff like that. So I think Patrick Mahomes is the guy that kind of perfected a little bit in taking advantage of the rule.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm neither here nor there, but that was the argument that was had. And at the very least, I shout out to Paul that a conflict and everything makes great radio.
Yeah, it does.
Your ass is sensitive.
No, you are.
Your ass
I
is
love
sensitive.
it, man. Them boys is putting on a show. They do it every time, and they'll do it again today. The drive. In fact, it's a great drive that's set up. Oh, Ron, you want to? Sorry, Sho, would you like to speak for yourself? Because I was just about to tease and talk about how y'all are having some great guests today.
I used some great restraint last night.
Whoa!
Oh wow!
I did.
That was restrained.
I used some. It was.
We can fix that. We can fix.
No,
that.
don't. See, now that's you're stirring. You're stirring excrement there. I don't like what you're doing there.
You're stirring the gumbo up.
That's right. Well, I don't know if gumbo is what I was talking about, but make sure you listen to Drive. You'll hear stuff like that. But more importantly, Jonathan Alexander will join at 2:20 to further discuss the parting of ways between the Texans and Bobby Slowik, the offensive coordinator, and then Jesse Palmer will join. I believe 3:40 was the time. So, man, a fantastic show set up for Friday. Ain't no news dump around here. We give you coverage of all of that. But, yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to mix with those dudes. Plus, I don't know, do we need to draft the weekend?
We'll do a little bit of everything, but definitely more Slowik.
All right, we'll do that next.
All right, Low T Center right now.
Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus. Paramount Plus is your streaming home for the NFL playoffs on CBS. It all comes down to this as the Chiefs host the Bills in the AFC Championship presented by Intuit TurboTax. A trip to New Orleans is on the line Sunday at 6:30 Eastern, streaming live on Paramount Plus.
Thank you, Figgy.
Don't call me sensitive. Hell, your ass is
I am sensitive.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Any chance that that's what it sounded like at NRG Stadium when we got the news of the day?
I guess, maybe. I don't know. I doubt it, but.
I sure hope not.
Was Bobby Slowik like, no, don't call me sensitive. Your ass is sensitive.
Right. Just a wildly interesting day that's only going to continue to get more interesting on the day. Maybe not from the news itself, but the breaking it all down.
Maybe you don't write it off.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. But yeah, man, a lot of Texans news happening over the last couple of days. Greg Grissom, who is the long time, team president for the last 4 years, but a long time, man involved with.
He was a Texans lifer.
Texans lifer.
Lifelong Texan.
That's right.
Texans lifer.
Parted ways with the organization yesterday. That's more of an executive kind of business side of it. But on the football side of it, Bobby Slowik, the offensive coordinator, Chris Strasser, offensive line coach, and Cole. I had this all day, and I wouldn't miss it. Popovich. Thank you. The assistant offensive line coach. All three of them have been relieved of their duties. So, man, the Texans are in that place where now they are looking for an offensive coordinator and, of course, offensive line coach and such. And the rest of the staff, the likes of Gerard Mayo, quarterbacks coach, Bill Lazor, special assistant, other offensive assistants as well, they remain in place for the time being, according to DJ Bieniemy of ESPN. They'll remain in place until the hiring of another offensive coordinator, whether that's internal or external. I imagine that's part of it, why the possibility of an internal hire exists there. And then we'll go from there. It seems like some people in the national media are maybe even saying that the Slowik firing has some level of input to do with C.J. Stroud.
I haven't seen any particular NFL writers that I follow allude to that, but I do think it signals something. It signals don't read into this. Oh, they're picking the offensive lineman over Bobby Slowik, because
I sure hope not.
I hope not also, and I still think that there's going to be some changes on the offensive line. I think what it does signal is this is C.J. Stroud on a rookie contract, man. We've got to do everything we can to, number one, make him play, help him play the best that he can and be what we've seen in the past. But number two, make sure his voice is heard.
Yeah.
Make sure that he has input. He's the guy that's out there getting whipped occasionally, and make sure that he has input, as that relationship. And I'm not saying, he hated Bobby Slowik. He was complimentary of Bobby Slowik, respectful. I think he liked him. But I think it's fair to wonder if he really had that kind of relationship. Like, hey, what if we do this? And it's coming to a play, and it's landing on ears that are receptive.
From the 281, was this what Mixon said Nick had cooking? All right. How much do you think, and I know that you've said that you believe this to be collaborative. I'm going to force you into a place that's probably not fair, but that's what we call radio. How much do you think the Nick Caserio had involved in this decision-making process? Because I know one of the big things we talked about, I know you talked about how there's a non-0% chance that there was a level of agreement at the very least from the very top of this from the ownership group. Beyond that, obviously, we talked about how much this means from a D'Amico Ryan standpoint. Having that's his boy. That was his first call. That was his first call when he got this job. Clearly mattered a good amount to have Bobby Slowik here on the ride with him. Like, that clearly is a large part of the decision as well. Like, how do you kind of break down the portions of making this decision?
I feel this does not happen. Again, to paraphrase D'Amico Ryans, everybody. When I say everybody, I mean everybody was in on this decision, and that probably explains why it took a week, took 5 days. Because
all of the factors and all the people involved.
This doesn't happen without Cal and Hannah being integral at some level.
Sure,
it just doesn't. Whether it was D'Amico's idea, which I doubt it was, although he was probably receptive to it, or Nick Caserio's idea, or their idea. But specifically, if someone came to them and said, "Hey, we're thinking about making a move at the offensive coordinator position," doesn't happen unless they're on board. And
really, I figure that's more of a head coach type feel.
It would be normally, right?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it doesn't.
Okay.
All right. I'm telling you.
What's your source for that?
Me. I think.
Trust me, bro.
There it is. I think they understand, and I put it this way. I said it earlier. I think the McNairs are very good at knowing just when they need to step in. And I think we have an example of that. Wasn't Kevin O'Connell, or I forget who was like the heavy reported favorite to be, Nick Casario's guy to be the next head coach.
I think it was Steichen, right?
It might have been Steichen. I forget. But like there were a couple.
Oh no, you know what? It wasn't Steichen. It was the guy that's in Arizona now. What's the guy that's in Arizona now?
Gannon.
Yeah, I think Gannon was at one point.
But my point is this:
I think
there were serious reports, reputable reports. Other guys were going to be favored to get this Texans job. At that point, the McNair stepped in and said, "No, we need to talk to D'Amico," and so they picked their spot on when it was time for the owners to step in. I think it's probably the same thing that happened here. Like they're seeing what's happening on the field, they're getting information, they go to practices, they understand what the offense is doing, and more importantly, what it's not doing, what the dynamic between C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowik is. Again, not necessarily bad, but maybe not necessarily two-way. You know what I mean? And they might. I think if I had to guess, I would say they finally picked a spot and said, "Hey, let's talk about the offensive coordinator." And when the owners say, "Let's talk about the offensive coordinator," that's normally not going to end well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, now the job becomes for the entirety of the Brain Trust that has to make this decision. And A32 said, why is no one giving Nick his flowers on the Texans making this move? I mean, I think that he's a part of the Brain Trust and everything. And as you were just saying, Lopez, this was a week-long endeavor, and I imagine that was all part of that conversation. Also, that takes me back to Monday with that very short response that D'Amico gave when it came to Bobby Slowik. This feels like, hey, man, that felt like that was somewhat revelatory. But now the job becomes for that entire Brain Trust to determine who is the next person for the job. But before you determine who is the next person, you got to know what you're looking for. Just, I mean, as a preliminary thought process, because I imagine that's going to be a big conversation over the weekend and on Monday, unless they move quickly, which would be even more interesting and probably be pretty telling on this entire week. But what for you is like the first few things that comes to mind on what you absolutely would like to and must see in the next offensive coordinator of this team?
I think they're going to stay with some semblance of this West Coast Shanahan Kubiak style of offense. I think it's been good to D'Amico Ryans in his career, from a player to a defensive coordinator. He understands it, he's seen it, and he knows that it works. And I think it's telling that Bill Lazor, who is the senior offensive assistant here, and Gerard Johnson, quarterback's coach, have not been fired.
Correct.
Or have not yet heard, or however you want to put it.
Well, I mean, again, according to the reporting, DJ Bieniemy, good at his job, said that the remainder of the staff will remain in place until a new offensive coordinator is hired. And I imagine that is to give that new offensive coordinator the opportunity to make those decisions, especially if it's an internal one. And I imagine that there's a level of familiarity with all the folks, there.
Yeah. So keep an eye on those two. Keep an eye on Clint Kubiak. Clint Kubiak was about and had verbally agreed to take a job here with the Texans, and then ended up going to New Orleans. And so Clint Kubiak may well, get that job. Keep an eye on him. And then there's certain others that have been mentioned, but I would start with those three. And I would say that D'Amico Ryans does like this style of offense, and he doesn't like the way it's been working.
From the 713, if they stay with the style of offense, I won't be watching. I can't after the same style of offense for 2.5 damn decades. That's not quite what's happening there. And then, two, this same style of offense is the one that
wins Super Bowls.
Yeah, the Rams, the Niners, the Dolphins. I mean, to various different degrees. But this is the one that has permeated the league and that has become the new hotness. Yeah. So, I mean, the particular iteration that you saw from the Texans over the last couple of years, I understand why you would have some frustration. But I don't know that you can completely blame the entirety of this tree of offense. From the 281, isn't Steichen supposed to be a quarterback guru? Yeah, sure, but he's still got a head coaching job. I don't know that that's going to go the way that you want. From another 832, how do y'all feel about Ryan Day? Like, he is the coach of Ohio State University. Yes, he is. And I don't know
what in the world is he going to do?
What about Chip?
Chip is the one that comes up, though. Like, he is a dude who obviously has head coaching experience in the NFL, has been a innovator at times in his career. Currently the offensive coordinator at Ohio State. I don't know why you leave that cushy situation where you're going to have a whole bunch of talent to go to the pros, but obviously there's connection with him and D'Amico Ryans. D'Amico was his head coach at one point in Philadelphia. D'Amico even gave him praise when he was being introduced as the Houston Texans head coach about the innovations that he had and being on the cutting edge of player, what's the right word? Like health, I guess, in that way, and using technologies in those ways. So, yeah, those are all things. I imagine this weekend going to be a lot of digging into the various different possibilities when it comes to offensive coordinator, as Bobby Slowik no longer here with the Houston Texans. The folks who are here, fellas.
I tell you what.
Show and Clint. The drive, fellas, what's it looking like? How you doing?
Oh, we got a little action.
Yeah, we do.
We got a little action. We got 2 stories of volleyball back and forth with. Got somebody playing left field.
That's right. That's right. I forgot that we started the show talking about the possibility of Alex Bregman coming back, and Jose Altuve supposedly raising his hand saying that he would go play left.
Like how my man Spencer at Getty came out with laughter when they asked him that question. he said, "Who told you that?" Spencer came out laughing. Who told Bob Nightingale?
Yeah.
And then he said, "Okay, all right, crazier things have happened."
You think Spencer's got Bob Nightingale?
No. I don't think he's got Bobby.
Oh, really?
I think he's maybe seen the name. I don't think he's got Bobby, because if he got Bobby may catch you off guard. I'll never forget that time Bobby walked up to us with them 2 chains, and he had that pinky ring, and he was 2 buttons down, and my man
fresh off of vodka tonic.
Yeah, he said he drink vodka, a little splash of tonic. That's his drink.
Was it vodka?
No, he said a splash, a little splash. That's a hotel Bobby. But no, man, this big news, and of course we're going to talk about it, and we're going to have, as you said, Jonathan Alexander, who was on yesterday, and listen.
Real good, too, on with you.
Well, listen, I can't wait to hear from Jonathan, because literally off the air, when Jonathan was walking out, he was like, yeah, I think he'll be back. And Jonathan just did a deep dive within the organization.
He sure did.
And he, him saying that, I'm like, wow, okay, I wonder how surprised he is from what he did. James Palmer, he'll join the show in the 3 o'clock hour, get maybe a little national perspective from it. Well, all I know is Strausser and Slowik, that better not be it.
Okay.
That better not be it. They had some help.
Yeah, good tease forward to this. You guys got a great show coming up. Just to be a little messy, but trying not to be messy, but being a little messy. We good here, fellas? We good?
Oh, no, I wasn't going to talk to this guy today until Slowik got
okay.
So
all right.
Now I don't have a choice.
All right, well, that sounds like we good.
Look, he came in, got his hair cut, came in here all dressed up.
Y'all both got the hair done.
Trying to win me over, man.
Y'all look like y'all ready to make up. You got your hair slicked back, too. I feel like we're ready to go.
We go to dinner. We were at the Post, though. We got free rooms over there. You never know.
Okay, I like that.
Hey, it's just emotional in the moment, baby.
That's all it is. It's always love.
It's just sports talk. He ain't talking about my kids.
That's true. That is true. I didn't hear nothing like that. And I know he's a family man. Y'all both family man. We gonna make it work.
Although LeBron is close.
He is. My godson last night shot one off the side of the backboard. Shout out to Tyler. I didn't believe in the Lakers last night. Tyler had them, made some money.
He sure did.
And they was in there whooping that ass.
The heater continues.
Tyler made some money.
He did.
Wait, so we got Tyler
making
making money?
You went on Bam. Bam had 14 rebounds.
All right, I feel like I'm in the middle of something. Let me go ahead and clear out.
Oh, hell.
Here we go.
Tyler.
Oh, no.
Tyler.
Oh, no. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. They got some things that they need to clear up. I'm out the way. Y'all have a wonderful weekend. And right now, the drive is live.
Tyler Marquand Milner.
Yeah.
Not Marquand.
Yeah, I go black. Tyler, you told him you had room.
I know, man.
Bam had 14 rebounds. He just needed to get 9.
I genuinely feel bad.
I told you.
Half, and I was like, hell yeah, I can go to bed and got my money.
I genuinely feel bad, man. But in my defense,
how bad do you feel?
I really do feel bad.
You did win a bunch of money the last 2 days. How bad do you feel?
I'll split my profit on that bet with you.
Hold on, you ain't got to do that. But I mean, you can feel bad.
Well,
I'm just saying.
No,
that's a mistake. I wouldn't split profit.
In my defense, though, I was booking it out of here way faster than I normally do after a show because I was late to a stand-up comic. Drew Lynch was in town last night. Went and saw him, and I was very late. And I didn't want to miss the show I had tickets for, so I booked out of here. One of our listeners tweeted me late last night. He said, hey, that bet, Clint tailed you on, it hit. And I was like, oh, no.
We have learned from Tyler, if he doesn't place it right then and there, Hey, man, it's a 50-50 shot.
Well, because I got to get out of here and out of the way for Santiago in Area 45. You know, it's moving quick. But I will split the profit with you.
I don't think you need to do that, but I mean, it's your choice.
I mean, it's my fault. I mean, if I was that serious about it, I'd go get me a damn account and do it my damn self. So it's hard for me to get upset with Tyler.
I think you also,
even though it is some bull job.
I think you also need to learn, and you need to send a 620 text. Like a 620. Hey, man, don't forget about that.
Follow up.
Yeah, don't forget about that hundo.
I meant to get my Uber on the way to that comedy show and literally do it on my way just right when I got in, and I just somehow brain farted, man. That's my bad.
Man, it's all right, bud.
But my heater continued last night.
Yeah, but your heater continued. Woo! My man was 8 of 11 going into last night. What are you now? Is that 11 of 15?
He got at least
11 of 15 on the week, baby.
Last 15, man.
He at least got 2 of them.
You got plenty of bread in that account, man. You probably slide a little bit more.
Pockets are getting deeper.
That man said, but I'm on a heater.
Man, I'm feeling
it. Let's get to the big story. If you're just joining us, hello. The big story, it happened. Many of you were hoping for it, and that is Bobby Slowik has been fired as the offensive coordinator. Also, Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach, he has also been let go and relieved of his duties as well. So you're starting over with those 2 spots. Those 2 spots that many people have been clamoring for to be changed. Less than a week after the season ended, D'Amico and the organization made the decision to move on. So I guess for me, Clint, I think I want to kick this off here with you and the people. Are you surprised, and do you agree with the move?
I'm not surprised at all. Now, look, I'll be honest. I did not think it was going to happen, but I'm not surprised. There's plenty to justify D'Amico Ryan's decision here. I mean, we're talking about an offense. It's easy to get caught up in what C.J. Stroud did last year and winning 10 games last year and being really, let's be honest, an offensive-driven team more so last year than this year. And then this year, if you look at the numbers, you laid it all out yesterday. There has been some little bit of a backslide in yards passing and a little bit backslide in total yards, but overall you still put up 22 points a game. Your run game got better. I mean, it's easy to look at those advanced stats and really get caught up in overall production. But the reality of it is, this shouldn't surprise anybody. I mean, you know, we're 2 weeks into the season, and Bobby Slowik's still talking about trying to find an identity offensively. The same pass protection problems that kicked your ass against Minnesota early in the season reared their ugly head against the Kansas City Chiefs. In fact, I'll say it was worse than the Kansas City Chiefs because it happened in the most important drive 3 times in a row when you got to go score. And it was very similar issues. We've heard people talk of the display of just the lack of detail involved in the execution. And as I said yesterday, it was overall in this offense. It wasn't just critical moments. Let's not sell this thing short. It was not just critical moments. So, I mean, look, there was, again, I did not think it was going to happen, but there's plenty to justify D'Amico Ryan's making this move. So this shouldn't surprise anybody, really.
No, it's not surprising. We were talking about it, and even though I've been one who said I wouldn't have done it, and it's still here for me. I don't think that it was the move. The only caveat I have is if there is an issue with the quarterback, then all bets are off, right? If you don't feel like he's the one that can work with the quarterback, for me, just from all the info we know. From the outside, he's been there 2 years, and, you know, I felt like there were some clear circumstances that led to some of the issues that the offense had, along with the things that he needed to improve on. So I wouldn't have done that, but not surprising. I said it at the end of the year after that, maybe it was the Ravens game. Hey, the rest of the way, he could be coaching for his job. Mm-hmm. Right, and we knew they were playing Tennessee, and they had playoff games. And if it went bad, you know, he could be coaching for his job. I said it into the Charger game. He's probably coaching for his job. So it's not surprising. To me, the other part, do I agree with it? I personally, from the info we know, don't agree with it. Now, as I said, if it's the quarterback thing, hey, all bets are off. We'll see who they bring in and what they do. But to me, I just felt like what we saw last year, I don't think the guy all of a sudden became an idiot, and I do think there were some things that he could have done better. I want to make that clear. But I think there were also some circumstances, and that's why I said on the other side with the fellas from In the Loop, this better not be it, because they also need to fix, whoever's coming in, they need to fix some of the major problems that I think handcuff Bobby Slowik, C.J. Stroud, and the rest of this offense.
Well, look, the agree or disagree, I don't know where I sit. The jury's still out for me because I need to see who you hire, right? I mean, I need to see who you hire because there's plenty of reason to justify moving on from Bobby Slowik. I think there was plenty of reason to justify keeping Bobby Slowik. I'll give you one example. Overall, C.J. Stroud in 2 years, he threw for 7,835 yards, 43 touchdowns, and 17 interceptions. It's a hell of a start to a career for a quarterback. I know when you're staring at what Jaden Daniels is doing in Washington right now, people want to think it's just going to happen every single year. It's rare. We've seen it twice. I didn't think I'd ever see it again. Now Jaden's doing it. It's rare, guys. And so I don't know if I agree or disagree yet, but Ron, that's what brings me to the point of with the Texans offensive coordinator Bobby Slowik being out in Houston. Number one, I absolutely love the urgency. The statement made right here, Ron, is we don't have time for the offense to wait till week 9 to figure out their identity, the quarterback to potentially backslide, the offensive coordinator to figure out whether he's the guy or not through 3 years, right? The urgency that this move I think indicates is the way that I would hope the organization would be ran. D'Amico Ryans doesn't seem to be a guy that wants to sit around and let's play the wait and see game. And this is one of those moves. And to your point, I don't believe it stops with Bobby Slowik. If you're going to have this kind of urgency and make these kind of aggressive moves to win right now because you're in a window where you feel like you should be competing for Super Bowls, I got to believe there's going to be more to come. And I got to believe that has to do with coaches and it has to do with players as well. But the agree or disagree, the jury's still being out there, Ron. Who's the OC? Who do you have in mind? This can't be we got to move on from Bobby Slowik and then we'll just have a search and figure out who's out there. They got to have
you think they know?
Yes.
You think they know who it is?
They better.
Before you make the move?
They better.
This wasn't just we just got to get rid of him.
No.
You got to know where you're going.
You better have somebody in-house that you just wholeheartedly believe is a surefire Grand Slam play caller.
Oh, God.
You better have somebody in one of these other systems, whether it's Minnesota or Green Bay or San Francisco, whatever, Cincinnati, whatever it may be. You better have somebody that can come in here with a similar terminology and change the game, and it is bona fide. You absolutely believe it. Or
you think he's changing the offense?
Well, that's where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
That's where I'm going with this, Ron, is it better be somebody that's going to come in and keep the same terminology, probably keep the same staff, but be a game changer as an offensive coordinator, put their foot down on some of the stuff that's been allowed on the offensive side of the football, and change the in-the-moment stuff. Or it better be a surefire, bona fide G of a play caller that's been in the league and done it at an extremely high level and won championships and won a lot of football games with it. If you're going to start over all the way from scratch in training camp in this win now window of C.J. Stroud on that rookie contract, Will Anderson on that rookie contract, like there's got to be somebody. This can't be a fire Bobby Slowik and then we'll piddle around and have a search.
I want to address that part of it. The next part, Jonathan Alexander, who joined us yesterday, who he just recently met with the front office members, coaches, players, talking about the very frustrations of this offense. I think he's surprised by this move based off of conversations we had with him yesterday. We'll let him explain that. He's coming up in the next segment, so stay tuned for that. A guy who is connected with the Texans, the beat writer here for the Texans for the Chronicle, he'll join us and get his thoughts based off. This is coming from somebody who has just been in-depth conversations with members all across the organization. He'll join us coming up in a bit. You just said something there. I just want you to take into what Clint just said a bit. Can you imagine Cliff Kingsbury coming back to be the Washington Commanders OC next year and then getting fired after? What happened? How bad does it have to get? Just think about that. What Jaden Daniels is doing this year, what that offense is doing. Imagine, because it's basically what they did last year with CJ.
Yeah. It's a tad better given they won in the division. But your point, from a season, from a rookie quarterback, the points. Yeah.
And the Texans won the division. They're in the NFC Championship game. But like, what would have to happen for Cliff to get fired next year? Like, how bad did this thing get, Cliff?
To me, I've said from jump, it's a lot worse than they want. It's a lot worse than the box score would say, and it's a lot worse than they want to go. They want to stand up there in front of the media in every post game and tell people it is. It's a lot worse than that. They're not close, Ron. We keep hearing we're close, and all we got to do is execute. Those are piss poor responses and piss poor answers from Bobby Slowik as well as D'Amico Ryans.
They're
right?
all fixable.
Yeah, there you go. It's all fixable. There's another one. Like that. They weren't. Like you sure. I guess theoretically it's you can fix protection, but you'd have to have 5 guys doing totally different, 6 if you count Dalton Schultz, doing totally different things better than they are, and it was not fixable. So the part that gets me is I was never under the impression that Bobby Slowik was pulling all the strings.
That's fair.
Like I
you
thought,
mean from play calling to
all of it,
decisions.
all
I
of
damn
it.
sure don't think that he was the one jumping and saying, "Hey, I just want Kenyon Green.
Yeah,
that's all I want.
Yeah,
baby.
great point. Yeah,
no help. Yeah, dog, baby, just give me Kenyon.
I don't think he said go out and give me Shaq Mason and we're gonna roll this thing out.
Resign him.
Right? You know, like
I want Dalton Schultz. I know I just spent all my time with George Kittle. This is what I want.
Yeah,
I want Dalton.
yeah. So I don't think that Bobby Slowik and look with the good guys too. I don't think Bobby Slowik said you better draft C.J. Stroud. I don't think Bobby Slowik said, hey, Joe Mixon is my guy. Go get Joe Mixon. Like I'm saying, like I don't. This can't be a firing of one guy like this is. I'm trying to think of a defensive-minded head coach like Liam Cohen, who just got a job with Jacksonville after the year. You just fire a guy like that with a defensive-minded head coach, and maybe Liam Cohen wasn't the best example, but I'll give you one: the national championship, Ohio State up there with
Ryan Day.
No, but who's the OC? Chip Kelly, right? This isn't a Chip Kelly that Chip Kelly was brought in, and all the offense is yours, man. This is on you. You control everything. What O-line coach you want? What wide receiver coach you want? How do you want to structure this thing? Like Bobby Slowik was just a piece of it. So this, to me, this can't be the end all be all. There's got to be more to it. Again, whether that's coaches or players, we'll see. But there's got to be more to it, and there's got to be a bona fide G that they've locked in on, and this is the guy we're bringing in.
And I'll say this here, in my opinion, for D'Amico, and I know Tyler and I, we've gone back and forth on this. In between one of the breaks, I talked to Lopez about this. To me, this can't be a Gerard Johnson move. And listen,
to me, it is gonna be a Gerard Johnson move.
Well, that
prediction wise, I don't know anything.
That to me is a hell of a thought because a couple of things. One, if Gerard Johnson was always the answer or the guy that you really wanted, that the guy you really wanted, well, hell, there was some moments. Then why don't you just fire him and let him take over then? Two, if the Houston Texans, and I know this fan base has the expectations, right? And I said it to Tyler before the show, and he said it, yes, getting to the AFC Championship game at the very least. If that is the expectation and what you want this team to get to go bring in a guy who has no experience putting together an offense or calling plays, with those expectations, if you just fired a guy who was a year removed from being one of the hottest head coaching candidates and helped turn this thing around with your offense and C.J. Stroud in 2 years, and then you bring somebody in that doesn't have any experience calling plays or putting together an offense, that's a hell of a look for a team that is going to try to get past the Chiefs, to try to get past the Bills, to try to get past the Ravens.
Yep.
Like, as you said, if they got somebody in mind, it probably should be somebody that is established, somebody that has had great success in the league. So,
well, look, if there was somebody in the building that was a surefire, this is the guy we're moving to.
We've seen him already.
Well, we wouldn't have had the same problems against the Chiefs that we had against the Minnesota Vikings. Like there is, it was a collective effort on the offensive side of the football. If figuring out a protection, I'm sure wasn't like, hey man, we're having protection problems. How we gonna figure this out? I'm sure Bobby Slowik and Chris Strouser didn't lock everybody out and say no, it's just us two. Right? If there's somebody in that building that has the ability to call plays at a Super Bowl level, that has the ability to scheme up and solve problems that we saw throughout the year with the Texans, if they've been in that building and those problems haven't been solved, I got to question the ability to solve those problems by somebody in the building. I just look, for me, I think this is an aggressive move, and I think it screams somebody from the outside is coming in.
I would think.
And somebody from the outside is coming in that's got pelts on the wall. Somebody from the outside is coming in that is going to decide, D'Amico's not going to do it. They are going to decide, do you want to keep Gerard Johnson as the quarterback coach? Do you want to keep Ben McDaniel as the wide receiver coach? Do you want to keep the running backs coach? Do you want to make who do you want? This is your call. And damn it, when the rubber meets the road, it's going to be on you. We can't have C.J. Stroud is a pocket passer. C.J. Stroud cannot be the most pressured quarterback. And by the way, he's a high-level processing pocket passer. He can't be the most pressured quarterback in the NFL. Can't be. It can't happen.
Now, we'll say this, Tyler. They hadn't. There's no word that they have parted ways with Gerard Johnson, so there is a sign there.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but the report is the O-line coach and the assistant O-line coach are out with Slowik.
That's
and
correct.
Then the report after that is everybody else is going to stay in place, and the next offensive coordinator will decide if they want to keep them or not.
Yeah.
Yep.
Had to get them too. They are clearly saying it's you two.
Gig them, Gerard.
That it is your fault. Like, you are the scapegoats. Everybody else will have an opportunity, but you two are rolling out. All right, coming up to give us more info on this, Jonathan Alexander. We had him on yesterday. He has had big, serious conversations with a lot of people in that building about this offense. I wonder, is he surprised by this move? We'll talk to him coming up next.
Nobody works hard than Bobby Slowik.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm not a blame on the refs guy ever. I'm not going to sit here and say that the Texans would have won this game without it. I can tell you this. When you're in the divisional round and you're on the road versus arguably the best dynasty we've ever seen, when you take a play on a 3rd and 8 that's an incomplete pass and you turn it into a first down versus a punt, again, when you've got the momentum, that is
And guaranteed for life. Have you heard? Sports Radio 610 is taking over New Orleans for Radio Row thanks to Flight by Yingling. The best football conversation in town, behind-the-scenes stories from the Big Easy, and special guests all week long in the exclusive Furniture Hot Seat. You never know what to expect during the most wild week of the radio year. Hear it all the week of the big game on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. The big news, Bobby Slowik. He has been relieved of his duties along with Chris Strausser, the offensive line coach, as well as the assistant offensive line coach. As those moves have been made, and we are now joined. Let's go to the phone lines to our guy Jonathan Alexander, who can't stay away from us. He was here with us yesterday, who covers the Texans for the Chronicle, and I think it's good to have you on today because you just recently kind of did a deep dive and had some serious conversations with a lot of people within the organization, specifically about this offense. And I'm just wondering, recently with those conversations, Jonathan, did you get the vibe that this is where they were headed in making a move with Slowik?
Yeah, I was looking at the longer it took for D'Amico to make a decision, the more likely it was going to head in the direction that he was going to part ways with Slowik. And through talking to sources in the building, ultimately it came down to D'Amico saying that he felt like he had put a strong defense out on the field, a defense good enough to win a Super Bowl, and they gave the offense plenty of pieces, and the offense just didn't live up to those expectations. The offense underperformed and regressed when they felt like it shouldn't have.
What do you feel is the move here? Let's talk about on the front end of this. Bobby Slowik, the O-line coach, the assistant O-line coach, obviously gone. Do you think that's where it stops, or do you think there's more in the building that end up getting relieved of their duties?
Yeah, well, obviously, Chris Strausser was relieved of his duties, and we all expect that. We knew that was coming. I think anytime you hire a new OC, they'll have a say over who they want in their staff, and then some of the current staff members may not want to, coach under the new OC, whoever that is. So I think it definitely has the potential to be, a lot of new faces on the offensive side of the building. But as of right now, we know that Slowik and Strausser is gone.
Yeah, I mean, with that, when you say a lot of new faces, I mean, and I said this on the other side, Jonathan Alexander covers the Texans for the Chronicle, joins us, is to me, if these guys are made to be the guys that are the reason, it should be more than that, right? And you said it could be some new faces. Do you feel pretty good about the fact that they will have other guys that probably won't be here, other guys that are pretty high, position with this offense not being here after this season?
Yeah, I don't know exactly who would be gone, but I'm sure that whoever is the OC, and I think it's also possible that you could see Gerard Johnson become the OC. But whenever that person takes hold, they'll do a full evaluation of the coaching staff, and they'll look at which areas struggled the most and which areas have consistently struggled. And they'll probably hire new guys who they like, who they have experience with. And they'll probably replace the areas of struggle. I think the primary focus this offseason is going to be on offense and how they can fix it and how they can get to Super Bowl level to match what the defense was able to do.
Well, you mentioned Gerard Johnson, and to me, this is a move where, look, like you don't relieve a guy of his duty of his job like this, and change terminology and start over from scratch. We've heard D'Amico, we've heard this coaching staff talk about how different it is when you go year 1, year 2, year 3, and you have that head start offensively. Like, and I'm not saying it's not well worth it and justified, but when you do make that move, I would think moving on from a guy that coached a quarterback and called plays for a quarterback to throw for damn near 8,000 yards and 40-some-odd touchdowns and a handful of interceptions, I got to think that you got a pretty good idea of who you're going to replace him with and kind of how you're going to change this offense versus just go out there and, hey, we're going to have us a search here and see if we can't find the best offensive mind to take his place. Just your thoughts on, do you think it's somebody they got a pretty good eye on, or do you think it's a open job?
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about this a little bit off the air after the show yesterday. You don't make this move unless you have an idea of what direction you want to go to, unless you know who you could potentially target, unless you know the guys who are likely to probably take the job. Like, you don't make this move without having some sense of surety that you're going to get a good candidate. So, yeah, I believe that they have a general idea of a handful of candidates that they probably want to go after. And they'll again gauge the interest of those candidates, and they'll choose the best one who they think will give them the best chance to win next season. I want to,
before we get you out, Jonathan, appreciate you jumping on with us. And I think Clint kind of hinted towards this. Do you think there is at least a chance or some sort of likelihood that they go outside of this Shanahan, McVay, this offense, Kubiak, this offense, that they go completely in a different direction? Or do you think this is an offense that they will stay within that family like they've had in San Francisco or L.A. or the other offenses that run that?
That's a great question. I don't know the exact answer to that. I think that they're open right now. I think they're open to staying within a similar type of style and system and try to keep some type of continuity with C.J. Stroud because they understand how important continuity is. Having said that, if the best candidate is somebody else, like a Chip Kelly, if the best candidate who has a different type of offense, then they would definitely be open to that if they think that makes the right fit. Now, of course, I'm sure that they'll get some insight from C.J. Stroud and what he thinks about it, and I'm sure that'll play a part in it as well. But I think they're open to all possibilities.
Real quick before we get you out, I know it's really early in the process. Outside of Gerard Johnson, are there any other names that you're potentially hearing that could be connected with the position?
Yeah, I mean, as far as who I think make the most logical sense, I got a story coming out pretty soon. But I think, Gerard Johnson makes a lot of sense. Chip Kelly could be somebody. Mike LaFleur, Rams offensive coordinator, as well as a guy like even Josh McCown, I think could make sense. Now, whether the Texans would go to him considering the history they have with him, I don't know. But I think those names in particular probably make the most sense. And Clint Kubiak as well. It was another name I forgot.
All right. Appreciate you joining us, Jonathan, as we're trying to get everything we can on this situation with Bobby Slowik. Moving on, we appreciate you.
Absolutely. I appreciate you having me.
All right. That is Jonathan Alexander. Chronicle, as he said, he's got a story coming out. Clint Kubiak, Mike LaFleur.
Houston loves some Coobs.
Yeah. Gerard Johnson, obviously, also set in there. We'll see. We'll see if those are some of the names we start hearing. All right, there's another big story. We will hear from Tony Gwynn Jr. We'll get his thoughts on this with the Astros coming up. But this Alex Bregman situation is continuing. Bob Nightingale was actually on Area 45 and gave some insight on it. Whew, this Alex Bregman thing, potentially coming back. How are you feeling about a potential return of Alex Bregman? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all. Look, take your experience, your NBA viewing experience, your pro football conference championship watching experience this weekend. Take it to the next level, man. Cash in with Underdog Fantasy. That's
Karam Injury Lawyer Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The idea of bringing back Alex Bregman, we're talking about that 6-year, $156 million type range. If we're talking about bringing back Alex Bregman, we still.
Yep, that's it.
All right.
So that's that contract is still on the table, and I don't think the Astros are going to budge from it. And we'll see. You could get more per year by somebody else. Could somebody else give him more in 6 years? I'm not sure about that, or he probably would have already signed it. So I think Alex would like to come back, and I think they really like to have him back. So certainly, they re-engaged a couple days ago. Maybe it was yesterday, and said, "Hey, don't give up on this. Let us know if you're about to sign somewhere."
All right, that is Bob Nightingale, USA Today. He was on with the fellas last night from Area 45. You can listen to that in its entirety on the podcast page. What's your thoughts about hearing that? That this is a mutual thing. The Astros, what he said, would love to have him back.
This makes me think of Lloyd Christmas.
Really? You're saying there's a chance, huh? But they've made all these moves that would say we've moved on from it, and they've said it. What's your feelings about how this is coming about, a potential reunion with everything that's happened?
Look, I'm here for it. I mean, I'm here for Bregman being an Astro, especially if it's at the original number and contract offer that Kraft offered him, and it's not the Astros budging all of a sudden. And look, if Bobby Two Chains is spot on here, if we are to believe that he's accurate, it's not hard to make it make sense for Bregman. I mean, the money's, while the thought is that he could get $30 million per somewhere else. He's offered 26 here. That's $4 million per year. Like, that's a lot of money, but it's also, when you're talking 26, 27 million a year, that additional year is a big number as well. And in baseball, it's all guaranteed money. So it would make sense where I could see Bregman saying, I got it pretty good here. The clubhouse is right here. I'm comfortable here. My family's comfortable here. The money is very similar, although you got to figure the 6 year versus a shorter kind of deal, and you got to do some juggling there. But it's not like it's a no brainer like most of us thought it was going to be with Alex Bregman. So I think when you talk about the offer, like, it's not crazy if you're Bregman to think, hey, let's just ease back into Houston where we know it's right now. I think the thought of Altuve playing left field is plumb ass silly.
Well, yeah, that's the part we got to get to now. All right, if you bring him in, that's what I'm saying. You've made the plans of how you're going to construct this baseball team. All right, and we'll get to that. Tyler, does this excite you? You've been wanting Bregman back, but does this excite you with how it is?
Yeah, I've been in a weird place for like a year with Bregman, because there's definitely
sexually or just.
No, not sexually. Okay. No, he's just not my type. But I've been in a weird place.
Short legs?
We just said
stubby-ass legs.
He said he's been in a weird place. I didn't know if he meant
I bet he's got a bumpy-ass butt, too.
Short legs. I mean,
he's probably got red bumps on his butt. No, but for real. Been in a weird place with Bregman, because there's definitely been moments over the last year where, I've just been ready for them to trade him and get some sort of value back for that third baseman. But the way things have unfolded right now with everything, yeah, I'd welcome Breg back with open arms. I would just also tell him, hey, need you to wake the hell up before July gets here and use your bat in the batter's box the first 2 months of the season, please.
Yeah. I mean, Ron, you're not going to like this, Ron, but well,
how do you know that?
Well, because I know. We've talked about it before. This screen. The Altuve to left field stuff is silly, and we've talked about. Well, it's a short porch to left field for all the home games, and okay, all right, guys. Let's be real about this.
There's some other tough left field.
Well, yeah, right. You don't play every game at home. Let's be honest here. This screams. Again, if Bobby Two Chains is right and the Astros are entertaining this screams Yordan Alvarez in left field and a floating DH. It's the only way you can make sense of it. Altuve going to left field is silly. Right? When I hear that,
he's going to go out there with stilts or whatever he's going to do. I don't know. A guy that you've been trying to get in and out with health.
Yeah,
second.
I just don't. To me, this
that
screams,
arm to the plate, that arm, and every,
the whole thing. This just screams Yordan Alvarez is going to play left field, and your DH is going to float. Now, the Astros will navigate the regular season the way they navigate the regular season, like it's a long season, and they're good enough to get there, and they can make some moves that are more about getting, load management and getting there than it is necessarily playing your best guys. We've seen them do that at all kind of positions. Look how they used the DH last year. I mean, look how they did first base last year, right? With Diaz and Alvarez and all these other guys in the DH role or catching or playing first. And
this comes from you who just give me that lineup.
Yeah,
give me that lineup, but then you can.
Well, that's the part of it that I absolutely love is just
if you're going to do that.
Yeah, you get your best bats up there, and what does that do? You mentioned it yesterday, Ron. Hey, sorry guys, but that outfield, them bats in that outfield, that lineup doesn't support the pitch, the rotation, and the bullpen that you got.
I think they can carry that.
They can't carry it. Well, all of a sudden you put Yordan in left, and you put Altuve and Bregman and Isak as your floating DHs. All of a sudden, you've lengthened that lineup a little bit, and now they maybe can carry that bullpen or carry some slow points in the seaan. But that to me is the only way, right?
Well, here's Bobby. There's Bobby. Bobby gives an explanation on how he could see the defense aligning if Bregman comes back.
Well, Paredes has played a number of games at second base. I want to say over 50 games at second base in his career. So the easy thing would be move Paredes to second base, move Jose Altuve to left field. Someone's got to play left field. And you can mix and match, too. Maybe Paredes there sometimes, Altuve there other times. That sort of thing, where they can kind of bounce around. But it makes no sense to move Bregman out of the third base position because it's Gold Glover.
That man said, hey, but it makes sense to move Altuve to left. My man said somebody got to play left field.
Yeah, that just can't. That can't be the case.
But this is my biggest issue with all of it is the thing. Bregman coming back. Okay, who is just you've said this a lot. Hey man, I can understand a lot of things. I may have to agree with it, but I want it. All right, you got a plan. Let's hear the plan. What is the plan?
Right.
You just fired it up into the air. We got the plan. All right, you said, all right, man, guys, we're going to give a deadline to Bregman. If he doesn't do it, bam, now we're going to make moves. All right, we went and got Christian Walker. He's going to play first. We got Paredes. He's going to play third. This is what we're going to do. Now, all of a sudden, now you willing – how much is the money? 160 or something? Now you willing to unload that to get Bregman to now try to figure out what the hell? Because the plan was we want Yordan Alvarez to DH more because we want to keep him healthy. That was a part of the original plan. Now you just thrown up a plan up into the air to now give him 6 years? For me, again, if you are now willing to give him 6 years, 160 or whatever it is, well, how come you wouldn't have been willing to go give an outfielder money?
Yeah.
If you could give that, I'm not saying maybe you didn't want Santander, but he went for 5 years, 90. I'm not saying that was it. Profar didn't go for this much. What is the plan?
That would have made more sense,
what I mean?
Right? Yeah.
The plan can't be that your 30-whatever-year-old second baseman who went through a postseason of having the yips of throwing it from second to first to go and play left field, and your guy who has been a corner infielder and a power hitter, if you've not taken a look at Paredes, there's really not a lot about Paredes that says second base and turning two, right? Not saying he can't. He's played 50 games here. But that could not have been the plan to, oh, man, this guy's going to play corner infield, man. We're gonna slide him over in second base while we have a guy who plays second base in left field. That's just my thing is, what is the plan? And someone texted in, relax, it's all for clicks. This is more than Bobby. This is something that at least is out.
Yeah, I hope it's not all for clicks. Now I hope the Altuve stuff is for clicks, but I hope it's not all for clicks. I agree with Ron's point of hey man, now you're whatever your plan was with Paredes and Christian Walker and moving on from Bregman, whatever it was. Now bringing Bregman back into the fold, you potentially blow that up, and you have to change course significantly. Especially again if you listen to 2 Chainz about Altuve in the outfield. But shoot, man, I mean, the value of Bregman. I mean, clearly this organization thinks highly of Bregman beyond just
their best player does. He's so willing that he said, "I'll go to left field." Like Jose, I don't give a damn what you're willing to do. You're not going to go play left field.
You think?
They said
you think he can reach home plate on a crow hop?
Well, in all seriousness, if there's one positive to this crazy ass idea, it is how little a space there is, that short porch out and left. I mean, I'm not saying this should happen. I'm playing devil's advocate.
Right. The silver lining here is that we've seen how the Astros operate, and ultimately how several teams operate is it's not crazy if you're just talking about a path to get to the playoffs. But if we're talking about the option is get to the playoffs, and this is an option, we're silly, right? I mean, ultimately the plan has to be you get to the playoffs. It's Jordan and left, and you float the DH. I mean, that can't be. They can't be serious about this.
Look, this is just weird to me. Like they've gone from they've gone from an organization like, all right, man, we're out on Kyle Tucker. We're going to trade him, and then we're going to make these plans to, all right, bring in Paredes. Right? Didn't that come with a top third base prospect? Like that was the top thing in the deal was something
that guy can play outfield as well, though.
Okay, but they brought that in as a part. Like, all right, we're making the move past Bregman. Now the willing and the thought is we're gonna bring back Bregman for another 6. Like, how did that change in Swift? And the way you said it, the only way it works is Jordan being the left fielder.
That's it. I mean, that's.
But then again, as I said,
that solves a lot of problems.
That just punts away the plan that you had, right? Like, I don't know. We'll see, man. I just like this thing is all right, baby. We could flip on a dime, baby, on the plan here. We'll see what happens here. I just interesting decision. We'll talk to our guy Tony Quinn Jr., our 6'10" MLB insider, get his thoughts on the Bregman. I can't wait. In my mind, I hear Tony going, all right, man, what you think about Jose Altuve in left field? Oh, I could hear some noise that is going to be made prior to him answering that question. But we'll get his thoughts on the Astros coming up as we get back here live on the Drive.
Is Braggy being ridiculous?
The Texans kicked off the offseason.
supplies last. See store or Lowe's.com for more details and qualifying items.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. We will hear from our Odyssey Sports Radio 610 MLB insider, Tony Gwynn Jr., coming up here in just a second. Big day, dueling big news. We'll talk to Tony about the Astro news and what's going on with them as they get ready to go to spring training in less than a month. But also, if you are just joining us here in the 3 o'clock hour, the big news of the day, Bobby Slowik, the offensive coordinator for the Texans, has been relieved of his duties along with the offensive line coach, Chris Strasser. Two guys that many people have been texting in, hoping would be relieved of their duties. It has happened. We'll discuss more on that. James Palmer will give us a national perspective a little bit later on in this hour. But let's head to the phone line to talk to our guy, Tony Gwynn Jr., Tony, a lot going on. The thought was Bregman was up out of here and going to move on, and that could still be a possibility. But now we've heard that talks have resumed with the Astros, and I thought that was big enough. But the other part of this is, all right, well, they made moves, and they got a new first baseman in. They got a new third baseman in. What would happen? And we're hearing that Jose Altuve would potentially move from second base to left field. Your thoughts on all of that right there, Tony? Tony? TG?
You guys got me?
All right, we got you now. Go ahead, Tony. Your thoughts.
Good to be back with you, fellas. I think the Bregman thing is very interesting. I think this was one of those type of deals where, as you said, it seemed like it was a foregone conclusion that he wasn't coming back. But the market kind of played itself out, and all of a sudden the Astros have seemingly found themselves back in the conversation because Bregman's side has reopened conversations. And I saw a report earlier that Bregman's been offered at least 2 5-year deals, and so if they can get him back, wow! I mean, this turns out to be a really good offseason. I love the addition of Walker over there. And Altuve moving to left. Listen, I think in some ways it might be good for him. Maybe a little less wear and tear, especially in that home ballpark where you're not having to cover a ton of ground. It might be a way to help continue to keep his bat in the lineup and keep him healthy longer.
Now, Tony, we're not going to entertain this, are we?
Moving
Altuve, man, he'd need 3 cutoff guys to get the home plate, man. Man, we can't. We're not going to seriously entertain this, are we?
That's exactly why you put him in left, because you won't need 3 to get it from left to home plate. He just needs 1. But listen, I think you have to entertain it because it's another way to add pieces, and more importantly, I think we've seen it when the Astros are going well. Usually, Altuve's right in the thick of things, and you got to keep him healthy as he begins to, I hate to say it, start to hit down the backside of his career here as he gets older.
Yeah, look, I think the better way, what makes sense to me would be to play Yordan Alvarez in left field more than have a floating DH and let Altuve have most of that. But either way it goes, I would think when the rubber meets the road in the playoffs and games matter, there would be something more set in stone. I'm not a huge guy that, man, outfield, boy, defense just rules everything around me. I'm not big on that. But damn, this one's even a stretch for me. Let's dig into the Bregman deal specifically. We got a lot of ground to cover here, but let's dig into the Bregman deal specifically. As a former player, a guy that's been through all of this, like if Bregman's been offered, say, 5-year deal for 30 per, and he's looking at a 6-year deal at the 26, 27 number. I mean, a lot of people look at it and go, hell, that's $4 million less a year, but there's another year tacked on. How does that factor into your mind as a player, 6 years versus 5 years, $30 million a year versus 26, 27, whatever that comes out to be? How does that factor into your mind?
I would say first, it really depends on where the offers are coming from, right? I mean, obviously, if Houston is one of those teams, Breg is more likely to give that consideration because he's been there. There's a comfort level of being in Houston, coming to the ballpark, knowing everybody's name. Like, all that kind of stuff matters when you start talking long term. So I think if Houston's let's say Houston's on the shorter side, they got the 5-year and they're not the 6-year. I think that plays differently than a completely new team in the mix at 5 years versus the 6. So, and then you also have to factor in, where do you think your value lies? I mean, that ultimately is something that guys, take a lot of pride in. You want to be one of the top AAVs if you can possibly do that, or in that conversation. And so, I think for Breg, he's been out there long, and that's the other thing you got to factor in. When you start to get closer to spring training, naturally, human, kind of the way humans work, you start to kind of worry a little bit, like, where am I going to be playing? I know he knows he's going to have a job, but there's still not the security that you're looking for. So all that factors in as he starts to kind of lock in on his decision.
All right, Tony Gwynn Jr. joins us. He is our Odyssey Sports Radio 610 MLB insider. Tony, how do you view – because I know there's obviously a difference when you put it all together with Bregman being on the team and not. But how do you view the Astros as a team and in terms of competing with Bregman off the team, and then how would you view them with him on the team?
I think that division is going to be a little bit stronger next year, and it may not be the Mariners that are the team that you're worried about. It could be the Rangers that start to slide back up. I know Oakland's made some noise, so I think the division overall will be better. And if you could have Alex Bregman, I mean, listen, I think when you have a guy that long, you start to forget, like, all of the intangibles that go along with the physical numbers that he puts up. And that type of leadership is just tough to come by. And so I would say that they're going to be competing for the top of that division regardless, I think. Okay. But, oh, boy, having a Bregman in your lineup, I think gives them the leg up for sure in that division.
Hey, Tony, we haven't had you – I don't think we've had you on since the Christian Walker move was made. You kind of mentioned it as a group, the overall offseason, but Christian Walker more specifically over at first base just – and I know, look, there's some things to me, and I'm just briefly covering the guy or doing a little bit of research here. Yeah. I mean, there's some things that me being an old school guy that just the work ethic and the grinder and the guy that stays locked in 24/7, like that really appeals to me. I'm just wondering your experience with him, your time covering the league. What does Christian Walker bring to Houston?
You kind of described him really well. I think he's consistent. That's the thing. Watching him in the National League West often. He's just consistent. You know what you're going to get from him night in, night out. You mentioned the work ethic stuff. One of the best defenders in all of baseball at first base. And, I think in his time in Arizona, that consistency with the power numbers and really setting the tone in the middle of that lineup is something it's so dependable in 162 that those guys are valuable. I know he might not be the flashiest of first basemen, but as you get a chance to watch him on an everyday basis, you're gonna enjoy him. I'm interested to see what he does specifically in that ballpark. I mean, it's kind of tailored for the type of swing he has. He's not a guy who's trying to hit homers. He's trying to go gap to gap on a line, but he is a dude who can put up some numbers in terms of the power.
See, Tony, I think the concern of some Houston fans are, all right, this is a first baseman in his almost mid-30s. This isn't a Jose Abreu type of a situation. Like, no, this is a completely different thing. And I know you've watched him with the Padres and seen him up and close. This isn't anything like that.
No, I don't think so. I mean, listen, I think the difference is, Walk didn't get the opportunity early, so I don't know that he has the type of mileage on him. He kind of had to wait his turn in Baltimore, and then when he got traded to Arizona, that was really his first time getting a chance to play on an everyday basis. So I still think he's a fresh mid-30s type guy. I don't think this is anything like Abreu, who you can make the argument you started to see the decline even before he signed with the Astros. So no, I don't think it's a normal feeling to have that kind of feel hanging over you, but I don't think this is the same thing at all.
All right, T, we got a couple of championship games this weekend, man. I got to get your take on it. Who you going with, Chiefs or Bills?
I got the Chiefs, man. You can't pick against Patrick Mahomes, boy.
All right,
and those referees, Tony. You can't pick against them either.
He ain't gonna miss an opportunity, is he?
Hey, Ron, you better chill, man. I see everybody on your neck about the Chiefs, man.
Hey, Tony, they hurting, man.
Hey, what about
the Chiefs are in bed with the refs.
What about the other side, Tone, with Washington and Philly?
I love what I've seen Jalen Daniels do this year, but that Eagles team, that run game is going to be tough to stop. Even if Jalen Hurts ain't 100%, like he might not be. Stopping Saquon and that offensive line, them big dudes, man, they just be bullying the defensive line. So I'm going to take Philly.
I love that versatility from you, Tony. I'm going to say this does not happen often. Clint, maybe in our 5 years, he's done this maybe 2 or 3 times. I think I've kind of changed my feel on the Altuve thing hearing you talk. Knowing you played in the outfield in Major League Baseball, I was pretty close to the Clint thing. Like, this is a joke. But hearing your thoughts, maybe it don't seem like you believe the adjustment from playing however many years at second base to going to the outfield isn't that big. So I've kind of changed my thought process of this is crazy talk to okay, I'll hear it. So I'll take that into account from you, Tony.
Listen, it's an option, right? If they put him out there and it is just god awful, right, and it's costing y'all runs, they can move him back to second base. They just you're losing, I think, some of the life expectancy, putting him out there every day at second base. The throwing part, I don't worry about. The defenses are designed now where they'll figure out a way to combat that. But in terms of just keeping them in the lineup, keeping them healthy, I think it's a good option to have in your back pocket.
All right, Tony, man, we appreciate you, and we look forward to talking to you during this baseball season.
Yes, sir. You guys take care.
All right, that's Tony Gwynn Jr., our Odyssey Sports Radio 610 MLB insider and apparently NFL insider as well.
Solid move there. Jumped over to the NFL game.
We should have talked to him about Bobby Slowik, seen his thoughts.
See if he had Slowik.
See if he had Slowik. Again, the big news of the day, Bobby Slowik, he's been relieved of his duties. And Clint, there's so many spots and areas to go with the Bobby Slowik thing. We talked to Jonathan Alexander a little bit earlier today. What other moves? Because that's the one thing I heard you say early on in this thing was the thing that you loved, I think, the most was there is a sense of urgency. And there's a sense of urgency of we got to get this damn thing right, and we got to turn some heads. And damn it, we're getting the OC, we're getting the line coach, anybody associated with the line up out of here. What if there's a sense of urgency? What other moves do you think are urgent to make if there's a sense of urgency?
Well, I think from a coaching perspective, I think it's they're handling it the right way. I mean, it doesn't hurt. Like you might as well not cut your nose and spite your face until you have to, right? I mean, you got guys in house. If the next OC that comes in here really likes Gerard Johnson as the offensive coordinator, then I mean as the quarterback coach. Then you don't give him a chance to go interview elsewhere. You keep him under contract and you keep this thing moving. So I like what they're doing. I just can't if Ben McDaniels. I watched multiple receivers have an extremely difficult time this year running routes the right depth all year long. It wasn't just Tank Dell. I brought up Tank Dell because he's one of the guys that played more, and I think he was guilty of it. I mean, you talk about John Mechie was a guy. Hell, in the playoff game here at home, John Mechie's running a crossing route, an over route, really a shallow crossing route at the depth of a damn dig or some kind of curl at 14 to 16 yards deep. Yes, Bobby Slowik. When Bobby Slowik is ultimately responsible, it's his job to make sure that those things don't happen. But on a day-to-day basis, if your receivers coach, if your receivers are out there blowing routes and not releasing outside so that the inside option route had as much field to work with, your quarterback had clear throwing lanes, if the releases aren't right, if the depth's not right, sure, the OC can go. But damn it, that wide receiver coach is suspect as well, right? So if we're gonna move on from Bobby Slowik, and again, I don't have a problem with them moving on from Bobby Slowik. There's plenty of reason to justify that. The issues that we saw, like the offensive line struggles, that didn't fall all on Bobby Slowik's lap because they fired the offensive line coach and the assistant offensive line coach, right? With the assistant offensive line coach, did he have anything to do with not being able to pick?
Get your ass up out of here too.
But he can get up out of here too, right? So that's where I'm at. The running backs, great, good job, keep it. The tight end coach, I don't even know who it is. The tight end coach, whoever let Dalton Schultz do what he does, week in, week out, and just let that ride. Yep. Your ass can got some answers to do as well.
I don't even want to look up his name. I really don't.
All of that. So
I don't even want to know who that guy is.
So I don't have a problem with the way that's being handled. I'm just saying there's got to be a thought that you come in here and I may like these guys, but when I turn the film on and watch the product of their work and their coaching, and it's all over the place, it's completely inconsistent, it's awful at times. You got to look at that and go, hey man. These are NFL caliber wide. You ain't out here coaching high school kids that you don't know whether they had the physical or mental ability to handle a playbook. No, these are NFL guys not running the routes at the right depth or not getting the right release when you're supposed to. I mean, that's super suspect, and that falls at the coach's feet, right? And then the other part of that is we go back to what we talked about yesterday. I think there's a Laramie Tunsil problem. I don't think Laramie Tunsil's a guy that you bring a new offensive line coach in here and all of a sudden Laramie Tunsil's going to change his stripes. That's just so we're not talking about just coaches here. This aggressive win now move or change, if you will, this makes me believe that there's some players that could be called to, for some of the same stuff.
You're going to start here. This should just be the start. All right, coming up, we got the thoughts from Tony Gwynn Jr. on how he sees this championship Sunday going. We'll give our thoughts on that. We'll break down these two games coming up here in just a moment. Remember, a little bit later in the bottom of the hour, James Palmer will join us. We'll get the national perspective on the Texans moving on and maybe names he's also hearing that could be replaced. That's coming up at 3:40. All of that as we continue live right here on The Drive. But before we get there, guys out there, hey, I hope somebody in your life blessed you with some new Apple products. Maybe you went out and did it yourself. And now you got those old products that are still in.
Handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Have you heard? Sports Radio 610 is taking over New Orleans for Radio Row thanks to Flight by Yingling. The best football conversation in town, behind-the-scenes stories from the Big Easy, and special guests all week long in the exclusive Furniture Hot Seat. You never know what to expect during the most wild week of the radio year. Hear it all the week of the big game on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
James Palmer. Almost called him Jim Palmer. James Palmer.
I like it.
I think is there a golfer, Jim Palmer, or somebody? There's an athlete named Jim Palmer, but
Arnold
he will join
Palmer.
us. Yeah, it's a good drink.
It is?
I don't know. I don't like tea.
Innovative, legendary.
But he'll join us coming up here after this segment ends, and we'll talk to him a lot about the Bobby Slowik thing. We may potentially get around talking to him about these games. But Clint, let's take a look at these championship games over this weekend. The NFC and the AFC games, as we will find out when we come in Monday, who will play in the Super Bowl while we head to New Orleans to go and cover that thing. Let's start in the NFC, and let's look at these underdogs, right? The Washington Commanders, Clint, are a 6-point underdog in this game. 6-point underdog on the road. Jaden Daniels been the story of the playoffs thus far.
I want the dogs.
The Washington Commanders will win this game if they do what?
Well, I think the initial what would be stop the run.
Yep.
I mean, you got I would say a less than average passing ability for Jalen Hurts, and he's banged up with his knee. So if you can put the game in his hands, whether it's his arm or his feet, take Saquon Barkley out of the game, which has been impossible all year long. But stopping the run, controlling the run, I think they've got a chance to win this game. I mean, look, the reality of it is Philly did not play well last week. Philly allowed the Rams to be in that game on both sides of the football, really. I thought Philly left a lot of points on the field multiple times.
I think the same game, too, against the Packers. Both of their playoff games, they've probably –
So they've not been real convincing. It's not like they're playing their best football. So I don't think it's crazy to think that Washington can win this game. Is it crazy to think they can stop the run? Yeah, probably so. But is it crazy to think that Philly can have drop balls and take sacks when you're in field goal range and leave a bunch of points on the field, and Jaden Daniels having the year he's having, he can keep up? I don't think that's crazy. But, no, I like Philly. I like Philly.
You got
in this
Philly
game.
winning?
I feel like Jalen Hurts will right the ship when they need it the most, and that they'll win this thing.
Yeah, obviously, like in this game, Philly is the better team overall, right? They're bringing a lot to the table from, coaching staff overall to just players. I think Philly's probably the most talented team, just talent-wise, in the NFL, just what they have. So Jaden Daniels has to make up, to me, the difference in the talent and everything going on the road, everything that's going against Washington. And I think he has been special. I think he has been great. I just don't know that this week he can make up the difference like he did against Detroit, like he did against Tampa. That defensive line is going to be on him. They got to run the ball too, and not just with him, with Eckler and Robinson. They've got to run the ball. But I agree with you. Stopping, nobody's been able to do it. Stopping and trying to force this into a Jalen Hurts game is got to be the thing. But Jaden Daniels also has to me, for them to win, be the best player on the field. And he's done it the last 2 weeks.
He's capable of it.
He's done it the last 2 weeks.
We'll see if he can do it against this defense. Doing it against the Philadelphia defense is a little different than doing it against the Detroit Lions defense. We've seen the Detroit Lions defense get lit up, got multiple times. yeah, so look, I'm going to tell you, man, I would love – I mean, I want Philly to win because I'm just Jay. I want to see Jalen Hurts in a Super Bowl, but I mean, I would love to see a rookie year, that trumps what I thought was going to be the best rookie year I ever saw in C.J. Stroud. I would love to see Jaden Daniels take that run all the way to the Super Bowl doing it, man. That would be a hell of a story.
All right, they're 6-point underdogs. I'm with you. I think Philly in this as well. I think they just got too much punch, and nobody has stopped Saquon Barkley, and I don't think the Washington Commanders are the defense to do it. All right, in the AFC, Buffalo is just a 1.5 underdog in this game. Buffalo, they will win this game if they do what?
Hoo-wee. I would say if they can run the football. I think I truly believe their identity and what makes them different, what gives them a real chance this year against Kansas City is their identity is that run game that includes the quarterback plus one run game. They're in the playoffs, so Josh shouldn't be holding anything back. The play calling shouldn't hold anything back. The Texans ran the football surprisingly well last week against Kansas City. And so there's to me it's about Buffalo's ability to control the game, obviously score points, but control the game, control the tempo of the game, and the way in which they're going to do that. I think the best way to do it, the most effective way to do it, is methodically move the ball down the field in the run game, because then you're keeping Pat Mahomes on the sideline. If it becomes a shootout, I mean, I just like Pat Mahomes in any shootout that there is, especially after watching him slice and dice last week with the old head Travis Kelce. So, I think they've got to run the ball, and they've got to run it effectively with Josh Allen.
Yeah, I think we're kind of in the same page. It could be that. I think Buffalo's chance to win this game, they have to have somebody else greatly impact the game outside of Josh. You know what I mean? And you said run the ball. It could be Cook. It could be, maybe Dalton Kincaid is killing a matchup so much.
The Shakir kid has been
him. It could be but somebody to where Josh isn't having to do everything. He's got to have somebody else. And that could be Matt Milano. That could be on the defensive side of the ball. Somebody else that's impacting the game. Because, if we do a basketball analogy, there's a deal of, hey, Josh, you get 50 tonight, but we're not going to let anybody else get off in the game. I think he's got to have somebody else help him come to the party. Who you got in that game?
I got Kansas City.
Do you? Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think, I'll go with the Chiefs as well in that thing. At home, as we talked about it before, I don't think this is Josh's best team he's going to play on. But yeah, I would go with the Chiefs as well. All right, coming up, James Palmer, from a local perspective, get his thoughts on what he is hearing, and if he's surprised about the Slowik thing, and then what's the potential next move? What names should we be on the lookout for to replace Bobby Slowik here in Houston? We'll discuss that with James coming up next.
All right, y'all, we got NBA action damn near every night. We got the biggest games of the NFL season right around the corner.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. We are still reacting to the big story around here, and that is the parting of ways with the offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowik, here with the Texans. And this is crazy, 1 year removed from being one of the hot names on the head coaching circuit, interviewed for multiple jobs. The Texans were happy to bring him back and get him a new contract, to get him some more money to be the return as the OC. And the expectations almost was he'd be here and gone the next year. Well, that happened. Just happened by way of him being fired. And we are happy to be joined by NFL reporter, insider with Bleacher Report, as well as senior NFL reporter with Underdog Fantasy, James Palmer. James, we appreciate you jumping on with us.
Yeah, no problem, guys. How you doing? Wild day, huh? Just an average Friday in the NFL.
No, yeah. And
head coaches, coordinators.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, Pete Carroll got the job with the Raiders. You know a lot about it. And I'm just curious from you, is this a surprise? As I said leading in, how highly regarded Bobby Slowik was last year. After 2 years, is this a surprise? Because when I say it out loud, James, all right, back-to-back playoff years, 10-win seasons. All right, they won a playoff game, which 32 points was put up, but that wasn't enough.
Yeah, I think the timing of it makes it a little bit more of a surprise. I mean, we're starting to get a little further away from that final game in Kansas City, right? Sometimes these things happen a day or two after. So when you start to get a little bit further removed from the actual game, maybe that adds a little bit to the surprise oftentimes. I mean, I was at that game in Kansas City. We saw that offense operate in a manner that I think was good enough to win in Kansas City. Not great. It hasn't been great this year. We know that, but it was maybe good enough to win there. And, I do think with as hot as Bobby's name was last year through the head coaching search, I mean, I had him on my show and we talked in-depth ball for a long time last year, and there's a lot to like about him as a coach, for sure. He came up the right way under Mike Shanahan and on the defensive side of the ball, so he knows both sides, and there's a reason why people were interested in him, for sure. But I do think there's two things in the NFL and in life, I would say, but the NFL specifically, is perception and expectations. And those things are very heavily weighed in the NFL and what happens with people keeping their jobs and losing their jobs. And the expectations, let's be honest, for year two were through the roof for the Houston Texans, specifically this offense. When you have a rookie play as well as CJ did, you kind of assume the way he's wired, there'd be no step back. You'd think you'd take this, with the additions of Joe Mixon and Stephon Diggs, and it goes up. I mean, the expectations were huge. And then the perception of the way things were operating, I think that is a part of it as well, to where I think you could look at the way it operated throughout the year, and it was really this. Like it was disjointed oftentimes. You saw defenses do things differently, and you were curious if there were going to be the adjustments to be made to combat those. And so those two big factors, I hate to say it, cost a lot of people their jobs in this league. And it looks like Bobby is kind of one of those as well.
Let's talk about it from the Texans' perspective, James, because to me the biggest part of this is the statement that's being made by D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, Cal and Hannah McNair, and ultimately the Texans organization is we don't have time for the quarterback and the offense to backslide. We can't wait 8 or 9 weeks to figure out what our identity is. We can't wait a third year to see if this inexperienced coordinator is going to work out. The time is now. They feel like they have a roster. They spend a lot of money with that roster. Would you agree that the statement made by the urgency here of moving on from Bobby Slowik is, hey, man, it now is the time to make a run at a Super Bowl and get beyond this divisional stuff?
I think that's accurate. I think if you ask any of the people that you mentioned that question, I think they'd probably react the same way. I think they have the cheat code right now, which is a rookie quarterback contract, right? You mentioned the roster. You mentioned what you have to spend to put a good NFL roster together in the NFL, and you have the ability to operate off of a rookie quarterback contract that a guy that you saw in his rookie year just adapted to the NFL very, very quickly. And it's, if nobody's speaking out of turn to say that it took a step backwards this year, that CJ took a step backwards in a sense this year. We'll see what the factors essentially were when we get into 2025. But you're right. This was a team that was outstanding in explosive plays. You had a quarterback that was unbelievably accurate in explosive plays, and you had to shift this year to a defense that kept you in a lot of games and a defense that was carrying the team. And I don't think anybody really wanted to do that. This wants to be, a complete roster here. And I think from the Houston Texans perspective is we have a great quarterback. We have, I think Nico Collins is one of the best receivers in football. And we have a defense with a lot of really great young talent on it that we've put together. I think Nick has done a great job putting this team together. And you're right. We don't want to have any patience for this thing to come together. And I think what ends up happening, and back to what I said originally, look what's happening in Washington. We all thought they were going to be patient, and we thought the Commanders were going to put this thing together in a methodical way with Adam Peters as the general manager, and they start seeing themselves have some success. What do they do? They make a trade at the deadline to get Marshawn Lattimore. Okay, let's go, right? Like, we don't have a whole lot of time in this league, and I think that's right. I think what you're saying is accurate by the thinking of the Houston Texans, and I don't think it's inappropriate for them to think that way right now.
Joined by James Palmer, insider at Bleacher Report, as well as senior NFL reporter with Underdog Fantasy. From what you're hearing, because you kind of described the offense and how it felt, for the feel or what you hear from around, do you feel like the thought that the issues with the Texans offense has been more of player-driven or more of lack of execution, lack of coach-driven issues?
Well, I think that's kind of a loaded question, but I would say you saw certain things that continued to be the same mistakes at the course of the season. Oftentimes, that gets, whether it's accurate or not, pointed at the coaching staff, right? Like, are these guys going to keep making the same mistakes, or are we as an offense going to keep making the same mistakes moving forward, and why aren't they getting corrected? If those mistakes aren't getting changed to the higher-ups, they're usually going to come down on that's the coaches haven't found ways to fix it or change it. It's not it kind of falls in a different category if it's just we're less talented, right? I don't think anybody's questioning the talent on that side of the ball for the Houston Texans. So I think that also, again, falls then, whether it's appropriate or not, again, on the coaching staff. So those two parts of it. I think the lack of adjusting as the season went on probably is something that maybe kind of like started to rear its head in a sense. And I also think the way this happened, like the way CJ was playing the position and sacked, what was it, guys, 52 times this year? You start making some different decisions. You start playing the position a little bit differently. I would say, and I just thought of this now talking to you, like that's one direction you do not want your quarterback to go, where he starts second guessing himself and he starts, not making as decisive as decisions as you saw the previous year because he's worried he's going to get the crap kicked out of him. Like that's a direction you do not want your quarterback to start going down. And so I think all of these things point to, we're not going to be patient here. We're going to try to fix this thing quickly. Now, the part to me is what usually happens with young quarterbacks and you change systems. That's what we're going to watch. Like, can we keep CJ Stroud in relatively the same type of system? That probably benefits him because once a lot of these top-tier quarterbacks that are picked at the top of the draft go from system to system, it's usually the head coach is fired and a new group comes in. It's not benefiting your young quarterback. I think they do have a plan, but we'll end up seeing exactly what ends up happening.
You mentioned this briefly because this was my second response to it, man, was you better have a guy in plan now. Like we can sit here and talk about there's plenty of reason, right, for to move on from Bobby Slowik. I think you could have put a good case together of why you keep the guy. I mean, heck, his quarterback over a 2-year span put up some really good numbers. Right. Mm-hmm. I think there was really a case for both to justify keeping him or getting rid of him. But if you get rid of him, you just spoke to it, man. The risk there is going into training camp and you're starting in whoever's offense 101 again. You're not in 500 classes, 600 classes. Right. You're starting all the way over. And so that leads me to a point of the question that I have, James, is do you think this is we got a guy in mind, given that half the damn league is running that some kind of Shanahan-Kubiak system to some degree, right? Or do you think this is we'll conduct a search and find the best candidate type situation?
I think they're going to look around. I think, and this allows me to get on my soapbox for this in a sense. I just can't stand teams that don't take the opportunity when they move on from either a coordinator or a general manager or a head coach and don't take the proper time to look around. I think they're doing a massive disservice to themselves as an organization. Like I think we've seen it with Jacksonville. We've seen it with New England, right? Those aren't real searches for head coaches. And I think you're hurting your organization if you don't. So even if the Texans have a plan for who they want to be in, whether it's in-house, which a lot of people believe it is, I think you still should do the search because you might come across some coaches that you didn't know very well, and you have the opportunity to now get to know them a little bit better. I mean, I go back, and this might be a soapbox for me, so I apologize, but I love it. The Chargers go out and they know last year they're going to get Jim Harbaugh. How many people they interview for that job? Probably 15 for that job. I think that's going to benefit the Chargers organization throughout the years, getting to know so many of those coaches so well. Because a coordinator job comes open. Jesse Minter's an outstanding DC there. What if he gets a head coaching job next year? Somebody you interviewed might be available to fill your DC spot. So I think the Texans would do themselves a disservice, even if they have somebody in mind, to not look around and really sit down with some serious candidates. I do think the problem is right now, you look at the teams that are looking for offensive coordinators, the Texans now put themselves in the same category as some other teams. Like Vegas doesn't, they just hired Pete Carroll. They don't have an OC yet, obviously. The Bears, you're not calling plays, but there's no OC there. The Seahawks are looking for somebody to call plays on that side of the ball and looking for an OC. The Jets don't have an OC yet. And you would also include, I guess, the Jags, because Liam Cohen gets that job. He's probably going to run the offense. But what I'm telling you is you're putting yourself in a category where I was talking to a GM about this the other day. There's not a whole lot of great play callers out there right now at your disposal. And so I think it's an interesting place to put yourself, but I don't think you do it this late in the game if you didn't have a plan.
All right, James, kind of a two-part question here before we get you out of here. One, is Gerard Johnson, the quarterback coach here, do you see him as somebody that is thought of to potentially be a replacement? And just addition to him, any other names that we should maybe be able to look on the lookout on to potentially fill this position?
Yeah, I think Gerard's a legitimate candidate, 100%. And if that's who you think, I mean, like that's what I was kind of hinting at with some of what I was saying. If that's who you think, then that keeps a lot of continuity for your quarterback. I love what you guys were saying. You're right. You don't want to, go back to the opening portions of a playbook. You want to start going to those portions of the playbook you haven't even touched yet when your quarterback gets into year 2, year 3, year 4, when you can start finding the added wrinkles of everything you want to do. He is definitely a candidate, to my understanding. I think if he is their best candidate and that's who they have in mind, I think it is, beneficial to CJ to not take a step back in terms of the learning process. You could probably just keep going moving forward. And in terms of other guys that are around, I mean, that's what I mentioned. Like Clint Kubiak is kind of the one that is getting a lot of buzz, a lot of different places. He's kind of the one that's been a legit play caller, honestly, that's kind of available out there. There's not a whole ton of guys you're probably taking if you're looking at some of the other group of callers, like some more inexperienced type of play callers. Like you probably are. Now, it was successful the first time around with Slowik, who was an inexperienced play caller. So I'm not saying it can't be successful right out of the gate that way. But that might be the waters. If you're looking elsewhere, you might have to enter.
James, you're an underdog brethren of mine, man. What's the play? What's the most recent play, man?
The most recent play?
Yeah, man. What are we doing? I need a winner.
No, I don't know. Listen, I don't know. Like I do my show there. I don't really do a whole bunch of the gambling stuff over there. But listen, I mean, I'm hard on the Eagles. I think anything there happens with them. I think that's a positive. But I just our picks are out. I think me and Steve Smith and Gilbert Arenas and all of them. I think those just came out like an hour ago. So you can see all of our underdog picks.
There you go. Actually, follow James. Follow James Palmer on social media and get all them underdog picks. I'm gonna try to go roll with yours tonight.
I appreciate it.
All right, man.
All right, James. We appreciate you.
All right, guys. Take it easy.
All right, that's James Palmer who gave his insight there. He said he didn't really mention, outside of Clint Kubiak, didn't really mention guys with experience, Clint. He just kind of talked about it. And he said to the point that Tyler, I'm sure he's excited and was thinking that he's a serious candidate. Gerard Johnson's I'm
a psychic.
Serious candidate there. That'll be an interesting one. All right, what you got coming up?
713-572-4610. Let's open some phone lines up and holler at us here. Let's see what you think about this Bobby Slowik out in Houston with the Texans. Does it surprise you? What kind of statement does this make from the organization? Do you have any OCs names out there that you want to bring in? 713-572-4610. I'm going to give you my initial thoughts when I heard it on my drive in today to start the show, and we'll cuss and discuss that next right here on Sports Radio 6.
sports station.
Yeah, I just hit that. You're all right, but
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
Yeah, it is, and it's one of them kind of parties that you got your dauber down a little bit for some folks. Some folks are absolutely stoked about the move, but the Houston Texans have fired their offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowik. Along with Bobby, the offensive line coach and the assistant offensive line coach have been relieved of their duties as well. So if you look at the Houston Texans offense this year, I don't think anybody is surprised that Bobby Slowik is out. And I damn sure don't think anybody is surprised that Chris Strouser, the offensive line coach, is out. Now, I don't know what to think about old buddy that got caught in the crossfire there, the assistant O-line coach. I don't know that he was making any major decisions that led to what we watched this year. But nonetheless, I guess depends on who you sign up with, man. Hit you wagging to the wrong guy, you can get fired too. But Bobby Slowik is out. Obviously, I asked for callers, 713-572-4610. You asked for callers on a day like today, boy. That old call board's lit up like a Christmas tree. Well done, Tyler. Y'all stay right there. We're going to get to y'all as soon as we possibly can. The question is, does this surprise you at all, Ron? We talked about this a little earlier, and I mean, I don't know how this could surprise anybody. Right now, I will admit I did not think that the Texans were going to move on from Bobby Slowik. I thought Bobby Slowik and DeMeco Ryans were tied at the hip, and it would take a little bit more than a rough year two for him to part ways. But I damn sure, as we said multiple times, I damn sure believe that there is enough to justify DeMeco Ryans moving on from the offensive coordinator if he so chooses to do so, and he has chosen to do so. If you look at whether it's a surprise or not, look, I'm not shocked one bit. We're 2 months into the season, and Bobby Slowik, of year two, by the way, Bobby Slowik's out there talking about trying to figure out who we are, trying to find our identity. The same past problems that got your tail kicked against the Minnesota Vikings were damn near identical to the ones that got you beat when it mattered the most against Kansas City. And we saw a constant failure to execute basic details in an offensive scheme, and that's got to fall at somebody's feet, right? That's got to be somebody's got to be held accountable. Somebody's got to be held responsible for that. And at this point in time, it's been Bobby Slowik and Chris Strouser. Ron, I think the biggest part of this for me, again, as a fan, that gets me really good and excited. I don't ever like to get excited at somebody's demise, if you will. But the statement that's being made is, we are going to fix things right now. We're not going to wait a year and dabble some more with this or that. We're going to make moves, and we're going to make changes, and we're going to do our damnedest to get beyond the struggles that were the 2024-2025 season for the Houston Texans. The urgency of DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio, to me as a fan, it's exactly how I want my organization to operate.
Yeah, and for me, I am still kind of holding out and waiting to see what this means, because it can be either urgency right now and saying this is the start of it, or it can be, hey, these are the scapegoats.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if it's urgency, it is clear that there are other moves that need to be made, right? It's very clear. And so right now, all right, if you're saying, damn it, this just ain't it, we gotta completely shift and change this thing. All right, bet. Let's hear it. Right now, I want to see what other moves are going to be made, because if it's just these two are the significant moves, and I mean bigger than like, hey, Shaq Mason, then it will feel different. But it's a start.
Yeah, look, I agree with you. That's actually my number two, right? Number one is just the urgency that the organization shows in making this decision, and number two is who's next, right? This can't be just Bobby Slowik and Chris Strouser. There's got to be more to it. As we mentioned, the problems, like if you said, hey, why do you think Bobby Slowik's gone, right? Sure, there's some offensive line problems and struggles that were present all year long. Guess what? There's also some major struggles at the tight end position all year long. Which is tied directly to the offensive line. Guess what? There's also some real blown details by the wide receivers all year long. And so you wonder who's next. So those two, and then number 3 for me, Ron, with this, they better have a replacement locked up. And I Tyler may be right. James Palmer may be right. John Lopez may be right. This thing may be an inside hire, and Gerard Johnson may be the best guy for the job. I have no idea. But it's hard for me to believe that we watched the same group of guys for 2 years put an offense out there that had as many problems this year. One, that they all collectively decided they were going to change from what they did year one, which was absolutely tremendous, to then year 2, they were going to all of a sudden be this aggressive team, have problems at every layer of the offense, and then Bobby Slowik is the only change that you make. It's hard for me to believe and think that there's somebody in that building that's been there all year long and wasn't able to have the input to help the pass protection, to help the receivers run their routes at the right damn depth, to help CJ make better decisions and play more consistent and avoid some of the pressure, at least some of it that he could himself. Like, they better have somebody, and if it isn't in the house, cool. They better have a great replacement locked up if you're going to shake loose of Bobby Slowik. Because this means you're starting completely over in training camp. Football 101. We're learning new terminology, ladies and gentlemen.
Where are you in that, though? Because James was saying, hey, you need to kind of look at all the options. Look at all the options. So you'd have thought of that should have already been done by now. They should have an idea of the type of guy or even the guy, what offense. I
think you should, before you fire Bobby Slowik, I think you've got to have a pretty good idea of who you can go get. And the reality of it is, while I agree with James Palmer, there's not a lot of great play callers out there that are free. On the list of teams that need a play caller, you should be number one. Like play callers that are available out there, like you should be able to go take like the LaFleur cat, Mike LaFleur. If you want, I'm not saying you do, but if you want him, did a pretty good job this year with Stafford and company. But if you want him, you should be able to go present an opportunity like, hey man, you come over here, defensive-minded head coach, you got the offense all to yourself. It's not McVay calling the plays and you're his understudy. You got the whole whatever offensive play callers are available, you should be ahead of the Saints. They ain't got no damn quarterback. You should be ahead of the Raiders. They ain't got no quarterback. You should be ahead of the Seahawks. You should be ahead of, like, nobody has C.J. Stroud, Nico Collins, Joe Mixon. If you want to throw Laramie Tunsil in there, you got some key pieces over here, and you obviously got a little bit of money to go get some other guys. This should be the best destination, if not one, the top 2 destination for play callers to land here in Houston.
Yeah, that's why I've been thinking, like, of what system, what are they looking? Are they looking to stay in the same system that D'Amico is accustomed to? Are they looking to – because the reason why I wonder that is, do they have the guys in place right now to run the system that they've wanted to run, or do they need to hire somebody that is more equipped to run a system that fits the players that are here?
Well, I think you can do both. Like I think there's enough teams. Like right now, we're talking the same system that's in Cincinnati that's in that's in the 49ers. Now, but to your point, like I agree wholeheartedly. Like you got C.J. Stroud, you don't have Jimmy Garoppolo and what's my man's name out there right now in San Francisco?
Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy and that group. No, you got a guy that's closer to Joe. You got a guy that's closer to and really equal to, I'm just talking about stylistically, to Jordan Love. Like you got those dudes more so than having to be a run first, pack everything in between, inside the hashes, inside the numbers, ground and pound downhill. Like you can be a different looking offense in the same system. So that's another luxury that D'Amico has, is half the league is running some semblance of that system, which really they have the same terminology. So you can go get that guy, but to think that this is a fire Bobby Slowik, let's go out and have a search, or to think this is a fire Bobby Slowik and let's hire somebody from within, that seems that seems pretty risky to me. Yeah. I mean, that seems pretty risky to me. I don't know. I think somebody outside the building that's got some pelts on the wall, and that may be just a couple of years of calling plays and more success. I don't know. But somebody that brings a little more to the table, and definitely somebody that brings a little bit more alpha to the table, if you will, than Bobby Slowik did. We'll see what happens. But all right, I asked for some callers, and Ron, we got some callers, bro.
Here we go.
We got some callers. Let's see what Texans Nation is out here thinking about this move. Wesley, what do you got? What do you think about this Bobby Slowik moving?
Man, what's going on, y'all? Y'all doing all right?
Not bad.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'll be honest. I'm kind of with y'all on. I really don't agree nor disagree, right? I do kind of want to see what they're gonna do, but I'll be honest, man. If they hire Gerard, or if they promote Gerard Johnson into the OC, man, what has Gerard been doing for the last 19 weeks or whatever it's been, right? I think Show touched on it. I think Clint did too. Is that if he has the answers, why haven't we seen it by week 10, right? So. It's just, man, honestly, if I see a Gerard Johnson promotion, I feel like that's more like a PR stunt to an extent, you know? Because it's like, man, I know a lot of people have been calling for Bobby Slowik's job. I really haven't been on the bandwagon. I really don't know which way to go either or. That's why I'm not a GM, right? But self-promotion ain't it, man. I would be very disappointed if they just fire Bobby and then bring Gerard up. I really don't think that's the answer, you know? And I will say to close out as well, D'Amico dropped his huevos today, man. You know, like he let him hang today, man. He had to fire a friend. We didn't know if he was going to do it all season. We thought if he had to come to this fork in the road, we didn't know if he was going to do it or not. He did, and I think next year we see a more edgy D'Amico and not somebody. D'Amico's never been timid. I'm not saying that. But I do think we see a more urgent D'Amico next year, just kind of like we've seen these last couple of weeks in the playoffs, right?
All right, Wesley, appreciate the call, man. Look, there's a lot there to unpack. That's a good call, man. I agree. I think seeing a different D'Amico, and again, it's not timid. I think I think there has been to me from the outside looking in, there's probably been a little bit of a hesitancy to step on anybody's toes on the offensive side of the football. Whether we're talking about post game pressers or we're talking about like, hey, Bobby, you got to get this stuff fixed, or you're gonna be up out of here.
Nobody works hard than Bobby Slowik.
Yeah, we're working hard. Hell, I mean that seems to be a job requirement for being an NFL head coach. I mean, NFL coach, you ought to be working hard. But yeah, that's a good call, man. That's a good call. All right, Jack, we got Jack.
Yes,
Jack,
sir.
you there, man? What you got, brother?
Clint, I'm gonna buy you a drink because you nailed it. We gotta have somebody with some pelts on the wall. I'm going with Chip Kelly. Bring in Chip. D'Amico has to put some experience around him. In order to be an effective OC, you have to have a killer mentality. Bobby didn't have it. When the way Minnesota and Green Bay early in the season blitzed us and we could never figure out how to overcome that blitz, you're supposed to punish a defense when they do that type of stuff. When they put all those people in a box on you and just rush you over and over, you're supposed to punish them. Bobby could never find the rhythm for the offense. If you look at Mahomes and Andy Reid, which is obviously the best play-calling quarterback duo in the league, but you have to have a rhythm to the play calling. Everything has to be intentional. Everything has to be intentional. Bobby didn't have any intentions behind some of his play calling. They wasted a lot of plays during every single game, and you cannot afford to waste plays in the NFL. He didn't know what he was doing sometimes. He was over his head. And, again, bring in somebody like Chip Kelly, has the head coaching experience, familiar with the NFL. He can get it done for us. But you got to be a killer on the offense. Defense means defense. Your own defense. You have to attack them, constantly put pressure on those players.
All right, Jack, appreciate that. Good call. Andy, what you got, man?
Hey, I don't care how much Chip Kelly has NFL experience. It wasn't a good NFL experience. Chip Kelly is like Saban. They're better off handling young men, not grown-ass men. You know what? Jared Johnson, you heard yesterday the Jets were looking at him. And what happened today? Bobby Slowik's gone. Jared Johnson is going to move up. more than likely, I hope they ask Case Keenum to be the quarterback coach. And if I was talking to Jared Johnson, the first guy I would tell, go get Mike Munchak to run the offensive line. You need a guy to come in there and kick these overpriced, underperforming linemen, Tunzel, Howard, Mason, their butt. You need a guy that can come in there and put them up against the wall and shame them for how they played this year, because all three of those guys were horrible.
All right, Andy. I don't know if anybody's slamming anybody against the wall, but I think your overall point is valid. Somebody's got to hold them accountable, man. Appreciate y'all's call, man. Appreciate the thoughts right there.
It is a great cause. It is one of my favorite things in Houston sports is the value that people put on the offensive line coach. It is my favorite thing. It's one of my favorite things in Houston.
Texans fans are really latching on to Munchak here lately.
I just the overall thought of like guys, you know what gonna help a good offensive line coach? If you done had 6 in 5 years, you know what might help a good offensive line coach? You know what? Let me try this. You know what helped George Warhop?
Getting over to Baltimore.
He found some different offensive line.
Just
think about it in your mind. You think all 6 of these jokers are just awful? We know George ain't. You think all of them are? Oh, gone it, boy. Right? Because if that's the case, why the hell y'all want Gerard? He's the quarterback coach. Did the quarterbacks take it? All right, coming up, a partnership out of this world that looks like this has, I can't wait to hear Clint's thoughts on this partnership. This has Clint written all over it, and many of you as well. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, let's talk about protecting your family, man. Let's talk about having that old peace of mind. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Clint Stoerner here for Generator Supercenter. You're going to check this out, man. Whether it's a winter freeze, a hurricane, or
Furniture Hot Seat. You never know what to expect during the most wild week of the radio year. Hear it all the week of the big game on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Shout out to James Palmer, Jonathan Alexander, who have joined us today on a big day as Bobby Slowik is relieved of his duties, the now former offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans. We will continue to talk about that story as this Friday continues. Fellas, just came across this new partnership. And I'm curious your thoughts about this new partnership. Apparently, January 31st, Don Julio and Popeyes have teased a collaboration.
Are you kidding me?
I swear before
Tequila and chicken.
Hold on. Hey, they have not said what it is. They've not. But right here, Clinton, I'll tell you, they have proposed
and
a collaboration.
And who's putting that out there? I got to see. Is it valid?
I believe it is. I mean, January 31st. But what could it be? You're not selling. They're not giving you a little small bottle of Don Julio. Is there about to be some sort of a drunk chicken thing?
I don't know.
Crazy chicken, flavored tequila, seasoned Popeyes fried chicken.
I don't know.
And chicken.
This is one of those deals for
not
me.
Just chicken, Popeyes.
That's the number one fried chicken spot for me, and I'm talking any and everywhere. Even if we don't have a location here, for me that's number one.
It's pretty up there.
I mean, for and their biscuits are absolutely tremendous.
KFC famous bowls
Don
are
Julio
good too,
and the biscuits.
Yes,
what would that mean?
And then look, I know a lot of people. The Don Julio thing is more of a commercialized brand, and I'm sure there's some whatever. But I'm just going to be honest with you, man. You sit me down and let me sip on a little 1942, I'm all right. I'm just going to tell you, 1942 and Popeyes. What did when was Popeyes established? Was it 1942?
Well, that's a good thought.
Is there something in the 1942 year?
Yeah, surely
1972.
Really?
That's
3 decades.
Surely,
30 years later.
Surely this is not a deal of incorporating the two products together to make it edible.
I will try it if they do. If they infuse tequila into fried chicken, I'm in. Absolutely, 100%. I'll try it. I mean, I'm not going to say I like it. I damn sure try it.
I'm too drunk to taste this chicken.
Yeah, that drunk chicken. That drunk chicken, baby.
There you go.
That drunk chicken. Somebody, I retweeted it out, and I said, "What is this collaboration?" By the way, January 31st again. Somebody text back and said, "Heartburn." Hell, that thing.
Make it a little bit of that.
Get you some Nexium, friend.
What? Yeah. What in the world? 713-572-4610. YouTube and Twitch. What could the collab coming up January 31st between Don Julio, 1942 Don Julio, and Popeye's chicken? What the hell could that mean?
Can 1942 do a bottle that's a chicken leg straight up? So go from a bat look to a chicken leg?
Like beer can chicken kind of?
No, I'm just talking about the shape of their 1942 bottle be like a chicken leg instead of a bat. You know, that 1942 just make me a big tall,
that's innovative.
Let's shorten it up a bit and get me a good thick chicken leg. That'd be good.
Text line coming through. Popeyes will have tequila on draft. Maybe they'll have it inside.
I don't know if that's going to be. I don't know if that's good. It better be 1942. That could be a rough morning.
Somebody said tenders.
Tequila tenders.
Oh, there we go.
I'd have Tyler for damn sure.
Oh, that might be a little too strong for Tyler right there. No, that's right. That's right in line.
That sounds amazing.
That sounds maybe like a spicy. They'll mix that thing in with a little spicy look. Yeah, that is
You start talking about tenders, tequila. I mean, my ears perk up. All you got to do is mix in a little of a certain kind of Tuesday, and I'd be in.
Oh man, yeah, no man. Somebody first off, I won't even read it. I will not accept any negativity towards Popeye's chicken. I will not give you. I just want to share with you the people on here, that person on here. No, I will not even
take that to
declare
churches.
Now, young man, I just need you to get yourself a good 8 or 12 piece. Get you some red beans and rice, and get you them biscuits, and let's roll. And get you a little bit of this gravy. This Don Julio.
You care for me to shed a little light on this?
Oh, you got some more action?
It's real.
Oh, I told you it's real.
Popeye's cooking up a collaboration with tequila brand Don Julio. What's going on? Is it chicken and liquor? Sounds like a party. Popeye's and Don Julio are teasing a collab. The chicken chain and tequila brands began promoting on their social media, so it is real. Could it be chicken-flavored tequila or tequila-flavored chicken? I would prefer chicken-flavored tequila.
I don't know anything to do with it.
Yeah, I don't want my tequila.
Could you imagine taking a shot and tasting a little bit of taste of a thigh?
Ooh, well, yeah. I mean, right now I'm hungry, so yeah, I could. The brands, being Don Julio and Popeyes, provided no details, just a video with quick shots of a DJ, revelers, chicken, and bottles of reposado
I'm watching
tequila
it right now.
and a black takeout box.
I'm watching it. Damn it,
The
Tyler.
black takeout box with 2 branded logos.
There it is.
What did I do?
Tyler, Popeyes, they're geniuses. They're geniuses. They do this like every once in a while. You remember they had that chicken craze where everybody's going crazy about them damn chicken sandwiches?
Them sandwiches, yeah.
And they promoted, you remember
was
that?
genius because they followed whoever had done it, right?
I thought they were the ones that went crazy.
No, you're right.
It was Popeyes.
Yeah, they're the ones who kind of started the trend.
I tried to go for like 2 or 3 straight weeks, and they'd sold out every time I pulled up.
Yeah, I remember
and I went
that.
to multiple ones. And now they done something with this Don Julio.
Now you need to try,
What
at
are
least
these
try
suckers
the
up to?
KFC Famous Bowl, man.
I mean, we're trying to have a serious conversation.
I'm dead serious. It'll
No, you're
change
not.
your life.
Clearly you're
The
not.
party
We're talking-
starts January 31st.
31st, yes.
I like
this
the party.
video. What are they going to do? Oh, man. Those little bastards. What are they going to do? I'm in on this. Maybe a dip? Nice one. Nice call. Somebody maybe like a
citrusy,
Julio
like margarita Julio
that you can
dip.
dip it. That you can dip it in. No, I need more than that. You ain't gonna do no video and do all this stuff. I need
quick,
more than that.
I'm catching up here. This has got legs, and we're going to be there. This has got legs.
So genuinely excited he can't contain
Tyler, hold
it.
on. Clint said,
Oh my God, he's lighting
Clint
up.
said, this has got legs, and we're gonna be there.
And we're going to be there.
Chicken legs.
No, look.
Lame.
I found it. Now, this is just speculation, but it should be noted that the big game this year, the Super Bowl, could imply that the collaboration is tied to the NFL Super Bowl in some capacity, which is scheduled to go down on Sunday, February the 9th. Interestingly enough, Popeye's Chicken was founded in 1972 in New Orleans.
Nailed it.
Which is where the Super Bowl is. So don't be surprised if you see a high-budget commercial for sports.
Louisiana. Popeyes. Louisiana.
Ron, you get me into the Popeyes 1940 or Popeyes Don Julio party. Come on, man! I'll kiss your ass. Town Square City Meeting, Bourbon Street City Meeting.
I don't want you to kiss my
Come
ass
on, man.
in there.
Come on, man.
All right. Coming up.
Hey, I will be there.
As we get back into this big decision for not just Bobby Slowik, but now for D'Amico Ryans. The next move, the next person hired as the OC to replace Bobby Slowik. This is a big hire for D'Amico, a big one. Do you think this is a D'Amico alone decision? Do you think D'Amico will hire this OC alone like he did Bobby Slowik? We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all.
From Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, the big news of the day, Bobby Slowik out as the OC, and they're going to be hiring a new OC, and there's going to be a lot to unpack, and we've done it today. Unpacked a lot of what went into the move, and we still will continue to do so. But I'm throwing this out to you all, and Tyler, I want you to address this first, then Clint as well, and people on the text line, those of you on YouTube and Twitch. Go ahead and let us know as well. And I do want to get to Uncle Glenn. I just love hearing from Uncle Glenn. He's my guy.
I love Uncle Glenn.
But do you feel this decision is a D'Amico Ryans only decision, right? I believe the first one clearly was. Bobby Slowik came there from him. He said when they were there together as assistants, they would talk about this. They would, and it was clear right off the bat those names were connected. And wherever D'Amico was headed, it felt like Bobby Slowik was going to go there and handle the offense. But, I mean, when you look at it, man, you're a head coach, and in 2 years you're firing your offensive coordinator, like something's gone wrong. Especially when you appear to have fired your offensive coordinator when it looked like he was a genius for the first, 24 months of his job, and now you're firing him. So something has gone wrong. Tyler, I want you to address this first. Do you think this is still a D'Amico Ryans decision only, or has this now become a joint thing?
I don't think only. I think old Nick Casario will very much have a say in this.
Think Nick's in this? You think this is a Nick collab, Clint? This is
yeah. Look, I think D'Amico obviously is leading the show. And this goes back to what I said initially when D'Amico was hired. I don't have a problem with them collaborating. I don't have see what I did there in 1942. Don Julio and Popeyes, y'all got me collaborating. I would be totally against D'Amico Ryans just shutting everybody else out and going, hey, here's what I'm going to do. I would think that the healthy thing to do is to be open to any kind of eval, any kind of information, any kind of data that you have on these guys, any kind of input that they have on these guys to be taken into consideration. But ultimately, my hope is that it's not just a Nick influence thing. That's what I just hope it's not a Nick. Like I heard the In the Loop guys talking about, the Nick being obviously New England heavy with in the scouting department in the front office, because that's Nick's decisions to make. Like I hope that doesn't come into play on the offensive side of the football here with the hires for D'Amico Ryans. Like that. Like I don't have a whole lot of confidence in that.
Yeah, as I see people texting in, they agree with you. Collab. They said they think CJ should be in the room with the help of decision. That's a thought. Has CJ earned that part of it? I think obviously in the conversation, because the person that is going to be the OC has to have a working relationship with CJ. That's a really good thought. That's a really good thought, and we can maybe kick it around. Shout out to the text line. At this point, I think a big reason why Bobby got let go is because of the step back of CJ. And now, obviously, if it's Gerard Johnson, then that's a different thing. They clearly have a relationship. But I don't think CJ should have any kind of decision-making power, obviously. But I do think him being included in the conversation makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I don't even know. Like, I don't look at CJ as a guy that's graduated to the point, and this has to do with obviously his play and who he is and how he conducts his business. Like, he doesn't strike me as a guy that needs to be in a room.
Not yet.
Nah, I'll lean into this, man. Like CJ is a. Now he and his skill set and his strengths and weaknesses
should be in the room.
Should be in the room. Should be a major like to me. If you stay in the same system schematically. Like, in other words, if you go with one of these teams that have the Kubiak, Shanahan, however you want to couch it, system, and you keep the terminology that you've always had, I think they need to get away from the cut splits, two tight end, downhill run game like you see in San Francisco, and be a lot more geared towards what you see in Cincinnati offensively. Now, we're talking offensively. So, you know, I think that would be taking C.J. Stroud's strengths and weaknesses into consideration in a major way. So I think you got to obviously take that into consideration, but there's not an offensive player on this room that I want in the room.
Somebody said they tried to do that with the previous quarterback. I don't think they mean Davis Mills. They mean Deshaun Watson.
A tiny towel QB.
I just think
but I felt, I know this isn't a popular opinion now, given what
you felt like he was at the point where he should be.
I felt like Deshaun was more of an alpha in that building and more of that alpha leader,
and had pelts on the wall too.
I felt like he was more of that at that given time. Now we know more about, but at that point in time, I felt a lot more comfortable about him being in the room and needing to okay it. Now, part of that had to do with Bill O'Brien had to square peg round hole him, and it was a rough watch. So, I don't know that there's an offensive player on this team, Ron, that I want in that room.
Yeah, and he would be the one because you're working with. But listen, I want to talk about this more. But Clint, I don't mean to pat us on the back, because we were in lockstep on this, and I mean lockstep on this 2 years ago. But this right here, and it's happened in a very unusual way, but this right here was what we tried to warn and talk about, was when you have a defensive-minded coach, the guy that is the coach, and then you have that quarterback that is your franchise, and he is not directly working with the head coach, and he has to start, because it doesn't have to just be offensive coaches, because Dan Campbell's going through it right now, and Nick Sirianni went through it with the Eagles. That, all right, whether it's because, hey, he's become so good, he got another job, or it's a situation like it is right now. This is kind of the issue we talked about, Clint, is now they're on their second offensive coordinator. It may be a completely different system. Who knows what it will be? But because D'Amico is the defensive coach, this is where you put yourself in a situation where you could just have that run that maybe every 2-3 years, who knows how different things in a different person in the that's a different voice to CJ.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for a quarterback in getting comfortable is terminology. And there's just really no way to speed that up, right? I mean, you can do things conceptually, like a big story that was out a couple of weeks ago is Jaden Daniels. Part of him going to the Washington Commanders was he demanded that they have that virtual reality trainer that a lot of colleges have been using, and he credits a lot of his success to that. You can have quarterbacks in from a scheme, because there's only so many different routes you can run. We've all ran the same routes, right? It's all about what do you call them? How do I communicate that? How do I understand and process the minute you say it? Is it second nature, or do I have to think about it? Like, that takes time to take hold, right? And man, if this is a start over, completely start at football 101, so ex-coordinator 101, like when we start training camp, man, I mean, to expect C.J. Stroud in this offense to be better in 2025-26 than they were either of the previous years would probably be a tough ask.
Yeah. No, yeah, and we've seen it many times.
It's happened. I mean, look at Cliff Kingsbury and Jaden Daniels right now. Like, you can capture lightning in a bottle, and a first-year play caller, or let me see, a first-year combination quarterback play caller combo can catch fire.
But Cliff might get another job this year, and now Dan Quinn's going to have to try. It happened to Dan Quinn before.
Yeah.
He had Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan got a job, and he had to replace the coordinator, and he didn't keep it never got back the same with Matt Ryan. And listen, I'm not saying that, and I see on YouTube and Twitch, I'm not saying that offensive coaches, they're always good. What I'm saying is when you have an offensive coach and you have a defensive coach, right? If they're both good at their jobs, the offensive coach isn't ever going anywhere. That, like the guy that works with the quarterback, and that's what Clint and we talked about. He's never going anywhere. Like Andy Reid's had 100 offensive coordinators. It really doesn't matter with Mahomes. Like how different that would be if Mahomes has gone through 3 or 4 different coordinators. Like we saw it. Like that's the thing that Josh Allen had to deal with. Josh Allen had Brian Daboll, then he went down and slowed up a little bit with Ken Dorsey. Then he went back up with, like, you can see the roller coaster when the offensive guy, when that main guy isn't.
You just think about that. You just like Pat Mahomes has had one. He spoke the same language since he got in the NFL.
Yep. Nagy can be the OC. Peterson can be the OC. Eric Bieniemy can be the OC. Nagy can come back and be the OC. Never changed. But it's Andy.
Man, you know how valuable that is. I mean, obviously Pat would have been great anywhere he goes, but just you know how powerful that is to have never had. I mean, now you know how the luxury the coaches have. Where they just sit back and
Burrow, same thing.
Oh man, yeah,
same thing.
Wow.
He's at the guy that at the same time, and CJ, and I agree with you on that. I think CJ's going to be also really, really good. But that is just something you deal with. Like just think about that. Like the Texans have won the division back-to-back years and had 10-win seasons back-to-back years and won playoff games back-to-back years, and they didn't lose a voice for CJ that he has to get readjusted to because the guy moved on and got a good job. Yeah. Now he got fired. Yeah. The odds are if the next guy does well, that CJ's probably only with him for another couple years. Right? If he does well. Like that's just the thing you run. It doesn't mean you don't hire defensive coaches. It's just the disadvantage that you have when you run into that situation. All right, coming up, we'll give you the particulars because we're going to talk about it a little bit more, but we'll give you the particulars on the situation, on potential coaches that could come behind him, names that we are hearing that could come behind to come behind Bobby Slowik as a new OC. Also, we'll let you hear what Chandler Rome has said, the latest with the Alex Bregman situation returning to Houston. That is just recent. And a new coach, the Raiders. They got a new coach. We'll let you know all about that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, a great day starts with a great night's sleep, man. The quickest way.
That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I'm in my drop top, cruising the streets.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty and a little bit of blonde tip bomber. It's about
minimal. It's almost
about
gone,
grown
man.
out, man. It's almost grown out. And
get Courtney back on them things.
No, we're good. And Psycho T, a.k.a. T-Mill, have the latest for you. And the latest is 5 o'clock fire is brought to you by Kirk Holmes. And the big news of the day, which we will talk on a little bit more later on in the hour. But just for those jumping in your cars, if you're just getting in, here are some of the particulars, Clint. The Texans, they move on from offensive coordinator Bobby Slowik. They also move on from offensive line coach Chris Strasser. And from what we're hearing, and this reported by Aaron Wilson, internal candidates to replace Bobby Slowik expected to be considered are Gerard Johnson, Bill Lazor, and Ben McDaniel. Outside candidates who make sense: Saints offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak, and a wide range ranging candidates that could be expected. But that is the latest there. And Clint, we hadn't really talked through some of these candidates here. Your thoughts there, Gerard Johnson, Bill Lazor, or Ben McDaniel?
Well, like I said before, man, I don't know what you saw with the lengthy list of problems that were going on offensively. I don't know how, like Ben McDaniels, like his receivers couldn't run routes at the right depth. Like it's his receivers couldn't block the right shoulder in the screen game. His receivers couldn't get the depth on a bubble screen. And all this is going on in one game against the Chiefs the first time, right? So, I mean, if you're going to fire Bobby Slowik for not being able to get it all the problems ironed out, you're going to fire the offensive line coach because the inability to get the offensive line to figure out how to execute basic D tackle D end stunts. I don't know how you then turn around and consider hiring the guy that was responsible for the wide receivers who couldn't run routes at the right depth, who couldn't get the right release, who blew routes completely a good chunk of the time. I don't know how you then consider that guy as the offensive coordinator, right? So the Bill Lazor aspect of this thing, like Bill has been more of a consultant. Now he's very involved, but more of a senior consultant type. If Bill Lazor's been in the building with an inexperienced offensive play caller that couldn't find their identity until week 8 or 9, their words, not mine, right? Couldn't solve the Dalton Schultz can't pass protect worth a damn a month into the season versus the Minnesota Vikings or 2 weeks into the playoffs against the Chiefs. Like, how does Bill Lazor the guy for that job, right? Now, I will say this to J-Lo and Palmer and Tyler Milner here. The Gerard Johnson aspect of this thing, I could make a case for it because Gerard could be a guy that he's young enough in his coaching career where D'Amico and Nick could look over there and go, hey, this guy just needs a title. This guy just needs the authority. This guy just needs the opportunity to take the bull by the horns and go, hey, y'all shut the hell up. Here's how we're going to do it, right? That I guess could be a way to look at the Gerard Johnson side of this thing. But then you look at it and you go, is that really the best option to make an upgrade over Bobby Slowik, who accomplished what he accomplished the last 2 years in Houston? Like, to me, this is, you move on from Bobby Slowik, you have got a surefire, done it before, this is going to be our identity, and D'Amico knows what the identity is going to be because it's on film somewhere. And D'Amico knows it wins because it's on film somewhere. And D'Amico knows that it's the brand is super physical and the Swarm, the offensive version of Swarm, and D'Amico knows all those things versus just rolling the dice with somebody that's already in the building. That the majority of those guys were a big part of the problem that got Bobby Slowik fired. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I just don't know. I can make sense of Gerard Johnson. The other ones that I would be.
Shouldn't even be interviewed.
I mean, I don't know why. I don't know why we're even talking about it.
Yeah, those are internal candidates reported from Aaron Wilson. I want to get more into the Gerard Johnson piece because James Palmer was on with us earlier. Insider, has good connections. Wait till you hear what he had to say heading in about Gerard Johnson in particular as a candidate for the Texans. But as I said, we will continue to discuss this big story coming up throughout the 5 o'clock hour. But that's just kind of the big portion of it there. He has been relieved of his duties. Offensive line coach is gone as well, and these are some names, at least internally, and Clint Kubiak as well that could be there.
Dang it, Bobby, that's exactly what we don't want.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. This story came out yesterday, and if you weren't listening to Area 45, Bob Nightingale talked with the fellas about, hey, there could be something there with Alex Bregman coming back. There is mutual interest right now to restart up those talks. Then went on to talk about what it would look like for guys like Altuve or how the defense would be set up. Here was Chandler Rome on MLB Network here today in the last couple of hours discussing the latest with Alex Bregman and the Astros.
The Astros are back in on Alex Bregman, and it sounds like, obviously, if they get Alex Bregman back, they're going to have to reshape a lot of their infield. Alex Bregman's going to go back to playing third base. Isaac Paredes would probably move to second, and it sounds as if it's under consideration that Jose Altuve would move to left field if Alex Bregman does, in fact, return to Houston. But it doesn't sound like anything is imminent in that department, the Bregman department.
I said not imminent, and there are multiple teams. The Red Sox, the Blue Jays, the Tigers, the Cubs, along with the Astros, are still in on Alex Bregman, so we'll see what that means. But it's so funny, man, with the exception of Tony Gwynn. Everyone you hear say it.
They sound bonkers.
No, that you can hear it in their voice. And it is under consideration, as he says there, or it's him going to left field. We had Tony Gwynn on earlier, and he said, no, it could be a good thing. It could save his body some. It's a way to keep him in the lineup. Did he kind of bring you over to the thought of it at all?
No. No, I'm Ron. I'm a guy, as you know, like I don't really give a rip about the defense.
About that lineup,
like
baby.
like if it's getting the best bats in the lineup, let's get the best bats in the lineup. Don't try to sell me on how many runs Jake Myers has saved with his range in center field. I just that is a really a non-factor to me in these kind of decisions. I just, for whatever reason, I just can't picture Altuve in the outfield.
What is going on?
Like, I mean, you're talking about the inability to gauge fly balls off of the bat. And you're talking about the inability. I mean, we're talking about guys tagging up from first base potentially.
Yeah.
I mean,
unless he's been hiding. Unless he's been hiding.
You hit one
unless
down.
He's been hiding that arm.
You hit one down the line on the track out there. Guy on first base. He tagging up going to second? Altuve?
I honestly don't know what the answer to that is.
I don't either. That's the scary part. This one. Well, hell, you can get one of them big ones. I don't know. You know all the big parts.
Well,
it's damn sure happening in part.
Yeah, the big outfields doing it in Detroit.
I mean, that's a serious question. A serious question. A sky ball hit to left field down the left field line on the chalk over there, maybe even in foul territory. Altuve catches that thing. Is a runner from first base tagging up?
I think a runner from second might.
No, come on, man. No.
That's just disrespectful.
I mean, that's just...
In a regular ballpark, not against the Crawford box. If they were in Sacramento, I was going to say Oakland, but if they're in Sacramento this year,
a lot of green out there.
That kid in Cincinnati damn sure would. What's his name?
Yeah, De La Cruz. They might. Bobby Witt's going. Like there might be.
I mean, but think about that. There are above average right field arms in this game where you hit a pop fly to right field, and runners aren't tagging up second to third.
Miles Straw is going second to home.
That's good.
Fastest man in history.
I just can't
sit back, Carl Lewis.
I just can't see it, Ron. I honestly can't. I damn sure can't see it when the game matters. Which I think when it matters in the playoffs, it would be Jordan. But like I maybe as a get through a long season move, just to keep the bat in the lineup and God dang, what does it take for Altuve to go in there and go, hey man, look, if y'all get Bregman back in the building, man, I'll go to left field, man. Hell with it.
I mean, he wants him here bad. To
leave the position that he's become a Hall of Famer at.
To go somewhere and play left field. That.
I mean, he's known as one of the best second basemen of all time.
My biggest issue all the time is with this thing here is I understand, like sometimes you adapt to what happens. You adapt.
Sure.
But when you lay out a very clear plan, like, all right, hey, man, he's not coming anymore. All right, bam, we're going to make a move. We're going to get our first baseman. We're going to get a third baseman. We're going to get a third baseman for the future. Like a high prospect that could come and play third, a Cam Smith character. We're going to do what we've got a plan. And now you just going to roll in here and be like, you know what? And man, we're going to throw this plan and into the air and just say either, hey, we're going to put our Hall of Fame older second baseman in left field, or we're going to put our DH, who the plan initially was to, hey, man, we want him to DH to conserve his health. We're going to put Jordan in the outfield and just throw the plans into the air. Oh, yeah, by the way, and give Alex Bregman $160 million. If that, again, is that not a thought of if you were willing to give him $160, were we really going to roll with Jake, Chaz, and Taylor, Trammell, or Dubon in the outfield? Was there ever any consideration to maybe giving clear you got it? That's the part that gets me.
I screwed it up.
It's clear they have it. But they were going to roll with that outfield.
They ain't willing to spend it unless it's Bregman.
It feels huge.
What you just said appears to be the truth.
No, I said it because I believe it.
Which is wild.
That was a no-brainer for me.
Which is wild. Wow. All right. We'll see. That is the latest there as Bregman and the Astros seem to be a real thing. Not just Bob Nightingale, but also very well connected Chandler Rome going on MLB Network talking about it.
Houston, can we get some loud noise?
5 o'clock fire.
All right, in the NFL, the coaching carousel is still going, but one has stopped. And the Vegas Raiders have their guy, Pete Carroll. He gets a 4-year deal with the team option to be the next head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. How old is Pete?
And I can't get up.
72, 73?
Come on, man.
Is that right? He becomes the oldest head coach since Romeo Crennel the year he took over here in Houston.
Now, he is a very young-looking 70, whatever he is, but
I think it's 73. Is it 72, 73? It's one of those two. But I did see a deal earlier where he takes over the
73.
He's taking the title from Romeo Crennel when he was having them deluxe nuts here in Houston.
Deluxe nut package.
Yeah, right. He's going to have other ones.
Deluxe nut cheers.
I'm kind of surprised that this was the route when everyone said Tom was so heavily involved in this. I'm kind of surprised that Pete Carroll's the route, that with Tom Brady so much involved in this thing.
Pete will turn 74 about week 4 or 5 next football season.
The Tom Brady dynamic in this role right here scares me.
Why?
I just think there's so few people that are wired the way Tom is wired. Like, so when he's basing what's he basing his decisions on? He's not basing his decisions on going after a quarterback like Caleb Williams and all that comes with a quarterback like Caleb Williams. Right, all he knows is the way. And look, I love the way that it happened, but you get there's a dynamic to having to deal with a different type of kid, like a different type of player. Like, you're liable to go out there and spend a top 5 draft pick on a quarterback, and that guy don't want to sit across the table from Pete Carroll and talk ball in his downtime. He wants to go chase women. He wants to go hang out. He don't want to be Tom Brady. Like, how do you deal with that? Yeah. Like, I got to believe there's a lot more of those.
Like Shedeur, Sanders, and that's.
Yeah, and look, I don't know what should. I'm just saying, and I'm not saying this, by the way, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying there's not, like, Tom is wired in a way, obviously, like there's just very few people were wired. And it just, boy, is he running that ship the way that, like, he would have lived in and thrived in, and is that the same type of ship that a guy that isn't wired the way he is can thrive in?
And that's the interesting point. Is like they're going to be in search for a quarterback. That's why I brought up Shedeur and Cam Ward fits in that. They're going to be in hopes of trying to find their franchise quarterback, and like Pete Carroll. I wonder who's running that offense, whatever. But Pete Carroll is in the building. So
found Russ.
About him. Yeah, they did. He found Russ. Somebody found Russ.
Who I don't think has anything in common with Brady other than
maybe Russ will come out there. Maybe he'll come out.
There you go.
Maybe that's his next spot, baby. Right there. All right. Yeah, someone texted in and said this is one that Brady owed Pete Carroll. He gifted him a Super Bowl before, so there you go. Good call. All right, coming up. Gerard Johnson has started to become, at least to me, a polarizing figure in terms of him being the next OC. Some I'm seeing on the text line and YouTube and Twitch are really about it. Some are not. Well, James Palmer, an insider, was on with us earlier. Here's what he had to say about Gerard Johnson potentially and how big of a candidate he is. We'll let you hear that coming up next.
Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive. We appreciate you joining us here on this was an interesting Friday here on The Drive with Bobby Slowik. Moves being made, big-time moves being made by the Texans. Bobby Slowik and offensive line coaches, the head coach, the head offensive line coach, Chris Strausser, and his assistant had to get up on out of here. But the rest of the offensive staff remain, and they will, I guess, understand what will happen with them with the next OC. The next OC will be able to make the decision on the rest of the offensive coaching staff. But we were talking with James Palmer earlier today. If you want to catch that full interview, he's an insider, is very, very well sourced, especially at the national level, and he used to oh, Lord, excuse me. He used to work in.
You okay, bro?
Yeah, I did. It just called me down the wrong pipe. But he used to work in this market.
Take yourself a minute, man. It's
so
all right.
He's got. I'm good. So
We're good. This OC job ain't getting filled today. Just take a second.
It is. Yeah. So he's got his connections. But this was him in at least what he's hearing about how serious a candidate Gerard Johnson is.
Yeah, I think Gerard's a legitimate candidate, 100%. And if that's who you think, I mean, like that's what I was kind of hinting at with some of what I was saying. If that's who you think, then that keeps a lot of continuity for your quarterback. I love what you guys were saying. You're right. You don't want to, go back to the opening portions of a playbook. You want to start going to those portions of the playbook you haven't even touched yet when your quarterback gets into year 2, year 3, year 4, when you can start finding the added wrinkles of everything you want to do. He is definitely a candidate, to my understanding. I think if he is their best candidate and that's who they have in mind, I think it is, beneficial to CJ to not take a step back in terms of the learning process. You could probably just keep going moving forward.
All right. That was James Palmer, and that was pretty powerful. He is clearly going to be involved in this, and not just hey man, we're just doing him a solid interview. No, he's clearly a serious candidate. And for me, Clint, we've talked about it a bit. I would be disappointed if that is the route that they take. Not because I don't want Gerard Johnson to get a gig here. That is not the case. If Gerard went on to New York, which we've heard that rumor, I'd be really happy for him. To me here, it just feels like to me there needs to, I'm not even saying the whole system has to change. It feels like there needs to be an entire break, to me. And this just rolling down, I don't know. I find it hard to believe the big missing issue was Gerard wasn't calling plays, right? How does Gerard kind of walk away from, you're the one who was closely working with CJ the most, but CJ took a step back, which is why I think the number one reason Bobby Slowik lost his job. So for me, to me, the Gerard Johnson thing, to go along with his lack of experience in calling plays in which to me is a really big season. And I just be honest, I don't know how much D'Amico can afford to just have this not work. And I think to the point you were making earlier, this needs to be a hire to me where at the very least, if it doesn't work and if it doesn't, they don't achieve what they're looking to achieve, that everybody's like, well, yeah, man, we understood that one. It made sense. It just didn't work out. If Gerard Johnson follows up Bobby Slowik with no experience and a guy that was in the building working closely with Bobby Slowik, and it doesn't work, then that looks really, really bad to me. So I think it's got to go in a different direction.
Well, I just think it's all about risk for me, right? I mean, if you hire, you fire Bobby Slowik, and to me the thought is you've got C.J. Stroud on a rookie contract. You've got some advantages right now, salary cap wise, that you're not going to have in a couple of years, and now is the time. You feel like you've built the roster with a couple of moves this offseason where you should be competing for Super Bowls, right? And now there's risk associated with anything you do from here on out, and that risk is with Gerard Johnson, it's a twofold risk for me with him. One, he's been in the building when the offense has been the offense has been so bad that you fired your offensive coordinator who you came in lockstep with, right? And keeping those same individuals and the same vibe in the room and the same everything in the room, except like cutting Bobby Slowik, it seems to me is not enough of an answer. The risk with Gerard is he's never called offensive plays before, period. Now, he might do it, and he might be absolutely tremendous at it. I don't know.
And it feels very different, him doing that right now where the Texans are currently, than a Bobby Slowik coming in and doing it with D'Amico.
People talk about the expectations of this offense in year two after what happened in year one. Let's talk about the expectations and the pressure on an offensive coordinator after you fire an offensive coordinator that called plays to the tune of his quarterback throwing for 7,835 yards, 43 touchdowns, and 17 interceptions, winning Rookie of the Year, leading the league in passing yards per game, and touchdowns to interception rate. Like, let's talk, like, if the pressure was so much in year two that the backslide cost him his job, let's talk about the pressure in year three when now you're a year closer to having to pay your quarterback $60 million and losing the contract advantage, the rookie quarterback contract advantage, and you got to follow up the numbers I just said, and you've never called play. Like, that just –
with Nico Collins, with Joe Mixon, with –
yeah, that just doesn't add up to me. I mean, the risk is you're hiring a guy that has never called plays before. Now, you go outside the building and you bring in somebody that maybe has pelts on the wall, but the risk is you're starting over at square one with your everybody having to learn a new terminology, which by the way, the terminology that they spent 2 years in clearly was confusing because you had guys running routes the wrong place, you had guys running routes the wrong depth, and your offensive line couldn't communicate the basic protections. So there's risk associated either way. The question is, what risk do you want to take?
Yeah, man. As I said, you can text in too, and I see some people doing it. What's the word you would use if Gerard Johnson were the next OC? Like I said, this is just kind of gauging this comment or this conversation throughout the day. It's been pretty polarizing. Wesley said he'd be disappointed. Here's someone on the text line excited. As someone, it could go either way with it. Like, yeah, I would love it for him to come here and be another OC that finds his way and has a chance to flourish to become a head coach in this league. That would be amazing. But I don't know. I don't know if that is a spot to go. Where my man Glenn go? Damn, Glenn, about to go to you, Glenn. Oh, Glenn, call back in, man. Your time is up. I want to hear from old Uncle Glenn, man.
We love you, Uncle Glenn.
We treated old Glenn like we did that old golden turd yesterday, didn't we?
My fault, man.
I don't give a mother duck.
That's what I want from him. Is that your boy Ron? Yeah. Come on, Glenn.
Is that my boy Ron?
Yeah, man. Is
that my boy Ron?
It is. Glenn, get on in here. All right, Larry. What's your thoughts? I didn't like you out. There you go, Larry. What's your thoughts about Gerard potentially being the next OC here?
I can see clearly now the rain is gone. So, look here, man. I'm going to need you to do me a favor, man. When I used to call in and I call you show and you always under your breath, hello?
Go ahead.
I'm doing with the phones, man. You under your breath, you'll be saying, it's Ron. I need you to have that same energy when all these folks call in now and they say Ron. I need you to say it's show, man. You back.
You're right. No, you're right. Somebody did call me Ron.
Yeah.
You're right. I'll give you that.
I need you to have that same energy. Look, man, it's a great day for Houston Texans fans, man, because look, at some point you have to accept some certain things. And we watched Bobby Slowik go 7 or 8 games without scoring a touchdown in the second half of a football game. that was a fireable offense then. But the fact that D'Amico decided to pull the trigger on that thing today gives us all the kind of refreshing start to go into the offseason and what these dudes are trying to do. You cannot continue to waste years of C.J. Stroud's contract that we have not been to the AFC Championship game yet. This is a great move by the Texans, man, because this gives them an opportunity to have a list of dudes that they can bring in, and there's not a coach in his right mind that would not want to coach C.J. Stroud. And the fact that they brought in all this talent in the offseason and the expectations was through the roof and we didn't meet them like we wanted to, this is the time that you start making these kind of moves. Fellas, I'm excited about it. I'm not as excited about Altuve playing left field, but I'm excited about what them Texans are going to do in terms of what they're going to bring in. Once they get that offensive line coach and that OC, now we're cooking with fish grease, Clinton, our hollow.
All right, appreciate the call, Larry. Listening to that, it makes me think like this job should be extremely exciting to want to feel. This should be a job. This should be a really, as you'd say, sexy job. But then the thing is, hold on. Clint just read all them numbers. Say, buddy got fired.
Quick trigger, ain't they?
Hey, I'm in his buddy got fired.
You ever watch Bobby?
He got fired. Hold on. He got fired, and y'all had that offensive line up there in front of him. He got fired, and y'all tried to force Kenyon Green in there, Kendrick Green in there. Y'all looked at y'all second-round pick that feels like, I don't know, can he play center? Hell, let's try him on left guard. Hell, let's try him on right guard. Like he lost Diggs and Tank for the season. He got fired that fast.
Lost Nico for a month.
Nico for how much input? I know ain't nobody in their right mind choose that as the offensive line. Like, it should be attractive with CJ, but then there's a wonder of, all right, well, how much control do I have, and what am I going to get saddled with? What am I going to be given, right, in terms of the tools outside and around Nico and CJ Stroud? That's the other thing when you do it. They pulled the trigger on this real quick.
That's a good point, Ron. Like you look at it and you go, CJ and Nico, 10 wins, second round. Shoot, yeah, give me a swing at it. But boy, if you start digging, I don't know how that offensive line gets much bigger. Is Diggs coming back? Tank ain't gonna be healthy.
And like you said, and they got pressure where, how long do I got?
Yeah. Like, I mean, there's more warts than a lot of folks would like to admit.
CJ should outweigh it.
Oh yeah. I still think it's the most attractive offensive coordinator job that's open. I mean, maybe Tampa.
Now some of these guys are saying, all right, well, let me get in this draft. Let me see what I can do. Shoot, let me get. I know I'll have time.
Yeah.
The last two quarterbacks in the last two drafts, and Stroud and Daniels have. Like, again, that's what I said early is, what in the hell has to happen for a guy to get fired? To get fired in a 2-year span when we're coming off of, that's the best rookie quarterback season I've ever seen.
Well, they're just, Ron, there had to be, I always talk about, like, the information that we're not privy to.
No, clearly.
Like, there has to be, some behind closed doors of like Bobby just like beyond just not being able to figure out how to not use Dalton Schultz in pass protection. Like, there must be some overwhelming, some moments in there where he was overwhelmed. There must be some moments in there where he just didn't have. It's not about all we got to do is execute what's out there. Like, clearly there's some stuff where D'Amico's looking at it going, yeah, sometimes they got to execute, but golly, man. The hell was that you put out there? There's
sometimes you're not putting them in a position to execute.
Right. Typically throughout the year, like, we're not privy to the information. Typically throughout the year, D'Amico is out there, backing up his guys and backing up his OC. And in reality, behind closed doors, there had to be some moments in there where it was like, wow.
Yes,
Bobby, what in the world?
That and like he has been like he's on Space Jam or something, and he's completely just lost all his powers. Like, I don't know what that was. All right, as we continue, coming up, T Mill's best bets. He's on a heater. Now, don't ask him to add you on bets.
Man, I'm sorry. I will place any bet you want tonight,
but make sure you go place them yourself. But he is on a roll. He is in 8 bets the last 2 days. He has only missed 1, so he is rolling. Stay tuned for T-Mill's
the
best
way you
bet.
framed that.
I'm just telling you the truth. Will Bobby Slowik ever become an OC again? I guess, is this about to be a situation? I mean, my God, Tim Kelly did. But is this about to be a situation where – I'm sorry, Tim, that was unnecessary. Is this about to be a situation where we never really – this is the height of Bobby Slowik. We don't see him return to this. We'll discuss that next.
All right, y'all. Clint Stoerner here. And, look, I got to take a minute to tip my cap to all my fellow Coors Light drinkers.
Health questions and get your free quote at getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Get a free estimate from Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Text line, you're very right. I am wrong. Someone texted in, Tim caught strays. LOL, you're right. That was, I don't know, that was
what?
Sorry, Tim.
That wasn't wrong.
I would have bet good money that Tim, let alone would never be an OC again, but damn sure not within 3-4 years.
Hey, Tim Kelly, man, there's a special place in my heart for Tim.
Timmer!
I'm dead serious, Tyler. What was that?
Why?
Oh, that's from, y'all must not be South Park fans.
I'm not.
No, he you know some of the conversations we had about Tim when he was here. I mean, there were very few and far between were I think positive of any type, right?
Bill O'Brien's right-hand man.
My man came over to me one time as a practice. My man came over to me one time, and I thought for sure he was fixing to call me every name in the book. I was prepared. I was prepared. I mean, I've got some packaged responses to those if that ever happens. But
at least it just would have been Tim. I mean,
no, I mean he walked dead up.
Now you said that, I think I should put together some packaged responses.
Well, yeah, you probably could. You probably should because you will purposely piss off. I will get what. By the way, my favorite part of yesterday was dead red. Like there's no, I will be dead red in a heartbeat and won't know what no one has control.
Because I think in my mind I think I'm just going off the hill, and that's probably
no. I got some packaged responses that I'm going to do that'll kind of push the onus on them. But my man Tim Kelly walked up and was like, "Hey man, I want you to know, man, I listen to y'all a lot, and I respect the hell out of love listening to you, man." And I thought, like he literally used the word respect, and I was like,
"Damn, he probably hated me."
It was actually like a.
Did he say I respect you or y'all? Because he sure as hell didn't say that to me.
No. He definitely said to me. He looked me dead, and I shook my hand, and I thought. I mean, that is a hell of a compliment coming from you.
You must have missed me.
This ain't some guy that we've been stroking all year long, saying how much he likes to hear us stroking. I mean, this is a guy that we hammer consistently, and he's like, "Nah, man, love it, man. Y'all, I respect, love how you do your work."
I've had a couple of those with Greg Grissom. Okay. Shout out to Greg Grissom. I've had a couple of those. Conversations with Greg.
You should have said, "Well, Tim, I wish I could say I respect a lot of what you do."
Well, no, it's not a respect. Now, see, Tyler, you'd get kicked out of practice. Your responses would get you kicked out of practice.
I think that response would potentially be passed, kicked out of practice.
Tyler said, "Hannah's got my back."
Yeah, guys. Hannah McNair is my buddy. We're tight.
Huh? Yeah.
So you can just go around talking bad to coaches.
HM, yeah.
To a certain degree.
Kick me out of what? Hannah? Miss McNair.
Did you talk to Hannah about that?
I haven't.
No, I'm not talking to you, Joanne. Hannah.
Joanne got mad at me because something about tattoos. I don't know. That was odd.
Well, let's get off of that. But no, you think Bobby sees this again? He's got to, right?
OC?
Yeah, I think Bobby gets. Like, I wonder around the league how people, unless it is a deal of, like you kind of talked about in the last segment of, hey man, this guy's got a first punch, but after that, like he's easy to figure out, and then he's got nothing else. Unless it's just a simple thing of that. But what he did in year one, it's hard to believe that he won't get another opportunity.
Well, there's also look. I mean, I'm not privy to all the information, but as I've said before, it's very possible. Like Bobby can walk in and say, "Man, I had a quarterback with injuries all over the place at the receiver position and the O-line position year one, and we put up numbers that no rookie had ever put up, right?" And he can literally
Nico paid.
Absolutely, he can go in there and lay out the box scores or not the box scores, but the stat sheets of what CJ did over 2 years and impress the hell out of anybody. Now, what Bobby could also do, which again I don't know if this was the case or not. I'm just saying it very well could be, and I think it would carry weight. Bobby could walk in there and say, "Hey, man, here's everything I was able to accomplish at my last place, but I didn't have anybody helping or controlling or disciplining or holding guys accountable on my offensive side of the football. The highest paid guy was able to walk in camp whenever he wanted to, and the head coach and the general manager were thanked because they gave him his space to get his body right. You know, the guys that Nick Caserio signed up front, with the exception of that captain that's the highest paid guy out there that they inherited, were awful. My center couldn't communicate the basic slide protection, couldn't identify Mike, so we had to move him to guard. Like, and again, now I could be wrong. This could all be on Bobby, but you can also, from the outside looking in, look at it and go, I see where Bobby could plead. Bobby could have could plead a case that would be pretty convincing. Guys, I had receivers, with the exception of Nico Collins. I had receivers that were running shallows, like shallow crosses, which since junior high football, that has been a 2 climb to 7 if you hit the other sideline, right? I had guys running shallow crosses at 10 yards, running into digs, not the player, dig the route. I mean, and you turn the film on and you can see those. I had a tight end that I had to play because they paid him $12 million a year that wouldn't chip in a divisional round game with George Karlaftis coming at Blake Fisher, a damn rookie.
You're right. That's probably not how they decided to coach chipping.
Come on, man.
I would imagine. Let me ask you this. It's a tough question. We're gonna get to T-Mill's his best bets coming up here in just a second. If on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being great, obviously 5 being average, what would you say the offensive line play was this year?
Say what are the
10 is like great, 5 obviously average, 0 suck. What would you say the level they played?
I'd say putting run game and pass game together, I'd say a 4.
Do you think he'd still be here if they were a 6? Above average? You think if he had an above average offensive line?
Yeah, I do.
And so, like, to me, and that's not great.
I thought he was going to be here anyway.
Yeah, that's just above it. But that's a part of the sales thought too. Is like, I mean, I had a below average offensive line, man, and if you say taking it all together, hell, it could be a 2 when you say for pass protection. Like it'd even be lower.
Oh yeah,
than a 4
I mean, look,
you
improved your run game and you ended the season with one of your best run game performances. So you got to take that into consideration. But yeah, if you're just talking pass protection, you're talking about a 2.
When you have C.J. Stroud and this is a team you thought you were going to be throwing the football a lot. So, yeah, I think he's got a way to sell things. You got a Chip Kelly thought?
Yeah, just a note here, as long as we're talking about the big news today with Slowik and the Texans parting ways. We had a caller earlier, and I know a lot of Texans fans out there have been talking about, hey, Chip Kelly, what about Chip Kelly? Chip Kelly.